Mindy said that he read for it, he got the part. She also pointed out that he is a trained actor. Well, I reached out to Aaron Schur to ask him about this story, and he confirms it, but he thinks that there might be something else at play, which was that in the weeks before this moment, he decided to go beard. He thinks maybe the beard had something to do with it, and he's going to explain why.
Hello, office ladies. It's Aaron Schur. I'm going to tell you the exciting story about how I became a waiter on The Office. I had done a little bit of acting, but mostly I was a stand-up and improviser, street performer, even a circus clown. And the audiences all said pretty much the same thing to me, which is you should be a writer. So that's what I did, because I'm more of a back office sort of guy. But as you know, Dunder Mifflin has the annex, which is there just so that people like Mindy, Paul, and BJ, who are all writer actors, they had somewhere to be behind a door. So there was a reason why we didn't wonder where they were when they were actually in the writer's room making the show. So when you're on the show, it's easy to start to think maybe there's room in the annex for me too. Maybe I could also be a star. Obviously, that was not going to happen. And so at a certain point, I grew a beard, which is a daring thing to do in Hollywood, where you're supposed to always look as young as possible. And that's when Mindy came in with her script and was like, "Hey, Aaron, could you read this restaurant scene?" And I'm like, "You want me to criticize your scene?" And she's like, "No, I want you to audition." And so she pulled me into the other room, and there's Steve Carell, who's going to be directing this episode. And I read the scene with him, and I'm terrified, so I do a terrible job. And yet they cast me. So the next week, I'm on set, and they send me to hair and makeup, the hair and makeup trailer. And when I walk in, they go, "Oh, it's our old waiter." So the beard, it turns out, actually got me the job. And then he started to trim the beard and kept trimming it. I was in there for like 3 hours, and I got a little paranoid. I like, is this all because my beard was annoying Steve and he just cast me in an evil plot to get my beard to not look so scraggly? Of course, that wasn't it.
Okay, but I want to say, Aaron, I hear you, because remember when Ryan went blonde? Yeah, that was because Mindy thought it would be funny for BJ to have to dye his hair blonde. So they created this whole plot so why the character would do it. So maybe Mindy was like, that beard needs a trim and a tidy. Exactly. How can I do that? You know what? I'm going to write him into an episode. I also asked Aaron what it was like to shoot the scene. I wanted to know, like, did you get much direction? And he said they pretty much let him do his own thing. But that actually led to some problems. But I'll let him explain.
Once I get on the actual set, I'm determined to do a good job for obvious reasons, but also because there's a lot of hardworking actors out there who could have used this opportunity, and I owe it to them to at least do a decent job. And also, as a writer, I know how easy it is for an actor who has only a few lines to ruin the scene because they're nervous or because they think it's their star vehicle. So I'm going to do a good job. And Steve is directing it, but he assumes I know enough to do my own blocking. So I come up with my own, which is blocking is how you move around the set, right? And I come up with my own blocking, and I did the dumbest thing, which is I started way back in the kitchen. I'm not even in the room. So all I can hear back there is Steve yell action, and then I've got to walk in, and I can't hear what's being said at the table, and I got to find a way to land right on my cue. But this is my plan. I realized, okay, here's what I'm going to do. So my plan was I'm going to hide behind B camera. Usually we had 2 cameras shooting simultaneously. And so if I'm behind B camera, I won't be in the shot because camera A isn't going to film camera B. That's not how the pros do it. But I, of course, could be in front of camera B, but it's got to be behind. Anyway, when I come out, camera B has been moved to the further side of the restaurant. So now there's no way for me not to be on camera and to hear the scene. So I come up with this, what I hope it seems like a human behavior of circling the table slowly, trying to hear what's being said. And in this scene, you can see Steve looks over his shoulder, like trying to find this weird lurking waiter. And this is proof that I was never an actual waiter, because a real waiter knows how to show up at the table at the most awkward moment when somebody's heard terrible news and is about to start crying. But at the end of it all, I think it went fine, and Steve was very kind and told me I did a good job, and that meant so much to me. I mean, what an opportunity to perform a script written by Mindy, directed by Steve, and to be on the greatest show ever, and now I'm on the greatest podcast ever. So thank you.
Aw, Thank you, Erin. Erin, that is so fun, and we just love you. Also, Erin said, for the record, he actually likes pickles, but not by the bowl. One of his lines that cracked me up, because like he was saying, when you have only a few lines, it's really hard not to make them like the most important things you ever say. Yes. And he had this line when Michael says, "Could I get more pickles?" And his first response is, "Of course." And that, of course, to me was so perfect. Like anyone who's worked in food service knows that moment where you're like, absolutely, sure. I would love to do that. I would love to get you a bowl of pickles. Well, Erin is really starting to spiral. You know, she's got her face covered with her hair. She's making really heavy groaning sounds like that. Yeah. Michael delivers a famous line. It's from When Harry Met Sally. Yes. He looks around the restaurant and says, "I'll have what she's having." I went back and watched the scene after that. It's so brilliant. It makes me want to rewatch When Harry Met Sally. Oh, I rewatched it recently. It's a flawless movie. It's terrific. Office Ladies breaks down movies. Yeah, we have to do a series of rom-coms. Well, I also just rewatched Dirty Dancing. Yeah, I want to break down Dirty Dancing. Nobody puts baby in a corner. Come on. It's we really incredible. We need to watch it. Well, it's a very awkward car ride back to the office. Oh, is it? And lady, there was more in deleted scenes. In the shooting draft, Michael is trying to console Erin in the car, right? He knows he's messed up. He says, "You know, I think it's probably best to not say anything about this." And Erin is just like stewing. He goes on to say, "You know, take a beat, calm down. Talk to him privately about it next week or a month, maybe never. It would probably make things awkward at work if you bring it up. Heck, you might even forget about it." And then, I don't know if you've noticed, Jenna, in the car scenes, there's a little patch on Michael's seatbelt that's frayed. It's right at his shoulder. And when I watched it, I did notice this sort of like fuzzy thing in his seatbelt. And I thought, why would they let that be in the shot? Why wouldn't they get him a seatbelt that wasn't damaged? Well, in deleted scenes, Michael says, "Sometimes I chew on my seatbelt when I'm upset. You can feel free to do that." Erin does not respond. And then Michael shows her and starts to chew on his seatbelt. So they actually had to put chew marks on the seatbelt on purpose. Yes. Wow. And it's in deleted scenes. Michael puts his seatbelt in his mouth. Anyway, that seatbelt was damaged on purpose. Well, when they get back to the office, Pam's milk is coming in. She's uncomfortable. She wants to pump, but her pump is missing. Yeah. Guess who has it? This was so crazy. I forgot about the scene. I forgot that Meredith took Pam's breast pump because it feels good. She likes how it feels. Oh my gosh. Once again, Kate is fearless. Yeah. So Pam is like, it's not sterile. She's very upset. And then Dwight is going to offer to hand express the milk. He's going to get it out for her. Yeah. She's like, no, thank you. No, thank you. Jenna, when I watched the scene, all I could think about was the time when I was back on set after having Isabel and I was breastfeeding and we were taking breaks so I could breastfeed. Kelly Cantley helped make that happen. And we were in the conference room. We were in there all day. And someone said, "Hey, what time is it?" And I touched the side of my boobs and I said, "About 11 a.m. And then they were like, "Yeah, it's 10:59. Do you remember that? Yes. We all started cracking up and doing this bit that I could tell time by. Yeah, we would be like, "Angela, what time is it?" We started testing you and you were very accurate. Because I had my whole pump schedule. Yeah, and your milk really does come in on a schedule. Yeah. Well, incidentally, my mom told me that when I was born back in 1974, not as many women nursed their babies back then, but it was something that she was open to and she had done some research on. And she said when I was about 2 months old, her and my dad wanted to go out to dinner for the first time. She said they hired their very first babysitter. And in order to leave for that period of time for dinner, it took her an entire week of self-expressing using her hand, 1 bottle of milk. She kept it in the freezer so that the babysitter could defrost it and give it to me. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Things our moms did for us. I know. Oh, incidentally, I will say Mindy also said that the idea that Meredith would steal Pam's breast pump was a pitch from Charlie Grandy. Andy is going to ask Erin how lunch went, and she is very cold to him. She then completely bites Oscar's head off. Oscar says, I think we're out of fax cover sheets. And she says, God, Oscar, will you keep your pants on? It's easy. At 9 minutes, 48 seconds, you guys, Oscar looks right to camera. Like, what the hell? But Oscar never looked right to camera. So this was really fun to spot, and I just loved him in that moment. I love that. Well, now we're going to go to the conference room because there is a Secretary's Day party underway in Erin's honor. Her face is on a cake. Yeah. And I think also it's on the plates. Oh, no way. I mean, it's a very elaborate party, all thrown by Angela. Yes. Wait, is she the head of the PPC again? That's what I'm wondering. Oh, wow. They slid that right in there. There was a couplet of dialogue between Ryan and Kelly in the scene, and as I watched it, I was like, that's just BJ and Mindy. Which one was it? They're talking about the Cookie Monster parody, and Kelly does her version of it. And Ryan goes, that's a little derivative. And Kelly says, but parody is always derivative. And Ryan says, it's not organic. Do you know what I mean? That just sounded like a conversation between the two of them. That could have been a conversation that we would hear them having on set. Yes, 100%. So, you know, in this scene, Andy is going to put on his guitar, he's going to put on his harmonica, and he's going to sing Erin a song called Secretary of Love. I had a question about the harmonica bit of it all. He never straps on a harmonica. I think it was a little scheme to make sure the cake stayed up around his face. Well, it was in the script. I looked it up. It says Andy gets his guitar and one of those harmonicas attached to headgear. And Andy begins to sing an original song called Secretary of Love. It has a feel of Ricky Nelson's Travelin' Man. In the interview on Office Telly, Mindy mentioned that she wrote lyrics for the song Secretary of Love, and they were in the table read draft, and Ed does play the harmonica, and they had intended for him to play it. Okay, here are the lyrics. Oh my gosh. There's the Secretary of Labor, Secretary of Health, Health and Human Resources, just ask me on a date. Secretary of Energy keeps on a winking at me, but I can't keep my hands off of Homeland Security. But all the different secretaries that I've taken to my bed, there's only one secretary I can't get out of my head. The red-haired secretary is the one I sing of. She's my Dunder Mifflin secretary, my secretary of love.
What's the
Oh my gosh. I mean, in some ways it's good that he didn't sing it because Erin already thinks he slept with everyone in the office. She's like, Phyllis, Kelly, Pam? Jenna, in the shooting draft, after Erin says, who else did you sleep with, huh? Phyllis, Kelly, Pam? This was the direction for us in the shooting draft. Angela hides her face in her hands. Phyllis, Kelly, and Pam ad-lib, oh God, no. Are you kidding me? Barf me to death. Erin then lets out a weird sound from deep within her chest. Well, I know we talked about this moment when Erin hits Andy in the face with the cake during our interview with Ellie, but I also found a little tidbit from Mindy on Office Tally about it. She said that the cake was really dense, and that the first time Ellie threw it at Ed, it made a really loud sound. It sounded like whack. That's why we reacted like that. We had a fan question from Mary Kay in Portland, Oregon. I think the real question we all want to know the answer to is, how good was that cake? Because it looks delicious. I really ate that cake. Me too. It was delicious. It was so good. Mary, good call. It was great. Well, people are going to start trying to make Erin feel better. Kevin tries to console her / hit on her. And while that is happening, Gabe overhears Pam doing an impression of Kevin. I want to point out when Jim laughs, that was John's laugh. Yeah, that is exactly how he starts to laugh. It's true. Gabe is going to suspend them. He suspends Pam, he suspends Jim, and then he even is going to suspend Dwight for slow clapping the suspension.
Kevin is so happy. He says C is for suspension.
Oh, Kevin. Meanwhile, in Michael's office, Andy has a great line where he's like, I don't understand how my past engagement came up in your restaurant talk.
Yeah, it's Secretary's Day. How did this come up?
But I'm with Michael. Like, why did you keep this a secret from her? How is Michael supposed to know that she doesn't know? This is not, I think, an example of Michael revealing a secret.
Right.
Like he has been known to do in the past.
Right. Exactly. Michael didn't even know this was an off-topic subject.
Yeah.
Well, Andy is now going to have a very agonizing talking head. He's like, who cares? It'll blow over. Maybe I should have told her. Everybody does stupid things. He's like all over the map.
Well, it's actually like a series of talking heads sort of intercut into one talking head, which I'm not sure we've ever seen before.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out that at the top of the episode, at 1 minute, 20 seconds, Andy says that it's not only Secretary's Day, but it's also he and Aaron's 3-week anniversary. And I just want to put this out there. I think maybe if you've just been dating someone for 3 weeks and they go to such effort to celebrate you on Secretary's Day, maybe you can say, hey, why didn't you tell me about this previous relationship that really upset me? It's only been 3 weeks, you guys. I think there's still some discovery. Am I wrong?
Well, it's interesting you asked this question because we got mail from both Liza A. in North Carolina and Paul W. in Chicago asking, if you were Andy, would you have told Aaron that you were once engaged, or would you have waited? And do you agree with Aaron's decision to break up with him because of this?
Well, listen, I think it would have been a big flippant conversation. I would have been upset. But at 3 weeks, I might have understood that maybe he was waiting for the right moment to tell me.
I have to say, I 100% understand Aaron's reaction. It's not just that he didn't tell her that he's been engaged before, but this is a coworker that she sees every day. So I think that makes it different. I think that's something that you need to say right away. You know, I agree. Like, if you've just started dating someone, maybe around, I don't know, around this time, 3 weeks, a month, you might say, oh, you know, I was engaged before.
Yeah. Here's all my business, because we've lasted 3 weeks. Maybe we're going to make a real go of it. Here's everything.
Right. But not if the situation is like, oh, hey, you should know, I actually used to be engaged to my roommate.
Yeah.
You know, like that's like that. Like, oh, I used to be engaged to this person right next to you.
Right. And everyone in this room knows.
Yeah.
But you.
That's the difference.
Yeah, I see that. But do you think it's breakup worthy?
Yes.
Okay.
I would feel very embarrassed and humiliated and distrustful.
Yeah.
Of like, right. I don't know. It would make me think twice about the person, frankly.
I get that. Yeah. It's because they're in the same office.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now Angela's going to try to console Aaron as best as she can. She's like, hey, Aaron. And I love this line. Aaron's like, you want to talk to me? Come to my desk. Yeah, she's ready to throw down. They have this hilarious dialogue. We talked about it with Ellie, where they go back and forth about wanting to throw up just thinking about it.
Yeah, and then at the end of the scene, the camera pulls back and Toby is standing there. He can't seem to work the fax machine. Suddenly everybody has to fax things today and it's not working well.
Yeah, everyone's real busy at reception.
Mindy said that reveal of Toby having been there for this whole exchange was Steve's idea.
That's really funny. Well, now Pam is going to try to console Aaron, and I thought she was so, eloquent in this moment.
I know. We talked about this with Ellie, too. It doesn't work again. It's too bad. But then Pam is going to walk over and give Jim a kiss, and we haven't kind of seen any, kissy kiss between Jim and Pam in a while. So I thought this was a really nice, kind of romantic moment.
Kind of took us back.
Yeah. Gabe is going to get some news now. At 15 minutes and 48 seconds, he is standing in a hallway. He's talking to corporate. Randy told me that this was filmed in the stairway directly opposite the door to his office in the writer's area. He said that Steve Carell chose the stairwell because it was rarely used, and Steve thought that it would be good to see Gabe in a setting that was more unfamiliar to viewers. I love how so much thought goes into every moment. Yeah.
Yeah, when I think of the stairwell, I always think of Dwight.
Pumping himself up. Exactly.
Moaning and wailing.
Yes. Well, on this phone call, Gabe is going to learn that he actually cannot reprimand or suspend anyone. And then Toby is going to call Pam and tell her the same thing.
He also says to her, I found out some of the other things they're doing at their, and she hangs up on him.
Yeah. I know.
She's like, I got all the information I need. She passes a note to Jim, and now they know exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, they're going to take their suspension.
Yeah.
Paid. They're going to go home and think about their behavior.
Yeah. Well, Dwight is going to apologize, but Gabe is running after Pam and Jim. He does not want them to leave because now he's got egg on his face. When he comes back in the bullpen, Oscar's like, is it me or did they just get a paid day off?
Mm-hmm.
To which Gabe now tries to do his Cookie Monster impression. Right. This leads us to what I'm calling Jedi Kevin.
All right.
At 18 minutes, 23 seconds, Kevin is at his desk when Gabe starts his Cookie Monster impression. And then at 18 minutes, 28 seconds, Kevin is now standing at Angela's desk as he starts doing his impression of Gabe. And then at 18 minutes, 37 seconds, Kevin is now standing next to Gabe by front reception as he continues his impression.
Those are amazing catches. He's just, he's teleporting.
Yes,
Around.
second by second, he's moving around.
Well, I don't know what was going on while we were shooting this scene. I went to the script because a lot of the impressions that everyone starts doing of Gabe were not in the script. Like Dwight's impression of Gabe was not in the script. So I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. Were they just throwing out? Like,
Yes.
I think this scene changed a lot, and that's why maybe Kevin is all over the room.
Yes, I made note of this as well. I think we just started riffing, and some of the reactions you see are so honest. I want to show you at 18 minutes, 43 seconds. Creed and I are just hysterically laughing. We're not in character at all. Look at this screen grab.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I love that.
I'll put it in stories.
Well, this whole plot of the dubbing of the voice on the characters is going to end with Kevin playing a video of Oscar as the Count, but nobody is getting it.
Except Michael. Michael thinks he nailed it. And at the very end of the episode, Michael says, good work, Cookie Monster.
It's kind of sweet. But then, of course, the episode also ends with that wonderful scene on the bench with Michael and Aaron. We talked about it with Ellie, where Michael is being really sweet with her. He is being the father she never had. And Andy's kind of watching from his car from across the street.
Yeah, Andy says at least someone made her happy on Secretary's Day.
Did you notice that it was like nighttime in Andy's car, but it's daytime on the bench? Did you notice that? Is it just me?
I didn't notice that. I'll have to go back and look.
Yeah. Well, guys, that's Secretary's Day.
This Andy-Aaron breakup is going to start a whole new series of storylines. We're going to see more of Gabe, and I'm very excited for that because one of the things I loved about this episode was just seeing Zach Woods do his thing. He's so flippin' funny. So we'll see you next week. We've got body language.
Body language, and I've got a Pam hair catch, but you're going to have to wait for it.
Oh, well, stay tuned for that. We'd love to say thank you to Aaron Schur for sending in those audio clips. Aaron, you're the best. And Randy Cordray for giving us those behind-the-scenes details.
We'll see you next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
By Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup
I would be
pods
so
were
pissed.
crafted to
I
be
would
brewed
be
hot
so-
and enjoyed cold.
so
Each
pissed.
Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the
I
smooth,
guess
bold
this is what
Dunkin'
Twitter
flavor
is.
you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds.
Oh,
Because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be.
I'm hungry.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hello! Hi there. Today, we're going to talk about body language. Let's do it.
It's season 6, episode 23, written by Justin Spitzer and directed by Mindy Kaling. Here's a summary. Michael tries to interpret the body language of Jim and Pam's potential client, who he believes is interested in him. That client is Donna, the manager of Sid and Dexter's. She's come in to buy some printers. Meanwhile, Gabe is recruiting for Saber's Print in All Colors Minority Executive Program. But Dwight's going to get involved. He has opinions.
Yeah.
Fast fact number 1, this episode was directed by our very own Mindy Kaling. This is the first episode of The Office that Mindy has directed, but she had also directed The Subtle Sexuality and The Third Floor Office web series, and those were each 3 miniature episodes long. She will go on to direct Michael's Last Dundies in season 7.
I'm hungry.
Don't lose hope. TRILLIONAIRE can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If you can produce a tax debt and you claim taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems with a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an influx to the Better Business Bureau, you don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. And your tax returns today. Again, at online.tra.com or call 800-506-9295. 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles. All the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Hey, it's Steve Gregory. This week on Unsolved, the case of a teenage girl who was found murdered in 1979 in Las Vegas. She was particularly beaten as well as stabbed multiple times. We speak to a detective about the case of Sahara Sue Doe and her California connection. Unsolved with Steve Gregory tomorrow night at 7 on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I can't wait to get home and watch football. I'm going to get set up tonight. I'm going to get the wings, or the Vons, or what is it, Pavilion. I'm going to get wings. I'm I'm gonna make my own approach. I've had good experience lately buying the pre-cooked ones where you heat them up. I like them for a while at Costco. And I'm just gonna get straight chicken. How you them up? Yeah, I'm gonna season them up and make them my oven. Yeah, air fryer. Yeah, exactly. Or it might out really well. I might go the other way. Look, I can't make a better wing than Pizza Hut. Might as well just buy some Pizza Hut. They make great wings. In bone, medium, buffalo. You can't beat that. Well done. Yeah, well done. She loves medium. Oh yeah, they're great. What did she get? Buffalo? Yeah, they're terrific. Yeah, buffalo. Yeah, but they're expensive. Are they? Yeah, I think it was $14 for 6. Come on. Yeah, I think so. You know, I do miss Pizza Hut. A couple years, I don't think they still do this. Like, remember they had a pizza, and then they had wings, and then dessert, and it came in 3 drawers. Remember this? And there's a dresser. Sure do. Yeah, it's like a dresser of food. Of course, his eyes lit up just in memory. We're so fat as a nation that Pizza Hut is selling food in furniture. There's an armoire of food coming to your house. It was great too because you just like pull out one drawer, you can close it back up, like it's the backrest life, and then you close that one up. I love how Steph talks about it without any humor. It's just like it's really practical how it came, how it showed up. It's like, oh yeah, the first drawer is pizza. Of course, your second drawer was your wings. And if you got a little package at the end, your third drawer is your dessert. Kept everything warm, and you don't have like 3 different boxes in there. It's just all stacked up like nice and compact. But what do you do with the furniture? You say it keep it, or it goes up to the street? Well, I imagine it goes to the street eventually. Yeah, but that lifts the entire interior of it. But you imagine being like the guy in charge of research at Pizza Hut, and this young kid comes in. You know, I got a great idea. What is that? We can make things look like furniture and sell the pizza and furniture. Get the hell out of here. And the boss goes, wait, what'd that kid say? He said you can make furniture and sell pizza in like an armoire or a dresser drawer. John, let's try that. We're going to Domino's first, and Domino's kicking him out of the Pizza Hut. Domino's like, oh! Yeah, why is this Irish guy with the high voice telling us how to sell pizza? But eventually that's what it's going to be like. Like, what are you getting today? I'm getting a cow cake. Oh, cow cake. Is it for you and your wife? No, it's a pizza pie. It's just as big as my cow cake does. It's going to be about half pizza, and the other half is dessert. Don't you think you should slow down in life? You're ordering pizza by the furniture, not by the box. You're ordering furniture pizza. Pizza furniture. Yeah, I know. But you think anyone's ever kept the box and put like a lamp on it, like a doily? Made like an end table? It's right in the outside. It's like a seat for someone. Or if you had like 5 of them, that's your end table. Right there. I would say, probably college kids. I can see that doing. You know what? They should run a promotion. Buy 5 armoires of food and you get a table lamp for free. Put a lamp on top of it. You might as well own it. You know, you're going for it in life. And you know what? I don't mind when people go for it in life. I really don't. I like the stories that we read on the air where a guy died doing what he loved doing. You know, like John Denver comes up. Like John Denver loved putting together his own airplanes and flying. And he was good at it. But then it ate him up. He put together an experimental plane. He built his own plane. And then he's running out of gas up in the Northern California coast. And he reached back to turn on the auxiliary gas. And he didn't make that measurement correctly when he was putting the plane together because it was about 6 inches too far for him to reach. And with his seatbelt on, he couldn't reach it. He tried to reach it, couldn't reach it. And at the time he was struggling to reach it, he hit a rock and then the sand and then the ocean and good night. So he died what he loved doing. And that's a growing thing too. Building your own aircraft? Oh yeah. Is that right? I think I saw a thing that said that there are like 30,000 homemade planes. Are you kidding me? Yeah. Wait a minute. It's a huge hobby right now. I wouldn't build my own bike and feel comfortable. I literally wouldn't do that. Yeah, that's another way I feel. Yeah, story in here about that. I was just getting ready to do at the top here about that. When I was crashing up in about 6 years ago, I put together. I bought a barbecue from Home Depot, and I put together. I had 9 pieces left when that barbecue was done. Yeah. Bolts and screws and bars, like metal bars. I'm like, and Jen's like, well, where do these come? I'm like, I don't know. It looks okay. I don't know. But when you're building an aircraft, you can't say, oh, I got 9 pieces left. Let's take it for a spin. Yeah. If you can't use up all the pieces when you're building a model, what's right?
I have an uncle who is a pilot, and he used to be the president of the Experimental Aircraft Association.
Wow.
Out in the western states.
How did he die?
He is alive.
Is that right? Wow.
Absolutely.
Those guys have like a 3-year shelf life, because they built 9 planes, then the 8th one, bang. That's the wrap. That's wild. So, Coach, you got a bunch of weddings?
I was just going to say, he would find features in different planes that he liked and then just kind of morph them all together.
Man, that's wild. Have that kind of skill. That's crazy. All right, Coach, you got a story telling us something? Yeah. There was a small plane crash off the coast of California. And a homemade plane. I'll be listening to your newscast then. Maybe for the first time. Sorry. All right, we're live on camera. Sorry.
Not just video, it's Lola, KSI.
And KOST, HD. Sorry.
Los Angeles, Orange
County.
County.
Everywhere. I'm on our video. First story? No. All right, yes. Here's our first story. I'm Michael Troja, live from the KFI 24-hour news. Their fellow investigators say a small plane that crashed into the ocean off the coast of California was a homemade model built piece by piece more than a decade ago. It just served as a now retired dentist built the plane and flew it for 15 years before he sold it. More than 33,000 amateur-built planes classed down this cozy aircraft are licensed by the Federal Aviation Administration. That number has tripled since the 1980s. 4 people were aboard the plane when it crashed Sunday. Officials say they've recovered 1 body from the waters near Half Moon Bay. 2 school districts in Orange County have settled for a sexual abuse lawsuit tied to a convicted water polo coach. Lawyer Morgan Stewart said Anaheim and Irvine school districts will pay a combined $4.8 million settlement to 6 girls who claimed abuse by the wrong post record. Targeted and vulnerable players, got in the pool with them, and would sexually abuse them under the guise of training for water polo. Jose got 18 years in prison. International and USA Water Polo settled another lawsuit for almost $14 million. Irvine School District says no abuse was reported during Jose's employment. Anaheim School District has not responded to comments. In Orange County, Corbin Carsey, KFI News. The city of Monterey Park is going to be honoring those who were killed inside a dance studio 1 year ago. Police chief Mountain says the case remains open because the motive of the shooting was never established. On the evening of January 21st, 2023, 72-year-old Toucan Tran walked into the Star Ballroom Dance Studio and indiscriminately opened fire. Weeks says the officers who responded will never forget the carnage they witnessed. Each one of them had a different reaction. Some of them, to this day, are, I won't say there's no effect on them, but they handled it pretty well. They opened up, they talked about what they saw, they talked about the concerns. The ones that kept it quiet eventually kind of opened up and would talk to us individually. 11 people were killed and 9 injured. The day after the shooting, Train killed himself after being surrounded by a SWAT team in Torrance. Police says he was overwhelmed by the experience. He'd only been the official police chief for 2 days. But he said he was also pleasantly overwhelmed by all the support from other law enforcement and the community. Steve Gregory, KFI News, Sunday. Severe winter weather has caused at least 41 deaths across the U.S. since Sunday. ABC Dan Williams says the news won't dump more snow on the hard-hit Northeast.
Philadelphia breaking for the most up to 6 inches, with 1 to 3 inches further north. And more brutal cold is on the way.
Wind chills this weekend will drop below 0 from Chicago to Nashville. More than 80 million people in 30 states were on alert for cold and snowy weather this week. Congress passed bills to prevent a partial government shutdown and keep the government funded through early March. Current funding expired midnight. The bill is the 3rd stopgap measure since September. Now it went to Biden signed it. The number of people visiting a doctor with RSV symptoms in the U.S. has declined for a 2nd week in a row. The numbers of flu and COVID hospital patients have also gone down since the Federal Centers for Disease Control. ABC Scott Services says 23 states, both New York City and D.C., are experiencing high levels of respiratory illnesses. ICT's 35 states. And a new study says Americans get less than 10.5 hours of sleep at night. And it says around 76% of people in Hawaii get less than the doctor recommended 7 hours. California, 69% do. Researchers say cities that stay lighter or longer than standard time results in people getting fewer hours of shut-eye. We're going to take a look at the 101 freeway at Toronto. Oh, what a great weekend to get out there. There's been a lot of football games on TV. There's also going to be a lot of sports to watch that are outside football. You think if you're your basketball and your hockey and all that stuff. Well, Morongo always has something cool for you because they are the best. They're the best casino resort in the world. They got great specials on draft beer and the biggest football games of the year. Download Morongo's app and you're going to get a free appetizer when you purchase an entree at Cielo on Wednesdays and Thursdays. The $36,000 high-limit slot room is where you'll find Delio buzzing around. 2 high rollers and you get $500 cash every
And
hour.
something I realized.
Fridays, that's
What?
today, from
I was thinking about it. Season 6 was a really big season for our cast and crew members to direct episodes.
Yes, and also some of our writers' assistants to get episodes to write.
Well, you know, next week, Rainn Wilson is going to direct his first episode, The Cover Up. So I needed a stat. I was inspired.
Is this like a Dr. Thibodeau moment?
A little bit.
Okay, let's hear it.
Inspired by. Of the 26 episodes in season 6, only 8 episodes were directed by a non-cast or crew member, and we only had 3 new directors come on the show. They were Reggie Hudlin, Seth Gordon, and Mark Webb. Everybody else was returning or cast or crew.
Only 3 new for such a big season.
I know.
Well, I love a good stat.
Thank you, Angela.
You're welcome.
Do you love a good mini deep dive?
Do I?
My fast fact number 2 is a mini deep dive, but I would like to hear the sting that my son made. It's an oldie but a goodie.
Oh, I love
The
it.
deep dive
You
sting.
got it deep, you got it down, deep, you got it down, you got it down, you got it down, deep down, we're so gangsta.
Oh, gee, sting. I know, one of our very first. All right, lady, this is a deep dive into the subject of body language. Anthropologist Ray Birdwhistle. Birdwhistle.
That looks like Birdwhistle.
Well, Ray pioneered the original study of body language or nonverbal communication, which he called kinesics. He determined that the average person actually speaks for only 10 or 11 minutes a day. He does not hang out with us. He's never met us. What? I know. Who are these people? I don't know. But he said that the average sentence only takes about 2.5 seconds to say. Again, I don't know who Ray is hanging out with. Whistleblower. Wait, that's not whistleblower. Wait, Birdwhistle. Oh my God. Ray Birdwhistle. He also believed that over 65% of our communication is done non-verbally. When it comes to business, which applies to this episode, in analysis of thousands of recorded sales interviews and negotiations during the 1970s and 1980s, researchers found that in business encounters, body language accounted for between 60 to 80% of the impact made around a negotiating table.
So, like, if you have like confident body energy, I'm fascinated. Keep going.
Okay. They also found that people form up to 80% of their initial opinions about a person in less than 4 minutes.
Wow, you have 4 minutes, guys. You have 4 minutes.
Studies also showed that when people are negotiating over the telephone, the person with the stronger argument usually wins. But this is not true when negotiating face to face, because overall, many final decisions were based on what we see rather than what we hear. Get ready for this, though. Okay. So, you know, a big part of this episode is everyone in the office kind of telling Michael that Donna does not have feelings for him.
Or some people think she might. There's sort of a debate happening between Pam and the rest of the bullpen.
But it's only Pam and the rest of the bullpen.
Yeah, but I feel like Pam represents people that might think that.
Who?
I don't know. When I watched it, I kept asking the same questions Pam was asking. Like, why is she still here?
Yes, as an audience member. But
Yes.
within the office, the only voice we hear that there might be interest is Pam's, right?
Yeah.
Well, from the book, The Definitive Book of Body Language by Alan and Barbara Peace from September 2006, most women have the brain organization to outcommunicate any man on the planet. That's a quote. I'm just saying.
You're just quoting.
I'm quoting. Magnetic resonance imaging brain scans clearly show why women have a far greater capacity for communicating with and evaluating people than men do. It is because women have between 14 and 16 areas of the brain to evaluate others' behavior versus men's 4 to 6 areas.
That is fascinating.
Literally more areas of the brain. This book says this explains how a woman can attend a dinner party and rapidly work out the state of the relationships of the other couples at the party, who's had an argument, who likes who doesn't like who, and so on. And it explains why, from a woman's standpoint, men don't seem to talk much, and from a men's standpoint, women seem to never shut up. That's a quote from the book.
It is so funny to me because there'll be some parent thing that we attend. We go to so many,
Yeah.
for school and stuff, soccer, and we'll leave. And I always call it the car ride home conversation. Like, I can't wait for the car ride home conversation. Yes, that's where we get to download about all the stuff we saw at the event. And I get in the car and I'm like, Josh, did you catch that? And he's like, what? What are you talking about? And I'm like,
Yeah. Same.
yeah, car ride home.
Lee likes the car ride home because I tell him all the stuff I saw. I have even more information about this. I couldn't stop. Research by psychologists at Harvard University showed how women are far more alert to body language than men. They showed men and women short films with the sound turned off of a man and a woman communicating, and the participants had to decode what was happening just by reading the expressions on the screen. The research showed that women were able to read the situation correctly 87% of the time, but men could only do it 42% of the time. Sorry, guys, but they did say that men in nurturing occupations, such as stay-at-home dads, artistic types, acting, nursing, they did nearly as well as the women did. Gay men also scored very well, and new mothers scored highest. And they believed that that was because they were spending all day reading the nonverbal body language cues of their infants, and so they were very finely attuned to these signs.
Yeah.
I think this is proof why Pam, a new mother and a woman, is reading the body language correctly and no one else is.
Do you think Justin Spitzer had that in mind?
I doubt it,
But it makes sense.
it is backed up by scientific research.
I loved all of that.
Do you like that?
I could hear more.
Okay, I feel like I've been talking a long time. Fast fact number 3, Angela, is all yours because Angela got in touch with Hide.
Yes, we have been trading messages. We finally connected, and I am so excited.
Well, he had that great talking head and happy hour, and then he comes back again in this episode.
I know. So Hide Toshiyamura plays Hide in the warehouse, and I asked him about his time on the show. He had the most wonderful answers. I'm going to sprinkle them throughout the episode, but I thought I would start with 2 of the questions I asked him in Fast Fact 3.
Great.
My first question to Hide was our standard question, Jenna. How did you come to be on The Office? Here's what he said. Way before doing that big talking head, in happy hour, he did background work as an extra for the show. At that time, he said he had no idea what the show was about, but his manager called him and asked if he wanted to do some work as an extra. So he said sure and went along with it. After some time of being a background player, his manager called him and said, they want you to audition for an unknown bigger role in the show, like a featured role. He said the role wasn't actually defined at the time, so he had no idea what they wanted or what to expect. He went to the audition and he said there was a wide variety of different people from all backgrounds. He said that when it was time for his audition, He thought he completely botched it.
Oh no.
Yeah, he said he was embarrassed and he went to his car and he got in his car and as he was about to turn it on, he decided, no, I can't let it in like this.
What?
Yeah, he got out of his car and immediately asked for a re-audition on the spot.
I love this.
Then he said, they were like, sure. And he auditioned again and he said, I bombed again.
Oh no.
He said he felt defeated and he went back home. And when he was at his lowest and about to go to bed, he got a call from his manager saying, you got the job.
Oh my gosh, this is every actor's story, I have to say. How many
Yes.
times has this happened to you?
So many, you're like, oh, that was horrible. And then they're like, oh, guess what? You got it.
Or you're like, I nailed it. And
Yeah.
they're like, we've gone another way.
Yes, so many times.
Well, I remember when they did this audition process, they wanted to fill out the warehouse. And they knew now that the warehouse was going to be more than just background, that they were going to want to throw lines to people. So they were trying to fill the warehouse with people who could do speaking roles as well. So I totally remember this.
Well, I also asked Hide if he had any favorite memories from his time on the set. And this is what he shared. And Jenna, it's so sweet.
What?
Here's what he said, and I quote, I finally remember a moment when I had to do ad-libbing on the spot with Jenna for one of the scenes. And even though my English is not very good, I had a fun time trying my best to keep the conversation going and entertaining. At that moment, I remembered why I love acting so much.
Oh, that means so much to me.
I know.
Well, I remember that. It was in season 9. And he was great.
I just loved connecting with him. I'm going to share a few more of his stories along the way. But, lady, before we get into the episode, would you like to know what we were doing the week we filmed this episode in March of 2010?
Is this a bit of Angela's digital clutter?
It sure is. Angela's Digital Club. Thank you. Apparently, Jenna, I was very into making banana bread during
Okay.
this time. And I was bragging to you in an email about my banana bread. And I had brought some to set. And you had tried it and you really liked it. And you emailed me asking me for my banana bread recipe. To which I replied, 4 to 5 mashed bananas. Use ripe ones. Why did I?
Like, you know what? A novice banana bread baker wouldn't know.
Okay. Then I said 2 cups all-purpose flour, 1 cup sugar or less if you can't see your toes. I'm making jokes here. Making jokes with your recipe.
Comedy recipe.
I know. 2 large eggs, half a cup shortening or vegetable oil, 1 teaspoon baking powder, half a teaspoon salt, 1 teaspoon vanilla. Enjoy.
No nuts, no raisins in that.
Nope.
Just pure banana bread.
Kept it simple.
I hope you're going to post that full recipe in Office Ladies Pod Stories
I
on
will
Instagram.
post it exactly as I emailed it to you.
Very good. Are you still making that banana bread?
I am, except now I do one other thing with it.
What?
I put a little powdered sugar on top.
Oh,
At the end, after you've let it cool, put a little powdered sugar on top.
are you allowed to do that if you can see your toes only?
I guess not. And sometimes I put mini chocolate chips in it.
Oh,
I know.
it really has graduated to more of a treat.
I know.
Well, let's take a break, and when we get back, I have some very interesting inter-office memos between our show and NBC's standards and practices.
Oh, I can't wait. Well, folks, I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to know, if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions, destinations, activities that allow for an infinite number of different travel experiences.
You can have fun in the sun. Texas has 350 miles of coastline.
That's right. Or if you like more of a rugged vacation, there are campgrounds, hiking trails, state parks, and the food. Can we talk about the food? Tex-Mex and barbecue. There's live music, art museums, cowboy experiences. Come on.
Right now, Travel Texas offers a one-of-the-kind online trip builder that allows users to generate a custom visually led trip matched to their unique interests. So you go in there and you click your interests and it'll say, here's where you want to go in Texas.
Visit traveltexas.com/get-your-own to get the only trip to Texas that matters, yours.
That's traveltexas.com/get-your-own. For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay?
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then prime mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
All right, well, this episode starts with a very chipper Michael. He is going to greet Erin in Spanish and insist that she answers the phone in Spanish. She's very excited about speaking Spanish.
Well, he has the talking head where he says that he believes everyone should learn Spanish. He has a lot of thoughts about it. And then he says, oh, also, I'm going on vacation to Cancun next week. Who is he going on vacation with?
I know. By himself
To Cancun. I thought it was odd.
I know.
Well, he holds up a little brochure that was designed by our graphic designer, Henry Sane. You know, he was very busy this week. I'm going to point it out throughout the episode. He made a lot of stuff, starting with Fakey Cancun brochure.
Ding, ding, ding. Number 1, Henry Sane tracker. Well, Michael is now going to go up to Jim and speak Spanish. And guess what? Jim is really good.
Which is curious because we had a fan catch from Elsa N in Utah and many others who said, in Night Out, season 4, episode 15, Jim asks Oscar to translate when the cleaning crew comes to clean the office and they need to be let out of the parking lot. However, in body language, Jim says multiple sentences in Spanish, which makes you think he can speak it pretty well. Huh.
Someone was not following the show Bible.
I guess not. Also, though, fan question from Honey O in Puerto Rico, I have a Spanish catch that bothers me every time I watch this episode. In the cold open, Jim is showing off his Spanish to Michael, but then he says, Yo soy fantastico. In this specific context in which Jim is asking Michael how he's doing, that phrase is grammatically incorrect. You can use I am in English to describe a state of being, but not in Spanish. By saying, Yo soy fantastico, you're showing off that you are a fantastic person. The correct phrasing is, Yo estoy fantastico, which means that you feel great. Yes.
You know what? When he said that, something went off in my brain as error. It's like some Spanish lesson I learned long ago in a file that Honey just unopened. Thank you, Honey.
Yes. Well, I looked in the script, and none of that was in the script. In fact, Dwight's greeting was completely different as well. I think they built this on the day, and that's how the mistake happened.
I concur with your theory. Well, now Oscar is helping Michael. Oscar shares with us that Michael is really struggling with the gender part of Spanish. And so he told Michael to use the international symbol for gender on all the different items in his office so he could learn how to say them properly in Spanish.
Yes, he has covered his office with Post-it notes that contain what Michael believes to be the international sign for female and male. But they are penises and boobs. Yeah. We got a fan question from Kim W. in Washington and Illinois. Did all of the Post-its have genitals on them? And if so, who was in charge of drawing those?
Oh my gosh.
Well,
What a great question. It's like, honey, what'd you do at work today? Well, I had a stack of 100 Post-it notes that I had to draw boobs on.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So those drawings were courtesy of our graphic designer, Henry Sane.
Oh, Henry.
According to Randy, Henry actually had to draw, quote, varying degrees of explicitness.
Oh my gosh, they had to like pick? They had like samples of Henry's drawings?
Yes, a variety of samples were presented to Greg and Paul, and they had to pick which ones would go in the episode.
I cannot believe Henry's day that day.
So Randy also shared that the process for getting this scene cleared with standards and practices was insane. After the table read, Randy sent the script over to NBC, and they responded by saying, you can do the Post-it notes, but they have to be blurred. Okay. So after we filmed it and they did a cut of the cold open, Greg and Paul sent over a version to standards and practices, but nothing was blurred. Well, that didn't go over well.
They just sent over the full drawing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Randy got a note back that said, quote, please blur all of the Post-its around Michael's office that have visible breasts and penises drawn on them, including the one on Angela's forehead. That was literally a quote in the memo. Greg and Paul were not having it. They pushed back. They argued that it was much funnier to see Michael's crude artwork. They said that they were going for a joke about Michael's childlike innocence using what he thinks are the symbols of man and woman, and they believed that the audience would understand the context and not be offended by these drawings. They went on to say,
Oh my gosh.
the painting of the Sistine Chapel in the Vatican contains
Come on.
more detailed nudity than these Post-it notes.
They're invoking the Sistine Chapel?
Yes, and they had Randy attach a photo of the Sistine Chapel to their argument.
What if this becomes the new thing where if you have an argument about whatever, you invoke the Sistine Chapel?
That's right. This was their response. Quote, we agree that the drawings are silly. Having said that, we have had this exact issue to address on other shows, and legal is not willing to take the risk and allow this. Please blur the images.
P.S. We don't give a crap about your Sistine Chapel reference.
Greg and Paul were not convinced.
Come on.
They took it themselves to the NBC legal department, and the NBC legal department said, blur it. That still wasn't the end.
No.
They sent a sample of the cold open, finally with the images blurred, and they wrote back, more blurry.
Come on.
Yeah. Finally, their second attempt at blurring the Post-its was approved, and that is what you see in the episode.
That is hilarious to me. Like Greg and Paul became so determined.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. So this episode has such a fun Jim Pam storyline. I really enjoyed it. Pam's enthusiasm for their joint sales pitch is so stinking cute. And Jim does not know what to do with her. She's just turned into this whole other person with comedy bits, and she's got shtick, and the whole time they're talking, I just wanted more. I wanted to see more of this dynamic.
I give, he takes.
I know.
Yeah.
Ugh. By the way, during that double talking head, when you go, hey, at the end, I am telling you that final look to camera was just John.
I think
not
so
Jim.
too.
Because I think you surprised him, and he was like, oh gosh.
Well, we had a fan question from Kyle T in Houston, Texas. Jenna, who did you model Pam's comedy after in this episode? Oh, please do tell. Well, in the script, there was a note that said I should do a quote vaudeville take on those lines.
And you did.
I did it. We also got a fan question from Fiona L in Melbourne, Australia. Pam has been very sooty and hair up lately. She seems to be hitting it quite hard. Does this design indicate she's trying to fake it until she makes it with sales? What was the intention here? Fiona, I'd like to invite you to Jenna's Digital Clutter.
Ooh.
Jenna's Digital Clutter. Her digital pockets. Thank you. I love it.
I love it. Thank you, Audrey. Audrey did that sting, Sam's girlfriend.
Yes, she did.
And it is so fun. Digital pockets.
Well, here's what I've got in my digital pockets, folks. Pam's hair was up last week too, and when I saw it for the second time this week, I remembered that Kim Ferry and I had a long discussion about what Pam's hair would be like after having CC. That's what I thought. Yes, and my digital clutter confirmed it. I found an email from Kim titled Pam Mom Hair. And we were trying to decide if Pam would cut her hair or put her hair up after having the baby. But either way, we had this whole backstory that Pam had to keep her hair shorter or up because it was like getting in the way of things.
Also, who has the time?
Yeah.
I mean, when you have a newborn, you just throw your hair up in something.
Well, guess what Kim had sent me?
What?
She had sent me a photo of our Pam haircut test. She put a wig on me.
Oh, please tell me I can put that in stories.
You can, of Pam having a short haircut. Interestingly enough, it looks quite a bit like my haircut now.
Oh,
So, yeah. Ultimately, we decided to just pin up Pam's hair.
I love that detail.
Well, now the client that Jim and Pam are planning to woo is going to come on in, and guess who it is? It's Donna Newton, the manager of Sid and Dexter's. Did somebody order a hooker? Mike says.
That is what he leads with.
That's his compliment.
Yeah. That's what he leads with. Well, there was a really fun Creed runner in Sid deleted scenes. When Donna arrives, Creed hides. And here's why.
I guess you remember everybody else from when we visited you at your restaurant. I bet you memorize what everybody drinks.
Not really.
No. Yeah, dined and dashed. Usually they don't follow you to your place of work. Happens sometimes. Part of the game.
How often is he dining and dashing?
I can't imagine he's ever paid for a meal.
I agree. I actually agree. So if you watch the episode, in that scene in the background, if you don't see Creed, it's because he's hiding.
Oh, interesting.
Michael's going to have a talking head, and he's going to talk about how he met Donna a few weeks ago, and now they're in the midst of this passionate love affair. Just kidding. She's just coming to buy printers. They had a whole bunch of candy bag alts for Steve as Michael in this moment. Oh, yeah. I just am picking one to read. But you guys, whenever I look at these candy bags, I am reminded about how many they would hand us. Like
So
three pages.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's one that I thought was funny. Michael, alternate talking head. Is Donna attractive? Yes. Am I attractive? I've been called that. Whatever. Yes. Is Donna a manager? Yes. Am I a manager? I pretty much invented the term. Yes. Have I finally met my equal? I'm not thinking about that. I have printers to
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Oh, I really like that. I really like that. Well, now Michael is going to introduce Pam and Jim as the Wonder Twins. Yeah, sort of implying that they're twins. And Donna is like, oh yeah, I see the resemblance. She says, you look exactly alike. Pam corrects her, says, no, we are married. But Donna is certain that they have some ancestral relation going way back. And then there's a little bit of Angela snark. Yeah, Angela says you should see their baby. And I went to the script because the script note for this unspoken exchange between Pam and Angela that follows is amazing. It says this. Angela shakes her head slightly like, Something's not right with it. Angle on Pam. What the
Sure, يصير دقة يصير أبن يصير هاي يصير
I
جهارية
also love that Angela
يصير
like
over
clearly has been
يصير
thinking about this because her
Donna
first response
يصير
is,
Daniel
I
يصير
knew it.
Josie يصير
Yeah.
Deborah يصير Veronica يصير Daniel يصير Claire يصير Alana يصير Noah
Well, Jim
يصير
is
Abigail
now
يصير
presenting
Aya
to Donna in the
يصير
conference room their
Lily
sales
يصير
pitch.
Vida
For my folks
يصير
that love
Olga
to see what
يصير
happens in the conference room, who is moving the tables, who is moving the chairs,
Kiddo
why are all the
يصير
chairs stacked in the far left corner? Who did that?
This rabbi
There's a
is
stack
also
of
the
chairs.
same way
There's
he
a stack of
was
chairs. Well, at 3 minutes and 41 seconds, that graphic that Jim is showing to Donna, that was designed by Henry Sain. That's 3 now on our count. Michael's going to walk in, and he has a very time-sensitive question. He needs to know if Donna would like this Victoria's Secret catalog, because the sale ends soon. She's like, yeah, I'd love it. Thank you. Can I say something about Victoria's Secret? I don't mean to be controversial. I was going to say, here we go. I don't think they make the best bras. I just, like as a teenager, I sort of like, I don't know. I feel like I got all the promotional stuff and like to get the best bra, that's where you go. They're very expensive. I don't think they're great. I mean, I found just like much better bras since. I think you can, I don't know, you can skip it in your bra buying journey. Since you're bringing up Victoria's Secrets, and I'm bringing up what? Victoria's Secrets. She only has one secret, lady. She doesn't have lots of secrets. No, I think just one. I don't know what it is, but it's Victoria's Secret. Oh, she just has the one secret. I am turning into my mom because my mom pluralizes things that aren't plural, but then she makes things singular that aren't singular. Yeah, so I'm my mom. Okay, so it's not Victoria's many secrets, it's her one secret. And her secret is that her bras are shitty. That's her secret. I am wearing a no-wire bra right now that folks recommended to me. It's got a big band. It looks really good. Yeah, it's got a big old supportive. It's got a big band. So like the band is substantial. And it's from Jockey. This is what I'm saying. I'll send you a link. All right, let's go to the kitchen, where Gabe is telling Daryl about Saber's Print in All Colors Minority Executive Training Program. For those of you that love a good giant cheeseball container sighting, go to 4 minutes, 18 seconds. It's very featured behind Dwight during this scene. Well, quickly after that, at 4 minutes and 26 seconds, the Print in All Colors brochure, again, Henry Sain. That's number 4? Number 4. I'm kind of loving this job. Like, if you're a graphic designer, you went to school for graphic design, is this the best job ever? Like designing for a comedy television show? You get to create all kinds of stuff. Yeah, it seems sort of exciting. I'm kind of digging his job. Listen, something we have to talk about, though, is
I
Dwight.
like the feeling of just
Dwight
being
doesn't
other stuff.
understand why Daryl suddenly gets this
Same
opportunity,
here,
and
Rabbi.
he doesn't.
Same here.
He points
Calm
out a
down,
number
Mama.
of ways that he himself is a minority. He wears
Suspended.
glasses, he's a cholera survivor, and he's a genius. And a non-organic family farmer. Genius. Really, Dwight? Interesting. But Dwight's big takeaway from this meeting with Gabe and Daryl is that he does not want a competent, hard worker like Daryl to get this job. He wants somebody who he can manipulate. That means Kelly. Yeah, Dwight thinks with this program, Daryl might get Michael's position or higher. And that's what Dwight has wanted. Yeah, so he's got to sabotage him in his mind. That's right. So he's going to go over to Kelly's desk and he's going to tell her about the program. Random background catch. If you look past Kelly's bedazzled Saber water bottle, you can see a candle that someone has wedged 2 thumbtacks into. You know those people that have to stick something in a candle. Oh, yeah. Now that you say it, yeah. I mean, what is that? I don't know. I've done it. I have an irony alert in this scene. Irony. Okay. Dwight looks at Kelly and says, how many Indian CEOs can you think of? Well, my friends, I think we're looking at one, Ms. Mindy Kaling. Yes, she has her own media company, Kaling International. I know she's president for sure. She may not be CEO, but I mean, please.
to the queen that is Mindy Kaling.
I want you to know there was a deleted scene between Dwight and Gabe later in the episode where Dwight says the same thing to Gabe. How many Indian CEOs can you name? And Gabe lists off a whole bunch.
I love that.
Back in the conference room, Michael is now going to take over like he does. He's got a whole slideshow ready to go.
Yeah, but what Michael's projecting are a series of images that go back and forth between Michael and, I guess, things intended to turn Donna on.
Yeah, here's Michael's talking head. He says, it's subtle. That's how it works. I show her an image that turns her on, and then she looks at me, then back at me, then back at the image. Soon she doesn't know what is me and what is the image. She just knows that she's turned on.
Yes, and then the last slide quickly just says sex.
This whole scene made me think of a college advertising class I had where we talked about subliminal messaging.
Lady, we had that class in my high school, and I wrote my senior paper on the subject.
Oh my gosh! Well, I have nothing new to share with you then, Jenna, but I will tell you, here are a few things I found online, and I'm sure you can add to it. According to a website called HubSpot, subliminal messaging in advertising is designed to engage people subconsciously. These ads use various colors, shapes, and words that enable customers to make a small but powerful association between a brand and an intended meaning. As I looked up subliminal messaging, Jenna, one guy's name kept coming up.
Who?
James McDonald Vickery.
What did he do?
Get ready for this. The whole concept of subliminal messaging was first introduced by him. He was a marketing researcher, and in 1957, he claimed that he did an experiment in which moviegoers were repeatedly shown a 3,000-second advertisement saying something to the effect of, hungry, eat popcorn, drink Coca-Cola. Based on these claims, the CIA got involved and did a report called The Operational Potential of Subliminal Perception in 1958 that led to subliminal cuts being banned in the U.S.
Wow.
The CIA suggested that, quote, certain individuals can at certain times and under certain circumstances be influenced to act abnormally without awareness of the influence.
Wow.
So here's the twist. Vickery provided no explanations for his results or any other details about his study to the public, claiming it was part of a confidential patent. Years later, Stuart Rogers interviewed the theater where Vickery supposedly conducted the experiment, and the theater manager said that no such test ever happened at that theater. What? In a television interview in 1962 for Advertising Age, Vickery admitted that the original study was a gimmick and that the amount of data was too small to be meaningful. After this interview, Vickery shied away from media attention, but his papers are held by the Thomas J. Dodd Research Center at the University of Connecticut. There have been many commentaries and theories about this since it happened. But I thought that was fascinating.
That seems to disprove subliminal advertising works. Like it was a hoax.
Yes, exactly. Supposedly, Vickery admitted that he never conducted the subliminal experiment, and it was a gimmick to attract customers to his failing marketing business.
Oh my gosh.
I know, but it started a whole conversation about marketing and advertising and how to attract people to your brand and make associations. This led me to a bunch of websites that talked about subliminal messagings and company logos, and I want to share a few of my favorites.
All right.
You know the chips Tostitos?
Yep.
Okay, so have you ever noticed that the two T's in the middle of Tostitos
People
are
celebrating
two
at the
friends
party.
sharing chips and salsa?
Yes.
I thought that was so cute.
My son got really obsessed with logos and hidden messages in logos. So about a year ago, I would spend pretty much every Saturday and Sunday looking at logos with him and talking about the hidden messages. This was like a big part of my parenting life for a while.
Well, my kids showed me the Baskin Robbins one.
Remind me.
Okay, so in blue, you know, it says Baskin Robbins. The store is famous for selling 31 flavors of ice cream. And if you look at the non-blue part of the logo that's pink,
BS.
you can see a
31.
3 and a 1 within the B and the R.
Oh, good one.
I know. Okay, here's another one. The FedEx logo has an arrow between the E and the
Everybody knows
X.
that, dog.
Yes.
Come on,
That's
everybody knows.
outlined in white.
Everybody
Maybe
knows
that's to
that.
show the company's speed and delivery.
Yeah, everybody
The
knows
arrow.
that. Tell us something. I
Amazon,
don't know.
very
The
recognizable
little smiley
logo.
face, A to Z.
You notice there is a yellow arrow that points from the A to the Z. And, you know, I'm guessing here the messaging is that they sell everything from A to Z, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those were a few of my favorites, but
Okay,
it's very
okay.
interesting concept or idea about logos and marketing and brands and what we
And the
retain
website.
with
I
this
didn't hear the
messaging and if
website.
it works with brand association.
Well, what do we
Oh,
think?
shit, I don't
Do
think
we
I'm gonna hear
Donna is
anything for
picking
the
up
next
on
2 days
Michael's
on this.
messages?
Because they
how
got
can
me.
you
They got my
not?
big one.
I have a little slideshow breakdown for you.
Oh, I love it.
Courtesy of Randy Cordray. At 6 minutes and 21 seconds, you see a photo of a muscled man in his underwear. This was a licensed stock photo purchased for $350 from Getty Images, and the model's name was Raymond Hennings. At 6 minutes and 29 seconds, you see a picture of Tom Selleck. This was originally scripted to be a rather famous image of a nude Burt Reynolds.
On the furry rug.
Yes.
Yes.
I guess that was from Cosmopolitan magazine, but Cosmo's managing editor did not allow us to use it, so we used the picture of Tom Selleck instead. That is also a licensed stock photo of Tom Selleck from Getty Images. And at 6 minutes and 35 seconds, the torso of a ripped bodybuilder that Michael is standing in front of, that was also from Getty Images. That is how we built that slideshow.
This scene is going to end with Michael kind of going in for a kiss.
Oh my gosh. Pam and Jim are watching from by the water cooler.
Just so cringy. Michael is going to try to recover by calling Jim back in.
I think we should take a break. And when we come back, we're going to be in Michael's office with Jim and Pam.
And who knew he keeps a tin of shortbread on the ready?
I have a fan question all about it.
Yoshi.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
One
If you're
time,
thinking of starting therapy,
One time
give
I called
BetterHelp
him.
a try.
I said, "Hey,
Temporary
Kantoshi,"
online
and he was
designed to
like,
be
"Hey,
convenient,
dog."
flexible and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any
Yeah,
time for no additional
yeah.
charge.
I love when fucking.
Celebrate the progress you've
What's the guy's
already
name?
made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint,
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration
Yoshi.
Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Come on, Sonny, quit sucking dick.
Jim and Pam are trying to reason with Michael. Maybe kissing people at work isn't such a good idea, right?
That's right.
And mid-conversation, Michael goes, shortbread?
Pam says I'd love one.
He has a tart tin full of shortbread ready to go.
Guess what this shortbread cookie produced?
What?
Sam? It's a fan mail flurry. As you can see, we're keeping Audrey quite busy. I know. That's right, a fan mail flurry from Caitlin B in Philadelphia and many, 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 many others. Why does Michael offer Pam a shortbread? It's random. Was that an improv moment? Was there supposed to be another scene addressing the shortbread? What's going on? No. This was scripted this way?
Yeah.
Just this moment? We're never going to hear about shortbread again. There's no deleted scenes about shortbread. I was delighted because I love a shortbread cookie.
I do too.
Did you know that shortbread has a ratio of 1 part white sugar to 2 parts butter, and then there's a little bit of flour, maybe some vanilla, but it does not contain any leavening agent. There is no baking soda, no baking powder. They originated in Scotland. Well, let me tell you what shortbread cookies are to my life now. They are very important because they do very well gluten-free. And I brought some today.
Did you really?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm hungry.
As soon as I saw that tin in Michael's office, it made me want to eat a shortbread cookie. And I knew that today, when we started talking about it, I would want to eat a shortbread cookie, so I brought them.
I'm so excited. One of my favorite things about the podcast is our show and tell moments, whether it's Scotch and Splenda or beet vodka.
These are Walker's brand, gluten-free, pure butter shortbread cookies.
You had me at 2 parts butter.
Oh, I know. There you go, ladies.
Y'all. Delicious.
So good.
Josh does the type of shortbread cookie where he puts a little bit of raspberry jam on it. It's
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah. It's a very popular way to do it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, something else I want to bring up about this scene. This is the first time where Pam kind of, what would you call it? Like, she sees Michael's side of things. She says if Donna was really that upset, she would have left by now. I don't know.
Yeah. She is then going to have this scene with Jim outside of Michael's office where she offers to back out and let Jim finish the pitch with Michael. I have 2 things to point out in this moment.
What?
Mindy directed this episode, and I have to imagine she purposely put Michael behind the blinds, peeping in between Jim and Pam. Every time he creeps in the frame, like if you go to 8 minutes, 22 seconds, it cracked me up. And I found a whole bunch of bloopers because clearly it made you and John laugh too. I think we need to hear them. It's whenever Steve comes into frame between the 2 of you.
Okay.
Just let him flirt with her. People meet each other all sorts of ways. Who are we to stand in the way?
Bam, you know he's not going to get anywhere, and you know he's going to blow our sale.
Who cares? It's not that you just said.
The Schwab. Bam, you know he's not going to get anywhere, and you know he's going to blow our sale.
Who cares? It's not that you just said.
The Schwab guy told us.
That was right when he came into frame. Is every time John had to say the Schwab guy, and he could not get it out. It was so fun to watch.
Well, over in the break room, Dwight is trying to coach Kelly for her interview for the Print in All Colors initiative. And I want you to know. Oh, I know what you're going to say. What am I going to say? Oh, I think I know what you're going to say. What are you going to say?
Well, now I'm
Do
not
you think
sure.
we're going to say the same thing?
Do you want to say it at the same time and see if it is?
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Scranton Strangler! Ah! Oh my gosh, yes! The third mention of the Scranton Strangler this season.
Yes. And also, we learned that Kelly has some very strong feelings on guys that wear their cell phones outside their pants. She says, just put it in your pocket.
Yeah, but that's when Dwight mentions the Scranton Strangler. He says wearing his cell phone outside his pants makes it a lot easier for him to say 911, hello, Scranton Strangler's inside the house. Inside the house! Yeah. Oh my gosh. Let's do the whole rest of the podcast in unison.
Oh my goodness. Yep, I highlighted it. Scranton Strangler mention.
Back in the bullpen, everybody is watching what's going on in the conference room. And they all have a lot of opinions over whether or not Donna is flirting with Michael.
This scene was longer, and in it, we learned what Andy thinks third base is.
Do we get to hear it? Oh, we do. Oh, thank goodness.
Baseball, really? I always thought it was based on orchestra chairs. And now you're telling me there's a third bass in the orchestra. No, that's a bass-heavy orchestra.
Oh yeah, and guess what? What? There were candy bag alts for this talking head. Here was one that didn't make it, but that Ed had to deliver as Andy. How do I know a girl's interested? I call her up on stage, get down on one knee, and sing "Sign Your Name" by Terrence Trent D'Arby. Then I give her a rose. If she's interested, she'll find me at the CD table. Huh. So how many times did he sing to a gal in a cappella? I don't know. And then go and wait for her at the CD table. Now Donna is going to inquire about a discount, but when she does, she takes her jacket off. And I felt like Michael had that same moment that everyone had at Coachella when Harry Styles took his coat off. That was a moment. Who's with me in the sound booth? It was a moment. Cassie, I see you.
It was muted, but Cassie giggled immediately. the correct response.
Well, this causes Michael to make a promise he can't really keep, which is that he's going to give her this discount. But he goes over to check with Oscar, who's running the numbers, and Oscar says, Michael, we will literally lose money if we sell the printers at that price. I have a question. Okay. I probably should have brought it up earlier. How many printers is Donna buying? For her bar. That makes this whole day worth it. She manages one Sid and Dexter's. I mean, how much printing are they doing? And then this made me think, like, in general, how does Saber stay in business? Like, paper. You need paper on an ongoing basis. But printers? I mean, how often are you reselling to the same clients? It seems like very difficult. I don't know. The whole arc of Saber and their printers is just like literally falling apart for me all of a sudden.
Well, you know, Pam was going to bring that up in some Pam sass. She's like, you can buy a printer over the phone.
You can buy a printer at Best Buy. I mean,
No, you don't have to come in and make such a big show and presentation about it.
I could see if we are supplying printers to all of AT&T.
Or all of Sid and Dexter's. Maybe it's a chain. Maybe there's going to be 300 printers, but I don't think Donna's in charge of that.
No, she manages one. It's very odd to me. Let's go over and see what Kelly and Ryan are doing.
They're up to no good.
They're bullying someone online. At 10 minutes and 32 seconds, you can see her typing on her computer. That is a fake instant message account created by Henry Sane. I think that's number 5.
Well, Dwight is going to learn pretty quickly that having Kelly take that position might be worse than Daryl, because she says she's going to promote Ryan to manager, and then they're going to clean house.
Yeah.
Well, Michael has so many people in the bullpen weighing in on this Donna thing. This starts the whole mint debate. Like, if you offer someone a mint and they say yes, right, they might want to make out. If they say no, they don't want to. He's going to offer Donna a mint, then eat it off her hand.
We had a fan question from Stacy C. in Charlotte, North Carolina. Was Michael eating the mint from the palm of Donna's hand improvised? Because her reaction looks truly surprised. I'll tell you, it was not improvised, but it was also not the original idea in the script. Originally, it's worse. He was going to put the mint into her mouth very sensually.
Oh, gosh.
On the day, they liked the idea that she would reciprocate the mint, you know, where she eats the mint and then she's like, do you want a mint? That's going to make Michael think, like, oh, it's on, and then he would eat the mint off her hand.
This is going to bring a meeting in the kitchen.
It also brings one of my favorite lines. Which one is it?
Why don't you just shut up? Yes. Well, why don't you shut up? Kevin yells that at 12 minutes, 3 seconds. It's also mine. And I want to point out, it sounded exactly like Brian and not like Kevin.
You think?
Yes. Oh, can we hear it?
Well, why don't you just move the M&M? Why don't you shut up?
Come on, that sounded just like Brian.
I guess.
That is Brian. I don't think that's Kevin's voice.
Well, during this whole scene, everybody Rabbi is trying to tell Michael to stop, that Donna does not like him back. And then Pam is like, I
Here we
don't
go.
know. Lady, I went to the message boards to see what fans thought of this episode at the time that it aired. And there were 3 things that got the most mentions.
What?
1, people loved when Kevin yells at Andy about his M&Ms. Second, people did not think that Pam was acting the same in this episode.
Oh.
Nick said, am I the only one that thinks Pam was really weird in tonight's episode? Not only the way that she was acting, but how she looked, too. Sombreros Are Love said, I completely agree with whoever said Pam was weird. Megan said, I'm worried they're taking Jim and Pam in a weird direction, mainly Pam. Wow. But then Sarah defended Pam by saying, how is she acting weird? She was trying to help Michael with his love life. And Megan agreed, saying Pam always has a soft spot for Michael's love life and is advising him on what to do. What do you think? Did you think it was weird?
I guess the only part that was weird for me is how long she stuck in there with them.
Pam?
Yeah. Like in the beginning of the episode, all the information is new, so I could see her being like, well, you know, guys, we don't know. Maybe she likes him. I mean, she's here, right? But I felt like as the day went, how I normally associate Pam as like
The voice of reason?
the voice of reason would have been like, no, Michael, I take it all back. You just pump the brakes.
As Jenna, when I was watching this episode, as soon as I kind of saw her like manipulating him, like taking off her extra jacket, I started to think, oh, that's what's happening.
She wants a discount on her printer.
Right. Yeah. She's just flirting for that reason. But I would like to say Pam didn't see that. I, as a viewer, saw that, but Pam doesn't know that, right? So she's still thinking maybe she's there for Michael, not for a printer. Anyway, finally, a lot of people on the message boards mentioned that they didn't get any new information on the Andy Aaron storyline, and they were very disappointed, you know, because they had a very big breakup last week, and they would have liked to have seen some mention of it. You know, I think they're not going to get much next week either.
Well, you know, there actually is a scene between Andy and Aaron that would have been in next week's episode. It's in the deleted scenes. I'll share it next week.
Oh, all right.
Well, Dwight is still freaking out about the idea of Kelly and Ryan running things. He bursts into Gabe's office, and this is when he finds out that Daryl has withdrawn his application. He says he has a scheduling conflict with softball.
Yeah, Daryl says he has his whole life to be a minority executive, but he only has about 1 year left in his knees.
Kelly is now the only applicant.
Yeah. And she is going to walk into her interview with Gabe. She's wearing a beautiful sari. Gabe asks her about the bindi that is on her forehead. She says she's offended by the question. She won't answer. But Kelly will tell Gabe about all of her hobbies. And in the middle of this, Dwight is going to return with a new applicant, and it is Hide. He tells Hide to share his life story, and Hide begins his same monologue that he gave in Happy Hour. It delighted me.
I asked Hide what it was like doing that amazing talking head in Happy Hour, and here's what he said. I actually did not get a lot of time to think about the big speech for the episode since I got 5 different variations of my speech at around 10 p.m. the day before.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I desperately tried to memorize all 5 variations. When I went to the rehearsal, I completely forgot everything. He went on to say that he decided he was going to work hard to memorize all the different variations so that he'd be ready to go on the shoot day. When the day came to actually film the scene, he said he was able to say his lines perfectly, and he said, I remember I was so happy I was able to do it on the first take or 2.
I love it.
He nailed it.
Totally nailed it.
I mean, it's so good. I also asked Hide if he still gets recognized for his role in The Office. He said yes, and he has a very sweet story to share. He said, after doing the big heart surgeon speech, I started to get some people in the street randomly asking me if I was the guy from The Office. I was very surprised because I had no idea the show was so popular at the time. I remember I had to quickly come up with a fancy autograph because I never thought I would have people asking me for autographs. But his favorite time getting recognized, he said, was by a fan who was a little kid who did the signature, the best, double thumbs up to him without saying a word while I was in the supermarket.
Oh, I love that.
The last question I asked Hide was if he took anything from set when the show was over. He said he wasn't there on the last episode, but he did receive an official jacket after the show wrapped. He said it was a really nice jacket, and one day a fan wanted it so badly that I autographed it and I gave it away. He's the sweetest person.
So lovely.
He said that he was hoping to get the warehouse worker uniform that he wore during the show, but he was informed by a fan that his uniform was sold at the NBC auction. So he tried his best to bid on it so he could get it, but unfortunately he was outbid in the end. But he goes on to say, I'm happy someone liked my role so much that they fought really hard for the uniform, and it's in the hands of a happy fan.
Well, Hide, I think that is such a sweet point of view on a story that just kind of made me mad.
I know, I want Hide to have his uniform.
Isn't he on Cameo, Ange?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, Cameo is the place where you can find different celebrities and public figures and you pay a small fee and they'll make a personal video for you.
Yes, Hide shared with us that he just started doing Cameo for fun, but if anyone wants a personal video message of him as his character, you can go to Cameo and find him. He is also on Instagram at Hide Toshimura, HIDETOSHIIMURA, and you can follow him there. He says he posts pretty often. Thank you so much, Hide.
Thank you. I'm so glad we got in touch with him. Good job, Ange.
Aw.
Well, I guess Donna has finally purchased her printers. How many did she need? We don't know, but the deal is done. Michael is going to walk her out very awkwardly. There's an awkward hug. He follows her all the way to nearly the elevator. Yes. By the way, at 15 minutes and 11 seconds, remember last time I was talking about the picture?
That big print?
Yes, I got a closer look at it. It's a valley of trees with a waterfall. So I got closure on that.
Okay, I'm really
I
glad.
appreciated it.
Michael's pretty glum now.
Yeah.
Donna's gone. He says he can't trust his own feelings anymore. And everyone's weighing in on it. Andy comes in with, when I tore my scrot,
Yeah.
I was seeing a hot urologist, and I thought she was into me. It gets confusing down there.
I have a fan catch from Sergio P. in Mexico.
I wonder if Sergio and I have the same catch.
Does it happen at 17 minutes and 18 seconds? And does it involve Pam's desk?
No. What is it?
All right. Sergio said if you look under Pam's desk, there's a piece of masking tape on it that says Pam. He said, is that because you would move the set around and take out the desks?
What a great catch!
Yes, that's exactly why.
Sergio, I live for that catch.
What's yours?
Mine is at 18 minutes, 7 seconds. What's up with the stains on the wall?
Stains on the
Oh,
wall.
there are 2 stains on the wall by Michael's left shoulder as he is sitting in the chair. Stains. Yeah, no, it's gross.
What do they look like? Do they look like hands? Do they look like what?
I don't know if this is because I was eating barbecue chips at the time. They look like when my kids wipe barbecue chip hands on
Oh,
things.
gosh.
Yeah,
Gross.
I know. It's all I could look at.
Well, 2 more things are going to happen in this scene. Gabe announces that Kelly is the newest member of the Minority Executive Program, and Aaron finds Donna's hair clip that she left behind.
Michael thinks it's a sign. She left it on purpose.
Mhm.
Everyone is like, no, Michael, no. But he's going to run out to give it to her.
He is. And guess what?
She says, Michael, you were right. And she pulls him in for a big kiss. And all I could think of was, Donna, this is a documentary. It's going to air at some point. We'll get to that next week.
We sure will. But this was a bit of a spy shot. So I believe it that she didn't see the camera.
I believe it. It was from the office window pointing down into the parking lot.
Well, next week we're gonna find out why she had to be so coy, like around others, around the cameras, how she could only admit her true feelings for Michael when she thought they were alone. I mean, it's literally the plot of next week's episode. Michael's gonna come back to the office where Kelly is gloating. She tells Aaron, you know what? She gets a stipend to buy all new clothes, and Aaron can have like any of her old stuff.
That she can buy them.
Yeah,
She's not giving them to Aaron. Aaron can buy them.
and she means any of the clothes she was gonna give to Goodwill anyway.
Right, but Aaron can pay her for them.
Michael can't help himself. He's gonna tell everyone what just happened, but no one believes him.
Nope. And he says it doesn't matter if they believe him or not because he knows it happened. Also, I did it.
And that is the end of the episode.
Thank you guys so much for rewatching with us. Thank you to Hide and to Randy. And thanks to Audrey for some fun stings.
Yeah, we will be back next week with the cover up.
See you then.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hi, Angela.
Hi there, lady.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Today we're going to talk about the cover-up. It is season 6, episode 24, written by Gene Stupnitsky and Lee Eisenberg. We love them. And directed by our very own Rainn Wilson.
Rainn!
Here is your summary. Michael becomes convinced that Donna, remember the manager from Sid and Dexter, bought all the printers last week.
How many we don't know.
How many she needs, we're not sure. But it turns out Michael was right. She was giving signals that they are full on dating. But today, he's going to become convinced that Donna is cheating on him. Yes. And he's going to ask Dwight to find out the truth.
I mean, this is Dwight's Super Bowl.
He's so excited.
He's so excited. He gets to go undercover.
I mean, he dives across the table in the break room when he gets the news.
That wasn't even in the script. I wanted to see. I looked it up in the shooting draft. It just says Dwight sprints out. But that table move, that was Rainn.
I believe it. Well, meanwhile, Daryl gets delayed revenge on Andy for a past issue that upset him. And he does this by making him think that Gabe is going to fire him for revealing the truth about the faulty Sabre printers. Turns out, sometimes they catch on fire.
Turns out there might be something really happening.
Fast fact number 1 is that Rainn Wilson directed this episode. Rain directed 3 episodes of The Office, and this was his first. We reached out to Rain, and he sent in some audio clips, which he recorded while driving in traffic. And you can hear at the end, it's like, accident up ahead. I was like, Rain, maybe stop talking to us. All right, here is what Rain had to say about directing.
Hello there, office ladies. It's me, your old pal, Rain. So I understand you're doing the cover-up in this week's episode. How exciting. Dwight unleashed as a private detective to investigate Donna. A lot of great scenes in the gym with that great ending of Dwight leading the cycling spin class. A lot of people ask about what it's like to act in the show while you're directing. You know, the fortunate thing is that we were so familiar with the show at that point. It would have been impossible in the first 3 seasons. Impossible. You know, we're still kind of learning the landscape and still discovering stuff about our characters and, you know, getting used to how everything's going. But by season 6, here we are, 4, 5, 6. We get the show. We get how it's shot, where to place cameras. It's a lot easier. There's always some scenes that are quite challenging and difficult to figure out how you're going to cover them in a unique and interesting way. The thing I always said about the directing of The Office is like, the scripts are so good and the cast is so good and the camera crew is so good that you'll always get at least a B+ episode. So what the really good directors like Ken Pappas and Paul Feig and several others were able to do is like take a B+, A- episode and move it to an A. So you always want it, just those little touches, the little flourishes, the little improvs, interesting ways to shoot things, can kind of just raise the level a little bit. And that's kind of always the goal as a director. I think Paul Lieberstein was an excellent director for The Office. He really got that, captured a lot of subtlety in the show. And what an amazing bounty for all of us to kind of flex our directing muscles and get an opportunity to direct. I learned so much.
You know, it keeps coming up again and again with our directors, whether established or new, how great our crew and how supportive our crew was, and what a well-oiled machine we were at this point. I mean, Rain's really right. Yeah. And we also really knew our characters. Well, I also asked Rain, what was challenging about directing? Here's what he had to say.
It was challenging because, you know, you're working with your castmates and these are people that know you as an actor, so you have to be quite gentle and diplomatic in your notes and in your thoughts because you're working with your family, you know. You're not all of a sudden Orson Welles, the boss. You're a collaborator offering a point of view on directing the episode. But I found it really fun to kind of put on the director hat and then put on the Dwight hat. But like I said, you can only do that if you've been doing it for many, many years and feel really comfortable in your character. You're just able to slip on your character clothes, personality, and point of view and jump right in. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult. And we got a lot of support as actors moving into the director's chair. It's a delightful episode. We're at the end of season 6, and we had a blast. And I'm glad you guys are digging into it. All right, all for now. Love you.
What's up, babies? How you living? Has anyone seen any of my alternative accounts? I've made like 550 by now on Twitter. They're all just like ViralRabbi 001, 002, 003. But people are starting to tweet about it, and I wanted to know if anybody else had heard about them. That's okay. Thank you. Yeah, so what I do is I have a robot that I've created that automatically follows people on Twitter. And I've literally, if you just type in ViralRabbi into YouTube or into Twitter, you'll see I've pissed off like half of Twitter in my own happy way. Just all I do is follow people. It's not like I send them a message. I don't spam them. I don't do anything but follow them. However, I have 550 accounts. So it's like pa-dink, 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 pa-dink. It's all these notifications in their box, and they gotta hate it. I agree with you. I really think, we would need more organization to do this. Not saying we don't already have a very organized group, but it's very difficult to do. But if we all did it as a community, if everybody in the community created like 100 Sproto or 100 HPOS 10 Inu accounts and just for 24 hours, just liked everyone on it, like the maximum amount of people, everyone would know about us. I would tell you by the end of the weekend. Why? Because in reality, there aren't that many people who actually using Twitter. You'll see the amount of people that I follow. It's like, within all of Twitter active users, it's got to be like 10 to 20,000 people. It's not that many. I watch these avatars all day long. I know you just run into the same people after a while. So it's kind of a smaller community. Yes, there are millions of users, but they're not active. The key thing is it's the people who are active.
Popularity or health or anything, because right now it's just fans of users that do anything, just fluffing up their KPIs, like not actually daily engaging to test.
You're exactly right. And if in my situation, like my main account, Best Rabbi Ever, got banned today. Why? I didn't do anything with it. I didn't send a single message on it. However, I had all my other 550 accounts saying, follow that account. So they finally basically cut the head off Medusa. That's no big deal to me, though. Why? Because now I just changed all of the biographies or the descriptions to say, follow me on YouTube. And so people will just do that. And Twitter has no control over YouTube, so they can't cancel me there. That's exactly right. Yeah, definitely. In fact, I think here's why it's better than any other bot. I use bots all the time, but it's close to being human-like. And we're like, Rabbi, what do you mean by that? It has the ability to use optical character recognition, OCR, and also bitmap imaging to be able to view pictures as opposed to just text or opposed to just like timing or opposed to just an area of the screen. So that means it can differentiate. When it sees the follow button, it clicks it and it doesn't click anything else on the screen. And if there isn't a follow button there, it doesn't click it. It knows what to do. It's a very advanced mouse clicker essentially that I'm using right now, and it's starting to take over the internet. So how would we use it as a community to prioritize it? I would say if everyone, even if we just had like 12 people get this on their computer, I could show them what you do. And it's essentially just an automatic, it's an automatic clicker. And so that would just, literally I'm telling you, I as one person have gotten, like yesterday I had over 100 people retweet about me, over 100 people tweet about me, just one person. So imagine we had 10 people in the community. We probably would have like thousands of people over the course of a few days. Okay, well, the way that I do it, I have a PC. Do you have a PC? Okay, so I'm sure there are ways to do it with a Mac as well. I have an Apple as well, but PC has more customizable features when it comes to Mac, like mouse macros. So, if you really wanted to do it, and I would tell you this, I've got my own things to focus on, but I will help with it. I'll teach you how to do it. Is you would find maybe like a dozen people in the community who want to dedicate like an afternoon just to get it set up. Once they have it set, not even an afternoon, like really like an hour, and that would be it would be an install of a program onto their computer, and then it would just be like basically running the software, and then the software just runs, and it takes like you have to check it once every hour just to make sure it's still going all the time. But I mean, here, I'll show you what it looks like right now, and you'll be like, oh my God, Rabbi, that's the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen. And I'll be like, I know. So just one moment. And it's really intelligent, meaning, I mean, it's not using AI, but it's pretty close because it can tell the difference between the follow and the unfollow button, and that's all I need it to do. I agree. So the way that I always thought you could really use this is in like Farmville or one of those types of games that's like purely on the computer and you just have to click things. However, if there's any kind of like, I don't want to say like crypto farm, like this is the way to do it. The person who takes over the world is basically gonna be the person who takes this over with like swarm bots, and they're gonna use these types of this type of technology. Okay, so I'm on the camera that's above my head right now. I'm going to switch to the camera that is on in my hand, and you're going to see it. So just for a moment. More like, can you hear me?
Yep, okay.
First and foremost, you're just, I know I say it every time basically I see you, but you're just a wonderful leader. You have a great personality. I just like you as a person. Okay. Here we go.
I appreciate that very much. No one ever tells me anything like that, and I do appreciate that very much. And Rabbi, I really more light. Thank you. No, Pep, you're actually very sweet with that too. You let me know that kind of stuff too, and it's very nice. It's very nice to hear. We love more light. Thank you guys. Thank you. I try my best.
So, as you see,
I'm new here and I agree.
Excellent.
Hey.
So you see it just clicking.
Oh, I can't see, sir. It's really choppy. Sorry, let's give it a sec to load. I can't see anything. Sorry, it's too mosaic. MLK.
Future, you're like in another dimension.
Can anyone see it?
Still no. It's fixing. Yeah, unfortunately. I can see like an abstraction of it. It's very 240p.
Okay. Well, essentially, it's just my computer screen with the mouse automatically clicking things on it, and I'm able to communicate with everyone in here, and I don't have to touch it. And basically, it can detect on my screen what is a follow and what is not.
That's ridiculous.
I agree. Is it still? It's still choppy?
Yeah, but I can tell.
So I just let the program run, and it literally just follows people for me. And I got it down when it comes to the timer. I mean, like, literally, I'm an expert on every social media there is. I don't say that in a cocky or confident way. I say it in an absolutely truthful way. No person you know has over 550 Twitter accounts or over 1,000 TikTok accounts. No one you know is online 24/7. I'm telling you this, I know the sign-up process for Twitter better than anyone perhaps on earth, even better than the developers. And I can tell you that there's a way to take it over, and I'm doing that. And I'm using this piece of equipment, this robot, and I honestly wouldn't do this. Truthfully, I would not resort to this if Twitter didn't ask for it. And what do I mean by that? Twitter will ban you for anything, whatever. They say you're spammy, people don't like you, they don't like your political opinion, your religious opinion, your whatever opinion, your artistic opinion, they'll take you down and they will silence you. And I've gotten to the point where I've had so many of my accounts banned for nothing. Literally, the account doesn't do anything. And every single one of these ones that gets banned is evidence that, well, I would say I'm following their policy. They say you can follow up to 400 people per day and you can have unlimited accounts. So I follow 400 people per day and I create unlimited accounts. Those are exactly within their terms and conditions. And they block my accounts or they suspend my accounts and they say that it is spam. I'm not sending any messages. I'm literally following their policy. You can have 400 people a day, follow 400 people a day. So I do that and I get suspended for it. And here's the other interesting thing. All I do is follow people on every account. I don't send any messages generally. I never send any messages. And I'll have 10 accounts. 5 of them will get banned, 5 of them won't. And they'll all just be doing the same thing. So you can even tell the Twitter policies aren't being followed consistently. It's really unfortunate. And let me ask, if I switch my camera, can you guys see me more clearly? Like, can you see me better now? Okay. Well, nevertheless, I'm taking over the internet, and if you get a follow from me, feel free to follow back. Feel free not to. I don't really give a shit. Oh, here's the thing. I had like really serious accounts with tens of thousands of followers, and those accounts got banned. Why? You tell me. Was it because Jack Dorsey was the CEO or Elon Musk was the CEO? I don't know. They can't make their minds up as a company what their policies are. It was different pre-Elon Musk now that it is post-Elon Musk. So essentially, I've gotten to the point where, guys, I don't know when you're going to ban me and when you're not. So I'm just going to keep creating accounts, and you can't really stop that. The only way that really they have to stop it is they have to change their sign-up process. And the way that they would do that is they have to force me to start using telephone numbers. But as long as they allow me to use emails to sign up, this will not end. I will take over the world this way. Yeah. So the way that we would do that is first you need a team. So I would say find a dozen people in the community who have an hour to give at a sync time. And you would say, okay, what we're going to do is I'm going to show you the most efficient way to do the sign up process. So first you're going to download this mouse recorder. The mouse recorder will record where all the mouse clicks are. The second one is we're going to use that mouse recorder to imitate the sign up process. So that will create automatically a bunch of accounts, and we don't have to sit there and do the accounts manually. It will just create them for us. The only thing that we have to do as a community members individually is do the captchas, because it takes too long for this to be able to figure out a captcha. It's better to just do that, and then you can get a sign up within like 2 or 3 minutes, as opposed to hours with if you have it try to figure out what a captcha. It takes too long. All right. So then from there, what we do is we set a goal. So we say, okay, everybody create 100 accounts. That will take approximately like 8 hours to create 100 accounts, something like that, depending. And that's with bathroom breaks and all the other things. All right. So then each one of those 10 people, let's say, has 100 accounts. That means we have 1,000 accounts as a community. From there, what we do is I would show the people who are involved, but how to do this auto follow process, where basically all it does is follow people. And then when it follows 30 people, it says, you are unable to follow more people at this time. And then it goes to the next account and it follows another 30 people. Here's the issue that a lot of times into which people run when they're using a computer. They think they can only be logged into one Twitter account at a time, or at most 5, maybe sometimes 8 on some devices. However, there's an extension that you can download that I've downloaded on Chrome, but you can also download it on Mozilla Firefox or even Brave, whatever browser, but it's called containers, and it's very, very helpful. So what are containers? Basically, a container is a browser tab that restricts all of the browser behavior to within that tab. So that means I can open it up with my first tab, I can open it up with my first account. My second tab, I can open up in my second account. My third tab, I can open up in my third account. Fourth tab, fifth tab. So I can have like 10 or 20 or 30 tabs open, and then just have this little mouse clicker follow all of the people in each one of those accounts and have it run through. Now, what will happen over the course of over the course of time is you'll get some suspended, you'll get some that get locked out, and you get some that have 3-day suspensions. But once you have enough accounts, like I have 550 accounts now, if I ever get them suspended or banned or whatever, I just have another account that I can throw in there. And literally, I have so many accounts now that if I have my little machine going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or 24 hours a day, 3 days a week, even if I get the 3-day suspension, that 3-day suspension will run out by the time I need to use it again. That's right. So basically, what would it do? What effect would it have? Okay, and the proof is in the pudding with this. All you have to do is type in ViralRabbi into Twitter, and you'll see everything that people have said over the course of the last 24 hours to 48 hours. There are huge threads of people saying, who is this? Here, I'll read them to you. They'll just be like, who is this rabbi? He keeps following me. Somebody even said, I guess this is what Twitter consists of right now, is just this asshole keeps following me on Twitter. I mean, literally, that's all people say. And that's good. I mean, it's just bringing more attention to me. And what does it do? It brings people from all over the world into my YouTube. Why? I don't normally get people from Japan and stuff in my YouTube, or if I do, they don't communicate with me because they don't know English. However, if I like them on, or if I follow them on Twitter, then we have a connection. Then they're able to look and see, and then they tell me I don't know much English. Okay, fine. I'm telling you, this is the way to do it. So how would we do it as a community? In the same way, we would just follow people. I'm saying you could tweet all you want, but nobody's going to see it. At this point, the shadow bans are so bad against people, especially new accounts, it doesn't do anything. And if you don't have a...
Like for just a few hours, I came back with that light already because some weeks ago I noticed that on my suggestion feed, like my normal feed, not the one for me in person, with my friends, I couldn't see anything from Harry Potter or Amazonic Town either. It appeared days later again, but it was gone for a few weeks.
I mean, well, I know you know exactly what you're saying. You don't know what they're hiding from you and what they're not. And to me, it's a deceitful business practice. Go ahead. Go ahead. We'd love to hear what you have to say. Yeah. Yeah, I have over 100 accounts on Twitch. The only reason why I don't stream on Twitch regularly, and I have in the past, but they don't allow for the archiving of the video. It expires after 90 days, but I've even had the premium version of Twitch. I have over... Yeah, and I've seen some people on there. They do a lot of streaming. I'm going to tell you this right now. Have you ever streamed? Have you ever? No. I understand. No. I'm saying I'll do it in a heartbeat. I'm going to tell you what. This is exactly what would happen. I would put on the bikini. I would get in the pool. We would start up the camera from Twitch. We'd start on 4 or 5 different angles, and we would get 0 to 1 people over the course of 8 hours who would watch that. And here's why. It's very difficult for an unnamed account to get any traction. You have to start off with like tens of thousands of people from another social media a lot of times, or you have to build it up over the course of years. I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. If you could tell me that we'd even have 2 people watching it, I would do it. But it's just very difficult. And that's why I asked, have you ever been on Twitch? It's very, like, over the course of 10 hours of streaming on Twitch, you're lucky if you get 3 people.
how many people tuned into the thing with Kmart gigs today?
You know what they're doing in the porta potty. Now,
You know,
I'm not.
so it's supposed to, I think maybe like, yeah, but he said he only wanted 2 people. There you go.
everybody knows.
We got big faithful warriors.
Okay, I mean, even
I won't be there, so we have one. And you will be there, MLK, so we have 2.
I can try to make it. If we like set up a date, I'll try my best.
I mean, if it's possible, we just have to time it, like just schedule it a bit and say, okay, is it possible to get like, I don't know, like at least 20 people in there at 12 o'clock, whenever time we set.
I don't understand really. We could do that, but I get what you're saying. Yeah. I get what you're saying, Rabbi.
it's just you're in a sea of content. You're in a sea of content. Unless you're able to either have another creator spotlight your channel, which is really the way to do it, or you're able to bring in your own followers from another social media platform. If we were just to say, let's start up a Sproto or Harry Potter Twitch account with 0 people, it would literally take us 6 months to get 20 followers. It takes so long.
I'm saying you do it because you already have like a career or whatever, and like streaming person who does it can take like weeks to do that.
I will tell you this. I'll do it in a heartbeat. You got to get me followers to watch it, though. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And I'm not gonna follow you. I can give you the little heart, but I'm not gonna like give you like money every month.
Oh, no. Throughout any of this, you ask anyone. I've never asked for any money. I don't want any money from anyone in here. I want to give you money once my stream goes big.
Yeah, but Rabbi, you're right. I feel like the juice would be worth a squeeze to try to build the audience around like a new fresh account like the key. Yeah, maybe do your second page is like better. I like the sort of concept of the idea of getting people who are popular streamers in our bikini is great.
That's the way to do it. Then they already have a built-in audience, and you don't. It's and then it's just about then it's just a negotiation with them.
Video though, post just like a couple videos about very content. And listen, if anyone listening to our bikini and give us content, boy, girl, animal, plant, mineral, give us good. Listen, throw some Bitcoin for that. We're gonna give bounties for good content. So, yeah, I'd like to get people in the bikini. Very cool, it's good for the brand. People want to see our girls bikinis. Alice is scouting. What is up with Alice, bro? Like, where's this? Alice wearing a bikini picture. I don't know. She says it's very small. I don't know. She's too small. I still exist. No. She's just teasing that. Yeah, it really is. Now exists.
Nobody in
Is
the
that kind of
history
thing?
of excitement has ever been excited about using a porta
Okay,
potty.
let me lose my last pounds and I might do it, okay? Okay, now I really have just to get friends with my body. I lost like 30 pounds. Oh, Megan! Yes! Can we get a
Fabio was not wrong. He got the
Let me ask her. She's gonna do it for me.
in the library. But that's really set in the porta potty. I can guarantee you someone is going to be getting on in the porta potty. Why? Because that's what happens in public restrooms.
I think it did Harvard undergrad, and I forget he's doing like this is what is something she told me about it or something. He's fucking I forget, but yeah, he's on something like that.
Even that, but to go one step further and have sex in a porta potty, that's
5 steps further. Okay, there's a long way between
I like this swarm idea of cloning Sprotos and just taking over Twitter with a bunch of Sproto followers saying,
in New York.
goes website.
That's all you have to have is say, go to the website, and then everyone will know about the meme, or they'll know about the NFT, and then they'll also know about the cryptocurrency. And I mean, like I'm telling you, the key part of this would be someone to be able to organize the 10 people. I don't know the community well enough. More like that would be something that you should sleep on and think, okay, if I could get 5 or 10, even 5 or 10 people with PCs together and do what Rabbi's saying, we create a bunch of accounts and just have this thing going in the background. They don't even have to look at their computers. It's just going in the background, following people. By next week, everybody on Twitter will know what our NFT is and our cryptocurrency. And that's going to make both green candle.
I normally don't like account traffic, but that's for the ticket. It's a really good idea because sometimes the accounts even get banned, and if you have a lost account, you just give it to your friend, like fuck it. We have so many.
Look at a situation like our community. More like you, if I'm not mistaken, this was months ago, but our primary account had thousands of people following it. It was a strong account. It was well recognized. For one reason or another, we don't know why, Twitter and all of its eternal wisdom felt that it should get banned. So we have a lot of momentum. A lot of people have followed that. It took a lot of work. People know to follow that account, and I can tell you, it caused our community to regress a week or two back. Just getting a new account going. Is the other one going to be unsuspended? Okay, now we all have to follow this one. What does that mean for our spaces? What does that mean for all the other reasons? And it's really unfortunate because we didn't do anything wrong with that. So I've learned, like, normally I like quality versus quantity in anything. I don't want to have to deal with a whole bunch of things. I want quality individuals, quality behaviors, just quality environments. However, you're not able to have quality unless your name is Nicki Minaj or The Rock or you're Lionel Messi. So that's why you have to go with quantity in this case and just make a whole bunch of them. And if anything, if it gets banned, that's fine. I already made the impression of you. You already know about my cryptocurrency. You already know about my NFT.
As a different kind of concept than like a personal content feed. It's more like a little ad.
That's exactly right. In fact, this is a beautiful story. So I went into earlier this week, I went into somebody's Twitter space because the name of the Twitter space was, what is Elon Musk going to do about all of these bots? And I thought, oh, this is interesting because I just started up a bot robot, essentially. I wonder if this is of interest to me. So I make a request to speak, and the person running the space they're a pretty big account. They're like, oh, and this is public enemy number one. They're like, go ahead, speak. And I'm like, hey, how you doing? I just want to thank the room first and foremost for the opportunity to speak. Hey, I'm sorry if I've been annoying. I just want everybody to know about my 24/7 stream for world peace. And once they got to speak to me, they're like, oh, you're really nice. And on top of that, they totally understood what I was saying when I said, look, I wouldn't do this with this quantity of accounts, but they banned my quality accounts. No one could see what I was saying when I would have my quality account. And then eventually they just suspended it. So now I have to take the alternative for people to be able to find out about me. Once I was able to explain that to me, I got people in that room to follow me. It was unbelievable. They were like, wow, we wondered who this person was who had 50 or 100 bots following us on a daily basis. Every single day, this would come in and they said, we even had this space with you in mind, or whatever person was behind your bots, essentially. So it was just kind of a rewarding feeling for me to go into a room as the enemy and to come out a victor. Exactly. You're exactly right. And with ours, I kind of I have to teach people what I'm doing. Hey, I stream my life 24 hours a day. I've been doing this for 2 years, blah, 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 blah. With Harry Potter Obama Sag Teninu, people already basically know about that, at least in our little nook of Twitter. And the Sproto is so recognizable already, it sticks in people's head. Within a week, every person on Twitter would have 1,000 new followers who have this little profile picture that's all similar. It's going to cause a buzz. Even people who don't know anything about an NFT or anything about cryptocurrency are going to be interested in it. I can tell you this, I even alone get people interested in the community just because I have retweeted things that people in the community have said to me, and people go through all my other accounts and like, oh, who's this Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10? What is this? And I even get people who join the Telegram. They're like, I'll be like, how did you find out about us? They're like, well, we found out about you because you send the you got a it says that you stream in the Telegram. I had somebody today earlier from Nigeria who was just kind of stalking me. Basically, they'll find out about me on Twitter, and sometimes they get to me through the Telegram, sometimes they get to me through YouTube. And then once I'm here, I honestly, many times they want to talk to a developer, and I just tell them what Morelight told me to say earlier or previously, which was just tell them to put a message in the chat and somebody will contact them. But all of this is being done and I have nothing to do with it. It's all hands-free. It's very easy. So I'm in agreement with Morelight. It's about quantity and just getting the NFT out there and getting people aware of it from a cryptocurrency standpoint. And I mean, you thought Pepe was big when it came to like, oh, it's nothing in comparison to this. It's incredible, but what one person kind of dent that I've made in the internet. Okay, I'll tell you in the last, if I just type in ViralRabbi, this is just a test. And also this is not, I've gotten a lot of people who have banned me. So a lot of the threads are, I've already been banned. So I can't even tell you how many people have upvoted. But this is just people warning people. This is what they say. This is the funny thing. They'll send out warnings to everyone. I think it's so funny because generally I'm pretty innocent in this and I'm not doing anything bad. It's not like I'm sending them hate message or anything. I'm just literally just following them. So this is what they said. ViralRabbi 011 followers list. So literally people are going out and finding all my followers and sending out lists. They're tweeting about it. That was 10 hours ago. There are a ton more to begin with ViralRabbi. If you change the number, and some of the lovely blue are even following this person. There are some people who are saying I'm blocking everyone. Other people are saying, you know, like these people, this person is more irritating than the whore bots on Twitter. This person just like adding lists of my name on here. And the amazing thing to me isn't just that people are commenting about it, the amount of retweets that they get, 50, 70, 90 retweets from just random people. And here's why, because I follow really big accounts. And these accounts are like, you know, they've got like 22,000 followers or 50,000 followers. So when they say something to their audience, it has a huge effect. It has all these people who spread the word. So I think it's a really good idea for our community to do the same. If you want my help in it, I'll help in any way possible, including helping the leader organize it and teaching you everything I know about it. And yeah, but more like, I think you're onto something.
Can we use like good photo pictures, maybe just as profile pictures? So maybe it's not bonded to just one photo. And it's not bonded. It's not a copy of the main account, because I wouldn't like it to have several main accounts. That's confusing for people.
No, you wouldn't have it do anything off the main account. No. These are all alternative accounts that people make. They're throwaway accounts, essentially.
Yeah, but we just think about, will it look like the main account, or is it like, does everyone do like 5 accounts with his own photo?
So the way that I would make the profile picture personally is a combination of both. And how would you do that? I'd have the center be a little Sproto, and then the edge around it say HPOS or Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, the people's Bitcoin. So people know that it's two things. It's the people's Bitcoin and it's this little art in the middle, and it's the Sproto. If you just show them the Sproto, they're not going to know what that is. And if you just show them that little HPOS, if you honestly, if you had to show them anything, I would show them this. But it doesn't hurt to have a little circle around it explaining what it is. If you understand what I'm saying, like mine, I just have a picture of my license picture, but then around it, it says that I stream my life and I'm the Guinness World Record holder. So you don't even have to click on you don't even have to click on my profile. You already know what mine's about. I've already made the impression on you. So what I would tell you is have this or a Sproto in the middle, and then around it say HPOS, the people's Bitcoin, or the ticker is Bitcoin, something about the cryptocurrency, but something so that you don't have to click it. So it already tells you, it already makes the impression on you.
Check this out. Maybe this already is like tattoos or whatever, right? Do you guys have a bounty for the tattoos? Yes. Everyone. There's like a couple of tattoos. It's like one guy did it really with he's the Rabbi. But the license plate on your car, you could get HPOS tonight. I'm taking it. Yep. How sick is that? You know, I'll do that. I thought about it yesterday. I was like, oh, it's probably take it. Maybe not. Shit, if it's California HPOS tonight, you can get it. Hey, Yo-Yo's good. Yo-Yo better get that. I used to get that. Yeah, I'm trying to get it. Same certificates. This is for, Rabbi, we're going to talk about this more. I'm trying to get 5 people together, 6 people together, but usually it's tested out.
Hey, if that any way I can help more light, I will. And also, if people are interested in vanity plates, at least in California, you could have I think you can have 7 characters. An HPOS 10i is 6 characters, and you can have a special character at the end. So you could have like a heart or a smiley face or a star. So you could, so like it wouldn't just be one person. It would, you can't do that. They only have like a certain emojis that you can use, but like the common ones, like a heart, a star, a maybe like a lightning bolt, but I don't even think of that. It's a heart, a star, a smiley face. I don't know. It's on the DMV website. However, what I'm trying to say is that if, let's say, one person had the HPOS, the California one standard with the space, you could use alternatives. You know, instead of using an O for OS, you could maybe use a 0 if you needed. There are some ways around it. You've seen how they do this in like Dubai and Kuwait. Is a status symbol to have a very low license plate number, and they have auctions for them. In the same way, in America, you probably could have auctions for HPOS at a certain point. Exactly. And honestly, that's probably a steal, because you have to think those numbers don't change year after year, and generally they don't. And so, you know, in 50 years, if you're still Abu Dhabi 1 or Dubai 1, and you bought that for $2 million 50 years ago, with inflation, $2 million might be like $2. You never know. Go ahead, baby. The latter. I am here to support the community, and I want to make Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu the global reserve currency someday, and I do that through promotion of the coin 24/7 365 on YouTube, on Twitter, on Telegram, on Twitch, on Omelet, and on TikTok, and on Instagram.
because I just like to make people laugh sometimes. Like, but yeah, like do you have any like Bitcoin or Ethereum or like Litecoin or Cardano or whatever?
Yes.
So when did you get like Ticker Bitcoin? I don't remember that.
No, as I previously said, I don't own Ticker Bitcoin.
Oh, you don't have this one, but you have the other ones.
It's just what people have gifted me. I don't ask for money. I don't ask for coin. I don't shill. I don't want people's coin. I like the idea more so because as of right now, I don't have the funds to really get serious into cryptocurrencies. But I think perhaps in the future I will. And when I do, I want to have a very good and working knowledge of the industry. And the way that you do that is by being involved with cryptocurrency communities.
So you said you have coins that people have gifted.
Yep.
So you like set up a wallet for them to gift it to, but they like wanted to give you money that way.
Yeah, somebody really had to like had to twist my arm to do it because I didn't want to get involved with any type of cryptocurrencies. I didn't want a wallet, but people were like, look, we want to give you our NFTs. We think you have a really interesting project. We think you're a really nice person. We want to give you NFTs. We want to give you our cryptocurrencies. And so eventually I just went on MetaMask, went through the whole spiel. And yeah, but I mean, you can ask anyone in this community. I've been here more than 6 months and I don't ask people for anything and I don't want it. I in fact, people have asked to give me the currency and I don't want people to give me things. The one thing that I did accept is the merch from the community, but aside from that I don't want people's gifts.
Yeah, that's super cool that they came out with like a whole new line for you. Like there's like bed covers and like pillows and shit that didn't exist there before.
I'm in agreement.
Like, you know, they literally did that specifically so successful part of the plan, you know, or orchestrated plan, you know, so
It's a beautiful thing.
yeah, dude. Interesting, you know, like I just thought maybe you would hold the token. I was like, oh, I was gonna ask like about like like what's it called? It used to be on Binance, right?
What used to be on Binance?
You know what I'm talking about? Snoop. What's Ticker? Yeah, didn't it used to be like on the BNB or whatever, the Binance Smart Trading app? Yeah, it was first launched on BNB.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Yeah, I remember bringing up the trend on theory.
Walk out Times. I'm Mark Ronger, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA Times journalists have walked out of the newsroom to protest mass layoffs.
Yeah, I was just curious, like how long you had the program,
Not a holder. I've been a member of the community for 6 months or so. The way that I got
it was the same thing. I got like the t-shirt before I got the coin. I got like $2 for the coin just because I wanted to hold it.
the way that I got into the community was I would host trivia nights on Twitter, and I would go to people's Twitter spaces, and when they weren't shilling their coins, I would go to different cryptocurrencies and do be the host of trivia. And so after going to a dozen or so different cryptocurrencies, I was in one, and I was actually, I shouldn't say that. I was in actually a cryptocurrency room, but we weren't doing trivia. And somebody was just asking me some things, and they thought I was really interesting. Someone from this community, and they said, "Hey, you're really interesting. Do you want to join our Telegram?" And I was like, "Sure, whatever. Send me a link." And so they did, and that's how I got into here. And then after like a month of being in here without streaming my life, I started doing or in and around that time, I started doing trivia, and then I would do trivia with the different communities, as I had said. But I did trivia with this community, and this community was by far smarter than any of the other cryptocurrencies communities that I had met. And so I thought, well, there's something special about this community because they're very smart people. They're very funny as well, and they were very easygoing. And I then after like I don't know a few weeks, people knew that I streamed my life, and I started streaming, and I've been in here nonstop, just about, unless my phone dies or something, for the last 6 months. Yeah, at night they do. So I put the nightcap over my face. No, I didn't. Yeah, they did give me a custom one. It's probably one of the best things they got me, because I even just wear it because it's comfortable on my head.
And not to mention, I was turn 50, and hip hop turned 50. Welcome to the club, girl. Welcome to the club. So, let me tell you where I went last week as I'm trying to discover Los Angeles, as we were talking earlier. And by the way, I commend you because I didn't even know that you were born and raised here in Los Angeles. That's so good. So, this is something that you definitely want to check out. So, it opened last week. It's called Hip Hop to Infinity Exhibit, a visual mixtape. It's at 5400 Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles. Now, the exhibit opened last Friday. It's going to be here till March 2024. So it's something you definitely
You're in Kansas?
about a 90-minute tour. You can get the tickets at hiphopinfinityla.com. Now, when
Are you a
walk
Jayhawk
into
fan?
the experience, so as soon as you walk in, you're greeted by this graffiti frame, and it's pretty dope. You can actually take a picture under it.
If I say rock chalk, what do you say?
Basically, the foundation to the elements of DJing,
Rock chalk, what do you say?
graffiti, and of course,
Jayhawk.
and then you go to the photo exhibit, which is by the Morrison Hotel Gallery, with amazing photographs of some of the biggest names, Jay-Z, Nas, Biggie, Lauryn Hill. There is this
I got you.
ginormous Lauryn Hill kind of framed photo that is for sale, by the way, too. Amazing. When you look at it, you go, I mean, it is beautiful, but when she first came out, that first album that she has in the dedication of Lauryn Hill, you see that, like, it gives you nostalgia of remembering when that album came out and what the heck you were doing during that time.
I remember trying to see her, she's showing up with $35 rate.
Well,
She's still doing that.
she hasn't changed.
Was at least that portion of the exhibit there on time? That's all I want to know. Was it there on time? Was that late as well?
No, it was sunshine. It was sunshine. All right, following the photo exhibit, you go to the Doggy Den, which celebrates Snoop Dogg's debut album with its interactive listening stations, where you can play some of the songs and you can kind of mix them together. And I don't know if you know that, but that album came out 30 years ago.
I can't think of, like I said, maybe like some
And then following that, you have How the West Was Won, featuring rare collections and artifacts from Disco Records, Nipsey Hussle, DJ Battle Cat, Ice Cube, and all of the West Coast rappers here. So that's definitely something that you want to check out. Then there's a plethora of artifacts. And I don't know if you remember, but I used to collect some of the Vibe cover magazines. So there is a wall as big as this of Vibe cover magazines, The Sport, DRE, Gavin, Hit magazines. You have to go because probably one of your magazines that you wrote on is up there as well. And a lot more. Also, you definitely want to check that out. They have concert tickets. They have, and when I say they have the concert tickets, they are in mint condition as if they were pressed yesterday. That's how wonderful they are. I guess so. I don't know. But in mint condition, full party flyers. They have Nipsey Hussle's vault that was buried outside his mother's house with the little rushes. There's a story to that also. If you definitely want to check this out, go get your tickets. It's here for March 2024. Check out Infinity LA. And then following that, it is, they have like this really cool 360 suggestion with the sound something DJ Texas. And it's fascinating. It gives you a lot of the history of hip hop, where it started, a lot of video, a lot of information that you didn't really know about. And then at the end, you go into the little bookstore. There's a shop in memorabilia. Bring a fat wallet because everything is so expensive. The only thing I got was a $7 keychain. That it's an experience. And by the way, if you're interested, the Morrison Hotel Gallery, some of the pictures that are in the gallery at the exhibit, you can buy them online too. There's a really dope picture right here of Kanye West and Jay-Z, and they're having a conversation. I'll give it to you in just a second. Now, that is for sale. Some of them start at $400 all the way to like $3,000. I gotta know. Yeah, you work in this business for a long time. Yes.
better the position and if they're actually not.
And I know you've interviewed.
I have. I don't know. When I interviewed Kanye, I really thought that he was kind of a mini Einstein. He's in his brain a lot. He's in his head a lot, but he's really smart. He's very intelligent. I just feel like there are some parts of me that are missing that are not on this planet. Okay. And last but not least, another place I checked out.
Hell yeah.
It's called the Custom Chocolate Emporium and Savory Feast Kitchen. It's at Universal City Walk It's where the old Hard Rock Cafe was. Yeah, I know exactly. Okay, so if you want to get like wasted, I mean, fucking wasted. It's definitely a place you want to take your family. I mean, I absolutely loved it. I went with my best friend, and I brought these service staff if they're interested too. I love Swedish fish, and they have chocolate everything. So she brought me a box of milk chocolate covered Swedish fish. I brought the same hell, and if anybody wants to have some, by all means. But it was a little different. I have to say that everything on the menu is focused on chocolate. The executive chef on Fox Day is Latina. His name is Carlos Garcia. Carlos Garcia. And when I say I got chocolate wasted, I mean I ordered the flourless chocolate cake with that raspberry sauce with vanilla ice cream. I gained about 5 pounds, but it's all good. I'm telling you, I am secretly addicted, but I had an amazing time. If you want to take the family, definitely go, but I highly recommend that you make a reservation. So there you go. There are 2 places that I went to, the Houston Chocolate Emporium and Savory Feast Kitchen, and Hip Hop, the Hip Hop Infinity, the mixtape, and you definitely want to check that out. And once again, it's going to be here till March 2020.
How much are they USD now? Are they like $800?
Yeah, it's not bad. Well, you know what? I'm just here trying to discover LA a day at a time.
Yes, Brooklyn's on. From Brooklyn to the Bay.
Yes, most definitely. All right. So next week, I don't know what I'm going to get you into next week, but I'm definitely going to report on that. And also, you can follow me at Nautical De La Cruz
Yeah, baby.
on Instagram if you have any questions about any of the 2 places that I mentioned.
What's that?
ShopInfinityLA.com or the Houston Chocolate Emporium and Savory Feast Kitchen.
Okay, so like $1,000?
Nautical De La Cruz on Instagram. So it's
Right.
Do you want to take some more?
Okay.
What's your favorite chocolate? Okay. What's your very healthy, by the way?
I looked like a few months ago, and that's what they were. That was the lowest one. Oh, so it is about 800.
I'm not like a wine connoisseur. I'm not a chocolate connoisseur. I just know that I eat it a lot. More than I should.
Okay, that's not bad. Well, I tell you that at the restaurant, there's everything. There's everything from all kinds of chocolates in the world, from macaroons to so much more. So, like I said, definitely a place you want to check out. Coming up, we have the Rana Report. I'm Nautical De La Cruz, right here, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
The city of Los Angeles is adding more streets on the west side with overnight RV parking bans. So of course, there will be more people RVs moving into traditional housing. Homes say housing is too expensive, which is why they're in the RVs in the first place. Federal regulators have announced convicted Theranos founder and fraud list of homes and bans from participating in any federal health programs for the next 90 years. And today, January 19th, is National Popcorn Day. Some movie theaters are having special deals. The National Association of Concessionaires, a group I absolutely did not just make up, says American people earn $4.5 billion towards the popcorn in movie theaters and other live venues each year. Now, this is Solomon Spin. As we said, each down at the Tier Market, after that, Soul Eagle is up to Leslie. That means that press off the right way and try to carry everything to do that. We can play the most things all around the team here. In Carson, go by yours at the 110. Traffic deadlock now on Boulevard. You can request it to the right lane. And then Woodland Hills for the one stop at 12 Avenue Street. That gives you near the right side. But it looks like it's pursuit. But into the path. And traffic there, you have some public South Africa. They find it down. Let's see. There's actually a Jack Hagan.
This report is sponsored by Keep It Up. Keep It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Student computers. How can you spark great learning experiences in your classroom today? Join us at printitout.org. Taylor was caught by unlucky investigators. High school students and their teacher found criminal. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation reports their hearing, no charges have been filed. Murder 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment.
Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or good information, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You struggle with yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article? Search engines don't always get it right. So right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. Take control with Reputation Defender. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information and search results. They also promote the good stuff. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert.
You don't hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to threaten you with the phone. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Thank you, Hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. Sadly, for those influencers. Attention Marines, military personnel, armies, and contractors who are stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. But passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 will allow you and your loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for a free consultation. 800-917-1181. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-917-1181. That's 800-917-1181. Again, 800-917-1181. And now, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. It's one stop for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph, for everyone. Mr. Superfine is nice to be there.
Check out this deal on USDA Choice Boneless Chuck Roast. They're on sale now for just $4.99 a pound at your home. Fresh for everyone.
Hey, my name's Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On the Purpose, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of our life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to our inspiring story. What's the score for the things that I know? The war in the region. What is AI going to do?
Push tabs.
On the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I've always said that relationships are far more about skill than luck. And the most important skill I think everybody needs to learn is how to fight. You know, there are some psychology hacks that I'm going to tell you about. They actually teach you how to fight fair.
Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Like, yeah, just taking back the initial, whatever they say. Yeah, I mean, I could actually use the money, right?
Certified AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's like, you know, to get up to use on the radio.
I just say yeah, she can get it.
Every week I try to bring someone who does fitting jam. Today's fitting jam is on Haley Back Riddle.
What happened to Nick Paolini's song? I love that song.
Speaking Chicana and Chicano Studies. He was a LAUSD social studies teacher for 18 years. He taught at Capoeira Middle School for 17 years and Canoga High School for 2 years. She is a single mother of 2 amazing teens and a good teen, by the way.
519.
She loves her children, and she loves her students as if they were theirs. She has taught them, she has cared for them, she's given them many tools to succeed. And in 2019, she was hired as the very first full-time Chicana studies professor. So she built a program that took many very students to
Yo-Yo rules. Yo-Yo is amazing.
She brought the curriculum to life. She organized various annual events, such as the annual Dia de los Muertos, which is really big here in Los Angeles. Yes, the annual Chicana Latina Heritage Month speaker series, the annual Flor y Canto. These events also have some amazing guests.
Yeah, baby.
Danny Trejo, Constance Narration, the George Lopez Show, and so many more. These spectacular events were done for the students who
In
had
that little thing.
some of the legends that taking place in the community. The Chicana
Okay.
program is also one of the strongest and most interactive with the community with the LACC district. She is not only a mother and a professor at LA Pierce College,
Sure.
she is also the founder of the Wish Upon an Angel Foundation.
I know what you're saying. As a clergy member, you're saying you want an oath of secrecy. Earmuffs, baby.
In memory of a 5-year-old Mario Molina and 15-year-old Kyle Rhoda, they grant wishes to terminally ill children and other types of grants anything requested well. In 1997, she became the volunteer of the National Mayor Donor Program. I want to say she fought hard to get masses for these children at different hospitals. She is an advocate. She wasn't even a mother at that time when she started this program, and she was cared and she loved hard. And she, you know that when they say someone who loves hard and passionately,
That's not even a real picture, isn't it? Isn't that AI? It is AI. No. It's 100%. The one where he's in that long white jacket. Yep, that's AI. He's in a puffy coat. That's AI.
Also took an additional route when COVID hit. She decided to use her foundation to help the Canoga Park Senior Citizen Center, which they kind of found themselves as needing food for themselves. And so she did everything possible. She also not only raised money and fed the seniors, she gave Mario gift boxes were gifted to some of the local hospitals as well. And for her, I want to say that I admire her. I think that she is not only a wonderful professor, she is a wonderful mother. She is a singing gem in Los Angeles. And if by any chance you have the time and you want to go to the website, you can donate wishuponangelfoundation.org. That's wishuponangelfoundation.org. You could donate as much as $1 to $20. But I absolutely love what she's doing.
I always wonder about all the people that we got to know that were the people that we influence who are just one. These are people who we may redirect because they stimulate us. The people who may do something for someone else because we've done something for them. And a lot of times we may not be aware that when I listen to you talk about these things, the thousands of people that they names that they may not have personally met or known. But it's always a reminder, a constant reminder that if we have these platforms and we have these opportunities to uplift one another and we don't do that.
I agree. And you know, there are so many people doing good. Like, and they're not spotlighted. They don't have they don't have a radio show. They don't have a TV show. They don't have a flyer or,
if you made it, I can't stop you, but I need to give you like some material, get back on the feed.
No, I agree.
Like, I still plan for stuff to continue getting good material just because I like to do it. Yeah, bro, he like stuck it out through all the fucking shit that he was getting.
I have to say that even some of us, like you and I, we spend some of our time on different causes, and sometimes we don't talk about it. Sometimes we don't mention it. Sometimes we don't post about it. But we are still doing good, and I think that if you do good from your heart, and you give, God will bless you tenfold. You know what I mean? And I think that no matter who you are, whether you're a celebrity, whether you're not a celebrity, if you could spend a little bit of time with someone who needs a little bit of help, or whether it's monetary, or whether it's your time, or whether it's donating clothes or food, or doing something for the elderly, because I feel like right now there is a big gap between children and the elderly, and I think during COVID that took a big dent, because the elderly were feeling lonely, and children were affected by that. So if you could be someone who is kind and generous to people in general, I think that kind people are wonderful people, and kind people are not kind people.
I could say this.
Yeah, that's what he told me too. It's like more than like $500, bro. Like a fucking painting on the wall. Like, like it's cool to have the paint on the wall, and it's like, yeah, like okay,
Well, next week I'll bring you another hidden gem, and you know what? What else hidden gems and stuff?
no, bro, it's really cool. We're gonna have like a check,
Everybody just did.
right? Well, that's what he like messaged me. He's like, yo, bro, you when you're screwing up the painting or whatever. He's like, I'm like,
It's very nice to know that I'm on later with the book here, I am live everywhere on iHeartRadio.
School district in Orange County has settled a sexual abuse lawsuit by this convicted water polo coach. Morgan Stewart says Anaheim and Irvine school districts will pay a combined $4.8 million settlement to 6 girls who claimed abuse by the wrong program. Targeted vulnerable players on the floor with them and would essentially use them under the guise of training for water polo. Okay, that 18 years of service, international and USA water polo settled another lawsuit for almost $15 million. Irvine School District says though abuse was reported during Coach's employment, Anaheim School District has not responded to comments. In Orange County, 4 Benny Carson say if I'm Orange ordered 140 dogs from animal cruelty. Dogs were removed from their property in 2019 by animal care officials. Also charged with failing to care for the animals. They were ordered to 2 years formal probation and will spend 90 days in jail for violating terms. Two homeowners in Grand Junction, Colorado have discovered a human head in their freezer. They left behind by the previous owner. Alex Stone said when deputies arrived last week, the freezer was in the front yard. It turned out there were also human hands in the freezer. Police say they're now investigating it as a murder. A neighbor told reporters that mother and son abruptly moved out of their home last week. Standards for flu and COVID hospital patients have also gone down since the federal centers for disease control. 20 states plus New York City and Washington D.C. are high levels of respiratory and suffering with a high now these units chance of rain. The chance of rain can last all day through Monday, low 90s, low 50s. Mid-40s and 90s tomorrow with low 60s at beaches, Metro LA, OC, the valleys and Orange, mid-50s and 60s right now in Irvine, 50s and Brea, and there's a pack on the 2 in Water Village. That's a big workout our way at Self-Lifer Drive. That's that Self-Lifer VR right there. But that's good. And step into your Madre Villa Avenue, that selfie will take up 2 bucks.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's
also built by those at the one hand, but the fact that the 3 right lanes, there's traffic deadlock on that level right there. Purify the sky, let's see where it's at. There's a jack there. When was the last time you checked out the lights? Probably when you bought it. How long ago was that? You don't even know the termites. You're still working hard to pick those termites.
not because I have any like
One, you don't have them.
kind of schematic or whatever, you know.
Catch them early days, like right now. They'll come out and give you a free home inspection.
No, I think with
If you have them, don't have them, you need to their services right away. They will treat your house for termites without tinting. And tinting is horrible. I've been there. You don't want to go there. No tinting is easy. They told me they do their work. It's Pacific Coast Termites. Call 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, SNKFI, 10% off termite treatment to your guarantee. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Call 800-PACIFIC. Outdoor recreation is alive and well at the Barn Hall Show, January 25th to the 28th at the One Beach Convention. Hunting, travel, off-road, and overland adventure. Hundreds of seminars and a full day of family fun. Don't miss the details at hallshows.com. Every time the Fed has raised interest rates this year, credit card rates have gone up too, as high as 29%. Yes, at that rate, how do you ever get paid off? Here's how. A home equity line of credit with the loan exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com. Not only can you get much lower rate to pay off those cars, but mortgage interest can be tax deductible. Credit card debt isn't. Check with your tax advisor. They'll tell you. But at the loan exchange, your rate on an equity line can never go higher than the first day. No matter what the Fed does, the start rate of your line is also the right cap of the line. Call the loan exchange at 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to find out how to exchange your credit card debt at much cheaper mortgage rates.
Correct me if I'm wrong if you don't know what I'm talking about better, because I really don't know what I'm talking about.
That's 855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com. Did you know that you can use your nursing, teaching, or real estate license with a DUI? What about your I'm attorney Garrett Capito, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS. What you don't know can and will hurt you. Call 1-800-NO-COPS.
Like kind of like square division
You
or
don't hear the
something.
radio ads about the IRS.
Yeah,
They tell
I
you to be afraid, to be scared,
I'm
and
gonna
it's
be
all
honest,
threatening
I
at the
was not
time.
liking
I'm not
full
here to do that.
signature on the
Tax
side of
relief
him,
advocates is
but I
different. You know me is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or
throughout the
$500,000,
community
we have a
is
solution.
very,
It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295.
people are attracted to his personality,
and
you know,
eliminate or
and like,
reduce what's
I
happened to
know
the
I tell more
IRS.
life
Nothing
story,
zero is
he
you. If we can't
has
reduce
an
the tax
attractive
debt, then we pay
personality.
nothing.
This guy
Our
was kind
passion
of
is
sick.
taxes and helping
Of course,
individuals
more
fix
light
their
They're
IRS
kind of
problems.
so,
We have a 5-star rating
yeah.
on Google and Yelp and an 8
But yeah,
with the Better
this
Business
guy,
Bureau.
Oh.
You don't need
he
to be
just
afraid
kind
of
of
the
came
IRS
in
any
like
longer.
a bit of a
Enter
wrecking
our
ball,
finance today by
and
visiting us online at TRA.com
it's
or
almost like
call
a relative or something.
800-506-9295
What am I doing?
at 800-506-9295.
He's also about being
Tax relief advocates.
like, it was
Real
during
solutions
like
for real people.
the peak of that
An IR
threat,
radio
right?
station. More
When
stimulating
it was kind of like backfired. Do you remember what's left? Like, is he still with the project? I don't think he's still involved with it. And if he is, I mean, he's not on my radar. I don't see him popping up anymore. It's almost like he went out as quick as he came in.
So, it's kind of like, this is how it always happens.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be like the gossip person, but I just remember somebody talking shit at one saying like, oh, he's like,
Heard of that one?
yeah, I've never heard something
And Chris is
that he was kind of
some
like
of them don't.
outcast
People in the
or
academy or
he
staff
left
after,
with.
and you imagine people voting. They haven't
Or
seen
yeah,
anything
exactly.
for everything. Rather.
Yeah, it was.
I know some
I
people
don't
want to
know
crap
if it
about
had
awards show, but
anything
Ellie's
to
an
do
industry
with
town. I'm a movie nerd, and I want to see what people are talking about and what
Mr.
people are making
Rogers,
painful, irritating
Coyote.
acceptance speeches about when they get
Coyote
their
and him
award
kind of
season
took
award.
had
This
a
will be
little
part one.
romance
Okay,
going. So
Maestro.
I don't know if there was like a beef between them and
Here's
that.
the problem. This is what you might call the minority opinion on this one, though. I
Yeah,
couldn't
they
get through this.
break up.
I admire Bradley
We'll have to
Cooper's
get
ascendance from the
Mr.
somewhat
Rogers
useless male
in here
friend
to
on Alias to a
tell
major
us.
auteur of anyone else.
I
Star,
have the
the
same
writer,
thought
the
in mind
director of
like
this
this. I didn't want to
biopic
say
about
his
Leonard
name, but like
Bernstein.
the whole thinking,
But
I
as
guess,
much as I am
is
wary of
that
movies
you
that reek of awards, this one has laugh out loud pretentiousness in every single scene, every camera setup. I'm not exaggerating here. It's like a cologne commercial made by someone who just watched Citizen Kane for the first time. Pure torture. I'm not going
I mean, I
back
can
to it.
ask,
Sometimes you can flip that middle switch and decide to be scared of something
that he's like
like
a
the Winnie the
positive,
Pooh horror movie.
like,
But I couldn't do it with Maestro. It's
other
ridiculous.
people
Every
like
piece is ridiculous. It made me want to suck a other critic who wants to make their job is it's got 80% Next, four things. This is illustrated. This is by Yorgos Lanthimos, the director of The Favorite, The Lobster, and The Killing of the Sacred. Killing of 80 sacred here. I've seen 2 out of 3 of those and like them. And I'll tell you, at exactly 10 minutes into four things, you're going to know if you're intrigued by the oddness and the hardiness and the outrageousness of it, or you sort of turn it right the hell off. I kept it on, and over the course of 2 hours and 21 minutes, I went from being irritated and impatient to loving this movie. Four things. Certainly not for everybody, though. Emma Stone has already won some stuff for her role in this one. She plays someone with a young child's brain transplanted into a woman's body. A disfigured, insane surgeon Protestant who called John. He's all impulsive, no understanding of social rules or anything else, blurting out observations no matter how rude or brutal they are, as she learns about the world. Also, masturbating in front of people, but hey, casting the first stone and all that, am I right? When critics say a woman's performance is great, usually mean if she gets naked. Emma Stone gives an extremely brave performance in four things. It's kind of performance if it's like skillful and clever, as well as something messy for an empty house, but all in the same scene. Instantly want to see this woman-child character in a bunch of different scenarios, horrifying people. Now, four things is a little like an old British Hammer Frankenstein movie. Remember those ones with Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee? Except for some point, it's funny and really long. It's got this beautifully stylized, almost surreal and artificial look. You've never seen any of Guy Madden's movies. This seems to have some DNA. No, he's great, by the way. And if you haven't seen his stuff, look it up on IMDb. He's also about the furthest thing from a mainstream commercial filmmaker there is. Willem Dafoe is Guy. Grotesquely disfigured surgeon, I mentioned, with all these charming, uncular manner and fancy wit. When I think of all the stuff he's done, the first time I noticed him is a living guy in LA. I think this guy can do anything, and this is one for the highlights of lots of things. Deadpan dialogue, which is more hilarious. There's the choice. Or that it's to me. Here's the warning, though. Look, if you take your mom and dad to poor things, and you know they think like Top Gun Maverick with their peak music on this thing, they might disinherit it. They might suggest counseling. But I think this one is in a class of its own, and whoever this yogurt lamb party guy does next, I am 100% on board. I went from not wanting to watch it in the first 10 minutes to loving it. Okay, because I wasn't sure where you were going with that when you interrupted. I go on a journey, okay, to finish it, and by the end of it, I just loved it, couldn't get enough of it, but you gotta have a little patience, gotta stick with it. One more here, hold over, and this is the real winner of the bunch. If you weren't listening to anything else I said, listen to this. It's an instant favorite of mine. Let me cook up to it. Made me laugh out loud. Hold over, didn't make much of theaters, and isn't just the kind of movie people go to see in theaters anymore. Honestly, this is one of those things that will legitimately say, they don't really make them like this anymore. About unlike the teen teacher of voice school in the 1970s, played by Paul Giamatti. The movie actually looks like it was made in the 70s, which is extra cool. So this teacher draws the short straw, and he's got to go to school at the holidays, and the boys who aren't going home, and he winds up having to look after the biggest troublemaker in the group, who absolutely doesn't want to be there either. Adding to the party is school cook, who's still grieving the son he lost in Vietnam. He doesn't have a lot of patience for their fitness either. Like I want to play that card, you know, traffic and speech and motion, and it doesn't show. None of that made in this thing. The performances have already gotten some Golden Globes, and even the ones that didn't are perfect. You already know Giamatti's fun to watch in anything that he's in. It wouldn't work without the kid. His name is Dominic Sessa.
Are these two fucking?
Alexander
Probably.
the director. He did Sideways, Giamatti too. This may be the best thing he's ever done. Somebody gets shot in the face, or you watch the way the explosion and the whole emotion. So it might tax some attention spans over 2 hours, but if you know someone who's seen this and doesn't like it, you can be sure that person is a monster. It's like finding out somebody's into dog fight. You don't want to be friends with that person. You're at a party, so make up an excuse to go talk to someone else. In fact, the ad campaign for The Holdovers should be, this is the movie for people who don't like Michael Vick. That's how good this is. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I will take you at your word. Look at some other contenders for this week. Greece, and then Mulch, any of these yet? No, actually, I was waiting for
And I was like, wow, just to read that this is all the amount of the deal for. It's not like I can ask for the money back. All I can do is send it forward. He's going to be like, no, I'm not going to pay you. This is how you have to send me home. So it's like, yeah, it's like, all right, do the painting, and then I'll send you home. And then I got to do the painting. I'm like, he just did like 2 little crappy pictures. That's it. I got 2 photos.
Love you guys. Bye.
I could imagine it would be really weird to direct people you've been hanging out with for 6 years. Oh, for sure. But I love this quote from what Rain said. He said he saw himself as a collaborator offering a point of view. I have to say, I feel like that encapsulates the whole tone of our show. We were all collaborators with a point of view.
And we had this safe place where we could share our point of view.
Thank you, Rain, for sending in those audio clips. It was very generous of him because he just got back from Iceland.
Yes, he literally just flew back from Iceland. Rain, you brave jet lag to talk to us.
What he was doing in Iceland is a new television show called The Geography of Bliss, One Grump's Search for the Happiest Places in the World. I cannot wait.
I cannot believe this job. How do you get this job? I mean, Jenna, how? It's just like the coolest thing. He gets to travel all over and just be himself.
Yeah, he gets to go to Iceland, Ghana, Japan, and more. And it says it's a 6-part travel series where he will try to discover how changing your location and perspective can change your life. This is the greatest job of all time.
It's so awesome.
Why didn't we think of this?
Rain, we cannot wait to watch.
Can me and you do the Geography of Bliss Part 2? 2 ladies who love factories?
Yes.
Can we do that?
Can it just be ladies who love factories? We'll just travel the United States. We don't even have to go far.
I like this show.
I really like it.
Call us, anyone who makes shows.
Anybody.
All right. And fast fact number 2. This show centers around Michael's suspicion that Donna is cheating on him. So guess what I Googled?
Sign someone's cheating?
Oh my gosh, yes!
Really?
Literally. Signs someone is cheating.
Let's hear it.
Look at my piece of paper.
I did not. Listen, I'm getting better at guessing your deep dives.
All right, well, according to Psychology Today, there are 10 signs that your spouse or significant other is cheating. Number 1.
Number 1, what is it?
One is crazy.
What?
Improved appearance.
Oh, they care now.
Yeah. Are they getting gussied up each day in a new way that they haven't before?
Yeah. Did they put the sweatpants aside?
Number 2. Are they having secretive phone or computer use? You know, like do they sneak away to use their phone?
Oh, yeah.
When maybe they didn't before.
Stepping outside to take a call kind of thing.
Exactly, lady. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm feeling very mom detective right now.
Yeah. We should use this list if we ever have a case like this.
Oh, yeah, for our show.
A checklist.
Yeah.
We'll check them off.
Check it off.
All right, number 3. Are there periods of time when your significant other is unreachable? That would be part of our interview.
Turn the phone off, not answering.
I don't know why you're cracking me up so much. All right, number 4. This one feels like a tough one. Is there significantly more, significantly less, or different sex in your relationship? Like, I kind of get it. If you're married, you've got a bit of a sex routine at a certain point. You know, you've got your favorite moves, the old standbys, the ones that you know are going to get you there.
Also, you know your windows of opportunity.
Right.
Especially if you have kids.
Is there sudden spontaneity? Are they trying new moves? Where do they get those moves?
Right.
Or are they not even interested at all?
Not at all.
I don't know what is cracking me up. All right. We're only on number 5.
Oh, gosh.
Is there hostility toward you in the relationship all of a sudden? Disdain, are they annoyed?
Yeah.
Number 6, do they have an altered schedule? Number 7, listen to this.
Okay.
Do friends suddenly seem uncomfortable around you? And this is important because
As a couple, like your friends,
or just you personally.
oh,
They say it's because the betrayed partner is almost always the last to know.
some people know.
And so then they like avoid eye contact with you, or they're real shifty, you know?
Yeah.
Number 8, are there any unexplained expenses?
Travel.
This is your character from Home Detective. Okay. Like 100%.
Okay.
You are this person.
Okay.
I will sit with the client and I will ask these questions, and you will say these things on
Just
the
one
side.
word.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, here on the next one, let's pretend we have a client.
Okay. Client is sitting next to you.
No
Yeah.
limit.
I'm sitting across.
All right.
Okay.
Ma'am, has the emotional intimacy faded?
Nothing happened in the sack.
That's not one word. That's all right. It doesn't have to be one word.
You know what I realized? My job is like, I think I'm a translator.
You're translating my very clear question.
Yeah. Do another one.
This is the last one.
Okay.
Number 10, sign that someone is cheating. Has your partner been deflecting or avoiding being questioned about cheating? Like if you say, hey, where were you last night? Were you with someone else?
Where were you?
Exactly.
What?
That might be their cheating.
There you go, guys.
I think this is our first episode of Mom Detectives.
Someone is having an affair.
Maybe. Who knows?
That couple down the street on the left, the house with the green door, we're going to get to the bottom of it.
I like the idea that neither of them came to us either. There's no client.
No.
It's just our own snooping.
We've seen a new car parked out front.
What's that about?
Yeah, gonna run those plates.
Wow, we don't have any contact.
We'll Google it.
All right. Fast fact number 3 is straight from our mailbag.
Ooh, I love our mailbag.
I know. I hadn't been in the general folder for a while, and I took a peek, and here are 2 that I found delightful. First up, Stephanie from Sydney, Australia said, did you ladies know that there is a song by Post Malone called Candy Paint? And in the lyrics, they say, I love paper like I'm Michael Scott. What? I just thought it was a fun thing for you guys to know about and to hear. The Office has even made it into some of the best known songs of this generation.
What?
Here's an audio clip. I love it. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for telling us about that. Also, Tommy from Salt Lake City, Utah, and Hannah from Seattle, Washington wrote in to say, have you guys heard the song Netflix Trip by AJR? It is a song where the singer outlines the major events of his life and how The Office tied in and influenced all of them. It finished by saying that so much of who he is as a person is contained in The Office, and it is more than just a show to so many of us. Here is the clip.
I had my first crush in season 2. She'd pass me notes and fill our hands with glue. And in my corduroys we'd walk to school. I sat and crossed my legs like Jim would do.
So it's this really sweet song, and he just goes through all of these different aspects of his life and major milestones. His first crush, that first, but it's like he's watching The Office at the same time. And so many of his personal moments are tied into his favorite moments on the show.
That's just so cool.
I know.
I can't believe we're on a show
Is
that
it the
keeps
West
finding
Side Cool?
home in people's hearts like that. I know it's in that Billie Eilish song, which is so cool.
Yeah, where she actually sampled parts of Threat Level Midnight, which we're going to get to next
She's
season.
like,
We're almost
what
there.
up,
Season
dick
7.
suckers?
Oh my gosh,
What's
Billie Eilish will
up?
come on our show for Threat Level Midnight.
Billie Eilish, my daughter asks me once a week if we are going to have you on Office Ladies, threat level midnight, and she has asked me if she can hide in the background of that Zoom so that she can see you.
Aww.
Every week she asks.
Well, I met Billy and she's a sweetheart.
She's the loveliest.
Does she suck a mean dick, bitch? What's up?
We'll have to reach out.
And now for a DVD box set moment.
Oh, I made it sound so official.
For those of you with the DVD box set of The Office, you will know that the episode The Cover-Up starts the very last disc of the season.
Okay.
And since it's the last disc, it has some really fun bonus features I thought I would share. In addition to the usual deleted scenes for the last 3 episodes, which are The Cover-Up, The Joke, and The Whistleblower, it has 23 minutes and 41 seconds worth of bloopers from season 6.
Oh, all the season 6 bloopers are on there?
Yes. It was really fun to watch them. It also has a digital short called, wait for it, drum roll please. I know, I don't know how long the drum roll goes. Like, when does the drum roll end? Ding! Okay, it ended. It's called
Called what?
The Podcast.
I called what?
Oh, yeah. We did a digital short called The
I
Podcast.
called the what?
It is about Gabe on a quest to find a way onto the Sabre website. He wants to be on the Sabre website, and he decides to do a podcast. It features Brian Baumgartner, Creed Bratton, Kate Flannery, Mindy Kaling, Ellie Kemper, Oscar Nunez, Zach Woods, and myself. It's crazy. I watched the whole thing, and I had completely forgotten that we did this digital short.
Yo,
Should we break down some of these things, like the digital short, the podcast, and the webisodes
hell yeah, you
sometime?
slut.
I think we should. It's like a really fun bonus episode
Hell
because
yeah,
they're
you
good.
slut.
Yeah.
Also, this disc
What's
has
that?
all of the Office promos for the Olympics in Canada.
Canada
One that I have not
sucks.
seen. It's called Dwight's Tribute to Canada. Oh no, you have to hear it. I can't believe Rain learned this. The Olympics are in Vancouver. Is that British Columbia?
Pam, there's really only a few things you need to know about Canada. There's Newfoundland and Labrador, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Quebec, Alberta, Manitoba, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. Prince Edward Island's very small, but British Columbia tops them all. That's where Vancouver is. But before I finish up my story, you should know the territories. There are only 3, so I'll be quick. Yukon, Northwest, and Nunavut. If you want to have a ball to Saskatoon and Montreal, and if you want to pack your sacks, we'll be going off to Halifax. And if you're looking for a wife, be sure to visit Yellowknife. Natural resources! Perennial geraniums, nickel zinc uranium are filling up my cranium. The exports that they boast. Keep going?
No, please. Good.
Increase.
Isn't that amazing?
I remember shooting that.
He had to learn that whole song.
That's pretty amazing.
I thought it was amazing. The last bonus feature on this disc is an episode from Parks and Rec that was written by Dan Gore and directed by Greg Daniels called Hunting Trip.
Oh, that's so cool.
So there you have it. Let's take a break because when we come back, Dan and Jim are going to be talking using some pens.
Yoshi,
Yeah.
are you going on a vision quest? Vision quest, Chex quest, kids. Chex quest.
Well, folks, you know I have a lot of family in Texas, and I just want you to
You ever
know,
fuck 'em?
if you travel to Texas, there are vast landscapes, cultures, regions,
Like that one lady.
destinations, activities
What?
that allow
Somebody's like,
for
Rabbi,
an
please tell us that
infinite number
fucking
of
story.
different
I'm
travel
masturbating on
experiences.
You
Shabbat.
can have fun in the sun.
Whether or
Texas
not
has
you tell me that fucking story.
350
Okay.
miles of
So this
coastline.
lady,
That's right.
when
Or if you
she
like
had
more
a
of
child,
like a vacation, there are
and she
campgrounds,
gave that
hiking
child up for
trails,
adoption,
state parks,
and like
and
18
the
years
food.
went by,
Can we talk about
and
the
that
food?
child found her,
Tex-Mex
and they
and
started to fuck.
barbecue. There's
Mother
live
and son
music, art
fucking in
museums,
Texas,
cowboy experiences.
and they
Come
got to
on.
get it on
Right
camera.
now, Travel Texas offers a
And
one-of-a-kind online
then,
trip builder that allows users to generate a custom, visually led
Then-
trip matched to their unique interests.
then
So go in there, you
I
click
don't
your
know what
interests, and
happened.
it'll
I
say,
don't.
here's where you want to
That's
go in
all I know.
Texas.
That
Visit
somebody.
traveltexas.com
did they
slash
meet?
get your
They
own
met.
to get the
She
only
didn't.
trip to Texas
Or
that
maybe they
matters.
just met and
Yours.
they
That's
learned. I don't know.
traveltexas.com
Lots to learn about that
slash get your
story.
own. For
Fucked up.
175 years,
Somebody be
Roots has
good
been
enough.
committed to
Good
spreading
enough.
the goodness of the sea by making
Calm
quality
down, woman.
seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified
Gorton's?
as responsibly
Why don't you
sourced.
kiss this
And
fucking
Gorton's
ass,
reached
you
out to
cunt?
us and said, do you want us to send you some
Ah,
of
we
our
already
fish
have
sticks,
Gorton's.
some of our products?
Yes,
to
I
become
want it.
familiar
I'll
with
freeze
it
it
before you
forever,
speak
dog.
about it on the podcast. And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay?
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the
50 of
freezer
frozen
aisle,
food.
the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic
I wonder
fisherman
if
on the
anybody
cover.
gets sick
This brand
botulism.
has been around since I was a kid.
I want
Same.
somebody to be able
Gorton's
to
is
eat
actually
50
a
of
brand that's
frozen
been
food.
around for 175 years.
Oh my gosh,
That's
yes.
so
Oh, it
rare.
is?
Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious.
Eat
I made
50
their
of
pub
all
style
frozen food.
shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
The white cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner,
Hang
so
on,
this was
point.
my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so
They're safe
good.
to eat almost
Everyone,
indefinitely.
you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to
Indefinitely.
HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code
I want to store
OfficeLadiesFree.
it like
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
indefinitely. It will not become harmful to consume. Why are we eating like 100-year-old?
Pam is
I want a 100-year-old
clicking
chicken
on her
leg one day.
computer mouse, and then
Somebody's
Jim
gonna be like, this
is kind
chicken
of
was
clicking
born
his pen,
in
and Dwight is getting annoyed.
1973.
But
Be
wait
like,
a second,
fuck yeah.
he starts picking up on something.
That's right. Are Pam and Jim communicating in Morse code? Dwight thinks so. Pam and Jim are like, that's ridiculous. But then they have a super cute talking head.
They do, and I just want to say that Jim steals one of Pam's moves.
What's that?
He starts with, yup.
It turns out that with their limited time and resources, they did hire a nanny so that they could take a course on speaking in Morse code just to drive Dwight crazy. It's exactly what they did. Lady, we got so much mail about this cold open, and it sent me down a number of roads. Let's start with the fan mail flurry. It's a fan mail flurry. That's right. Katie A. from Nashville, Tennessee, Cammy D. from Richmond, Virginia, and many others would like to
Damn.
know, did John and Jenna have to learn Morse code for the cold open? And if so, what were you guys saying? Well, here's what I'll tell you. Lindsay G. from Texas has the answer.
Okay.
Lindsay says, my husband Jason is a licensed amateur radio operator. And when I introduced him to the office, I showed him this episode. Jason let me know that Pam and Jim are saying random letters and characters, but nothing that matches the actual script. Yes, Lindsay, Jason, you are right. We did not learn anything for this scene. We randomly clicked our pen, and if you look at the script, it doesn't even tell us how much to click our pen. It just says we're clicking. Right, just click away.
This is like that moment when I took my dad to see Armageddon. It starts out, they're drilling engineers, and my dad just sat there and kept going, never happened. That never happened.
Yeah, that's right.
Never happened.
Lindsay went on to say, some radio info for you. My husband has had his license since he was 11 and learned from his dad. When he got his license in the U.S., it was required to pass the Morse code test. Today, it is not required to know Morse code to get your radio operator license, yet he frequently uses Morse code in radio contests and knows it as well as he can speak English. Wow. She said there are several Morse code and voice contests throughout the year, one of the biggest being Field Day, which happened every summer. Field Day is meant to be a practice run for radio operators in emergency situations.
That's so cool.
Very, very cool. All right, next up from the mailbag about the cold open from Julia T in Orange, California. Can we talk about the way John Krasinski says pen in the cold open? Julia, we can, but first I think we should give it a listen.
We should.
Jim, are you clicking a detonator? It's a pen.
Well, Aunt, what do you think? Did you hear it?
He says pin.
But he says more like pin. Like, instead of pen, he says pin. Do you say pen or pen?
There you go.
I say pen, but that's when, I'm sort of just letting myself be a little lazy with my accent.
Mm-hmm.
But if I try to think about it, I would say pen.
Mm-hmm.
Pen. Right? Am I saying it right?
Pen.
Pen. But I have to think about it. If I don't think about it, I just say, can I borrow your pen?
Yeah.
He also says D White. He says D White and pen.
Well, there's another thing he says too, but I'll bring it up later. All right. Finally, we got this fan question from Alan J in Salt Lake City, Utah. In the beginning of this episode, the pen that Jim is clicking is a Parker Jotter made by the Parker Pen Company. I've noticed this pen in several episodes of not only The Office, but Parks and Rec, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and The Good Place, all of which Mike Schur has had his hand in. Are these pens used by Mike Schur personally, or in all of his projects, or is it just a random prop coincidence? Well, all of those shows are NBC shows. True. I emailed Mike Schur. What did he say? Can you think we are so weird? Hey, Mike, do you have a signature pen on all of your shows? Thanks, bye. Yes, I sent the fan question, and he said he does not know anything about this pen. But then he admitted, quote, my family owns 28.5% of Parker Pen Company, and it's a total boondoggle product placement. He's kidding, of course. He is kidding. Well, I got a little curious about this Parker Jotter pen. They retail for about $12 each. Pricey. And here's where my curiosity led me. There is a podcast called The Pen Addict. Really? Yes. And these are people that are pen aficionados. It is a podcast about pens and stationery, hosted by Brad Dowdy and Mike Hurley. They have done over 500 podcast episodes about pens. Wow. Yes. They also have a website, and they did a review of the Parker Jotter ballpoint pen. Tell me you're going to share the review. You know I am. Yes. Here's what they said about Jim's pen. Quote, the all-aluminum body is made in France. It is quite small and slim, so it may not be comfortable for long writing sessions if you have large hands. But listen to this. Okay. Listen to this. Okay. Quote, this pen has one of the most satisfying clicks I've ever experienced. It's loud, solid, and has a good amount of resistance. You could drive people crazy with this click, and I love it. End quote. I'm sorry, did we pick the perfect pen for this episode based on that review? Yeah. If you need a pen that you have to click to drive your coworker crazy, head on over and pick up the Parker Jotter. I also love that this podcast has a click rating, like a click meter. That's amazing. I loved every second of that, lady. Well, at the very end of this cold open, they are no longer clicking or tapping. They've started blinking at each other. That's right. Did we all catch the wink to camera from Jim at the very end? Of course. It was adorable. It was so cute. Well, we're going to open this episode with Michael and Donna making out in the lobby in front of Hank, played by the lovely Hugh Dane. Yes, I had to walk past them as they made out. What was that morning of shooting like? It was it's just so odd, it's just always weird. You just kind of walk by. They didn't do very many takes that I remember. We got that pretty quickly. I love how Hank is like eating his bowl of cereal. I love everything Hank does. Every choice, everything about Hank is the best. Michael has a talking head here where he says things with Donna are going great on every level. Like, he's not used to relationships going this well, and he's having trouble focusing on his job. Well, that's going to become clear in this episode. Oh, yeah. But
You know, one of my favorite things to do is to go to the candy bag alts of talking heads. Here's Michael's alternate talking head for this moment. Things with Donna are going great. I've had good relationships before, but never with another manager. I think that makes all the difference. We co-manage our love. Profits are through the roof. I thought it was so cute.
This is reminding me of the one you shared last week.
Yes,
He kept getting like stuck on this idea that they're both managers.
yes, he's very enamored by that. She gets him in a way maybe no one else has.
We're going to go into the conference room now. Michael has called a meeting.
Yeah.
To ask everyone for ideas of things that him and Donna can do on the weekends besides have sex. It's just been so much sex.
I know. Any ideas? In the shooting draft, everyone quickly threw out suggestions. Here's how it was scripted. Stanley said, I have an idea for your weekend. Let me go back to my desk right now. Andy said, apple orchards. Oscar said, hiking, maybe a picnic. Ryan said, learn one skill, touch one life. Angela said, make soup you can eat all week. Aaron said, popcorn. And then Meredith said, you and Donna should hit the Poconos, heart-shaped jacuzzis, room enough for 3. So that's how it was in the shooting draft. Of course, in the actual scene, there's a variation of that, but I thought that was fun.
Well, at 3 minutes and 20 seconds, when Meredith said the jacuzzis have room enough for 3, did you see Ryan's reaction? Like, he's not even fully on screen, but it made me laugh. He has this expression where he's like, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Well, he's been working that angle with Kelly, you know. There was a whole deleted runner after Andy and Aaron broke up where Kelly and Ryan hit her up for a threesome. What? Yes. This was a whole runner in Secretary's Day towards the end of the episode when people are trying to comfort Aaron. This is Ryan and Kelly's way of comforting her.
You did not share.
I didn't share.
That is news to me.
Well, there you have it.
We had a fan catch from Ray H. in Jacksonville, Florida, who says, Michael says he and Donna went to the P.F. Chang's in Mount Pocono, but there isn't one in Mount Pocono. The nearest P.F. Chang's is in Philadelphia, and it's about an hour and 48 minutes away from Scranton. And now here is my other audio clip about how people say things. Oh, we got a fan catch from Julia T. in Orange, California, who says, okay, I have become the rum tracker. All of the Massachusetts people say rum instead of room. John, Steve, Mindy, and BJ, and we hear a big old rum from Ryan in his talking head. Here it is.
Does she keep her phone locked around you, Michael? Does she watch how much she drinks around you, Michael? Does she leave the room when she takes phone calls?
There it is. Did you hear it? Does she leave the rum?
Rum. That's such a fun catch. I love it.
So here's what Ryan is talking about in this conference room meeting. Everyone starts wondering, like, why do you have to go to these weird places to be with your girlfriend? Is she avoiding someone? Is she cheating on you?
Kelly is the first person to pick up on this. Kelly says, why'd you go to that one? It's so far. And then she's like, Ryan used to do that to me.
Yeah. Pam tries to be a voice of reason, but by the end of this conference room meeting, Michael is now convinced that Donna is cheating on him.
Yeah.
It happened so quickly.
Oh, yeah. Pam says, Michael, do not let your imagination run out of control. Michael says, well, that's easy for you to say. You have a bad imagination. It's stupid. I live in a fantasy world.
Now Michael is going to do something that he should know better.
Oh, Michael. He is going to go in the break room, and I titled the scene, Whispers in the Break Room. Anyone want to write a song called Whispers in the Break Room? He goes up to Dwight and gets, like, in his ear. So much so that Dwight's like, what are you doing? And he whispers, I want someone to follow Donna. I want her tailed. I need the name of a good private investigator. And Dwight is going to give Michael his business card with rates. This scene was longer. It was in the shooting draft. And this is how good our scripts come in. As I was reading the shooting draft, I started laughing out loud just because this is so absurd. Listen to this. I have to share it. Dwight goes through his wallet, removes a card. Michael, this is you. Dwight smiles to camera, proud. Yes, it is. I used your card guy.
Sports Illustrated's entire staff is notified They're being laid up. I don't believe. What do you
He
mean? Just
doesn't have
like
a
all
kiosk
sports
anymore.
illustrated
He's just
done
working
now?
out at the food court. Michael, well, what do you charge? It's just then they can, but I love that he's like, wait, in the food court, you know, the card guy. I love it that Dwight says that he charges $100 a day plus expenses. Michael says he'll give him 50. Money is no object. I know. Then, of course, Dwight's gonna scooch you across the table. He's on it. He's so excited. Well, Jenna, in the episode now, Andy is going to get a call about a printer that caught on fire. Yeah. In the shooting draft, after Andy gets the phone call, rather than turning to Stanley or Gabe, the first person he goes to is Kelly. Oh, yes. He wants to know if a client has called customer service complaining about faulty printers. Makes sense. We learn a lot about Kelly's attention to detail in this scene, and I thought we should hear it. All right.
Hey, Kelly, have you been getting any calls about the Sabre GH400 printers?
Yeah, people hate them.
Really? Has anyone said that they, like, blow up or anything?
Can't remember.
Can you check
Where?
your records?
Okay, I don't keep records per se.
Well, like in your files, whatever. It would be...
Those are empty.
How do you do your job?
You know the bank of file cabinets next to her desk we see in all the episodes? They're empty. There's nothing in them. I love that he says, how do you do your job? I know. Lady, do you know that I worked as a customer service representative on a complaint line? Oh no, how was that? It was for a major soda company. I won't say which one. Can I guess? No, I feel like I shouldn't say which one. Oh, come on! You can guess off air. Oh, you guys. So it was my job to sit. Schmepsy? I'm not going to say. Schmoka-schmola? I'm not going to say. Okay. The best part of the job was that I got free soda. They had free fountain sodas in the cafeteria. Oh. It was located in a very kind of remote area, so you couldn't leave at lunchtime. Your choices were bring something or go to the cafeteria, but you got free soda all day. And you worked the complaint line. I worked the complaint hotline for 2 weeks as a temp when the person who normally worked there was on leave. Okay. I had a little bit of training, like half an hour. It was like a day, but basically there was a binder. They explained you answer the phone, you listen to the complaint, you take it seriously, you log it, and then you offer to send the person coupons for free soda. Okay. As a way to apologize for whatever inconvenience they have. And now, did they have a script? Because you know I worked in telemarketing, and you usually have a script when someone calls to complain that you follow. There wasn't really a script, but there was a binder that outlined the top complaints and suggested responses. Okay. So, for example, the top complaint at the soda company was someone has found a piece of glass or other object in their soda. Okay. And the response to that was, our sodas are canned in a glass-free environment. Most likely, the cases were stored next to some kind of broken glass, and then when you opened the soda, it fell in. But there's really no way that we canned it with glass. Okay. But we are so sorry. Right. Even still, we'll send you a coupon. We're going to send you the coupons. And then the second most common was, there is a bug in my soda. Okay. Same response. There's no bugs in the soda factory. Right. The third most popular complaint, okay, applied only to their diet soda. Okay. And it was, there is a gelatinous slug-like creature in my diet soda.
Sounds like it.
When you look in the binder, is it alive? No. Everyone who called about it was like, I can't tell what it is. It's like a gelatinous sort of thing in my soda. I don't know what it is. Oh my God. Third most popular complaint. Do you know what the binder said? No. The binder said, we have no explanation for this. Offer coupon. So they knew. They knew in the diet soda there could be a gelatinous thingy.
This is a mom detective.
When I read that, I was literally sipping their diet soda. Wow.
I'll say I continue to drink their diet soda, even with this insider info.
Have you ever found a gelatinous thingy?
I have not. One of the hypotheses was like there's something in the ingredients of the diet soda that if for some reason that soda has gone from very extreme high temperatures to extreme low temperatures and back again, can cause it to like congeal. And that's what that gelatinous thing is. It's just like a congealing of
Some
chemicals.
ingredients. Yeah,
But they don't know.
they don't know. Well, this sounds like the soda that would exist in Stranger Things. Oh my gosh, this season is so scary.
Anyway, I really love my job there. It was great.
I have a feeling you were better at recording files and documenting things than Kelly.
I was. I mean, we had to keep very detailed notes. But you know one thing I did do? What? Should I admit this? I told my friends and family that if they called me, I could send them coupons for free soda.
You work in the system, lady.
I did.
Well, one of the things that cracked me up about the scene between Kelly and Andy, which would only have like supported his whole theory, is that Kelly's like, oh yeah, they hate those. Like, people are calling in, they hate the printers. They hate them.
This is going to become the beginning of an arc, though.
Mm-hmm. Well, in the script in the episode that aired, Andy goes instead to Gabe and says, hey, someone called, said the printer caught on fire. And Gabe acts weird.
He's very distracted. He's looking for almond butter.
Yeah, Gabe really wants a jam sandwich.
Yeah, I have a question. Who buys the food for the kitchen?
I mean, I have thought this for years.
I mean, I just assumed people brought in what they wanted and kept it there. But Gabe's question sort of implies that there's someone stocking the kitchen with stuff.
It certainly looks like it in this episode. If you look at the counter, there's all this variety of tea. So many different kinds of tea.
Well, you would notice that.
Well, yeah,
You love tea.
I love tea.
Anyway, well, listen, Daryl overhears all this, and he says to Andy, did you think that was weird? Gabe's acting weird. He's hiding something. He plants the seed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're going to find out why. And Daryl's talking head.
Oh yeah, Daryl's been holding on to something for 2 years. I guess Andy blamed the warehouse for a late shipment that Andy forgot to process, and Daryl almost lost his job, and he was mad, but he was like, you know what, I'm gonna be patient, and I'm gonna get my revenge on Andy.
We had a fan question from Kim C. in Langley, British Columbia, Canada.
And the
who
west
said,
side.
how is there a window in Daryl's office? The building has to be bigger than that. There cannot be windows on both sides of the building because the warehouse seems way bigger. Kim, thank you. Thank you for writing in. This window, from the time we saw it behind what was Jim's desk, now Daryl's desk, has bothered me. It does not fit with the architecture of this building. It is the only window right there. Like if you follow that window over, now you're in the bathrooms. And if you keep following it over, you're in Kelly's nook. Kelly doesn't have a window.
No.
In fact, Kelly, next to her desk, has a door.
She has an exit door.
Similarly, if you track over to accounting, they have a door that we're going to find out later goes to a room.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you follow the wall that we're talking about behind Daryl,
There's no windows.
it's the only window. It makes no sense. But I have been like afraid to question it because I'm thinking, well, is that just because I know what's behind there? Like what's behind there are the bathrooms
And a
real
walkway.
working bathrooms
And a-
that we would use.
Yes, and a walkway in the soundstage. You could
Yes.
walk behind that wall to get to like food and stuff.
Yeah. So I'm like, I know the building is bigger. But anyway, Kim, I feel validated. Thank you for writing in.
Kim, thank you for validating Jenna.
I needed it.
We're going to start Dwight's undercover work. He's going to find Donna in the parking lot of her gym.
That's right.
This initial meeting in the parking lot was longer. It's in deleted scenes. Listen to how Dwight kicks off his investigation, which relies on him wooing Donna. Listen to how smooth he is.
Hey, stranger.
Oh, hi. You work for Michael.
I work with Michael.
Right.
Dwight Schrute.
Donna, hi.
How are you, Donna?
Good. How are you?
Good. Ah, it's beautiful, isn't it?
What?
A cloud.
Which cloud?
A cloud of gnats. I could follow a cloud of gnats around for hours.
Cloud of gnats. That's how you get them.
Well, you know, like you said, Dwight says that the way he's going to find out if Donna is cheating is that he's going to seduce her, bring her to orgasm, and then break the news to Michael. I have a location breakdown.
Let's hear it.
Both the interior and exterior of the gym were filmed on location in Reseda, California at 360 Health Club, which is now closed.
Well, let's take a break because when we come back, there's no ice cream in the kitchen.
Oh my God.
West
I
Side.
can't wait to talk about
Sing
this.
that song.
Did
It's
you
called
really
West Side.
eat mayonnaise?
I'll tell you after the break.
Okay.
West Side.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Are you
You know,
gonna
around
ask
New Year's, we all reflect.
me?
And people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next
Hey, you
year.
want 9 years
Yes,
of
I think,
eligibility?
you know, the new year definitely makes you
Sure.
think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and
Yeah.
I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is.
I
You
like
get
it
a
for
little
hikes.
packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a
Perfect
workout
for the
or when you
West
feel run
Side.
down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, hint,
Hint,
or
hint.
even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to
Is anyone
liquidiv.com
else
and
finding
use
a lot
code
of Bible
OfficeLadies
rabbis
at checkout.
following them?
That's 20%
Does
off your first
anybody
order
else
when you
find
shop
a lot
Better
of Bible
Hydration today
rabbis
using
following them?
promo code OfficeLadies
Has
at
anyone else been finding a
liquidiv.com.
lot of Bible rabbis?
All
He's
right, we're
like,
back.
he just changed
Michael's
it.
glum.
Now it's
He's in the kitchen. Jim
now
and
it's
Pam come in,
pointing to
and they find him eating ice cream. They think it's ice cream. There was no ice cream,
Now it's
so he's
YouTube.
eating mayonnaise and black olives.
Ugh,
We got another fan mail flurry.
about the mayo and olives. What do we got?
Yeah.
Well, Emmy L. from Baltimore, Maryland, and many others would like to know, what was Steve really eating?
Eating
Yeah, what was
puss,
he eating?
He
ice
was
cream,
not eating mayo and black olives.
ice cream,
I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, it was yogurt
Yogurt
and grapes.
and grapes.
He sold it. I don't know why watching it made me
Yogurt
so
and grapes.
grossed out.
And what's
And he's going to tell them that he's put
what's
Dwight on the case. And Pam and Jim are like, no, Michael,
You're
you
gonna
have to
sex on
cancel
West Side?
this. And then Michael has my favorite line of this
Yeah.
episode.
Allegedly.
This thing is
Right?
going to spiral out of
Yeah.
amok. He's trying to use the word Pam used earlier in the conference
Yeah.
room, which means out of control.
Oh, and which
Well,
was
Pam tells
This
Michael
website?
that he has a
How about
tendency
that
to
website? I'll put that
self-sabotage
website.
and torpedo his
Right?
romantic relationships.
yeah.
And Michael agrees
You
that
tell
he
me to go
often
right.
ruins everything with the
Right,
loves of his life,
Do you?
which he begins to
Yeah,
list
Captain.
all but Helene. So Pam says, Helene? Michael can't seem to recall who this person is. Helene. She's like, my
Allegedly.
mother? He's like, oh yeah. I love Steve's look. After he's like, oh yes, of course. But then he does an aside that's like, I don't know, not
Name of
really.
the
Yeah,
song. It goes like
that's
this.
pretty amazing.
Yoshi,
Well, I guess
Yoshi.
they get through to
Yeah,
him because Michael
Yoshi.
is going to try to call Dwight and I guess take him off the
It's a
case.
beautiful
But
song.
Dwight's not
And
answering.
then it goes like
No,
this.
he blocks Michael's call.
Yoshi.
and he's gonna start following Donna around the gym.
No,
And I guess this is flirting.
I really love that song.
Very strange.
Whatever it is,
I
it needs
know.
to stop.
But
Because
can you sing it again? I
Dwight,
got you.
what are you doing? What is that thing he puts on his head? And he's trying to lift. It looks medieval.
That's a real thing. I looked it up.
No.
Yes, it is a thing that is supposed to help strengthen your neck muscles, but Dwight is doing it totally wrong. Like what?
The head strappy thing?
Yeah, the head strappy thing with a weight on it is a real thing.
Now, why do you need super strong neck muscles?
I don't know. Maybe it helps you lift other things. You know, like
Your
if
neck.
you're a big lifter, you need a big neck.
You need a big neck.
But you're not supposed to bend over. You're supposed to stand straight up. So it looked like Rain was hurting himself. I was concerned. I did Google something. I got curious.
You survived, bitch.
Let me ask you.
Okay.
Do you know how much the average human head weighs?
Oh, gosh.
Because I was like, why would you
Look,
need,
Nikki says
like,
this.
what are we
That's the
holding
brain,
up every
though.
day?
Well, here's the thing.
I would say 10 pounds.
I just sort of have this vague memory from like a science class in school that our heads are really heavy.
10 pounds.
Like I kind of remember that we have big heads.
So what do you think?
It's
Sam, do you have
10
a
pounds.
guess? How much does the average human head weigh?
10
I'm gonna
pounds.
say 15 pounds.
Okay. Angela?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know. Should I try to lift my own head?
How does it feel?
I don't know. Like I
10
think
pounds.
10 to 20 pounds.
Oh, shit.
Okay, on average, a human head weighs 10 to 12 pounds.
Okay, I got it right.
I've given someone a pretty big head at 20 pounds.
But
You can give
listen,
me some head, girl.
Your head is balanced on just 7 vertebrae in your neck and is surrounded by about 20 muscles. And a recent study published in the journal Surgical Technology International
Oh, the west
shows
side.
that
Full name is the
if
west
you
side.
lean just 15 degrees
Look at this
forward,
athleticism.
your head weighs more like 27 pounds.
Yoshi.
If you lean 30 degrees forward, it weighs about 40 pounds. And when you're hunched over
Look at this,
in a
man.
position
Yeah.
very common for looking at your phone, your head is putting about a 60-pound strain on your neck.
Any wonder you get a neck ache after you've been like on your computer or something.
Yes, our neck muscles were designed to hold our heads when we're straight, not when we're looking at our phones. So everyone, right now, straighten up.
Yeah, don't be so slouchy over your devices.
That's right.
I also Googled something this episode.
What's that?
It's probably a random time to bring it up. But, you know, we do a lot of research. We prep. I always try to find articles written about the show or something specific to the episode. So I Googled the cover up, thinking maybe one of the first things that would come up would be our show.
Oh, dear.
I got some real random movies and television shows,
Okay.
with the same name. I'm just going to share my 3 favorites. There were a lot.
Okay.
There was a movie in 1949 called Cover Up, starring Barbara Britton, Dennis O'Keefe, and William Bendix. The movie poster said, "It takes more than a kiss to cover up a killing."
Ooh.
I know. I
I'm
even
intrigued.
watched the trailer. I'm like, I kind of want to go watch it. It's on Turner Classic Movies.
Okay.
I found an 80s television show called Cover Up for CBS, starring Jennifer O'Neill and John Eric Hexum. The show poster was my favorite. Ready?
Yeah.
She's the world's sexiest photographer. He's fashion's hottest model. They go where the government can't, helping Americans in trouble.
What is this show?
I know. This is amazing. And I also found a movie from 1991 with Dolph Lundgren and Louis Gossett Jr. called Cover Up. The movie poster said, "If the lies don't kill you, the truth will." Wow.
I would have called it west side.
World's
And
sexiest
it would have
photographer.
been like, hey,
Fashion's
west
hottest
side.
model. Going where the American government can't.
I don't even understand that tagline. I envision nothing when I hear that.
I'll show you the TV
I don't know.
poster.
Would
Here
you
it
give
is.
it 3 months to have it?
Undercover, under fire.
This is
Yeah.
incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how to put words to it.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I'm speechless.
You
Please
followed everybody
post
on
this
here.
in Office Ladies Pet Stories so all can see. Back at the gym, Dwight is working hard. He's getting very sweaty, and he will not wipe down his equipment. I have a guest star alert. The woman who would like Dwight to please wipe down his equipment was played by Faye DeWitt. She's been on a ton of television shows, including Monk, and also Columbo, and Mork and Mindy, All in the Family, Three's Company, and most recently, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend.
That is quite the resume.
I agree.
Some amazing shows. Dwight is finally going to leave. He's going to come back to the office and he's going to tell Michael that Donna is not cheating, but she's furious and she'll be on her way shortly. Also, he signed up for a gym membership.
Yeah. Michael's going to be billed monthly.
Mm-hmm.
I loved Rain's commitment to his sore legs. I thought it was very accurate. I cannot tell you how many times after I haven't worked out for a long time and I decide that I'm going to work out, I go at it too hard and then I walk like that for about 3 days.
I remember one time I came over to your house.
Oh dear.
Because you had started trying to do this workout. You had like a, what do you call those things? A circuit? You know, you're like, Ange, we're going to do 10 push-ups, then we're going to do 10 jumping jacks. You had like a thing that you had worked out.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to do it with you.
Yeah.
And we did.
I don't know why we ever try to work out together. It never goes well.
It never goes well. We started doing burpees.
Yep.
You told me what a burpee was.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I got 3 done and I was like, I'm going to skip this one. You're like, no, you can't skip. It's a circuit. We got to do this whole thing. I'm like, I'm just going to jump up and down now. I can jump up and down. You're like, that's not the circuit. Anyway, it was really funny. We only did it one time, Jenna.
No, we've often started these like fitness things together. We tried yoga, we tried hiking.
Mm-hmm.
And recently, again, you were like, lady, we need to do this together.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought to myself, why? Why do we need to do it together? We never succeed when we do it together. We are many things. We are best friends. We are business partners. We are lovers of many common interests.
Scrapbooking, Target,
So many things. Exercise is not our
it's
thing.
not our thing together.
No.
It's not our thing together. I do remember though, once I bailed on the burpee and I just said I'm going to jump up and down. Then there was another thing we were supposed to do, and you're like, okay, fine, we can skip that one. We just sort of beat off each other.
This is where our partnership ends.
Unfortunately, exercise.
We are not workout buddies. Well, anyway, I think Michael is moaning on the floor.
He's moaning on the floor, and Donna's going to come in. He tries to hide from her, but she sees him, and she's going to confront him. And it does not go the way I thought it would.
Me either.
She's somehow charmed by Michael.
Yeah. I mean, he does say he just can't believe his luck being with her and that everyone kind of convinced him that, you know,
there was something going on.
Yeah.
And she says, when I say I like you, I like you. Let's go away to Vero Beach. And Michael says, is that on the water?
It's pretty amazing.
Meanwhile, Andy is going to go into Daryl's office. Did anyone else catch the giant bass fish mounted on Daryl's wall at 13 minutes, 2 seconds?
Yes, I did, lady. Has that always been there? Was that there when it was Jim's office?
I don't know. How did we miss that big bass?
I don't know. Daryl tells Andy that he overheard Gabe saying something about eliminating Andy because he's been a problem.
Andy starts to spiral.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the break room, we had one of my favorite Kelly moments ever.
Where she lists off every store in every mall. She knows every store anywhere.
Yeah, because Donna has on heart earrings, and Kelly wants to know where she got them. And Donna is hedging. I loved it so much, I pulled an audio clip.
Oh, hey, I love your earrings.
Thank you.
Did Michael get them for you?
No, I bought it myself.
Where?
Steamtown Mall.
Claire's? Dale's? Ricky's? Earrings? Fancy Girl? Platinum Cat? Where?
You know, I actually got them in Philadelphia, in a mall down there.
Franklin Mills? King of Prussia? Springfield? Governor's Place?
Franklin Mills.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Pam clocks it.
Right away. Also, did you notice what Meredith is reading through this whole scene? What? Men's Health.
I did not notice.
Well, Pam can't let this heart jewelry thing go. She's going to have another talking head with Jim where she says women don't buy heart-shaped jewelry for themselves. A man definitely bought that for her.
That's right. And Jim says, do you like heart-shaped jewelry? And she's like, no. I mean, except for this necklace that you gave me, which I love.
She caught herself pretty quickly. Creed is going to pass Andy, and he's going to do like the finger across the throat.
Yeah.
Gesture. This will make Andy spiral even more because Creed is head of quality assurance. Maybe he's wrapped up in this. Creed has a talking head where he says, so there I am, minding my own business, and Darnell offers me $3. All I got to do is walk by Andy and go like this. Darnell's a chump. I would have done it for anything. I've done a lot more for a lot less.
I noticed the recurring $3. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Creed have a $3 bill earlier?
Yes.
With, I thought it was Brad Pitt. Turns out it was George W. Bush.
Well, there is a candy bag alt for the second part of Creed's talking head.
Uh-huh.
Instead of saying I would have done it for anything, I've done a lot more for a lot less. Creed's alt that they did shoot, it was a must shoot, was, can you believe it? I thought this was going to be a terrible week, what with my mom dying, but life surprises you sometimes.
Oh my God.
I know.
Oh, Creed.
Well, this Andy storyline would have continued with this scene between Aaron and Andy in the kitchen.
Really?
Yeah, we haven't seen anything between Aaron and Andy since their breakup.
Yes.
But they had a whole scene. We talked about it briefly last week, and I said I would share. In the shooting draft, Andy enters the kitchen and walks over to Aaron, who is seated at the table. She looks up and smiles. He looks behind him and takes a seat at the table. Andy says, I think I've uncovered something pretty big, and if anything happens to me, I want you to read this letter. It has every feeling I've ever felt about you. Everything I've ever wanted to say to you, but didn't have the courage. I put it all in this letter. He slides it to her. He then goes on to say, however, and I can't be clearer on this point, if nothing happens to me, absolutely do not under any circumstances read this letter. And Aaron says, okay.
Oh my gosh. That is crazy. Well, now there's going to be a big break in the case of, is Donna cheating? And
Pam is a mom detective.
she sure is. Turns out she and Donna have a friend in common on Facebook, and she was able to see some of Donna's posts. Now, first of all, obviously Michael doesn't follow Donna on Facebook.
No,
because there are pictures of her canoodling with another man.
there's multiple pictures.
Yeah. So we're going to come to find out in this episode that Donna is married. And the person she's kissing in these photos is her husband.
Yeah.
And this character of Donna's husband is going to show up next week. Spoiler alert. Randy told me that the actor who is going to play Donna's husband, named Shane, had been hired for the following week. His name was Larkin Campbell. So they contacted Allison Jones, and Allison gave them a general description of Larkin, and they cast a background artist to stand in and be a photo double so that they could take the pictures for this episode for Pam to have as a prop. These photos were shot by Michael Gallenberg on a green screen over on the warehouse stage, and Henry Sane built the Photoshop composite and the Facebook printouts that Pam holds up. A lot went into these printouts.
Yeah.
Including Amy Peets having to kiss a random fella for these pictures.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
These are details you don't think about. Also, I just want to say, Pam also shows a photo of Cece.
Mm-hmm.
That was a photo of my real niece, Cece.
Oh, it's such a cute picture.
I know. It's at 15 minutes and 35 seconds.
It's so crazy cute. Well, Pam is going to take these pictures in a folder and march into Michael's office, where he is sitting with Donna. It looks like they're looking at places to stay in Vero Beach.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a bit of a stretch for me. that Pam would hand Michael these pictures when he is seated next to Donna. And Donna, doesn't even glance over? She doesn't even see what he's looking at?
Pam tries to get Michael out of the room. She says, Michael, I need to discuss my sex life with you.
I know. She's desperate to get him out of that room.
What else is she supposed to say? She makes up multiple reasons for him to leave the room with her, and he will not.
My issue is not with Pam. My issue is, how is it that Donna doesn't just glance over and see what Michael is looking at?
Because she's too invested in finding a good vacation spot.
Okay.
I absolutely loved filming this scene. I had so much fun with Steve. So much of that dialogue and back and forth we kind of found on the day.
I figured you did. It looked like you guys were having fun.
I also want to point out at 16 minutes in the background, Phyllis is not at her desk. John is at his desk and Creed is standing at Dwight's desk. The reason for this was that Phyllis could not be in the background that day, and Rain, who was directing, could not be in the background. So in order to fill out that area, he had Creed step forward and stand at Dwight's desk.
Michael and Pam are outside of Van's refrigeration, where Michael is flipping out.
Yeah,
he's freaking out with this new information.
Yeah, Michael does not know what to do with this information. He walks Donna to her car, and he's kind of trying to trick her by making plans for the weekend, but then changing them.
Yeah, to Tuesday, and then
yeah.
Like, oh, but I can do Tuesday. And
finally, Michael tells Donna he knows that she's cheating on him because Pam told him.
And then he looks up, and Jenna, you spring, talk about this athletic move where you lunge and dive forward onto the ground.
We got a fan question from Kelsey B in North Carolina who said, I love when Pam hits the floor so that Donna doesn't see her. Was this scripted? Because it's absolutely hilarious. Yes, that moment was scripted. In the script, it says Pam hits the floor, and it was so fun to shoot. We kept laughing. I just kept trying to fling myself on the floor in the most ridiculous way every time. We were cracking up. We had a lot of fun with that moment. But this is when Michael is going to find out that he is the person she's cheating with.
Yeah, he's the other guy.
And next week, we're going to learn what Michael's feelings are about that.
About being the other fella.
Yeah.
At 18 minutes, 4 seconds, Gabe is going to tell Andy that they have investigated all of the instances of faulty printers. In every case, it was user error. He's going to really creepily offer him a $5 Dunkin' Donuts gift card.
Yeah, as a thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Andy seems happy. And then Daryl shakes him off nope, something's still going on.
That's right. He manages to convince Andy to film himself using one of these printers. They're down in the defunct Michael Scott Paper Company room. Remember, Michael rented that space forever. It's there.
Yeah, he's going to have it for a while. In the shooting draft, the scene was described like this. Interior, Michael Scott Paper Company. It barely resembles the old MSPC. There's some garbage in the corner and a few motivational posters on the wall. A Sabre printer is set up on a ledge, and it is printing many copies. Daryl videotapes Andy with the printer in the background, and the printer is printing.
Well, Randy told me that they didn't think we were ever going to use that space again, and they had converted it back to being a post-production storeroom.
Oh my gosh, they had to move everything out.
They did. They had to take everything back out again. He said luckily they had left the fakey shower and the kind of stained walls, but he said our set deck team headed by Steve Rothstein and the leadman Jim McDermott had to totally recover that space, basically.
Well, Andy is putting on the presentation of this printer. Daryl keeps making him talk in a higher voice.
Yes.
And now he's talking really high. And guess what starts happening?
The printer starts smoking and catches on fire.
Daryl is genuinely shocked.
Randy told me that the printer in the scene was rigged by Ron Neri, our head of special effects, and our on-set effects person, Mike Thompson, was there to kind of make it all work. First, they had to hide a remote-controlled electronic smoke generator, which produced the safe smoke, which is very similar to what we used in that fire drill, the opening of stress relief. And then the sparks were created using squibs, which were similar to what we used to make Andy's battery spark in Mafia. And then finally, he told me that Craig used a real CO2 fire extinguisher. That looked real. I thought so too. But did you notice the fakey labels on the printer that say Saber? If you look close, there's two.
Fakey label.
Mm-hmm.
This moment is going to sober up Daryl pretty quickly.
That's right.
He's going to have a talking head where he says, I don't want to prank anymore. Things get real. It's not funny. I'm just going to be good. Stay in my room. Go to church. Try to do one nice thing per day. I do not want to prank anymore.
No more pranks.
I don't like pranks myself.
We've talked about this. I hate pranks.
I know, we hate pranks. We're on board with Daryl. Daryl, stay away from the pranking.
This episode ends with Dwight back at the gym. He has aggressively taken over a spin class. Guest star alert, the spin instructor was played by David Mate, and according to IMDb, he played professional ice hockey in Europe.
Wow.
I know. When we reached out to Rain, he said he absolutely loved doing this scene, and he said he thinks the writers had for a while this idea that Dwight would take over an exercise class.
It is pretty funny. I mean, talk about a class that would make sure you worked out would be Dwight yelling at you on a spin bicycle.
It's so true. Finally, we got a fan question from Sasha L. from McAllen, Texas, who said, I noticed that this episode was dedicated to Larry Einhorn. Who is that? Well, Sasha, that was Randall Einhorn's father.
Mm-hmm.
His father had passed away suddenly while we were in post-production on this episode, and it was Greg Daniels' idea to add him to the end credits.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it, guys. That's the cover-up.
That's the cover-up. Next week is the Chump, and we are winding down season 6.
Only 2 more episodes to go. Wow. I know. And then we're in Steve's final season.
Oh my gosh.
That is going to be emotional.
It is, and Steve has got to come on.
He said he would come on for Goodbye, Michael. When we reached out to him a long time ago to be on the podcast, he said, guys, can I come on for Goodbye, Michael, and just talk about it all?
Oh my gosh. If Steve is able to come in studio, I will cry. I will cry.
There's going to be a lot of crying happening in season 7.
Season 7. Buckle in. All right. Well, you guys, thank you so much for listening. Thank you to Rainn Wilson for sending us in audio clips. Thank you to Randy Cordray. And we just hope you guys have a great week.
We'll see you next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies.
Hello. Hi there.
How are you?
I am well. How is New York City?
It is great. You know, I just love that we can do the podcast from two different cities. We're bi-coastal Office ladies.
So cool.
I've got my sound engineer here, Casey, and we are ready to go.
I cannot believe we are on the second to last episode of season 6.
Me either. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
This is The Chump. It is season 6, episode 25, written by Aaron Schur and directed by Randall Einhorn.
Give us a summary, Jenna.
Okay, since you asked. Here's your summary. Last week, Michael learned that Donna, the woman he's been seeing, is married and is cheating on her husband with Michael. But Michael does not call off the relationship. And he receives a lot of flack from his employees for continuing his affair with Donna. Meanwhile, Pam and Jim struggle to stay awake at work after a late night with the baby, and Dwight and Angela are at odds over the validity of their co-parenting contract.
Oh, I have some good stuff about the Dwight-Angela co-parenting contract. I'll wait till we get to it.
I was hoping you would, lady, because I think there's stories there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fast fact number 1. This was our 125th episode of The Office.
Wow.
Yeah. We shot this episode the week of March 19th, 2010, and it was viewed by 6.6 million people.
That seems like a lot of folks.
It was a lot of folks. We were second in the ratings, right behind Grey's Anatomy. They were our big competition at this time.
I mean, it was a big deal if you were even holding your own with Grey's Anatomy.
I know. I mean, they were always number 1. Now, the reviews for this episode were pretty good. The AV Club gave it a B+, and it ranked as the 10th most well-liked episode by fans for season 6 on Office Tally. So, of all 26 episodes in season 6, this was ranked 10th. So it was very well-liked.
I love a stat.
Oh, me too, lady. Now, the fan favorite moment that was most mentioned in the comments was, from this episode, there was a moment.
Oh, I'm going to guess I'm Beyonce always.
Oh, yes, that did get a lot of mentions. That was very popular.
That's my favorite line.
That's a mug right there.
Yeah.
No, the most popular moment was when Dwight and Angela are having sex in the warehouse, and it pans up to Pam and Jim listening from their sleeping spot.
That's hilarious.
All right, fast fact number 2 is a location breakdown. We got a fan question from Harmjan V in the Netherlands. Where did you film the baseball game and who were the players?
Good question.
Yeah, I mean, a big portion of this episode takes place at a baseball field with Michael and Andy watching Donna's husband, who is a high school baseball coach. This was our first day of shooting. We filmed on location at College of the Canyons on Rockwell Canyon Road in Santa Clarita, California. And then our base camp, which is where they put all the trailers and they put the food and
hair and makeup, everything.
Yes, that was in an adjacent parking lot. It was parking lot number 8. So if you're a diehard fan and you even want to tour our base camps, you can go to College of the Canyons parking lot 8. And that is where Steve Carell and Ed Helms had their lunch that day. So everyone you see in these scenes are background performers. Randy Cordray told me we had around 100 extras that day.
For the baseball scenes?
Yeah, for the baseball scenes. He said that they went to Central Casting. You know Central Casting, that's the famous background casting agency. I was signed up with them when I first came to LA.
I was signed up with them. You know my 90210 story.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, Central Casting provided us with all of the spectators, and here is what we asked for. We wanted 6 people who could be grandparents. We wanted 18 adults to be parents, And we needed 34 high school students, but all of the students had to be 18 years of age or older who looked younger, because then they could work adult hours.
Right.
But for the actual baseball scene, like the baseball players, we used a different company. I guess it's no longer in business, but it's called Smitty's Casting, like Smitty with a Z, Smitty's Casting.
And they were really playing.
Yeah, the players were really playing, and that's why we went to this casting place, because they're a specialty casting service that provides productions with sports playing background performers. So we got enough people to fill 2 baseball teams, the Scranton Coal Hawks and the Wolverines. Smitty's Casting sent us 2 male umpires, 1 male assistant coach, 3 male Wolverines coaches, 18 male Coal Hawk players, and 18 male Wolverine players. And then our wardrobe department provided the team uniforms.
I would have signed up for Smitty's. Maybe they would have taken me as a tennis player.
Yes, exactly. Can you play at like an almost professional level?
Well, no, I can't, but you know what? I have a very good forehand.
I think maybe you would just put that on your profile over at Central Casting. I'm sorry to say I'm not sure you qualify for Smitty's. Thank you
I
for
don't make
calling.
the Smitty's cut.
I'm so sorry. We are looking for professional level sports players.
Wow.
Did you ever play on a college team or at the state level?
No, Jenna, but I did play.
I'm sorry, I'm not Jenna. I'm the woman on the phone at
Oh.
Smitty's.
No, Barbara at Smitty's. Here's the thing. I was once told by my high school coach that I have a lovely country club game. So,
Ma'am, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to just forward you over to Central Casting, but congratulations on your terrific forehand.
I hear some snark with Barbara.
Well, you've kept Barbara on the phone for a very long time. She needs to move on to other calls that are actually going to produce a client.
Gosh, Barbara at Smitty's.
Listen,
Sass.
try being Barbara.
Okay.
It's not easy. It's not easy to be Barbara.
Thank you for calling Smitty's. This is Barbara.
Hey, so I would like to sign up for Smitty's. I play pool, and also I can bowl very well.
Are you professional level?
How do you define professional?
Click.
Look at the sass when you're Barbara. Do you see what I'm saying? Look what you have to deal with. All right.
Okay.
Can we move on to fast fact number 3?
Let's do it.
I'm calling fast fact number 3. Is there a guest star in the house?
Yes, there is.
We have 3 new guest stars in this episode, and guess what? They have all appeared on the TV show House.
Oh.
That's why there's a guest star in the house.
Oh, you're making a pun.
I punned it.
You punned it.
So Amy Peets is back as Donna, but this fast fact refers to our never before seen guest stars. For example, Bruno Oliver as our mediator, Mr. Barr. He has been on Arrested Development, Mad Men, Modern Family, most recently in the movie Birds of Prey and House.
Bruno was so much fun, and he was just amazing. Like, I loved all of our scenes.
As an actor, I have to imagine that was such a fun guest star to come on the show and work with you and Rain in those scenes.
He was so good, too. It was just the voice of reason between these 2 absolutely ridiculous people.
He had some of my favorite lines. So our other guest star is Donna's husband, Shane, who was played by Larkin Campbell. Larkin has appeared in Passions, 24, Criminal Minds, Grey's Anatomy, our big competition, and also House. Finally, our guest star Tina Huang, who played the reporter at the end who confronts Michael about the exploding printers. She was a regular on the TV show Arrow. She also had a recurring role on Law & Order LA. That was a short-lived spin-off of the Law & Order series. But I kid you not, she has also appeared on House. So there were guest stars in the house.
Nice.
Well, that's all I got for Fast Facts, but I was very tickled when I was looking up all of the actors' resumes, and they had all been in-house, different seasons.
Were you tickled by the fact that they had this crossover show, or that you saw an opportunity to make a pun?
Both, lady.
Well, let's take a break because when we come back, we're going to find a whole bunch of radon kits all over the office. Or are they ant traps? Or are they the little thing you turn upside down and it goes moo?
Or are they none of the above?
We'll be back.
For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's
yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jenna and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
I think this might be Toby's happiest day.
100%. Well, it starts as Toby's happiest day.
Yes, absolutely. It starts that way. He's in the conference room. You guys, he is holding court about one of his favorite subjects, radon. He is explaining to everyone that he'll be placing radon kits all over the office, and he urges everyone, in particular Michael, and he's snapping at Michael to please not throw them in the garbage. At 13 seconds after Toby is snapping at Michael repeatedly, I want you to look at Steve's face as Michael. The way he glares at Toby. I went back and looked in the script. You know this was in the cold open shooting draft for Secretary's Day. I had to know if this look to Toby was scripted. It was. It said, Michael gives Toby an annoyed look. And I want you to know, Jenna, we could not get through it. The first time Steve did it, we all erupted into laughter. It's in the bloopers.
Well, we got a fan question, actually a fan mail flurry asking, where is Pam during this cold open? Was Jenna not available for filming? Why am I not there? When I watched this cold open, I actually thought the same thing. And then I remembered, like you said, this cold open was written for Secretary's Day. We actually shot it that week, and Pam was not back from her maternity leave yet. She returns after the cold open, so that's why I'm not there, and that's why I did not get to see Steve's glare. Oh yeah, that's right. Pam is on maternity leave. Well, that's a great catch. Michael is going to have this talking head, and he's going to walk around his office and talk about all of the radon test kits. The first radon kit he mistook for an ant trap. Then, of course, he thought it was the thing that you turn over that makes the cow noise. And he just keeps tossing them in the trash. The last one he tossed in the trash just out of spite. Well, I asked Randy about these test kits, and it turns out these are not real radon test kits. Fakey test kit alert. Fakey radon test kit. Yeah, Randy said that the real ones at the time were actually pretty large and quite pricey. And we were looking for something smaller that really did kind of look more like an ant trap. So Phil Shea bought some inexpensive, just electronic modules at Fry's Electronics for Toby to place around the office. And after we got them, we realized that they looked like the thing that goes moo. So that line was added later after our purchase was made. I was curious about that because it's so specific. And you know, it's an instant memory we all have. We've all seen those things. For sure. Angela, we got a piece of mail from Brent M. in Vancouver, Canada, who said, I was wondering if you ladies knew anything about the radon gas fan theory. I didn't. I don't. The radon gas theory basically suggests that everyone in the office is slowly getting poisoned by radon. One of the side effects of radon poisoning is odd behavior, which may explain the characters' wacky behaviors in later seasons. So you can go to the Reddit fan theories thread, and you can read all about why the Scranton employees became so crazy in later seasons. And the theory is that we are reacting to the radon gas and that Toby was right. How many theories are there on this thread? Well, here was my thought about this theory, is that it's kind of at odds with Toby being the Scranton Strangler. I mean, wouldn't Toby want us to all die slowly from radon poisoning if he's the Scranton Strangler? I mean, it would be like he's slowly strangling us all to death. I mean, it's the slow play. Yeah. I mean, or maybe he's just trying to throw us off with his theatrics? Like he's pretending to care about radon, but he really is just going to strangle us all later? I don't know. It's making Toby really complex, if that's the case. It's true. Very complex killer. Well, Toby is going to say something that Michael cannot resist. He says that radon gas is silent but deadly. Silent but deadly. I mean, here comes Michael and fart noises. It's going to happen. I know. I mean, what did Toby expect? The group must be pretty bored by Toby because they're actually finding Michael's joke hilarious. Yes, until he goes too far. Yeah. Yeah, he declares that if he had a gun with 2 bullets and he was stuck in a room with Hitler, Bin Laden, and Toby, he would shoot Toby twice. Then everyone's like, Michael. No. And then, of course, Dwight has to be Dwight and say that he could get all 3 with 1 bullet, and then he makes everyone line up to demonstrate. And that's how the conference room meeting ends. Yes, exactly. Well, I have a little something about this cold open. What's that? You know what was in Secretary's Day? We often moved our cold opens around. So here's what was in the actual shooting draft for this episode. The cold open featured Dwight, and he shares that he has 1 year's worth of provisions that can carry him through the chaotic first year of an apocalypse before cannibalism becomes accepted practice. After that, he'll be on Easy Street. But his provisions have a shelf life, so it's time to start eating and replacing everything that's about to expire. Then there's all this B-roll of Dwight eating smelly foods that have been stored for years. A jar of pickled okra, mackerel. The bullpen is grossed out, and Jim in particular gives Dwight a lot of grief. Did we shoot that? We did. I have a memory of it. We did, and there's a really funny blooper on this season 6 last DVD
where you guys are all in the break room and Dwight is eating gross stuff. And he's going around and telling everyone how they would fare in this sort of zombie apocalypse. And Creed says, what would I do? And Dwight said, your skull would be used as a bowl. And Creed says, cool. You guys couldn't get through it. Rain, John, they would disintegrate every time Creed was like, what would I do? Every single time Creed said his line. Oh, that's amazing. Well, this episode opens with Aaron and Pam working together to unpack some shopping bags filled with ice cream that is named after songs by the Eagles. Yes, I loved the names of these ice creams. I kind of have a thing, Jenna, for ice cream flavors with fun names or crazy ice cream flavors. I just get so tickled by it.
Oh my gosh, you are the marketing person's dream consumer.
I know. I will buy ice cream just if it has a fun name. So Aaron explains that the Eagles are doing a theme ice cream in honor of the Eagles turning 60, the band, the Eagles. And the flavors are Desperado, Witchy Wamanilla, and then later we find out Cake It to the Limit. I had to know what were some of the craziest ice cream flavors out there. And according to the website Taste of Home, here are just a few that caught my eye. All right. So, Sam, Cassie, Casey, let me know if you guys would try any of these. First one, Kraft macaroni and cheese ice cream from Van Leeuwen Ice Cream. It has cream, milk, cane sugar, egg yolks, and of course, tons of Kraft cheese powder. You can find it in Brooklyn, New York, and also nationwide.
Lady Van Leeuwen's made a Grey Poupon ice cream that was just released recently, and I thought of you.
Oh my gosh.
I would not eat that, is the answer.
That's a lactose intolerant nightmare.
I would, yes.
You would eat the Kraft mac and cheese ice cream. Okay, moving on. Cheetos Flaming Hot Ice Cream from Marble Slab Creamery.
No.
Listen now, it's got
I don't want a flaming hot Cheeto. Why would I want it in my ice cream?
It's got this sweet cream base with flaming hot Cheetos crushed.
Oh my God.
You can get it also in a milkshake. You can find it in Texas and Southeast states.
No.
I mean,
I'm gonna say yes, but I'm not proud of myself.
you guys, I'm getting sick. I don't feel well.
Sam is too. Oh, well then get ready for this one. Thanksgiving dinner from the ice cream store in Delaware is composed of egg yolk vanilla ice cream studded with tomatoes, potatoes, and green beans. This seasonal specialty is topped off with hot sauce and granulated sugar. Thanksgiving dinner. What do you think?
I mean, you only live once.
Oh my God, Casey.
I think it might just be an engineer thing.
Oh my gosh, wait, I have two more.
Hold on, I have a caveat. Can I lay down after?
Yes, sure.
You would have to.
If I can nap afterwards, yes.
You can wear sweatpants and lay down.
Then yes.
Okay, two last ones that caught my eye. Dill pickle from Dakota Drug Company in Stanley, North Dakota. It's got a soft chestnut color that looks like caramel or peanut butter. This brine spike scoop is sure to surprise.
I would try that just because it's one weird thing.
I don't think I would do that one.
Oh my gosh.
I'd be afraid it would ruin pickles for me. No, actually. And I know it's an audio podcast, so you can't see, but Jenna is contemplating hard.
No, I'm not speaking because my stomach is
Or are you just gonna throw up? Never
Oh
mind.
my God. Okay, I'll quickly do the last one, Jenna. Lobster from Ben and
Oh my God,
Chocolate Emporium.
what is happening? You guys, just let the food be the food. It's delicious as it was made in its original form. It doesn't need to be turned into a dessert.
That one is in Falmouth, Massachusetts.
Casey, how did you know that? Have you had it?
I've been to that place many times.
Have you eaten it?
I have tried it.
Oh my God, how is it?
It's weird.
Does it taste like lobster?
It tastes lobstery. Yeah.
Is it like buttery lobstery?
It's a little bit buttery. I would say more of the kind of crabby aspect comes through.
Well, you want to know why? Here are the ingredients. It's vanilla bean and butter based lobster that has been cooked and chopped.
Do you get the bib?
I don't
So
know.
then yes.
I don't know. Anyway, I took us on a tangent there because I find these ice cream flavors so fascinating.
Well, I'll tell you this. Our ice creams were made up. The names were scripted. Randy Cordray said that Henry Sane built the graphics for the labels. And then, oh no, I'm going to take us down a road. Phil Shea got the ice cream cartons made at a place called Earl Hayes Press. And this is a very famous Hollywood business that mocks up printed items for TV shows and movies. They've been around for a really long time. We used them a lot. Randy sent me their website. Lady, do you remember when I had to go to the old-timey prop house and I just wandered around for like an hour? You called me from there. You were so tickled by it. I think maybe in another life I was meant to be a prop master because I love it. I looked at this website. It's all fakey labels for like made up food brands. Like they'll make you a fakey cereal, a fakey yogurt, fakey mustard, like anything, you know, so that you, because if you show a real label, you have to get clearance. Yeah. So you have your graphics design person make you a fakey ketchup label and you then get it made into fakey ketchup at this place. They also do fakey newspaper articles, fakey tabloids, and fakey credit cards. Oh my gosh. Lady, I have a fakey Pam Beasley credit card. Oh, you kept it? Yeah, it was in my prop wallet. I have a library card and a fake credit card. I did not have a fake driver's license. But yeah, that is so cool. I'll take a picture of it and you can put it in stories. But I guess that's where they got it, was at this place. I love that companies like that exist. I just think that's so fun. That's part of like the movie magic stuff that Randy will share with us. That just, I just love the whole process. I know, I find it fascinating. Aaron and Pam are going to have a joint talking head, and they're going to share their plan for how to handle Michael's broken heart. Yes, we're also going to find out in this talking head that Pam is exhausted because she was up all night with Cece. Lady, I had so much fun doing this talking head with Ellie. It's clearly the first time the two of you ever got to do a joint talking head. You were so tickled by it. You guys kept giggling and you were chatty, and it's in the bloopers. You have to hear it. You guys are adorable. You are clearly very excited to do this together. Well, this is all for Michael. Sorry, okay. This is our first time acting. I know. We're the girls from yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Oh my God, are we at work or are we at a sleepover? What's happening? I know, you're like, oh my God. It's so cute. Like, as I watched it and I rewatched the bloopers a few times, I just smiled every time watching the two of you. Well, now Aaron and Pam are going to debrief the bullpen about their plan. So here's what they have going on. They are going to play comedy films in a conference room. They've got Mr. Bean playing. They've got Pink Panther ready to go. They have a sign-up list so that people can watch movies with Michael. Pam also tells everyone they need to keep their conversations light. Do not empathize with Michael because it just encourages him. And if you can't think of something to do, just make a random sound effect. And also they should laugh at anything he says that might possibly be funny. The random sound effect was my favorite thing. My favorite thing is that Toby walks through the door and everybody is like, no, get out. I have a catch from this scene at 3 minutes and 49 seconds. It is a proof of cold. You can see the heater under my desk. The light is on. Yeah, I saw it. Well, Michael's going to come in and he gets the warmest welcome. Aaron hugs him. Dwight compliments his tie. Everyone is laughing at his jokes. Pam offers him ice cream. Yeah, he's loving it, but he just kind of walks into his office. He doesn't seem upset. And everyone's like, maybe he's going to take this one better than the others. But maybe there's another reason why he's not upset, which we will find out soon. Well, lady, now Angela and Dwight are in the conference room, and they are reviewing their contract with their mediator. So, like I said earlier in my fast fact, the mediator was played by Bruno Oliver, and Aaron sure told us that he named him Mr. Barr after a friend of his, whose last name was also Barr, who was also a mediator, and Aaron consulted her for advice on what a mediator might realistically do in this insane situation. And Aaron also sent in an audio clip, and he shared a little memory about this runner, this storyline, which he really loved.
Hi, office ladies. It's Aaron. Sure. What I remember about shooting the jump is that I decided to bring my son to work. And it's a little risky bringing a 10-year-old onto a set, even a friendly set like ours. But my son was having a blast. He didn't realize what a cool job his dad had at the time. I mean, now I'm sure his Bumble profile says my dad wrote for The Office, but then he was just meeting really charismatic, funny people and eating a lot of fun food. And Rain came up and was charming my son. But at one point, Rain leans over to him and says, "Hey, listen, buddy, I need to talk to your dad for a minute because this negotiation scene is not hitting on all cylinders." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, son, have a cookie. I mean, in fact, have all the cookies you want. I'm going to go talk to Mr. Wilson because if he thinks the scene's not working, the scene's not working." And Rain's like, "I'm not saying it's not working. I'm just saying some of the bits feel a little forced." So basically, Rain and I negotiated the negotiation scene with my son as the mediator, chomping on a cookie. And I did do a hectic rewrite over lunch, none of which got in, if it was any better. That's the beauty of the documentary style. Pro tip, if you're going to make a hit show, make it documentary style, because then you just keep the parts that work, like Angela with red teeth because of her beat fast.
Oh my gosh. Aaron, I cannot believe you did that rewrite. I do remember Rain pulling him aside. I remember we were going through stuff, and there were so many more scenes between Dwight and Angela. If you have the DVD box set, they're in deleted scenes. And there's also a bunch in the bloopers because we couldn't keep it together. In fact, the very first time we meet the mediator, the very first few sentences, we just started laughing. Here it is. It's in the bloopers.
Good day. Oh, White Shroud, Archie Bar. I'm sorry? Archie Bar.
That's his name, Dwight. And then we have a joint talking head where Dwight and Angela share that rather than spend all day in court, they've decided to mediate this childbearing contract dispute. And they go back and forth. Dwight's like, alleged contract. Angela's like, alleged? I could own your farm by the time we're done with this. We couldn't get through this talking head either. Rather than spend the whole day in court, we decided to settle our dispute using a mediator. It was one of the options spelled out in our childbearing contract.
Alleged contract.
What are you talking about?
The contract is alleged.
You wrote the contract, Dwight.
Your notary was out of date.
Sorry. We had so much fun. Just the idea that Dwight and Angela would have this contract in the first place and then be disputing it and involve a mediator. Rain and I could not stop doing bits. We got to do stuff that was scripted. We got to play around a little bit. It was just the best.
That must have been so much fun to shoot.
I mean, I loved every second. And there's so many in deleted scenes.
Well, Dwight is really trying to pick apart this contract. He's trying to find some way that maybe Angela is in breach of contract to make it null and void. And the first thing he brings up is whether or not Angela has been following the beet juice cleanse. Apparently, I guess to prepare your body for baby, you were supposed to do a beet juice cleanse. But Angela's like, oh, no, I'm doing it. Look at my teeth. And your teeth are red, Ange.
They're really red. If you go to 5 minutes, 7 seconds, you'll see. Also, a fun little game, if you want to rewatch this episode, is you can see when my teeth are stained and when they aren't. We go back and forth within the same scene.
I noticed that. Well, we had a fan question from Cameron D. in Richmond, Virginia, who said, what did you use for the beet-stained teeth? Angela, was it gross? Were your teeth really stained? And Leanne H. from Lake Stevens, Washington said, as a dental hygienist, I was wondering how Angela's beet-stained teeth were achieved because the color looks similar to a dental disclosing solution used to show patients where they are missing plaque with their brushing. I'm wondering, did you get your teeth really dirty and then use this solution?
No, Leanne, I didn't do that, but I will tell you, Kenneth Paul, who did my makeup, we did a few tests on my teeth. He had like a cotton swab. He also used like a little brush, and it looked like a red food dye. It had no taste, so it didn't taste gross, but it really made my teeth red. And I thought we knocked this out of the park. I thought the teeth looked really red. Kenneth Paul was happy with it. Even when I walked to set, I would forget that my teeth were stained and I would start talking to people and people would wince. They'd go, ah. And I actually became self-conscious while I had my teeth stained because everyone had such a reaction to it. But I remember they wanted my teeth even redder, Jenna.
Yeah, I guess this was a rather involved gag. Randy Cordray said that yes, in person, it was reading if we were speaking to you, but I guess like when they were looking at it in editing, it just didn't look red enough. So they actually sent the shot of you showing your teeth to a visual effects company called Encore Video, and they added red to your teeth in post.
Well, it really made me laugh. I had forgotten just how much of a visual gag it was until I rewatched it, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Well, lady, I got curious about the beet juice cleanse because I assumed this was just like a joke because of Dwight having a beet farm, but I guess it's actually a thing.
What kind of cleanse is it?
Well, according to justbeatit.com, BEET,
I love it.
Quote, an epic detoxifier that eliminates toxins from the liver, beets promote healthy liver function. And according to tastylicious.com, beets have several essential health benefits that can help detoxify your body and give your organs and immune system a much needed boost. Aside from being healthy and packed full of vitamins, a beet juice cleanse has been known to help a range of conditions and ailments. And it is the perfect food to prevent aging and to battle inflammation.
Well, now I'm thinking we need to do a beet cleanse.
I mean, after drinking your beet juice vodka, lady, I mean, I don't know.
You really were not a fan.
It's just that it was so dry.
It's very earthy.
Well, what I want to know is there a beet juice ice cream? Has anyone done that?
I'm
Where's
sure.
that flavor?
I'm positive there is one out there somewhere.
I would try that.
You would try beet ice cream.
Probably not the same health benefits as a beet juice cleanse. Incidentally, I could not really find any instructions for a beet juice cleanse. I could just find that beet juice is good for you.
Well, now in the kitchen, Andy, Jim, Pam, and Phyllis are discussing how Michael just seems okay. You know, has he evolved? Has he matured? He's not crying. He's really handling this breakup well.
I know.
And Jim's like, so what? He just matured overnight? And Andy's like, that's what happened in Big. Yeah.
Well, Pam and Jim are going to make an announcement.
This was so well done. I thought you and John crushed this moment because you look so weary. And inviting Michael to come to your house and play with your baby, and you order food to go from Hooters.
Mm-hmm.
You look so pained as you're saying all of it, Jenna. It just cracked me up.
It reminded me of the scene where Pam is trying to get Michael to talk to her, so she tells him that she needs to discuss her sex life with him.
Yeah,
they really know Michael well.
They do.
Even after all of these promises, Michael is going to take a rain check. And that is when Pam says, "Are you still seeing Donna?"
She yells it across the bullpen. I wrote down the time code, 5 minutes and 56 seconds into the episode. I couldn't believe it. Like, I was like, wow, Pam.
I have something to say about this scene. One of the things that Pam offers to do with Michael is play Rock Band. She says they'll play Billy Joel songs on Rock Band. Now, first of all, Billy Joel songs were never on Rock Band. He hadn't given permission to use his songs, so this is something that we made up. And the reason that I would know this is because I got really, really into Rock Band for a while. And I don't know if you remember, but I used to come to set and I used to talk about it. And I even had some folks over to my house for a barbecue to play Rock Band. And I kind of like to imagine that maybe that's how Rock Band made it into this episode.
I do remember you having a thing for Rock Band. I was not part of it. I
know, lady, I know that you couldn't, because it was a late night thing and you had a child and I was
I had a baby. You were my friend who was still playing video games late at night.
Exactly. I'm sure this was me at my most annoying for you as a new mother.
But you did love it. It had to have made its way in because of you. I'm going to co-sign on that.
Okay, thank you. Well, now Michael is going to have his orange lips talking head.
Yeah. What
Right?
was that? I noticed it too.
Yeah. He has this talking head where he says he likes Donna, and if it's wrong to keep seeing her, he doesn't care. And he has orange lips. And the message boards after this episode had all these comments. Why did Michael have orange lips?
Or were there any fan theories? Because I have one.
There was a fan theory. First of all, there was no mention of it in the script. But the one fan theory is that his lips are stained from kissing Donna, who wears red lipstick.
Okay, here was my theory.
Okay.
So later in the episode, he comes in with all of these oranges. And I wondered if maybe we shot out of order and ate a bunch of oranges.
Oh my gosh, lady, I'm going to go with you.
I mean, I don't know. Well, how many oranges do you have to eat for your lips to take on some color? But that's all I could think of was, well, we really did eat a bunch of oranges.
We did. You might be right.
Well, the bullpen is really going to confront Michael on having this affair. Even Meredith is like, hey, I've never cheated, been cheated on, or used to cheat with. She has a whole talking head where she says she asks everyone in the room if they are in a relationship.
Yeah. She has standards. But out in the bullpen, Michael is going to defend himself. He says, we are the Paris of northeastern Pennsylvania, and in Paris, it is rude for a woman to have any less than 4 lovers. He's just one of Donna's 4 Parisian lovers.
Yeah. And he also says her husband is like a scummy sports guy. And Andy's like, wait a second, Michael. Are you making assumptions here? And Michael just doesn't want to hear it. I want to point out at 7 minutes, 3 seconds, there is a great shot of the whole entire bullpen. And if you notice, Dwight and Angela are not in this scene.
Well, are you in the conference room?
Yes, we're in the conference room, but it meant that Rain and I had part of the day off.
Oh, because we don't even see you in the background of the conference room.
That's right.
Lady, whenever I would get a script where I clearly had a storyline that was like segmented off from the other storylines, and I knew that I would have days off, I would get so excited and I would go to Randy or to Jenny O'Keefe, who planned our schedule, and I would say, what day are you going to shoot the stuff I'm not in? Because that was the day that I could like go to the doctor. You know, you could make your doctor's appointment. Yeah, whatever you needed to do that were like things that have to happen during daytime working hours that we could never do.
Yeah. Andy is going to share that he is a cuckold, which is a Shakespearean term for a man whose woman is cheating on him. And you know what? He lived it and he doesn't ever want to do it again.
Yeah, Andy has a very personal attachment to this issue with Michael. He is going to kind of take it on.
Yes, he's going to confront Michael about it in Michael's office. Andy says, in any cheating movie, the person getting cheated on is the hero. You're Allie Larder. I'm Beyonce. To which Michael says, I am Beyonce, always.
Yeah. We had a fan question from Cassie M. in Brisbane, Australia. When Andy goes to try and talk Michael into understanding that what he is doing is wrong, he references the Allie Larder and Beyonce movie Obsessed. Well, that movie has Idris Elba, aka Charles Minor, in it. And I just thought it was funny that The Office was in a world where Idris Elba exists and Michael knows him from the movie, but also Charles Minor exists as a completely different person.
Oh my gosh, we're in the Matrix.
We are. Well, somehow Andy is going to convince Michael that they should go meet Donna's husband, that they should scope him out. And Michael thinks that's great because then Andy will see what a bad person he is.
Yeah. Michael says he can't wait to see this jerk who's making him cheat on his wife, and that he should punch him in the face for what he's making Michael do to her.
Yeah. Well, listen, should we take a break before we go to this baseball game, lady?
Yes, because at the baseball game, we're going to meet Andy's alternate persona, Trevor, and I can't wait to share with you about Trevor.
Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and
Yeah.
I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. We are at a baseball game. Andy is really into it. He's singing, he's making up sort of like baseball commentary. Michael's like, can you just act normal? Just, blend in. Andy's like, I am the one blending in.
Yeah, it's kind of true. I mean, you want to show support of your team. At 9 minutes and 21 seconds, I have a couple of cool background catches. There are 2 background actors sitting next to Andy and Michael wearing custom Scranton Wolverine t-shirts. And behind Michael and Andy, I spotted a background person who is having their best day ever. As someone who was a background performer, I saw this person and I thought, that's a great gig. I would have been so happy to have that gig. Lady, they have their earphones in. They only have one in, so they've got one ear free to listen to the action, and then they are probably just listening to whatever, a podcast, their favorite music. Their job that day was to sit on a bench behind Ed Helms and Steve Carell and just listen to whatever they wanted to all day in the fresh air and sunshine.
Yeah, when I was on 90210 as a background performer, I would get very excited when we would have sorority meetings because we were just indoors in the air conditioning and I just got to sit there.
Yeah. Well, lady, you know what I'm just remembering now? And I can't believe I didn't bring this up earlier. My best day as a background performer was the day that I played a field hockey player in a phone commercial. And it was shot outside of the city. And so I actually got to ride on a bus with all the other background performers. We stayed overnight in a hotel. They just gave me like a random roommate. Yeah, but it was like a little vacation. And then the next day, I pretended to be a field hockey player because I was able to put that down on my background casting list because of my high school field hockey experience. But I don't think I would have qualified for Smitty's.
I was going to say,
I was not professional level field.
Barbara would have hung up on you.
She did hang up on me earlier today.
Back at the office, Jim and Pam are completely asleep at their desks.
Yeah.
And they get busted.
Well, Jim was supposed to be the lookout.
Gabe says, come to my office, which cracks me up because he doesn't have an office. He just has a desk outside of the break room.
Yeah.
But he's like, please come to my office. And they're like, oh, crap.
Yeah, he forgives them pretty quickly because they take responsibility, but then he starts droning on and on. And Pam and Jim start dozing off while he's talking.
This is such a relatable moment. We have all been in some meeting and just fighting to stay awake, fighting to keep your eyes open.
Well, sleep deprivation is a real thing. I have suffered from it. Lady, I'm sure you've suffered from it, right?
Yeah.
Well, according to the Sleep Foundation, 1/3 of adults suffer from sleep deprivation, like at any given time. So let me ask you, how much sleep do you get per night on average, would you say?
Oh gosh, it just depends. I mean, we still are at that age where if you have a kid that can't sleep, they come in your room, anywhere from 5 hours to 8 hours if I'm lucky.
They recommend that adults get 7 to 9 hours of sleep per night. Here are the primary signs of sleep deprivation. Slowed thinking, reduced attention span, worsened memory, poor or risky decision making, lack of energy, and feelings of stress, anxiety, or irritability.
Yeah.
You're also more likely to crave junk food and gain weight if you aren't getting enough sleep because you start eating to kind of like compensate for the energy that you didn't get at night. I mean, yeah.
Well, I can definitely relate to the irritability because I feel like, I definitely get grumpy when I don't get sleep.
Yeah, I get grouchy if I haven't had enough sleep, and I also get grouchy if I haven't had enough to eat. So you do not want to catch me on a sleep-deprived day while I'm also hungry. That would be bad news.
I feel like I've been with you on one of those days.
Oh, lady, I'm sure you have.
It's a travel day. Sometimes we don't get food when we need it, and we're tired.
Yes, exactly.
I love that their meeting with Gabe ends with Gabe being like, okay, so great. And they're like, what? What was he even talking about? They have no idea. They've just agreed to help him do something, and they have no idea what he said.
Well, over in the conference room, the mediator says, I have to tell you, this is a solid contract. And Dwight is shocked that he could not find any holes in this contract.
Not only that, the mediator says, listen, I can't force someone to have a child with another person. So, Dwight, you have to pay Angela $30,000 in damages.
Yeah. Dwight refuses to pay Angela. He doesn't have that kind of money, he says. I mean, he has it, but it's very, very deep, and he would have to dig past a certain person to get it. So Angela presents him with an alternative idea. How about they have intercourse to completion, 5 individual times rendered at her discretion? And Dwight agrees.
The mediator's like, this is getting dangerously close to prostitution, so I might have to step back here. I want you guys to know, Phil Shea made us procreation punch cards
that you have and put in our book.
That's right, that I still have. It's in our book, The Office BFFs.
4 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
It tickles me. I open my desk drawer. I keep it right in my top desk drawer. I see it almost every day. My procreation punch card. NBC.com at this time also shared Dwight and Angela's procreation contract.
What?
Yeah. It's in web archives. You can still see it. There is a lot. It is pages long.
Oh my God.
I'm going to read you just a few things that were on this very long and detailed contract. Number 1, if the child is breached, he must be turned around in the womb via mind power. I'm guessing Dwight wrote that one. Number 2, should the child have mutant powers, parties agree to send the child to a school that aids the child in harnessing his talents for good. Okay, I think Dwight also wrote that one. Number 3, see if you can guess who wrote this one. Child shall not have a puppy, dog, nor any toys shaped like puppies or dogs. Cats should be treated with high regard, and all other animals regarded only for their usefulness and meat.
Yeah.
I think that's a combo, Angela and Dwight contribution. It is so funny to me how detailed this contract is. You know, our writers had a lot of fun with it, and it's still archived on the internet.
I could not love that more. I would buy that as a little mini booklet pamphlet thing if someone would print it. Well, speaking of cats, Dwight is going to have a stipulation that their intercourse cannot take place in Angela's lumpy bed.
This is one of my favorite Angela speeches. Fans quoted to me. I thought we should hear it.
But not in your bed. It's lumpy.
Those lumps are cats, and those cats have names, and those names are Ember, Milky Way, Diane, and Lumpy.
We had a fan question, lady, from Abby S. in Atlanta, Georgia.
What does Abby want to know?
Abby would like to know why Angela does not mention Bandit, Princess Lady, Mr. Ash, or Petals. She only mentions Ember, Milky Way, Diane, and Lumpy. Is this because the other cats are not allowed to sleep in the bed?
Oh, I think Princess Lady has her own bed. That's right next to Angela's bed. I mean, there might be some senior cats that have special needs. There is a system. Don't doubt it. All cats are sleeping perfectly where they're supposed to, and they are treated very well. Okay, good. Thank you for clearing that up. Back at the baseball field, Andy says it seems like Donna's husband, Coach Shane, is really well liked. And Michael's like, oh, look how he high fives people. He probably does that to Donna. Donna, you did the dishes. High five. Michael is really trying here to find fault in Coach Shane.
The next scene at the baseball field is super cringy because they are going to speak to Coach Shane. It's awkward.
It's so awkward. Andy can't stop talking. He's, what you're later going to find out, he's playing his character, Trevor. He's also going to introduce Coach Shane to his friend Sheldon.
Yes, and then Michael and Shane are going to have a very awkward handshake through the fence. At 13 minutes and 6 seconds, we had a fan catch from Joshua P. in Cincinnati who said, "What is the story with the bleachers at this baseball game? Earlier at the game, there are several rows of bleachers behind Michael and Andy, but in this scene, they suddenly disappear and you can see just background behind Michael. Were these scenes shot on different days or in different locations?" Well, this is a really good catch, Joshua. I thought the same thing. I was like, oh my gosh, they are on different bleachers. That is because in the script, it was scripted as such. Quote, Michael and Andy now take seats closer to the foul. And this is so they can talk to Shane. But we cut out the part where you see them move. So it looks like they sort of instantaneously are sitting somewhere else.
Well, Michael is going to have a talking head, and his back is going to be to the field. He's going to say his heart is racing because he just shook the hand of this man. He's having an affair with his wife, and you know who else does that? James frickin' Bond. During this talking head, Jenna, there was a pop fly that was hurtling towards Steve, but his back was towards the field, and he didn't see it coming. It's in the bloopers. Randall Einhorn quickly steps forward and grabs Steve.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. And then, of course, they're all like, everyone okay? Everyone okay? And Steve does a funny bit because the way he ducked, it looks like an awkward dance move. He's like, ugh.
That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I thought you were going to say that Randall Einhorn reached out and caught the ball.
Oh, that would have been amazing. Just with like one bare hand.
Yeah, that's very Randall. So Andy's plan of trying to shame Michael does not work. Michael is emboldened. He returns to the office. He's throwing out orange slices. He hits Oscar with an orange slice.
Oscar says, why would you throw something wet at me? It reminded me of Pam's line, please don't throw garbage at me.
Me too.
We find out he stole the orange slices from the team.
Well, it's not the first thing he took from Coach Shane.
Ugh.
You know, by the way, at 14 minutes and 52 seconds, we're going to see that orange slice hit Oscar's shirt and it leaves a wet spot.
Yeah.
But at 15 minutes, 30 seconds, Oscar has another line. And I noticed it, as well as Christian B. from Chattanooga, Tennessee, that Oscar no longer has a stain from the orange hitting him in the shoulder.
I caught that too.
It has magically disappeared.
Well, this is when Andy tells the group, you know what, he doesn't condone this affair. He even tried to get Michael to meet Coach Shane. Here is the deleted storyline that I loved so much. Andy actually had more to say to the bullpen that got cut. Here's what was in the shooting draft. Andy, I just want to say that I do not condone this, and I tried everything to stop it, including adopting a persona of Trevor, a nosy but affable stranger who asks super leading, guilt-tripping questions. And then it would have gone to a talking head where Andy explains who Trevor is. You have to hear it.
Exactly. Who is Trevor? Well, he's a regular guy with a passing interest in high school sports. Bit of a foodie, loves documentaries. If you were to ask Trevor who he is, he'd probably just say, I'm a dad. But with layers, you know, he's actually inquisitive, which gets underneath those layers. He's just a delight.
I agree. I love Trevor. I love Trevor. I think Andy wants to be Trevor. Now Kelly and Ryan are having just one of their silly arguments in the kitchen. Michael's going to enter and just take Meredith's birthday cake and just start eating it. Jenna, this is in the bloopers. I think there's like 5 takes of Steve eating that cake. And they kept laughing because he had to talk with such a big mouthful. It cracked me up because you really see how many takes that we do sometimes. And Steve had to do take after take, taking this huge bite of cake.
Steve is very, very funny when he talks with food in his mouth.
He really is.
He's a very funny comedic eat talker. I don't know what that talent is, but he should put it on his resume. I noticed in this scene that the cake box says that it's Fresh from Mom's Bakery, but I could not find a local Scranton bakery with this name. It made me wonder if it was a fakey box that we had made from the fakey food making people.
I bet it's fakey box. It was a real cake, and I did notice it was not an ice cream cake, so we didn't make that mistake again, the party planning committee.
That's right.
Ryan is so enamored by this version of Michael. He's like, wow, Michael takes what he wants. And this inspires him to march up to Erin's desk at front reception and tell her he finds her attractive. He wants to sleep with her. She's like, what about Kelly? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, is this a joke? And immediately he backpedals and he's like, yup. This would have rounded out the Ryan threesome storyline that started in Secretary's Day. It was in the deleted scenes that I shared about. He just was determined to have a little tryst with Kelly and Erin.
Our next montage is explained in a Dwight talking head, where we learn that Dwight is going to try to sabotage his sperm count by doing a number of things to his testicles.
Yeah, he's gonna hold a microwave that's microwaving something to his crotch. He's gonna bang on his balls with drumsticks, throw yellow pages at his crotch, and also bounce harshly on a bicycle and then crash into a door.
I was curious if any of these things would reduce his sperm count, and I'll tell you, Dwight is doing all the wrong things.
What should he be doing?
Well, first of all, I believe he's microwaving a cup of coffee. If he wants to reduce his sperm count, he should drink lots and lots and lots of coffee, because too much coffee can reduce your sperm count. Also, he should try to make his crotch very, very warm by sitting in a sauna. These are according to Chicago Medicine.
Warm crotch.
Warm crotch. Also, if he ate too much of certain foods, like foods high in soy products or high-fat dairy products, that could reduce his sperm count.
Yeah. So, well, Dwight, you didn't have to bang on your balls so much.
You didn't. Your sperm is going to be hardy. Incidentally, another thing that I read is that, you know that myth where if you ejaculate less, you'll have more sperm? Maybe the sperm will be more potent when you do want to conceive. Have you heard that myth? You know, like you're trying to conceive a child, and so don't masturbate. Right.
Okay.
Because you want to save it for the baby making.
Save it up.
Yeah, no. You should ejaculate more. Oh, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't like save up the sperm.
It's not like a little bank. You don't have a bank in your testes.
That's right. So actually, you should ejaculate daily, and that will increase your sperm count, folks. So really what we needed was a scene of Dwight drinking coffee with soy milk in a sauna. Yeah, that would have worked.
Well, the printer's out of paper. Michael isn't even going to add more. Creed, like Ryan, is like, wow, he don't give an F about nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Michael's going to say he's got big balls.
But Phyllis is going to be the one who I think finally gets to Michael.
This scene is so funny. Phyllis not making eye contact with Michael cracked me up.
Michael's going to pretend like it didn't get to him, and he's going to leave the office, and he's going to start driving to a motel where he's going to meet up with Donna.
I have a little background catch while he's driving and thinking, you know, he's really contemplating what's happening.
Yes.
His seatbelt is still frayed. Remember in Secretary's
Day? I love it.
Yeah. We talked about a deleted scene where Michael tells Erin when he's stressed out, sometimes he chews on his seatbelt.
Well, I thought that this driving location looked new. This did not look like our usual driving street without the palm trees.
They're rolling hills.
I asked Randy about it, and he actually said, "Good eye, Jenna," which made me feel proud. And he confirmed that it was a stretch of road in Santa Clarita that was next to the baseball field on Rockwell Canyon Road.
Well, that explains it.
Guys, Michael does not make it to the motel. He leaves Donna high and dry. We see her sitting in her car waiting for him. Do you know what that hotel was, Ange? No, but it had a bright orange door. Yeah. Do you know the Tangerine Hotel in Burbank?
Oh, is it?
You would know it if you drove by it.
Yes, I do.
That was the hotel we used. And it has the bright orange door.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. Randy told me that. I was like, yes. Oh
I
my
knew
God.
I knew it, but I didn't know how I knew it.
It's still there. Famous hotel. Michael's going to have a talking head where he tells us that he feels good. He broke up with Donna and he knows he made the right decision. But then, of course, he broke my heart a little bit. He had to choose between happiness or living with himself, and he chose living with himself, which means he had to give up his happiness.
Yeah.
And now he's going to be, lonely again.
Yeah.
But he does the right thing.
He does the right thing, and he's gonna go back to the office and grab his ice cream. Pam and Jim don't know if they can make it through the rest of the day. They're really struggling. And Daryl tells them where they can go to sleep in the warehouse. There's this little secret spot. Daryl loves it so much, sometimes he thinks about it when he's at home trying to go to sleep.
I don't know if this was on the bloopers, Angela, but we could not get through this scene with Craig. When Craig was like wistfully talking about the sleeping spot, like his voice is like, sometimes I think about it, it's so warm. Like we would laugh. It was so funny.
It's not in the bloopers, but there is a really funny Daryl talking head in the bloopers from this episode. It was deleted, so it's not in the episode, but Daryl shares that he used to cheat, but then he watched the movie Love Actually, and that really set him straight. It really got to him. And he kept laughing through it, and it's really funny. Well, I guess Angela has picked one of her moments, one of her 5 moments with Dwight, and they are going to rendezvous back in their meeting place in the warehouse. Dwight says, Angela, are you warmed up? She says, no. And he goes, why is that always my responsibility? And then they go in and they shut the door, and she goes, what have you done to yourself? You start hearing some noises. He's like, no kissing. This is a really awkward thing to overhear. And guess who's overhearing it?
Yeah. Jim and Pam.
Poor Jim and Pam. All they wanted to do was go to this special little sleeping nook that Daryl told them about in the warehouse. And now they're overhearing Dwight and Angela.
So I have to tell you, getting to our sleeping spot was actually very complicated.
Yeah, you guys are up really high.
Yes, we are actually up on a shelf in the warehouse. It's a special thing that they built. Randy reminded me that we actually had to practice getting up there using a scissor lift.
Wow.
And it involved a whole rehearsal the week prior with a Universal Studios safety officer named Ian Bass Gillespie. This person was in attendance to sign off on our use of the scissor lift, and it was a big deal. But we made it up there, and we're laying truly up on this high shelf in this little nook, and I will tell you right now, it was so comfy cozy. It was everything that Daryl advertised it to be, and it was a dream to just sort of get to kind of nap for part of my workday.
All I could think about when I saw you guys up there was, what if you have to pee? That's what I always think. Like, could you imagine?
That is why I never want to sleep on the top bunk of a bunk bed.
I know.
Well, we had a fan question from Michelle S. in Melbourne, Australia that I thought was very wise. Michelle said, the spot where the warehouse guys take their naps is right above Dwight and Angela's sex spot. Does this mean that the warehouse guys know about Dwight and Angela's affair? I mean, they've been there the whole time. I think the warehouse guys do know about your affair.
For sure.
I don't think you guys are hiding it from
them at all. Clearly, we haven't been hiding it very well from anyone. Exactly. Well, the episode is going to end with Michael exiting the building, and he's approached by a news team. The reporter says, "Michael Scott, do you want to make a comment on the rumors?" Michael sighs. He's like, "I have done some very bad things of which I am not proud. I would like to publicly apologize to the coach and the players, and I vow to never listen to my bodily instincts ever again." The reporter is confused. She says, "I'm talking about the Sabre printers that catch on fire." And Michael's like, "Oh, okay, I was talking about, wait, what?" Yeah. So Randy told me that this was like a standards and practices issue. This scene. Why? That's what I asked. He said that they wanted us to create a fictitious news channel. They didn't want us to use the real NBC affiliate, which is WBRE. But we had established WBRE in the show before. So they had to get a signed clearance agreement from the real WBRE in Scranton. And eventually we were given a pass so that we could use the actual call letters in the show. Oh yeah, and you can see it very clearly on the microphone. Yeah, well this is going to set up a huge story arc now for Michael. He's going to end up being the spokesperson for Sabre. Joe is going to come back. It's all going to go down next week in The Whistleblower. Yes, the season finale, Whistleblower. Well, that was The Chump. Thank you for rewatching with us. Thank you so much, Aaron Schur, for sending in those audio clips and sharing with us about writing this episode. Thank you to Randy Cordray for always giving us awesome behind-the-scenes details. And I would like to thank whoever put together that blooper reel on the Season 6 DVD, because much like Trevor, I am finding it delightful. I would like to thank my engineer, Casey, here in New York. We did this podcast with me in New York and Angela in Los Angeles. Casey and I might take off right now and get some of that lobster ice cream. Okay. I'll report back. We'll see you next week. We'll see you next time. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello! Are you being a whistleblower, Angela? I was trying. I have the most pitiful whistle. Hello, and welcome to the finale of Season 6, Whistleblower,
Also, episode 26.
This was such a big season.
It was crazy. I want to start off today apologizing if I sound a little nasally. I'm working out some head congestion.
She's got a little bit of a stuffy nose.
I know. Can you hear it? I feel like you can hear it. Lee said you can hear it. He said I should acknowledge it when I got on air.
I can't hear it. It doesn't bother me, lady.
Well, he said just right off the bat, if you just acknowledge it, then you know it's fine.
It's like when I had food poisoning. I was like, hey, we're talking to Ellie. I also sound like I just crawled out of the bathroom.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so there we go. It's been said. Now moving on
to whistleblower.
Yeah. This episode, which was written by Warren Lieberstein and Halstead Sullivan and directed by Paul Lieberstein. I have a very short summary. It is one sentence long, but I think it really sums it up.
Okay.
An angry Joe Bennett descends upon Dunder Mifflin Scranton to identify which employee talked to the press about Saber's faulty printers, prompting the group to turn on Andy.
Lady, I have to say, I hadn't watched this episode since it aired.
Same.
And I really enjoyed it.
I did too.
There's so many great moments.
Well, there's a lot of Kathy Bates in this episode, and that made me very happy.
There's a lot of Joe and Michael, which I could not get enough of.
Same. I mean, they're two amazing actors doing amazing work.
Yeah.
All right, fast fact number 1. Like we said, this is the season 6 finale. It aired on May 20th, 2010, and was watched by 6.6 million households. Now, if I remember correctly, Angela, we were originally only going to do 24 episodes, and at the last minute, suddenly we were doing 26. This was confirmed by our writers, Warren and Halstead.
Yes, because we reached out to them for this episode, and they shared with us lots of fun behind-the-scenes stuff that we'll share and sprinkle through the episode.
Well, Warren and Halstead did share with us that the finale had this dual purpose of both having to wrap up season 6 as well as set things up for season 7. You know, in past years, our season finales have had some pretty big cliffhangers. And this one has a few, but they're maybe not as dramatic as other years.
Right, but you know what's interesting about that to me? If you have been watching all along, which we have now, right? We're watching every week. Just when Michael mentions Holly, that felt so huge to me.
Yes. Okay, so I remember that at this time, we knew that Steve would only be coming back for season 7, and that was it.
Yeah.
By the time we did this episode, we found out kind of a few episodes before the end of season 6. So the writers knew that season 7 would be his last. And Warren and Halstead shared that they had started brainstorming what Steve's last year might look like. And the big thing that they settled on was that they wanted him to ultimately find happiness with Holly. And that was going to be a seed that was planted in this season finale. But besides that, they only set up 2 other things. They set up that Dwight was going to buy the building, and we start to see Erin kind of warming up to Andy.
She touches his calf, kind of, and lets her hand linger there for a minute.
A lingering calf touch, for sure.
Lingering calf touch.
Well, like you said, Warren and Halstead were awesome, and we've got some fun little tidbits from them for this episode. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Are you ready for fast fact number 2?
I'm so ready. Please tell me it's a location breakdown.
Of a private plane?
Yes.
It sure is, lady. We shot that private plane on location at the Van Nuys Airport on board an actual private plane that was not a set. We got some fan mail. People wondered if we built the interior of a fakey plane. No, that was a real plane, and it was very narrow. And our camera operators, that was a bit of a challenge to figure out how to shoot because they couldn't move any seats. They couldn't move any walls. They were just crammed in there. Our production designer, Michael Gallenberg, was friends with a senior executive at the aviation company called Castle and Cook. And because of that, we were able to use their hangar and the interior of their jet for a cost of only $10,000. Plus, we had to pay the Van Nuys Airport Authority a $5,000 usage fee.
Oh, the usage fees.
You know those?
Usage fees.
So, Castle and Cook is a real aviation company, and it only exists in
Van Nuys, California, and Honolulu, Hawaii. So you are not going to ever find this anywhere near Scranton, Pennsylvania. But Warren and Halstead shared that they were writing this script up to the very last minute, and by the time they got the idea to shoot on a private plane, they did not have time to change the Castle and Cook signage to something else. They couldn't make like a giant new hangar sign.
Yeah.
So they just went with it. Incidentally, Castle and Cook is part of the company that originally owned Dole Fruit.
What?
Yeah, they are one of the largest suppliers of Hawaiian pineapples.
Well, I guess they fly them on their planes.
I guess. Well, who knows?
Who knows?
I would hope that if I'm on a Castle and Cook private plane, someone serves me some fresh Hawaiian pineapple.
And if they don't, you'll bring it up.
I sure will. I'll be like, you guys, you don't even have any canned pineapple back there? It's your thing. Well, listen, they didn't have time to change the big sign, but there are some really great details on the plane, thanks to our set decorator, Steve Rothstein.
I noticed one.
What did you notice?
Are those Joe's initials? There's like a little fancy looking, I don't know what you call it. It goes over the chair, like for your head. Like a cloth.
Yes.
What are those called?
I don't know what they're called. They're on the headrest.
Like a doily for an airplane.
Yes. They were little cloths on the headrest, and they were embroidered with JB for Joe Bennett.
That was my question. I was going to say, is that real embroidery? Because it looked fancy.
Oh yeah, he had those made. Also, and I'll point out with a time code when we get there, on the outside of the plane, they do have a big sticker that is Joe Bennett's signature as a logo.
Oh, so cool.
Like she signed the outside of her plane.
I love little details like that.
All right, are you ready for fast fact number 3, Angela? I know you are because you were a big part of making this happen.
Yes, I'm very excited about Fast Fact 3.
Fast Fact 3 is all about our guest star, Nelson Franklin, as Nick the IT guy. You guys know that Nelson has appeared in 5 episodes of The Office, and this is his last one. And I believe, Ange, that he has the distinction of being the only actor to play 2 different roles on the show.
I think that is correct. Now, you guys out there who are just the diehard Office fans might have some stats for us that we're not thinking of right now, but I feel like Nelson is the one that immediately comes to mind to me because he was in Job Fair.
Yes, and then 2 years later, he has this arc as Nick the IT guy. And Angela, you know him. You worked with him recently on Black AF, and you reached out to him.
Yes, we were co-stars on Black AF, and we got to spend all day together because our characters were writers, and we were in a writer's room, and we got to like improvise, and we just had the best time together. Nelson is one of the nicest people you will ever meet. I was so excited to reconnect with him, and this is what he said about how he got his job on The Office.
Hi, Angela. Hi, Jenna. It's me, Nelson. Thank you so much for having me on the show. I'm such a big fan of your podcast, and obviously I love The Office, and I love you too very much, and so this is a big thrill for me. Thank you so much for having me. Let's get into these questions. Number 1, how did I get my job on The Office, and had I seen the show before being cast? Oh, hell yeah, I'd seen the show before being cast. It was my favorite show, literally my favorite show, and it was one of the biggest shows in the country, if not the world at the time, so it was a very big deal for me to get this job. And how I got the job was just a good old-fashioned audition. Went in and read for Allison Jones, of course, who we all like to reminisce about fondly and with love, because she's the greatest, and she deserves all the praise she can get. But I would also like to add that when I auditioned for The Office, it was for the job fair in season 4, and that was my first paid acting job out of college, if you can believe it. I was like 21 at the time, and it was insane. It was a big deal for me to get on the show. So yes, I auditioned.
I did not realize that we were his first gig.
I had no idea.
You would never know.
No.
I mean, I did that scene with him at Job Fair. I never suspected that that was his first television gig. I feel like I was way more nervous and like obviously deer in headlights at my first acting gig.
I know. I mean, Nelson, you were so composed.
Yeah, such a pro. Well, listen, Ange, when you said you were going to reach out to him, I had to know, how is it that he ended up playing these 2 different roles on the show? And you asked him, right?
I did. And here's what he said.
Yes, it's true. I did play 2 different characters on The Office, and I believe I was the only one. This is being confirmed by you guys, and that's amazing. I always wondered if I was the only one. So, as I said, the job fair, that was my first job ever. It was supposed to be like a little one-off thing. I was totally unknown, literally unknown. It was my first job. It made me Taft-Hartley or whatever you call it when you got to join the union. And basically, Allison brought me back in 2 years later for the IT guy role because I was right for it. I'm basically an IT guy already. And I ran into Greg and Mike Schur, and those guys were like, no, you can't be 2 people on the same show in the same universe. It doesn't work. It's too bad. We know that was his first gig, and we would have wanted to give him something bigger, but he already used up his one role, so it's not going to happen, and that was sad. And then they read more people for like a week, and then after a little while, they came back to me and were like, hey, you know what? Fine, you get the job. And what a thrill that was, being told no, and then being like, actually, remember when we said you didn't have that job? Well, now you do. And I said to Greg, like, what made you change your mind? And he said, no one's going to remember that you were the jobs fair guy. No one's going to remember that. It was 25 seconds at the end of an episode. Just don't bring it up to anybody who asks. No one's ever going to know. And I said, Greg, it's pretty feasible that a guy who was a graphics design person would then, pivot into an IT guy career. That's totally believable. And he was like, no, just don't mention it. No one's ever going to know. And boy, was he wrong, because, the Office fans are voracious. They know every detail of every second of every episode. So, yeah, it became I'm a folklore hero, basically. That's the end of this question.
I love that so much. He was trying to justify it. Yeah. He was like, you know what? We'll have a little thing where maybe I can, like, Pam's like, hey. And he's like, yeah, I'm in IT now. That's all it would have taken.
All it would have taken is one line, and then he's the same character.
Yeah, same guy. Now we know his name is Nick. I don't think, did we know his name before? I don't even know.
I don't know.
I think he's just graphic design guy.
That cracked me up. And of course, we always ask our guests if they're still recognized from being on The Office. And here's what Nelson had to say.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like the number one thing I get recognized for. I mean, The Office, as I said, it was just such a big deal. It's got the most fans of any show I've ever known. I mean, it's totally ubiquitous. People from all walks of life watch The Office, and so I get recognized constantly. And the other thing that happens is people come up to me and be like, wait a second, I know you. Are you Tom's brother? No, you were at that concert last night. And then after I let them flail around for a second, and I say, IT guy. And they go, oh, yeah, got it. All right. And then they flip me off because they remember that scene.
He gets flipped off. It's hilarious. Well, he's got a big moment at the end of the episode. It's pretty great.
I know. You get people saying, don't throw garbage at me. I get Save Bandit. He gets the finger.
Well, and you also asked him if he took anything from the show when he left, and I loved his response because it made me remember a thing that I had forgotten.
Okay.
I wish I had. That seems like a great idea to swipe something, a little memento, but I didn't do it. I did take a cell phone picture of the sort of whiteboard. There was like a dry erase board that somebody was keeping up, the second AD or something, where it would have the names of the guest stars that were appearing in the episode for whatever reason, and the handwriting was super bad. So I have this great picture of this dry erase board where it says like Kathy Bates, and then right under it says Nelson, and it's like written like a sort of like a drunk person wrote it on there. It's just a fond memory. That's the only thing I kept.
I remember that whiteboard, and you know what's crazy? In our final season, I was going around, I was just taking pictures of things because I just wanted to remember every detail.
Yeah.
I took a picture of the whiteboard.
You did.
Because it would have our numbers on it. Each cast member was assigned a number, and it would say like who's in the scene, who's on deck, and it would have guest stars, and it would have all these different, it was like a code, like we knew what it all meant, but somebody coming in to visit may not know.
Yeah, it's like how, I think so many baseball stats, I'm like, what's that?
Yeah.
It's like that. And it was by the back door as you walked into our set, right there on the wall. So the minute you walked in, you knew who was in the scene, who was up next,
who was in the background of the scene,
exactly.
Speaking, And I mean, my gosh, if I saw my name on
next to
whiteboard
Kathy Bates,
I'd have a picture of that.
Yeah.
Oh, well, he is just wonderful. I loved hearing from him, and we have more clips.
Yes, he's going to share a few more things about his time on The Office, and we'll be adding those in as we talk about this episode.
Well, why don't we take a break, and then we'll get into this episode.
Okay.
We would not make good whistleblowers, clearly. Not if it involves actually whistling. For 175 years, Gordon's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you
Okay?
do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got the Southern style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's
Yes.
so rare. Well, we love Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they could do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies.
This episode starts with Michael watching a clip of himself defending Saber on the local news.
Yes. And then Todd Packer calls because everybody's seen him on the news. And of course, he knows this. Michael is so tickled.
Oh, he loves it. He's probably rewatched this clip over and over.
I want to say at 14 seconds, Packer has a line where he says, I want to pinch your tiny wiener.
Yeah.
The original table draft for this episode had the line, I want to lick your tiny wiener.
Oh, my goodness.
But standards and practices said no.
Okay.
So they had to change lick to pinch, and then it got approved. I have become fascinated by standards and practices. Who is that person that scrubs through our episodes
with the red flag?
Yeah, and it's like, we're gonna no licking of the tiny penis, please. We need to change that.
Change that. I also would just love to have been a fly on the wall for their meetings about our show.
I know.
Or the email exchanges.
I mean, that is some digital clutter I'd like to get my hands on.
Same. While Michael is watching his news clip, did you happen to see the other news of the day?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's all listed on the right-hand side of the computer screen. Here are the news stories of the day in Scranton.
Okay.
Number 1, local teacher wrongly accused of pedophilia.
We're going to discuss that later.
Yes. Number 2, area business manager responds to allegations.
That's Michael.
And it's highlighted in blue because it's the one Michael's watching.
Nice detail.
Number 3, local zoo gets a baby otter.
Oh.
Number 4, last of 3 murder suspects arrested. Number 5, former fire secretary sentenced for theft.
Wow.
Number 6, expert, semicolon. Bill likely to be ruled constitutional.
Okay. Very vague.
I know. Number 7, ex-state rep convicted in bonus gate scandal. Bonus gate. I'm intrigued. Number 8, parents pack meeting to hear about drugs in schools. And lastly, if you notice, Michael's clip has 1,069 views.
Okay. Well, he's going to have a talking head where he brags about all of his views and all the people who are watching his clip. He even called the radio request line and talked about it on the air.
Yeah.
Well, we had a fan catch from Kelly W. from Cary, North Carolina, and many others who said, Michael says he called Froggy 98.7, but all of the stickers and the magnets throughout the office say Froggy 101. Was this a continuity error or just Michael not knowing what he's doing? We asked Warren and Halstead about this, and they said this was a goof.
Yeah.
They know that fans have spotted this. It is totally their bad, and they can't believe that they wrote Froggy 98.7 and that none of us noticed. We've been surrounded by these bumper stickers for like 7 years.
7 years. There's one on the file cabinet by Phyllis's desk. Here's the thing, though. I think they wrote 98.7. This is my theory because there's a local Los Angeles radio station that plays pop music, like whatever the Billboard charts are, and it's 98.7. And I think that just went sort of from their brain right to the page.
It must have, but it's very funny to me.
Yeah, that everyone caught it, but we didn't.
Well, now Michael's going to run out of his office and he is going to declare DEFCON 5. Do you know why?
Dun, dun, dun.
He is the #2 most watched clip on the local news, and we cannot have that. Everybody has to watch his clip now.
Yeah, he said he wants everyone to stop what they're doing and watch his clip 11 times. But pretty quickly, Angela gets distracted by that cute otter.
And then everybody gets distracted by the cute otter.
It's everybody watching the otter, and it's making Michael crazy. But then I loved it because Michael goes to watch it, and he's like, I don't need it. And then he's clearly charmed by the otter.
Well, I got a little interested in him calling DEFCON 5 because, you know, DEFCON 5, it actually stands for the lowest state of readiness. It means everything's going great and nothing's wrong. DEFCON 1 is we are in the middle of a nuclear war.
I just remember it from that Matthew Broderick movie.
Yes. War games.
War games.
All the DEFCONs.
Yes.
Well, I did a mini deep dive on the DEFCONs, and I personally found it fascinating, so I'm going to share.
Oh, let's hear it.
Well, DEFCON stands for Defense Readiness Condition. It is controlled by the President and the U.S. Secretary of Defense through the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the combatant commanders. And different branches of the armed forces can have different DEFCONs going on at once.
So many DEFCONs.
One person can be DEFCON 5 and someone else might be a DEFCON 3. Here are the different DEFCONs. 5 means lowest state of readiness.
Okay. For everybody.
Yeah.
Depending on wherever your DEFCONs are.
That's right. Got it. DEFCON 4 means increased intelligence watch and strengthened security.
Okay.
If you go to DEFCON 3, it means that we need an increase in force readiness above that is required for normal readiness. And the Air Force needs to be ready to mobilize in 15 minutes.
That means they're calling everybody. Hey, folks, you got to come in.
Yep. You got to be ready to fly in 15 minutes. DEFCON 2 is the next step to nuclear war.
Oh my lord.
And armed forces need to be ready to deploy and engage in less than 6 hours.
Oh.
DEFCON 1 means nuclear war is imminent or has already begun.
We're all dead. DEFCON 1, we're all dead.
Yes, nuclear war is in progress.
Goodbye, planet.
Well, as of 2014, the worldwide DEFCON level has never been more severe than DEFCON 3.
When was that?
Since 2014.
Okay.
But the U.S. did reach DEFCON 2 twice. Remember, DEFCON 2 means next step nuclear war.
Was that with Cuba?
Yes, the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis and the 1991 Gulf War. We went to DEFCON 2 for a short period of time.
Yikes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy to be at DEFCON 5 with Michael.
Yes, even though he seems panicked by it.
Yeah.
DEFCON 5, everyone.
Well, I find that so interesting, Jenna. And I also, like, as you were describing all of it, I imagine you and I in front of a huge boardroom, all the different heads of the military, all their accolades, and you and I, like, kind of dressed like the moms we are, in front of a dry erase board breaking down DEFCON. Like, could you imagine if we were called in and you're like, here's DEFCON 4, and I'm like, yeah, everybody show up, time to get dressed, gotta report to work.
Well, that's DEFCON 3.
Got it wrong. I draw an arrow to it from 4 to 3.
From 4 to 3.
From 4 to 3.
Yeah.
Oh.
Something has gone very wrong if we are the people explaining the DEFCONs, I have to say.
It would make a great scene in Mom Detectives.
It sure would. You could have like a DEFCON like home edition, you know?
Yeah.
Where it's more, I don't know what it
Susie's
is.
Chihuahua is out, and there was reports of a coyote in the neighborhood.
DEFCON 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an imminent attack pending.
Yes.
DEFCON 2.
DEFCON 2.
All right. We did get fan questions for the scene. Should I pivot to those?
Yes, let's go back to the episode.
All right. Marnie W. from Dallas, Texas says, everyone was watching Michael's press release on a YouTube-esque website, but it doesn't look like YouTube. Was this a fakey site? Yes, it was, Marnie. It was meant to be the website for the local news. So it was, you know, like a video playback. Randy said it was created by a company called Playback Technologies. They created the fakey website, and they also had to send a playback operator and a playback technician to make all the videos pop up on our various screens. And then we had a fan catch from Frankie C. in Seattle, Washington, who says, hi, Office ladies. My name is Frankie, and I'm 14 years old. I have watched The Office 5 times, and I have a question about the cold open of Whistleblower.
Okay, Frankie, what you got?
Michael asked the whole office to watch his video, and everyone's sound is playing at the same time. But you guys have mentioned in previous podcasts that Oscar was the only one to really have sound on his computer.
So true, Frankie.
So how did this work? Well, Randy said all of the computers ran the videos without sound, and they actually added that in later in post-production.
So we're fakey reacting to sound.
Yep, exactly. Real video, fakey sound. And finally, Randy said that the video of the baby otters was footage from the Monterey, California aquarium. But, you know, the otters do not end up doing any of the things that Michael describes in his final talking head. That's why you don't see too much of the video, because it wouldn't match. It just kind of plays out on Michael's face.
Yeah.
In the most delightful way. Like, you really believe it.
Yeah, you do. Are you ready for one of the most amazing, commanding scenes of someone talking and just cutting up a piece of newspaper?
Mesmerizing. I watched it 3 times in a row.
I wrote, look what I wrote. I was mesmerized by the scene. I'm showing Jenna my paper, you guys. Jo Bennett is going to arrive, and she is coming in hot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She comes in with 2 lawyers and her dogs. It's a surprise visit. No one was expecting her. And she goes on to explain that the newspaper has run a story about Saber's cheap foreign printers attacking innocent Americans.
And while she's saying all of this, she's moving around the room. She's getting a pair of scissors. She's cutting the article as she has this dialogue. One of my favorite moments is when Kevin was like, I think I know what happened. And she goes, I don't think you do. And then he goes, no, I'm thinking I don't. I know, I loved that too. But she's doing so much action while having all of this different emotion. It reminded me of that scene in Secret Santa when Michael had to go from Santa to Jesus all in one moment with his clothing.
Well, we had a fan question from Ann S. in Zurich, Switzerland, who said, can you explain Joe's insane choice to walk all the way over to Angela's desk to grab a glue stick, to glue the newspaper article to the picture of the office instead of using tape? I looked in the script, and all of this stage direction is meticulously outlined within the dialogue. There is like this whole silent play that is scripted out, and I thought I would read it.
Oh, great. And then I have a little tidbit about when she comes to my desk.
Ooh, all right. Here's what it said in the script. Now, mind you, within all of this, there's also dialogue.
Right, you're just reading the stage direction.
Yes. Joe enters with a couple of well-dressed lawyers. People are surprised. Joe pulls out a copy of the Times Tribune off Jim's desk and casually flips through it. Joe points to an article titled, Sabre Defends Printers. As Joe speaks, she walks over to Dwight's desk and grabs a pair of scissors. Dwight looks like he might say something but swallows. Joe methodically cuts out the article. Some people nervously chuckle. Joe slowly carries the article toward accounting, dropping the scissors on Jim's desk as she walks. Dwight is about to grab his scissors. Jim pulls them just out of his reach. Dwight is furious. Joe starts rummaging over the tops of Oscar, Angela, and Kevin's desk looking for something. Finally, she finds it on Angela's desk, a glue stick. Joe walks in a circle toward Michael's office while rubbing glue on the back of the article. Joe slams the article onto Pam's painting. People look a little scared. Pam looks to Jim like, what the F? Dwight smiles smugly at Pam, like, that's what you get. That was all in the script.
Yeah. And I remember us rehearsing it, Jenna. We rehearsed all of this because it was like a one-act play, and Kathy had to walk around the room and engage with all of us. I thought it was great when I rewatched it because you really feel her presence amongst all the workers, the way they staged her walking through the bullpen. But here's what I wanted to share. Here's my tidbit. If you go to 3 minutes, 6 seconds, that's when Joe crosses to Angela's desk for the glue stick. And this was the moment in rehearsal when Kathy Bates walked over to my desk and I was really cold and I had my heater cranked and had been cranked all morning. And she said, it's like the Sahara over here. And I'll never forget it. I wrote about it in our book, The Office BFFs, because I, with my foot, went under the desk to try to turn my heater off. And I was like so embarrassed. I was like, oh no, Kathy Bates, like my desk area is so hot. As soon as I rewatched it, I was like, that was the time.
Yeah, I wondered if that was the time.
That's it.
Well, at the end of all of this, Michael is trying to tell Joe, listen, nobody in our office spoke to the press. It wasn't anyone here. But of course, Phyllis knows that it was Andy.
Yeah.
And she's kind of like, Andy, you better say it was you. Come on. And Andy threatens her
With such like intensity.
I know.
He said he would break her glasses, right? And poke them in her eyeball or something. What did he say?
Yeah, you know the little nubs of your glasses that sit on your nose? There's a name for them, and he says he's going to break them off and poke them in her eyes.
That's hardcore.
Well, he has a talking head where he explains that he is no whistleblower. In fact, generations of Bernards have made their money by silencing whistleblowers.
In fact, Woody Guthrie wrote a song about them. For those of you who don't know who Woody Guthrie is, he was, by all accounts on the internet and people who love folk music, one of the most significant figures in American folk music. He was, quote, a poet of the people. His songs captured the heart of hard economic times and war. One of his songs you might all know is This Land Is Your Land. This land is your land, this land is my land. You know that one. And incidentally, he was born today.
What? In 1912. He was born on July 14th, which is the day we're recording this.
That is crazy.
I know. I thought so too.
We got some mail from Barrett G in Arkansas who said, have y'all heard the awesome song someone made from that snippet that Andy sang about his family being whistleblowers? It's actually really good.
No, I haven't.
I found it. It's by someone named Stormlight on SoundCloud.
Let's hear it.
Ashes they rose up. Mother damnation. The shame of their past drove them nearly insane. When all of it crumbled, desperate for money. We're the ones who will tell they know. We'll make sure they sleep with conditions. Mr. Bernard, who had his silence today. Mr. Bernard, how will you reign today?
I love the idea that the Bernard family are notorious for silencing people who are trying to do the right thing. He's like, there's no way I can be a whistleblower because we are silent whistleblowers.
Yeah. Well, I love that song. My gosh, what a beautiful voice.
It goes on and on. It's really a good song parody. It's really excellent.
Well, here's a little tidbit from Warren and Halstead and also Randy, because Jenna, you always reach out to Randy. And they said the song was not in the script. Randy said that Paul pitched the lyrics on the day, and Warren and Halstead said Jenna Ed had such a great talent for coming up with a tune and being able to make up a song, and they could really rely on him. And so they found this on the day.
That's amazing. So Paul wrote the lyrics, and then Ed just sort of sang a melody, and
Yeah.
there it was.
And there it was.
See, if you gave me lyrics, my melody would be so awful.
Oh, I feel like I only have one melody, and it's like that whenever I improvise any song, and it's the same, and it's not great. It's like sitting here talking to Jenna.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Ed is just an amazing
Well, he's a
musician.
songwriter in my life too, so it makes sense.
Well, Joe is determined to get to the bottom of this. She's going to find out who that whistleblower is. She has an amazing talking head where she talks about when her mom worked as a prison guard and something went missing. To find the guilty party, she would ask everyone what they would do as punishment to the person who stole, right? And if they said, oh, you know, you got to like go hard on them, she knew they were innocent. But if they said, you know, maybe they had a reason, blah, blah, that's whose rectum would have been searched.
Her delivery on that line, that was the anus name check, is so good. It's like brilliant comedic delivery.
Because she
so
puts
good.
nothing on it.
Nothing.
She puts nothing on it. She never, ever, as a performer, looks like she's trying too hard. It's just effortless, and I love it. I do have a random background check during this talking head. Did anyone else out there notice how much unopened mail is at Dunder Mifflin?
Lady, I actually did.
There were 3 enormous bins of unopened mail just sitting there.
I'm so confused by the mail system at Dunder Mifflin.
Yeah, the cart that never moves. Yeah, but sometimes moves, but really never moves.
We don't have a mail room
No.
at Dunder Mifflin. I don't understand if that's outgoing mail. I don't understand if it's incoming mail. I don't understand how it's distributed.
I know. Well, apparently it just sits there by the conference room.
The next thing Joe is going to do is bring Michael into the conference room and ask what they should do when they find the whistleblower.
Yeah, she's starting her interrogation.
Well, Michael says they should just ship him off to Montego Bay, where they keep all of Al Qaeda.
Joe gives
gives a look to camera in that moment. That is so good. Well, here's an interesting tidbit about that scene. Halstead shared that at this time on the show, they were interviewing a new writer, Amelie Gillette, who was a very funny AV Club writer. All the writers were big fans of her, and she visited set the day they were filming the scene between Joe and Michael in the conference room. It was her first time on a television set, and Halstead said they wanted to give her a feel for what it would be like to work on the show, so she stood in the corner in the conference room, you know, with Veda and Halstead and Paul Lieberstein.
That was her job interview. Her job interview was great. We're going to chit chat with you. Would you like a little tour of the set? And then they brought her down to a conference room with Steve Carell and Kathy Bates.
I know.
Was she dying?
I know. Halstead said they just wanted to give her a feel of what working on the show would be like. But then the next year when she joined the staff, she told everyone how crazy it was to suddenly be on the set of the show that she had seen for so many years, and then only be feet, just a mere feet away from an Oscar award-winning actor, Kathy Bates, as she had this heated scene with Steve Carell. And Halstead said, in retrospect, I guess that is quite the introduction.
I mean, my gosh. That is bonkers.
When we reached out to Warren and Halstead reached out to Amelie because he was like, I remember you were there that day. And Amelie also shared this. She said it was completely bonkers to be in the same room with Steve Carell and Kathy Bates. All I could think about was telling my parents about it because they were huge fried green tomatoes fans. And when I told my dad I met Kathy Bates, he said, did you tell her we love fried green tomatoes? And I was like, no, it didn't come up that my parents love that movie. I think it's so sweet. She said she was fangirling the whole time.
That is so sweet.
Well, let's take a break because when we come back, Nick, the IT guy, is looking on everyone's computers.
Yeah, and Dwight is going to put him in an Apache percussion hold, which I looked up and it's not real.
You think?
So far as I could find.
We'll be back.
Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
All right, we are back. And like we said, Nick, the IT guy, asked Dwight if he can look at his computer, and he reveals that he's checking everyone's hard drives for information on the leak.
I have never seen Kevin take off so fast. He sprints to his computer.
He likes running.
He's a runner.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking to Nelson because this is such a great scene, and I did ask him, I was like, you know, what is one of your favorite memories? And I was like, which scene is he going to pick? He's had some good ones. What he shared with me, I was totally surprised by, and I wanted you guys to hear it.
One memory that I definitely cherish is when I was shooting this episode, the whistleblower. I knew it was my last episode. It was a very bittersweet thing for me. I had taken another job opportunity, to be the lead on a different TV show. But I had a lot of mixed emotions about it because, as I said, The Office is my favorite show, and I was really heartbroken to be leaving. So I was pretty emotional that morning. And I'm in there in the makeup trailer looking at my lines, and Zach Woods pops in. Zach Woods, who plays Gabe on the show, of course. And I was blown away. I was like, Zach? And just for a little bit of context here, I went to college with Zach. We were in the same graduating class. We went to NYU together. I was in the drama school. I got a degree in acting. And he was not in the drama school. He got a regular, useful degree. And look, I knew he performed. He did UCB, and he was so funny. He's an incredible performer. But I had no idea he was a professional actor. This is the first time I've seen him since college. I was like, Zach, what the hell are you doing here, man? That was quite a shock for me. If you just imagine one of your friends popping into your job and being like, oh, I work here now.
That's insane. I know. And also, you guys, again, this was a time before Instagram, before you knew what everyone's life was.
Yeah.
You could honestly be surprised by running into someone.
This is very similar to you walking over to accounting and Oscar sitting there.
100%.
Well, I love that we were his first acting job. I love that when he left us, then it was because he was going to be the lead in another show.
Yeah.
And as you know, he went on to have pretty big roles on Veep and New Girl and Blackish. And in fact, Angela, we got a fan question.
Okay.
From Sierra E. in Silver Spring, Maryland, and Deborah J. in Massachusetts. Can we please talk about The Office's connections to New Girl?
Oh, yeah.
Angela, Oscar, Kate, and Nelson Franklin have all been on both The Office and New Girl. Angela, what was it like working on New Girl?
It was such a blast. I had a recurring role. I was a school teacher where Zoe's character also taught the same school. We had so many fun scenes. I also had some really great scenes with Damon. And that cast was so fun. And also the writers, it really felt familiar to me like The Office, where you would do a scene, you would get it scripted. Maybe if you had an idea, you could pitch it, you know. I loved every second of being on that show. It was just great fun. And I'm still in touch with some of the cast members. Here's one memory, though, that sticks with me. And it's not from one of the regular cast members. I was leaving one day. I worked a half day. As I was leaving the soundstage, Josh Gad was walking in. He was doing a part as well. And we met sort of in the parking lot. We're like, oh my gosh, how are you? And we chit-chatted, how are things going? And and he said, oh, I just got this really cool project I'm pretty excited about. I'm going to be a snowman. I'm going to be the voice of a snowman.
Oh my gosh.
It was Frozen. And he had just gotten the job, and he was talking to me about it. And I was like, I remember thinking, oh, that's so cool. You know, that could be really cool. And it's Frozen.
Oh my gosh, he's Olaf.
He's Olaf.
Wow. Wow. Well, now we're going to move into Michael's office, where Angela, Oscar, and Phyllis are trying to reason with Michael. They're saying everyone knows it was Andy, and everyone shouldn't have to suffer because of it. And Michael just needs to say it was Andy. And you all are wearing pink and purple. It's like you had a club called Throw Andy Under the Bus, and the dress code is pink and purple. Yeah.
The next scene is between Dwight and Joe in the conference room. I love this scene. It has one of my absolute favorite lines in the whole episode. Dwight says, I don't want to waste your time, and I wouldn't dare waste mine. It's like one of my favorite lines. I want to say that in a meeting. He says he didn't do it, and he doesn't know who exactly did, but he has a list of people she should fire.
Well, we got a fan question from Mary M. in Canada asking about that list. Here is what Mary had to say. Number 1, whose handwriting do you think that is? Is it Rain's? Is it Phil Shea's? Number 2, what are the numbers that correspond to each name? Michael has a 5, Jim has a 1, Creed has a 4. What does this mean? And finally, what's up with the order of this list? Why is Michael first? Seems like whoever wrote this list just looked around the room and wrote in order who they saw. I really need an explanation.
Well, Mary, guess what? I was going crazy about this list too. I was very curious. First of all, Jenna, there's no way that is Rain's handwriting.
No, it didn't look like Rain.
Rain has chicken scratch.
It's probably Phil Shea.
Probably. But Mary, the numbers. I was like, what is this list? What are these numbers? I took a picture of the screen. I zoomed in on them. Mary, this is what I caught. Michael Scott, 5. Jim Halpert, 1. Pam Halpert, 3. Phyllis Vance, 2. Andy Bernard, 1. Stanley Hudson, 2. Creed Bratton, 4. Meredith Palmer, 3. Angela Martin, 2. Kevin Malone won. Then I saw Oscar, but I couldn't make Oscar and Daryl and Kelly. I could see their names, but Joe's sleeve was blocking it. So that's as far as the list I could see. Everyone is rated between 1 and 5.
Is it their DEF CONs? That's the only thing I know that you rate 1 through 5 at this point.
No, but I went digging in the shooting draft because I had to know. Guess what I found?
What?
The answer.
I can't believe you found the answer to this.
Okay. In the shooting draft, the scene read like this. Dwight, I don't want to waste your time. I wouldn't dare waste mine. It wasn't me. People who misuse products don't deserve to wield a saber. Now, I don't know exactly who did it, but I suggest you fire the following people. Dwight hands Joe some papers. Joe says, there's a lot of people on this list. Dwight says, you can fire them in waves. That's what the numbers next to the names are. The waves.
Wow, so wave number 1 and then wave number 2.
Yeah. So now look back on the list. Who's getting fired first for Dwight's list? Jim, Andy, and Kevin. Of course, I can't see Oscar, Daryl, and Kelly, you know. Second wave would have been Angela, Stanley, and Phyllis. Third wave would have been Pam, all by myself, and Meredith.
Oh.
And then the fourth wave would have been Creed, and the final wave would have been Michael. So even though he's number 1 on the list, he's number 5 in the wave.
This was the weirdest list. I love that you got an answer to that.
I know, it was so random.
Well, also in this scene, Joe asks if Dwight's being smart about his money. He's had a good year. And she says that he really should have his money turn into more money and he should buy property.
Yes.
That's what a smart person would do. Well, Warren and Halstead shared that when they had the idea that Dwight should buy the building, they needed a reason why he would decide to buy the building. And they loved this idea that Joe would plant the seed just by giving him some simple advice to buy property. Yeah, so this was their way of planting that little cliffhanger, which is going to eventually pay off brilliantly. I mean, this little thing is going to grow into Workbus.
I know. Well, Michael is going to ask Andy if he talked to the press, and Andy is going to, go overboard, swearing on his parents' grave, who aren't even dead yet, that he did not do it. And then he's going to cast some suspicion on Daryl.
I was very surprised that Michael confronted Andy with his office door open.
Oh.
The whole time, I kept thinking, I feel like Joe could kind of hear this very easily, just right around the little corner. I also noticed that both Dwight and Jim were not at their desks in the background of this scene. And I think part of that was to create a line of vision into Daryl's office because they could see. They move right in there. And then Michael moves in there. Daryl is going to confess that he actually did tell someone about the printers catching on fire, and it turns out that she works as a copy editor at the Tribune.
I know, he was chatty at the bar.
He was trying to hit on her.
Yeah.
Well, now Michael doesn't know what to do because he swore up and down that none of his employees did this, and now he's discovered that maybe they did.
Meanwhile, Joe is talking with Toby. I loved this so much.
This scene delighted me.
She says, we know it wasn't you. We didn't find anything on your computer except his novel.
His mystery novel.
And she's got a few notes for him. To which he hears her out and then says, write your own damn novel. Talking head. But Warren and Halstead shared something kind of fun with us. They said earlier in the season was the very first mention of the Scranton Strangler. And in this final episode of season 6, when Joe finds Toby's novel, after reading it, she says that the protagonist needs to help in hiding a murder, which appears to leave Toby irritated, an early egg if you think Toby might be the Scranton Strangler. Did Joe indirectly help Toby figure out how to cover his tracks?
Very interesting. There really is a lot of evidence pointing to Toby.
I know.
Well, in his talking head where he says, write your own damn novel, I have a background catch. Did you see the kind of like green foam dog bone thing on his desk that says Toby's Troops?
Yes.
Yeah, I looked it up.
What is
it? What is it? It says on there also, it says Toby Hanna Federal Credit Union. There's a website, but it's not working anymore. But I found a post online that says Toby Hanna is a real federal credit union in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And in the post, this person says, a friend of mine that lives there told me the credit union used to call its members troops.
Oh my gosh, Phil Shea got that from the Chamber of Commerce, for sure.
For sure. And he put it on Toby's desk because his name is Toby. Very funny.
Well, we have another whistleblower.
I know.
Apparently everyone who works here is real chatty.
I love doing this scene. This was a scene of Pam and Jim in the stairwell. This was a stairwell right outside of Randy's office. So that was always fun because I would walk up the stairs and just go chit chat with him when we were, doing different setups. Pam says that she probably leaked the information. And I love her reason why.
Yeah, she just needed something interesting to say to this other mom who had been chatting about her travels. And Pam's like, well, our printers catch on fire.
I know. It's so funny. Pam is going to tell Michael now.
Oh my gosh, whose mind is going a mile an hour.
It really is. We had a fan question from Shay T in Montana wanting to know if that line was scripted or improvised because it is one of my favorite lines and Steve performed it so well. Shay, that was scripted. Yeah, it's very funny and it made me laugh every time Steve said it.
Michael is spinning now because there are two whistleblowers.
Yes, this is going to lead to an amazing meeting in Meredith's van.
I want to break down the hand gestures, okay?
Okay.
Michael is going to walk up to Pam, and he points to Pam, he points to himself, then he points to Meredith, and then he pretends to drink something, then he pretends to drive, then he points to his wrist, and then he makes the number 5. And Pam's like, oh my God, I know exactly what he's saying.
Here are the people who are going to meet in the van. It's not just Michael and Pam, it's also Daryl, and then suddenly Kelly. Yeah. And Pam says we're not going for yogurt. And Michael says no, Kelly is also a whistleblower. Well, while they're sitting in this van and they're discussing who is the whistleblower, what they're going to do, Pam is holding up a bunch of unpaid parking tickets. Daryl holds up a boot. Yeah, that's the thing they put on your tire.
Yeah,
when you
have
haven't
too many parking tickets.
you haven't paid your tickets. Or also, incidentally, I looked it up, if your license has been suspended. Did you know that they're called the Denver boot because Denver was the first city to use the boot?
I didn't know that, but my friend, when I was living here in my 20s, her car got booted.
Yeah, I knew people whose cars got booted.
I had to drive her down to the impound lot. She had to pay an enormous fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I want to point out, I found it very interesting that Michael called this meeting in Meredith's van and not the Michael Scott Paper Company, which he is still leasing.
That's such a good point, lady. I wonder if they wanted to call it in there, and Randy Corjay was like, I am not cleaning that out again. Yeah, I'm not moving. We just moved everything back in there. Right. All of our tapes. I cannot relocate it. How about Meredith's van? Yeah, there's got to be a story there. Well, Kelly is like, of course she's the leak. She probably tweeted it, and this is when she sets up Wolf.
Yeah. She said she spends the whole day talking. Video, chat, Skype, text, Twitter, phone, woof.
And then we go to Ryan's closet, and he's going to tell us what Wolf is.
I will never get tired of seeing Ryan in that little closet.
It's so true. Ryan explains that Woof is a site he's launching and hopes that it will be the last word in social networking. It basically links up all of your communication portals, and he does a demonstration where he sends himself a woof, which then gives him a notification on all of his devices at once. Even Aaron notifies him via intercom. He gets a fax. It pops up on his screen, his phone, like everywhere. All goes off at once.
Everything goes off.
Well, a lot of people wrote in to say this was the first mention of woof, and it is. Warren and Halstead said that this just started as a one-off joke for this episode. They kind of came up with it in the writer's room, but it is eventually going to become a whole episode in season 7.
Yes, I reached out to writer Aaron Schur because I know he writes the episode Wolf eventually, right? And he said he pitched the name Wolf, but someone else pitched the idea of it. But how he came up with the name was he said Twitter was just starting, and he thought the sound a dog makes instead of a bird was funny.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I like it.
Yeah.
Randy shared that they had everything rigged to go off at the same time, but that Ellie does not actually call on the phone. To time that out, they had her just standing off camera to do her line, and then in post-production, they put an effect on her voice to make it sound like it was from the phone.
Well, I have to point out one thing about Ryan in this scene. He has now officially combined all of his new looks. Did you catch it? It's glasses, suspenders, bow tie, orange watch.
Wow.
The only thing missing is his hat.
It's kind of like he's woofed his wardrobe.
He's woofed his wardrobe. Well, if Michael was freaking out that he had 2 whistleblowers, now his mind is completely blown because he has 3 whistleblowers. His solution to this is that they just smash all the computers, destroy the evidence.
Yes, but really, Pam says, I think you just need to convince Joe to go easy on all of us. And then once we know our jobs are safe, we all confess at once. So this is going to be the new plan. Meanwhile, Toby is in the break room. His snack is stuck in the vending machine.
And he starts doing the thing where you kind of jiggle and try to move the vending machine.
Dwight offers to help him, but he gets a call in the middle. And then Toby's stuck just sort of holding up a humming machine.
They tipped it forward. When I saw that, I was like, wait, is that in the script? It had to have been in the script because it's such a big prop move.
I couldn't figure out how he was doing it. According to the ProMove.com, vending machines weigh between 400 and 900 pounds when they are empty.
Wow.
And you really can't move them without proper equipment. So I asked Randy Cordray about it. He said that Mike Thompson, our on-set special effects technician, rigged the back of the machine with a safety cable. And it went all the way through that back wall. And then Mike Thompson stood behind there. He said this was the area, Jenna, where our lunch tables usually were. That, I guess, really is only something we can visualize, Angela. But just so you know, Mike's standing there.
Yeah.
He's got this cord through the wall. He had manipulated so that the machine could tilt at a certain angle, but Mike was actually holding the weight. And so it could never fall. Like that cable was holding it so it couldn't actually fall on Paul. And that's how they did it very convincingly.
So Michael's going to go up to Joe and he's going to be like, you know, on second thought about this whistleblower, I think we make them work. Come in here and they just got to work.
Yeah, they get to totally keep their job. Yeah.
She's like, Michael Scott, what do you know? But he's not going to tell her.
No, she's going to bring him into the conference room and they just kind of face off. He will not tell her what he knows. There's a great moment where she says, Michael, speak.
Speak!
And then the dog barks on the couch. We had a fan question from Enoch N. and Sarah M. from Pennsylvania and others who wanted to know when Joe says speak and the dog barks, was that scripted or improvised?
Well, I did not see it in the script. I have an answer for you. Oh, because Warren and Halstead told me that the dog barking and Joe saying speak were something that they came up with on the day.
Ooh.
And luckily for us, the dog trainer was able to get the dog to howl on command.
Well, I'm glad because that was a good bit.
I loved it. And Randy shared with us that the same Great Danes as before were our dog actors, Gabby and Guinness.
I felt like I recognized them.
Did you?
I did. I knew they were the same.
Gabby and Guinness out of a Great Dane crowd.
I don't know which one is which, but when they walked in the door at the very beginning, I thought same Danes.
Same Danes.
Well, at the end of this meeting, Joe is going to invite Michael to leave with her, and she drives him to a small airport.
I love how paranoid Michael is. He's like, I've got a dinner with chief of police. Like, what does he think Joe's up to? Like, just in case she's like up to something shady, he has some plans to meet with officials.
Meanwhile, Dwight is getting ready to wrap up his real estate deal because he's buying that property that Joe suggested, but he sees a sign while he's on the phone with his realtor. It says Scranton Business Park. He has an idea.
Make him an offer they can't refuse. Actually lowball them. Just get it done.
Yeah, he's going to buy the building. We had a fan question from Ashley S. in the UK when Dwight makes an offer on the Scranton Business Park, 1725 Slough Avenue. Was that a nod to the British show, which was set in Slough? Yes, it was.
It was. Yes, it was.
That has always been our address. It's even on Michael Scott's business card from the pilot.
Yeah. Which you and I both took one.
Of course we did.
Of course we did.
Yes. Randy shared that big business park sign in the background that says Dunder Mifflin, that was put up just for that scene, and then it was quickly taken down. He said we never wanted to draw attention to ourselves. We did not want to have a sign that said Dunder Mifflin out on the street like that. Right.
Back in the bullpen, Gabe has concluded his investigation.
Yes.
He says Andy did it based on all the evidence, and everyone agrees. Although Jim does try to make Andy feel better, but then Andy just throws him under the bus.
By the way, Gabe didn't do a very good job investigating because David Wallace pops in for a talking head where he says that he did it. He's like, he heard from an old client about their problems and he immediately started spreading the news. But he's not really here to talk about that. He wants to talk about Suck It.
He only wants to talk about Suck It.
Speaking of that talking head, Ange, we had a fan catch from Sarah H. in Williamsburg, Virginia, who said, as a dog-obsessed person, I always get excited whenever we visit David Wallace's house because he has a dog. But in David's talking head, this is not the same dog as before. David originally had a golden retriever, and now it looks like he has a hound mix or a pointer of some kind. Sarah says this is not a groundbreaking discovery, but I thought it was kind of fun that the Wallaces got a new dog.
Well, I have an answer for you, Sarah. I thought I recognized this dog when I watched the episode, and I reached out to Warren, and he confirmed it. This was Paul Lieberstein's dog. His name was Dude.
Wait, this is Paul's dog in real life?
Yes, it's Paul's dog in real life. His name was Dude. He was the sweetest dog. I love that dog.
Oh my gosh.
He was like one of those big dogs who thinks he's a lap dog.
This is so funny because I wrote to Randy about this question, and I said, what is this dog? Was this Bob Dunn's animal menagerie dog?
No.
And he said, Jenna, I have no record of this dog. I can't believe it. I don't know who the dog is.
It was Dude.
Wow. I love it.
Well, lady, I think we stay in the bullpen because Nick is going to have such a big scene. Let's let all this play out, and then we'll go back to the plane where Michael and Joe are.
I like that. Yeah, Nick, the IT guy, he's going to say goodbye to everyone because he's going to Detroit with Teach for America.
No one can even remember his name, Jenna.
I know, and Gabe is like, this is not the time. I am talking about an investigation.
I forgot how badly the whole bullpen blows off Nick.
Poor guy.
He was just trying to say a nice goodbye.
I know. Nick is like, you know what? I've kind of had it. I've looked at all your hard drives, and he starts revealing all these truths.
Yeah.
And then he says, and I'll tell you what, Andy is the whistleblower. I saw it. He wrote a note to the press. Then he gives everybody the finger and walks out.
He does a two-bird salute on the way out.
We had a fan question from Kyle T. in Houston, Texas. Did Nick call out other people that we did not get to see? Yes, Kyle, he did. He has a dig at Jim and Pam that I remember from when we were shooting.
Yes, I do too.
So I went back to the script, and here's your answer. He says to Ryan, you are not a photographer. And he says to Kelly, you are not a size 2. Those made the cut. Yeah. Then he would have said to Phyllis, you are sending flirty emails to your stepson.
Phyllis!
And then he says to Pam, while pointing to Phyllis, she thinks your kid is ugly. Then he says to Jim, while pointing to Pam, she hates that you can't put up a hammock without a handyman.
A hammock?
A hammock? My God, Lee gives me trouble about saying hammock. It has a freaking O in it, everybody. Hammock. How does everybody say it?
If you were on vacation with Jenna, you might go lay in a hammock.
It's hammock. You know it's hammock.
No.
Come on.
You gotta let this one go.
Wow.
No, guys.
I can't believe I'm saying something correctly.
Here's the thing. I bought a hammock for our yard. And
you're not allowed to hang it till you know how to say it.
To put it up. And the whole time he was like, Jenna, hammock.
It has an O in it. HOMMOCK. There's a lot of
words in the English language that don't make sense. Let's talk about knife. It has a K in it. It's not knife.
I know, but that is a common silent K. That's a thing in our language. That is common.
You
Like
can't.
the PH is a F. You know, that's we
Hammock.
hammock.
Anyway, and then he says to Andy, and you told the press. Lady, there was another unscripted call out that was not, in our shooting draft. It's something Nelson said. And I know what a fantastic improviser he is, so I had to ask him if any of his improvs made it into the show. I was curious if this one moment was improvised. And I love improv. And whenever, as an improviser, anything you say in the moment makes it in, you are so excited about it. It's like a little private moment of like, woohoo, victory, yes. So I asked Nelson if he improvised anything, and here's what he said.
Angela is asking me if I improvised anything in this episode of Whistleblower, and yes, I did. I'm so glad you asked me that. It was a great moment for me. As you remember, I sort of, my big final vow is that I come out and sort of hostily quit my job and start calling everyone out. Blowing the whistle. I blew the whistle on Andy for making the printer video. And then I start blowing the whistle on everybody. I'm talking to Kelly, and Ryan, blah, blah, blah. But the one I improvised is when I turned to Daryl and I say to him, Daryl, why haven't you told anyone you're on Facebook? People want to be your friend. You're on the internet. It's this really weird thing that, and just for the kids back home, back then in 2008 or whatever, Facebook was like Instagram. It was the good one back then. They're all terrible. But I didn't have anything to say to Daryl, but I'm a big Greg Robinson fan in general. I think he's insanely funny, and so I said that line, which seems sort of inconsequential, but it was really great because of his reaction. They cut to Daryl, and he's sort of looking like really ashamed of himself and embarrassed, and that made it all worthwhile for me just to get that out of him. I mean, that's the whole point of ad-libbing stuff, to get an interesting reaction. And you say, Greg is an incredible actor, and I loved it.
I love that.
I love that so much.
Oh, it was so funny and so quick. And he's right. Like, Craig's reaction was perfect.
Well, when he flips everyone off at the end, Randy told me that standards and practices made us pixelate his middle finger.
Both of them.
Yeah, exactly. And Randy said, quote, which was absurd because it made it even more obvious. We fought this note, but unsuccessfully. Should we go back to the plane, lady?
Let's go back to the plane because these scenes between Kathy Bates and Steve Carell are so awesome.
I could have watched them for an hour.
Me too.
Yeah, it starts off with Michael kind of confiding to Joe that he's had just the hardest year of his life.
Yeah, his favorite restaurant closed down.
Yeah, his second favorite sucks.
Yeah. He bought a video camera to film, I guess, special moments, right, throughout the year. And he only had 12 minutes that were worth taping.
Most of that was just birds in his condo complex, which you would like to watch.
I would, actually. I would watch that.
And then he sort of says he misses Holly.
And she says, who's Holly?
Yeah. Well, then Joe tells Michael that, she's bummed because she thought that as a businesswoman, she'd be breaking the glass ceiling, that she'd be a hero to little girls, that they might even make a Barbie out of her. She says that the thing that she's really dreading is having to go in front of the press and make one of those apology videos.
Yeah. And Michael said, I'll do it.
Yeah. He offers to make the apology video. She's like, you don't have to do that. Lady, we had a fan question from Kim C. from Langley, British Columbia, Canada. In the plane scene, what do we think? Was Joe manipulating Michael so that he would take the fall and make the video? Or do you think she was really just sharing? That she was upset that they sold cheap printers? What do we think?
Well, I think she absolutely knew she was manipulating Michael, but I also think she did share a little bit. I think there's some half truth there.
But as soon as she said, Mama Joe, you know, she was like, Mama Joe thought so. Mama Joe knew. I was like, she's doing her thing she does, where she kind of compliments you, but then like kind of pulls you in to get what she needs.
It's really interesting because I really thought it was just a genuine moment of sharing and that she was completely surprised that Michael offered to make the video. I never saw her as manipulating him. Clearly, if Joe invited me to her plane, she could get me to do anything because I just bought it.
I thought that she did share some truthful things, but the minute she referred to herself as Mama Joe to him,
That was your
it.
clue.
Mhm.
Okay, I hear that. Now that you say it, I hear it. But
Because they're not buddies. She doesn't want him to come visit her in Florida. Why is all of a sudden she's Mama Joe to him? Clearly
Clearly,
needs something.
I want Joe Bennett to like me, just
You're
like Michael. I am very Michael Scott when it comes to Joe Bennett. I'm like, please invite me to Florida, Joe Bennett. Please take me on your private plane. Please, I'll do whatever.
Well, a very smiley Michael ends up making a statement to the press.
Yes, he does.
And he says there will be no questions. Are there any questions? He's so excited
Yeah.
about this role. I will say this, Jenna. Maybe I didn't think she was sincere on the plane, but when Joe thanks Michael at the end for making the statement, I think she meant that thank you. She was happy. She didn't have to do that.
Yes. And she does say to him, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah.
And he says, yeah, you can transfer Holly back from Nashua.
And he sort of just says that off the cuff, but then she looks at him with all seriousness and says, I'll see what I can do.
Well, lady, we had a fan question from Sophia M. in Louisiana, something I didn't think of. In Whistleblower, Michael asks Joe to transfer Holly back to Scranton, but in Secret Santa, David says that Scranton is the only branch that will be kept in the Sabre buyout. So technically, there is no Nashua.
Oh, that's such a good catch.
I thought so too. I didn't think of it at all. But yeah. So now we're doing this rewatch in real time. I'm very curious. Where does Holly come from when she comes back? We will see. I'm sure you all already know. Well, at the end of the episode, everyone's kind of filing out. Andy can't find his bag. Phyllis says it's in the ceiling.
They're like hazing Andy. And Phyllis is like, you deserved it.
I know. Randy told me that putting Andy's bag in the ceiling was a huge ordeal. He said, you know, our drop ceiling, we had a real ceiling with lights, but it was like, you know, it was suspended from the very high top of our warehouse. And if you opened up the little thing, you would have like seen this just cavernous.
Yes, it was like we were in an aircraft hangar.
Right.
And we had this low ceiling over us, but if you peel back the ceiling, it was like a catwalk.
Yeah.
Like little railings and bridges and things suspended in the air.
Yeah. So he said our production designer, Michael Gallenberg, had to design like a fakey attic, which was basically a black box. Tim James, our construction coordinator, suspended the box over the drop ceiling so that the camera couldn't see all that empty space that went up above the ceiling tiles. That little gag.
That little tiny gag.
That was many meetings and much construction.
Andy is going to get his bag, and then he's going to receive a calf rub, a lingering calf touch.
Yeah,
from Aaron.
Yeah, she says she thought he was really brave.
Yeah.
And that is Whistleblower.
Yeah, that is the end of season 6.
You know, lady, we did have this fan question from Natalie F. in San Antonio and Grace B. from Philadelphia, who were asking, but who was the real whistleblower? Because there really were a lot of possibilities. There's Pam, Daryl, Kelly, Andy, and David Wallace. I mean, Nick says it was Andy, but really, I feel like it could have been all of us or any of us. What do you think, Ange?
Yeah, any one of those people could have spoke to the right person that then ended up somehow coming back on them, right? They were all being pretty chatty about it. I think Andy is the one who, with great intention, wrote this email to the press. He said he didn't want, you know, people's houses to burn down or people to be injured because of these faulty printers. I also thought it was interesting when I spoke to Nelson that Nelson said Nick, the IT guy, was also a whistleblower of his own because he went around and called out everyone in the office.
He sure was. Well, listen, a big thank you to Randy Cordray for all of his great facts this week, and also to Nelson Franklin for sending in those great audio clips. Nelson was most recently in the miniseries Gaslit, and you can find him on Instagram at Nelson Mode Squad.
And Jenna, before we go, I have one last audio clip from Nelson. It was so sweet, and I wanted you to hear it.
Thanks so much for having me, guys, again. And I want to say a special thanks to Jenna. As I mentioned several times, the job fair was my first job ever as an actor. And it was on my favorite show, and I was very, very scared and stressed out. And my scene was with Jenna, thank God, because, she's the sweetest, greatest person. So you made me feel very comfortable, and you let me thrive. So thank you a million times for starting my acting career on a good foot. I really, really appreciate it. And thanks for having me on again. Love you guys.
Nelson,
Is that so sweet?
that is so sweet. I want to say again, I would have never known that that was his first acting job. I
was so calm, cool, and collected.
I learned that here with his audio clips. He was great and is great.
Nelson, thank you so much for sending in your audio clips. It was so great to catch up with you. And you guys, we will see you back here for season 7
next week. See you then. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
We are here with nepotism
and a big old lift up to start this episode.
And we have all the details about it. Welcome to Office Ladies.
Welcome to Office Ladies. It is season 7, episode 1, written by Daniel Chun, directed by Jeffrey Blitz.
We've got some great fast facts today.
We really do, and we did a real two-hander on the fast facts today.
did.
We did it together,
We did.
and I loved it. I hope we'll always do it this
I
way.
see what you're doing.
Wasn't
Season
it fun,
7, you're like,
lady?
Ange, this is it. Fast facts have become a two-hander.
Here is your summary. Summer is over.
Once again, the cameras did not follow us over the summer for a reason we don't know.
Yeah, we
They
don't know.
Take the summer off. Dwight now owns Scranton Business Park. He did it. Michael has brought in a new assistant for the office, Luke, but nobody likes him. He's completely incompetent. Michael will not fire him because we find out that Luke is his nephew.
Yeah.
Gabe and Aaron are dating. Yeah, that happened over the summer when the cameras were off.
Yeah, apparently Gabe, checked in with Andy first about it, and he said it was fine.
Yeah, Andy is pretending like he's fine.
Uh-huh.
And finally in this episode, Pam is going to play a trick on Dwight because she messed up this sort of long con prank that Jim was working on with Dwight's keys, and she wants to try to make it up to him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what's happening in this episode.
Should we get into fast tags?
Yes, see how excited you are now because you are part of the fast tag.
That's not why I'm
Look at your enthusiasm.
That's not why I'm
lady.
excited.
You could have this every week. Fast tag number 1. This was our season premiere and also Steve Carell's last season. Like we said last week, before season 6 ended, the cast and crew knew that this would be his last season, but the news was officially announced publicly over the summer break, and there were a lot of opinions about it.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly people were saying that The Office would be dead without Steve.
Yeah.
This news also put a lot of focus on our season premiere episode. In fact, it was seen by 8.4 million viewers, which was a big bump from our season 6 finale of 6.6 million. So almost 2 more million people tuned in. That's a lot. I know. The writers spent a lot of time over the summer talking about how to craft Steve's last season. Their big question was, why does Michael leave Dunder Mifflin?
Yeah, because he loves Dunder Mifflin. It's his family.
Exactly. Well, Paul Lieberstein said one thing they discussed was Michael getting fired at the end. And we had set this up a little bit with the problems with Saber and the printers. He'd become kind of like the spokesperson.
Right.
So there was discussion like maybe that was all going to cave in and he'd have to leave.
Yeah, he'd be the fall guy for Saber.
Yes. But ultimately they thought that was like not doing right by Michael Scott. They decided that they really wanted him to grow. They wanted him to find love. They wanted him to have a really positive and iconic goodbye.
So I listened to the DVD commentary for this episode. By the way, you guys, I have a whole story about what it took for me just to watch a DVD. It was a journey.
Amazing, because you were in Texas, visiting your family.
Yeah, in a very small town. Anyway, I will save that because we have so much to cover, but I have to share later. Anyway, so I finally was able to watch this DVD. It featured Craig Robinson, Creed Bratton, writers Danny Chun, BJ Novak, and Paul Lieberstein. Danny, BJ, and Paul talked about this being Michael's last season and how they wanted to approach storylines for him. And I found this conversation so interesting. Jenna, we love the whole writer's process. We love it. And they shared that this episode kicked off a change in Michael because his coworkers were his family, and him bringing his actual nephew, his actual family into the office, he has to try to figure out how to separate work from family. And they also said that they just wanted to show Michael's growth as a person. Here, they say it better than I do. Let's listen.
Telling Michael that's mixing business and family, these are his 2 favorite things. Right. He of all people would not see the problem. Just couldn't understand.
And this came about from us talking about Steve's last season and what are the stories that are kind of quintessential Michael stories that we just never told. And we were able to kind of have him grow in a way that he wasn't.
Yeah, the whole season we would approach Michael finally letting Michael have grown a bit by the end of an episode, which we generally never did.
Setting him off in style.
Yeah, because we
wanted him to be like more of a whole person by the time he left.
Yeah, we knew more or less how he was going to leave.
Yeah, often up till this season, like we just find a new level of denial.
Right. And that would be funny. But we could start firing off our Michael self-awareness gun because we only have 2 bullets anyway.
Yeah, I remember that there was this just overall idea of Michael growing into a man that could leave and marry Holly, because they knew that was the end.
That was the goal.
Yes, but we only had one season to get him there now.
Right. And it is interesting now as we rewatch this whole season 7, you are going to see Michael becoming more self-aware, more aware of his actions and how they affect other people.
Really cool. All right, fast fact number 2, we have a couple of casting announcements. First up, Zach Woods, who plays Gabe, was made a series regular for season 7. We were so happy to have him. And speaking of Michael Scott's nephew, Luke was played by Evan Peters. And boy, did we get a fan mail flurry.
I bet we did. I mean, Evan's career has just skyrocketed.
Oh, yeah. Fan question from Olivia R. in St. Louis, Missouri. Hi, ladies. Did you know that Evan Peters grew up in St. Louis? Jenna, he grew up in the suburb of Baldwin. Do you know it? I just love all of the St. Louis connections on The Office because I am from there myself. Well, Olivia, yes, I know Baldwin because I grew up in Baldwin.
Wait, you and Evan grew up in the same part of town?
Yes, in Baldwin, Missouri, a suburb of St. Louis. Not at the same time. I am significantly older than Evan.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Possible I could be his mother. But yes, Baldwin, Missouri, home of Queenie Park. I'm sure he must have ice skated at Queenie Park, same as me. Great part of town. How about that? No. Another fan question from Sierra P. in Gresham, Oregon. I have to share a Monk connection. Monk was randomly on TV the other day and Evan Peters was on.
No way.
It was season 7, episode 2, Mr. Monk and the Genius.
No way.
Lady,
I have a connection to Evan.
Yeah, I've got a St. Louis connection. You've got a Monk connection.
Okay.
Also, lady, he was on House. No way. So we've got another guest star in the house.
Oh, you love that pun. It's like your favorite pun.
It's going to be my new thing. Every guest star, I'm going to see if they
were on House.
Oh, Lordy. Get ready for it, everyone. Just got 3 seasons of me doing that. You're probably happy I didn't think of it sooner, and I'm sad. I'll tell you a little bit about Evan, guys. He moved to Los Angeles when he was 15 years old with his mom to pursue his acting career. He landed roles in film and TV productions, such as Parenthood, One Tree Hill, The Mentalist, House, Monk. He's probably best known for his work in 9 seasons of the American Horror Story anthology and the X-Men film series.
Quicksilver! He's Quicksilver!
I know. Evan also recently won a Primetime Emmy Award for his work in Mayor of Easttown.
He was so good in that.
I don't want to give a spoiler,
Don't
but
give
I
a
was
spoiler.
very upset.
I know, it wrecked me. Don't say what happened.
Don't say.
Oh, he was so good in it. With David Denman!
Crossover connection with David Denman. There's another crossover connection.
Okay.
The Office was not his first time working with Steve Carell. They were also in a film together called Sleepover from 2004.
I saw that. Is Steve like a mall cop or something?
Yeah, he's like a comedic security guard.
Yes.
And it's basically about these 4 girls who are having a sleepover, and then they go on this wild
night out
scavenger hunt. And then Evan is part of a group of guys. It's a very comedic role. Like, he's very goofy in it. He's one of the high school kids. He has an amazing dance number.
I saw that so long ago.
I don't think he and Steve had any scenes together in that, though. But there is also going to be, after he did his role in The Office, a future crossover connection, which is that he was in the movie Kick-Ass with Clark Duke.
Evan, you have so many Office crossovers.
I know.
You can also come hang out with us anytime and you can talk all about it.
Yeah, come on over. Come on over. I'll give you some shortbread cookies and Josh will bake something. Yeah. And I'll make you a gooey butter cake.
There you
to
go.
remind you of home, St. Louis. All right, lady. Do you want a sip of tea or something? Because
I will. I have made myself a wonderful iced tea because Lip Dub is about to happen.
That's right. Our Fast Fact 3 is going to be breaking down that famous Lip Dub cold open We got so many questions about this lip dub. I think we should just go through them one by one. We reached out to a lot of folks to get these answers for you.
We did. We were busy.
It was fun.
It was really fun. I was also just so impressed with how quickly people got back to us. So thank you to everyone we reached out to. Jenna, list them off.
We reached out to Randy Cordray, of course, our cinematographer Matt Stone, our editor Dave Rogers, Kate Flannery, Creed Bratton, and there was also a great breakdown with our writer Danny Chun and our first AD Kelly Cantley over on OfficeTelly.com. And Angela, you got some tidbits from the DVD commentary. So without further ado, let's get started.
Question number one, what was the inspiration for this cold open?
Well, first off, lip dubs were very popular at this time. Crazy popular. The idea was like you and a group of friends, or a lot of times coworkers actually, you would film yourself lip syncing to a song, and it was supposed to happen all in one take, but move to various locations.
Yeah, I remember one that was going around that everyone was watching was a bunch of office coworkers at a company called Connected Ventures. And they filmed it one night after work, and it was so fun. So guess what? The Dunder Mifflin gang wants to get in on this. Dunder Mifflin's lip dub starts with Andy in the elevator. He sings Nobody But Me, performed by the Human Beings. And he dances to the front door of Dunder Mifflin. Someone flips the blinds to read lip dub. Who's that person? That one did. That would be Pam. The door opens, and all of a sudden, everyone is dancing in the bullpen. Aaron is on roller skates. It goes all the way through the kitchen, into the break room, and back. And it ends with confetti, and everyone participates pretty much except for Daryl, Angela, and Stanley barely participates until the end.
And Ryan uses it as an opportunity to promote woof.com. Right. I have to say, my favorite part of the lip dub is Kelly in front of the fan.
In front of the fan.
I just love it.
I loved Kate strapped to Brian's back, but we'll get to that.
Okay, well, Danny Chun said the writers got the idea to do an office lip dub back in April or May, before the summer break, before the end of season 6. He said they'd been just watching lip dubs like we all were, but he thought, what I'd love to see is one that's kind of full of mistakes.
Yeah.
And he said that felt like a fun idea to play with. But Danny said they kind of forgot about the idea for a while, but when it came time to pitch on the season premiere, Danny brought it up again.
On the DVD commentary, Danny said that this cold open lip dub was one of the most fun things he's ever been a part of. He said he wrote it in one day, and it was originally supposed to start in the parking lot. And then it was going to come through the warehouse and end up in the office, but since none of those buildings are connected in real life, as you know, Jenna,
Yes.
they could not do it in one take. So our director, Jeff Blitz, suggested it all take place in the main office so that we could do that whole one take look.
That leads me into our next question, which was, how many takes did you have to do? And was it really one take, or was there some sneaky editing involved? Well, guys, this kind of depends on who you ask. This was very funny.
Everyone's memory was a little different on this one.
According to Danny Chun, it was one long continuous take, and we did it about 3 or 4 times. My memory was that it was one long take, and I remembered that we did 3. Angela, what did you remember?
I remembered that it was all one long take as well, because it was a domino effect of things. So I was there in Daryl's office, and I had to shut the door, but me shutting the door cued Andy to say, go, go, go. So I just remember all of these moments, and we did it all in one take, but I do remember that we got it pretty quickly. Like, we were impressed with ourselves. We were like, oh my gosh, we got that.
Yeah, same memory. Well, when we reached out to cinematographer Matt Stone, he confirmed that we did do this as one long continuous take. However, he said that they did work in a couple of spots where we could cut if we needed to, but we did shoot it as one long take. So then, when we reached out to our editor, Dave Rogers, he actually went back and checked his files. He said we did 5 takes.
And he sent them to us.
Amazing. He said we used a combination of take 4 and take 5. So he said it's mostly all take 5, but we cut when Angela slams Daryl's office door, and then we cut on the whip
to take 4 as the camera moves by Phyllis dancing and heads into Michael's office as he performs the magic tricks with his wand. And then we whip out back to take 5 as Andy yells streamers. And then we stayed in take 5 until the end. And Dave said, looking at all the takes, he thinks the reason we did this was because Steve's magic in his office was best in take 4, and they really wanted that magic take in the episode. I just have to give a big thank you to Dave Rogers because we all had different memories, and he had the answer.
Yeah, thank you, Dave.
Incidentally, in terms of Michael's magic, Danny Chun shared that they basically just gave Steve a bunch of dorky magic tricks and let Steve improvise it. So each of those magic takes in his office were a little bit different, except for the fire parts. Yeah, they had a magician's helper named Amos Levkovich. He was hiding behind Michael's door to preset that flame trick at the end. So here were all of Michael's tricks. A dove comes out of his wand, flowers appear out of his cane, and then, of course, that flame in his hand. I remember Steve loved that dove coming out of the wand, and he does it like 3 times. I know. It's so funny. All right, let's see. Next question. How did they choose which song to use? Well, that was all Danny. It was the only song he considered. He said he really wanted a song that was, quote, short, upbeat, fun to lip sync to, and not too current. Randy said it cost us $50,000 to get the song right. And we should probably add that we could really hear that song. They had speakers like hidden all around the set, and it was really playing the song. We were really doing like lip syncing.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think you can fake that kind of energy that a song brings. I was so glad that they were playing it throughout the office.
Yes.
Our next questions are, who came up with the choreography and what was the rehearsal process like? This was heavily choreographed, you guys. So the lift up was choreographed by Mary Ann Kellogg. She planned it out with a team of dancers. They shared on the DVD commentary that every single detail you see was planned. Randy Cordray even sent us their rehearsal video. I loved watching it, Jenna.
Me too. They had all these dancers doing our part.
Way better than we did them, by the way. Like real dancers. They were amazing. The rehearsal dancers need a shout out. They were Tammy Toe, Lauren Marie Menendez, Michael Cothran Pena, Jennifer Mimi Karsh, Aaron Cash, and John Todd. They were so great. We couldn't have done this without them. Randy Cordray said we can put the rehearsal in our Insta stories so you guys can watch it. And Danny said they had scripted out all the beats, but there were little things that were tricky. For example, getting Aaron from reception to the kitchen in time, or the fact that he wrote in the script that Meredith is strapped to Kevin's back in the break room.
Oh yeah, he just wrote that down.
Yeah,
but how to make that happen?
Exactly. Kelly Cantley shared that our special effects coordinator, Mike Thompson, built the harness that Kate had to wear. And you guys, I reached out to Kate because I was like, Kate, will you please tell me about being strapped to Brian's back? How did you do it? What was the process? Here's what she had to say.
Hey, it's Kate Flannery. Okay, so this is the deal. I was on a harness on Brian's back. There was a table behind us so that I wasn't putting all my weight on him the entire time. So I would squat on the table, even though it was high up, just to get my weight off of his back. Like, don't break another actor. Don't do it. Anyway, so I'm on his back on this crazy harness, and then he turns around, and I have the word nobody on my stomach. Okay, the first time we do it, it's perfect. The whole thing was perfect. Like, you guys, there's no cut in the lift up. It has to be all one take. So everybody has to get their part right. Everybody, and we did, except that they felt like my nobody was too faded. The marker had like absorbed into my skin, so I feel like I let everybody down. So we had to do. I think we did 2 more takes for safety, but I still feel like we would have had it on the first one if you could read my nobody. So my pasty white skin absorbed the Sharpie. It was, it took a couple days for it to come off. I'll be honest with you. It's kind of weird to look in the mirror when you're taking a shower or getting dressed and your stomach says nobody.
Don't try this at home, folks. But she said that nobody, they had to go back and write it over, really darken it, and it was there for days.
Well, I loved this day. I remember we came in early and we rehearsed, and then we went to hair and makeup. And I remember Randy told us we had the whole day. We should just take the day.
Right, no stress.
Yeah, and all the dancers were there. We watched their video, and then whoever was dancing our part would show us our part
and show us the timing.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So Randy told me that yes, we started rehearsing at 7:15 in the morning. We got our first take at 11:23. That's the precision of Randy Cordray. He knows the exact moment.
He's like an air traffic controller. Your flight will leave at 7:12.
Yeah, okay, exactly.
All right, Randy.
And we wrapped for the day at 1:36. And it was just so much fun.
That's an early wrap day for us, you guys. So that meant we had the whole afternoon. We were probably so excited.
I know. I remember our biggest hurdle was that there was a big cleanup between each take,
right?
With all the streamers and everything. But besides that, we were able to really go through those takes pretty quickly. Angela, I got a fan question from Ian O in South Africa and Diana T in Paris, France. Two international folks who are wondering, Angela, were you bummed that you couldn't really participate in the lip dub festivities?
I mean, you know me in real life. I wanted to be on those roller skates. I wanted to zip through. I was so excited. It looked so fun. But it made sense that my character would not want to participate. But I still got to be in it. I was glad that at least I had that little moment with Daryl, and I yelled at the camera and slammed the door. So we were in there the whole time. And as the camera went past us into the kitchen, we got a little bit of a break. But I have a great memory of that day because it was pretty relaxing. I didn't actually have to do any heavy lifting in the lift up. I kind of got to watch it. And Craig is such an easy person to hang out with. We had a fun time. We were sort of like the goldfish in the glass bowl, like watching the humans go by. Jenna, what about you? Did you have fun? You got to dance and you loved to dance. You got to do a shimmy.
I know.
But you had to go backwards. Was that hard?
That was really tricky. So it was a little stressful because Ed and I had to start it off, and if we didn't start off with the right timing, then forget it. We should just not even continue. And that's really me pulling the blinds. And then I had to dance backwards into a very specific spot where I'm hiding people behind me who can jump out.
Yeah.
So that was like a big choreography between me and Matt Zone, our camera operator. And you can see me glance out of the corner of my eye because I was worried I was going to run into the little chair at reception when I'm going back. If you look closely, I had to look. I was really afraid I was going to run into it.
But I think all of those moments worked because exactly what Danny said. This is like paper company.
I bet Danny would have loved it if I ran into the chair.
Exactly.
He would have been like, that's fine.
Yeah.
But yes, like you said, it was really, really choreographed, except at the end. That stuff of us, we're just improvising and dancing and throwing streamers and stuff. And so that was a relief once we got to that point. We also, speaking of that ending part, had a fan catch from Cecily G in New Mexico. At 2 minutes and 19 seconds, I have a cheesy John Krasinski jumping up and down catch. She said he's busting out some of his dance moves. Yeah, the same kind of stuff he did in Cafe Disco. I looked for it and it's great.
I'll have to go look for it. I was really curious about Creed playing the guitar.
Yeah.
Because, Creed comes over to my house and plays the guitar all the time.
Yeah.
The man's amazing. So I reached out to him and I said, Creed, are you really playing that part of the song? Are you really playing the guitar? What's happening here? He said, Ange, I'm not actually playing that. I'm approximating what the notes would look like. And it looks real because I can actually play the guitar, but I'm not synced up to where the music would be.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So fake you playing by a real person who can play on a real guitar.
It really looked to me like he was playing the notes exactly.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. Well, our final question is this. Was Toby really behind the camera or was his voice added in post? His voice was added in post.
Yeah.
The camera was operated by our cinematographer, Matt Stone. I don't even think Paul was standing behind the camera that day. I don't have a memory of it. Paul, I'm sorry. Were you there? You're so quiet.
I do love though that they made it Toby's voice because by doing that, then the whole entire office participated.
Yes, yes. Kelly Cantley shared that she walked around the room with Matt while they were filming. Also, our boom operator Brian Whittle, and I totally remember that.
I remember that. Kelly was like, it's like she had the outline of the whole thing, and she had a stopwatch. Like she was like, "Let's go."
Yeah, they were like this little trio clump, just kind of moving through,
keeping us on track.
But we also had our second AD, Stephanie, hiding behind the reception desk. She was giving cues. Our PA, Chuck, was hiding behind that door over by accounting that nobody goes in. And I remember he would peek out and give the cue when the guys were coming back in through the kitchen so we could be ready.
Right.
It was this
all hands
whole
on deck.
machine.
Yeah.
And some of the dancers were hidden to kind of remind us what we were supposed to do.
The magician was hidden.
Gosh, I wish we had like actual documentary footage of all the people it took to pull this off.
Yeah. You guys, thanks so much for sending in your questions. That was really fun to break down. It was so much fun to do. I rewatched that so many times this week, Jenna.
It made me happy every time.
Me too.
What a fun thing we got to do.
I know. We were so lucky.
Well, why don't we take a break?
And when we come back, I have to share the journey I went on to find a DVD player that could play a Blu-ray disc in Archer City, Texas.
I was on that journey with you, Angela, via text message.
You were.
And it is quite a journey.
It is. And then, of course, let's talk nepotism because, oh man, does a lot happen in this episode.
Some corporate punishment.
Oh.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
it's so good.
White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down, or after a long night out,
Hint,
hint,
hint.
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
All right, we are back. And Angela, you have to share this story about watching this DVD in Texas. And for some context, I just want to say this to preface. We have been recording this podcast now for 3 years. 3 years, lady.
It's been 3 years.
And I am still so impressed at the lengths that you will go to prep an episode, even when you did not have the tools readily available. I mean, I'm just really proud of us.
I feel the same way about you. I have talked to you while you have been hiding in a bathroom with your laptop while at like a family reunion. So you
Trying to get some
some work done. So you guys, we love doing this podcast, and we'll do it from wherever we can.
That's right.
So here's my story of how I watched the DVD commentary for nepotism. I knew I would be in my hometown of Archer City, Texas, very small town in North Texas. Population, according to the last census, 1,601.
Everybody knows everybody in Archer City.
Everybody knows everyone, and they're all willing to chip in. So before I went, I asked my sister Janet. I said, "Hey, do you have the DVD box set?" She's like, "Oh, I have one somewhere." So I was like, "Okay." She goes, "No, I know it's here." I said, "Okay." So my sister finds her old box set. Jenna, it was the Blu-ray old box set. They don't even make them anymore.
Yes, I started getting texts from Angela about 8 in the morning, and I get this text. Oh my God, my sister has the box set, but it's Blu-ray, and we can't figure out how to get it to work in my mom's DVD player. And then you wrote, I don't think it's been used in a decade.
Oh no, it hadn't.
They were not compatible.
They were not compatible. Not only that, we started using old remotes. Completely messed up my mom's TV.
Oh no. And you were like, now you're like a little, not panicking, but you're like, what am I going to do? This was my prep day.
Yeah. So then my sister Billy's like, come on over, try mine.
I got that text. 8:30. My sister Billy has a DVD player. I'm going to head to her house.
Yeah.
And then it was like radio silence. I did not hear from you until 11:30. When you said, nope, that didn't work. Headed to the elementary school. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What is happening?
Okay.
Third location.
I get to the elementary school. My sister's a school teacher. She was up there preparing her classroom for the upcoming school year. She was like, maybe there'll be one here. The principal of the elementary school, Amy, opened the door for me. She was like, Angela, I think we've downloaded a program that will work on my desktop to play the Blu-ray.
She downloaded a program.
I know. So I sit in the elementary school principal's office, and it didn't work. So now they're like, okay, let's try one of the classrooms. I go into my sister's classroom. Now PE teachers, Krista and Julie, and another pre-K teacher, Miriam, is in there. We're all trying to make my sister's laptop work. It won't play it. And then finally, to the rescue, Amanda, the librarian, she says, I think we have a Blu-ray disc player in the elementary school library. But here's the thing, it's closed because it's summer, and it was 114 degrees that day. That library was super hot and stuffy, but they opened it up, and guess what? It did work. It played the Blu-ray,
and then I get this video of you, Angela, that you sent me at 12:45. This is like 4 hours later of you sitting and watching the DVD commentary, and they even brought you a fan. You're sitting in front of a fan.
I'm sitting on the floor in the little reading nook of the elementary school library, and that is where I prepped this episode. Thank you so much to the ladies at the Archer City Elementary School for helping me watch nepotism.
Amazing. I was very impressed with your tenacity that day, Angela.
Thank you.
It was like a whole town helped you watch the DVD. So we dedicate this episode of Office Ladies to Archer City, Texas. Thank you. I noticed something at the very top of this episode, lady.
New opening credit.
We added a bunch of new shots. They did this because it was our season premiere episode. We had these big, long, extended credits. We're going to have shorter credits moving forward, but we do keep these new shots of Michael, Dwight, Pam, Jim, Brian, and Andy. And we will always end with Michael moving the Dundee on his desk.
Here's a little bit of opening credits trivia I heard on the commentary
Look, the commentary is already paying off.
while sitting in the elementary school library. They shared that we will have new opening credits every time Dunder Mifflin gets a new boss moving forward.
Oh,
How about that?
okay.
We'll be on the lookout for that.
Yes. Well, Michael is going to arrive to work, and he has a talking head. He says, sadly, summer had to come to an end.
You guys, a lot happened. He got West Nile virus. Then he stepped on a piece of glass in a parking lot. That hurt. He peed on it, and he was surprised it got infected. And maybe he saw Inception. I mean, what a summer.
So under all of this, we see various shots of Michael, and one of them is a very simple swish pan over to a fall tree, a tree with beautiful autumn colors.
Yeah, that seems really out of place. It seems like a big old fakey tree.
Guess what, lady?
What?
It was a big old fakey tree,
Okay.
but it was in the script. There was a script note that came along with Michael's talking head that said this. Michael gets out of his car. Something catches his eye. He looks over at a tree with brilliant autumn colors. He sighs, forlorn, if not angry.
Oh my
At
goodness.
this autumn tree.
What a narrative.
Well, Randy Cordray said to get this autumn tree was quite an ordeal. Just this little script note. He said we shot this on August 2nd in 2010. There were no trees with fall colors to be found anywhere in the United States of America. Anywhere. They couldn't buy one in from anywhere.
Nothing in Vermont.
I don't know. Did the trees start changing that early August?
I am the last person to ask that question. I'm sure there's listeners in Vermont right now going, lady.
He said there is a place that you can go in Hollywood. It's called Green Set. And they have amazing trees, shrubs, and landscape decor for any budget. And they have fakey fall trees. I went on their website. Once again, I was clearly meant to be some sort of props or set deck in another life. They have fakey box hedges and real box hedges. This place, in addition to fakey hedges, also has animal statues. Like you can rent. Yeah, like
Come on.
if you want to put a big tiger in your yard. They also have glacier walls.
What?
Like if you're doing, I don't know if you're like doing a movie or something and you need to look like you're standing in front of a glacier, or if you have a theme party about ice
I'm getting so excited.
I mean, if you guys ever take Office Ladies on the road, please use that as stage backdrops.
Like a giant glacier
Yeah,
wall?
depending on what state you're in.
Or the tiger?
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. And then everyone could see what we were talking about in this episode. Here's your glacier wall. Now, I just want to say, I'm still talking about this tree because in addition to having to find this fakey tree, Randy said there was more. Just for this little swish shot, what more? He said they had to shoot very early in the morning. Okay. And they had to rent a special light to backlight this tree. It was called a 10K. It has 10,000 watts of light.
Just for this one sentence in a script.
Yes, because they wanted it to look like it was early morning sun coming through the colorful leaves to highlight these leaves and set them apart from everything around them.
This is that moment as a writer where I'm like, do you think Danny was like, oh, we could have lost the autumn tree?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
exactly.
I didn't know it was all that much work.
Well, that's Randy's job, is to like go through the script, and then I think sometimes he'll have to go to production and be like, okay, here's the thing. You can either have your lip dub song or the autumn tree.
Pick.
I mean, I don't have the budget for all of it,
Or sometimes he finds a way to make it all work, which is amazing.
which is usually the case.
Mhm.
So what happens next, Ange? Andy is going to be chatting up Aaron, and then Gabe walks in.
Yes, we find out that Aaron and Gabe have started dating over the summer. Gabe says it has been, in a word, exquisite. And Aaron has a talking head that sounds like she only said yes because she thought she had to because Gabe is her boss, which makes me real sad.
Yes, but now she seems to enjoy her relationship with him. It seems. Andy has a talking head where he says he's all right with it.
He's on a nice beach at Cape Cod, gazing out across the Whitecaps. That's his anger management.
That's right.
But oh look, it's in the background.
Who's eating Gabe?
Well, I also watched in the elementary school library the deleted scenes, and there were a ton of deleted scenes where everyone shares what they did over the summer. Oh, it was a much bigger runner. One is hilarious. I'm going to save and share it later.
Okay.
Hint, hint, it's about Kevin. Well, Pam is adjusting the thermostat, and Dwight comes up and locks it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he says if she's so hot, she could just sit on an ice pack.
Thanks, Dwight. Can we talk about the hydration backpack that Dwight has on?
He requires hands-free hydration, Angela.
I know. I looked it up. It's called a Camelback hydration pack. They have many options of these online. And I'm quoting the internet here, with minimal storage space, this pack is best for quick hikes or trail runs that won't require a ton of gear. And the 2-liter reservoir capacity ensures you'll have enough water for your trip. Danny said something on the commentary that really made me laugh. He said, I wish that Dwight had worn that Camelback backpack for the rest of the season. I was like, oh man, me too.
I see people with those on all the time when we're skiing.
Oh,
and honestly, I think next season I'm going to get one.
Yeah.
Because you got to stay hydrated on the slopes, lady, and there's nowhere to put a bottle of water.
Please tell me if you wear one of those, if you'll take a picture and send it to me, because I need that image in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Dwight has my favorite talking head of this episode. He says, Dwight Schrute, star salesman, beet farmer, bed and breakfast proprietor, aspiring freelance bodyguard. Add to that list owner of this building, then burn the list. And then he takes a big swig out of the little hose. Like, he looks like a 4-year-old with a sippy cup.
He really does. I love Kelly's talking head.
Oh, and talk about a new look.
Oh, yeah.
Corporate sassy Kelly.
Well, the reason for that, lady, is because she did the minority executive program at Yale. She says, you don't even know how smart I am now. You could ask her to name the biggest company in the world, and she would be like, blah, 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 giving you the exact right answer.
Brilliant.
So good.
Brilliant. Our writers are brilliant.
We had a fan catch from Leah J. in Charleston, Indiana, who said, at 5 minutes 36 seconds, the whiteboard behind Kelly says, meeting with Chris, Nick, and Ed. Is that referring to Nick, the IT guy? And who are Chris and Ed?
Oh, hold up. That's our camera crew.
Yes. Chris and Ed were our assistant camera operators, and our sound guy was Nick Carbone.
Yep. Well, now we are going to meet Luke. Luke's going to show up with the coffee. He's gotten everyone's order wrong.
Well, I was very surprised, and I paused to make sure that we used real Starbucks cups. Those were Starbucks.
Yeah, how did we get away with that?
I asked Randy about it, and he said that at first, this was flagged by standards and practices, because if you want to use a real product, you have to clear it with the NBC ad sales department, because if they had an advertiser who might be a competitor, you know, then that person who had bought ad time would definitely not want to see free advertising on a show.
Right. Like if you're the guys at Pete's Coffee.
Yeah, or Coffee Bean, you're like, hey, hold on a second.
Get that Starbucks out of there.
Well, I guess coffee chains were not actually huge ad buyers at the time.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
That's what Randy
That's
said.
how old we are. That's how old the show is.
Yes.
We had flip phones. There was no Instagram, and coffee companies weren't that big of a deal.
Yeah. And so I guess there were no conflicts, and we were able to get approval to use real Starbucks cups.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
You know about the whole Starbucks cup on the set of Game of Thrones that made it into the Game of Thrones episode.
I do. I can't believe they haven't gone back and like wiped that out. It's now like such a lore of the show that it's like an Easter egg that you're just gonna keep it in.
Winter is coming, and so is your Starbucks. There's now a series of talking heads that are really funny, but basically the theme is everyone hates Luke and that Luke sucks.
Yeah, in the kitchen, Andy is going to confront Michael and just say, Luke is the worst. He needs to be fired, Michael. But Michael's just kind of hedging. He's like, it's not that bad. That other intern we had was worse. Lady, I need to talk about this. Did you notice? Steve's holding an apple in his seat. He's got a coffee in one hand and an apple in the other. I went to the script. I'm like, did this apple have a story? No, it's just, I guess he went to the kitchen to get an apple. I thought it was interesting. Like, interesting. Why is Michael holding an apple? Interesting choice. Well, I mean, I don't know. Apple and coffee. Sounds gross to me.
We are now going to start a whole storyline that is really centered around Pam at the core. Dwight has this impressive ring of keys. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's huge. He has all these keys, and Jim is doing basically classic Jim prankage.
Yes, Jim has a bunch of extra keys in his desk. When he gets Dwight to go check for raccoons in the wall, he tries to add a few extra keys to the key ring. His goal is very similar to when he was putting the nickels in Dwight's phone receiver.
Oh, amazing.
My favorite prank.
Me too.
Personally. He's going to put so many extra keys, like 1 a day, 2 a day, onto this key ring that eventually his pants will fall down. That was his goal.
Well, Jim has a talking head that said, "What happened to me this summer? Dwight bought the building." So actually, this has been the busiest summer of my life.
Yeah, he had to make plans.
Lots of prank plans. Pam finds it hilarious and starts laughing, and Dwight busts Jim.
Yeah. We had a fan question from Sarah C. in Lubbock, Texas. Does Rain throw real keys at John's head, or are they fakey keys?
One of them hit him.
And you hear like a thump.
I know. I was wondering the same thing.
I swear they were real keys.
Same.
Because I have this memory, Rain was kind of throwing them at John's chest.
Yeah.
In the scene. But then, I swear it was this take. One of them just accidentally kind of like flew at John's head, and they stopped. And John was like, "Dude," and Rain was like, "I'm so sorry." He's like, "It's okay, but like those are real." And yes, so I totally have that memory of shooting that scene. But
I think they're real too. I have the same memory. And also, if you watch John's reaction,
that's what I mean.
Yeah. Well, you know, this is interesting because Pam feels really bad, and Jim is bummed out that the prank didn't go. And BJ talked in the commentary about how they had to get creative with conflict scenes for Jim and Pam now that they're a happily married couple. I thought it was really interesting. Let's listen.
So this was something we thought of because we like when Jim and Pam have stories, but we don't want to invent fights. They're a couple that gets along really well, and we like stories between them, but we don't always want them having conflict because that's not real. So what would be a light conflict?
Right.
It's real but not sad.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? That they had to find ways for Jim and Pam to have storylines, and this sort of Pam trying to do right by Jim with this prank was one of those light conflict storylines.
Well, we also had a fan catch from Ashley W. in Oklahoma for this scene. You're going to like it, Angela.
Okay.
Here's what Ashley said. Pam's desk plant has a bow on it. It's like a gift bow. Are these plants gifts from someone? Does she have a plant subscription box? Maybe that's why they were constantly changing.
Wait, is there such a thing as a plant subscription box? I've never heard of that. Could I get plants sent to me every month?
You've never heard of this?
No.
It's like, you know, like cheese of the month. You can get flowers of the month, plant of the month, wine of the month.
Okay, cheese, wine. I guess flowers make sense, but I didn't know you could get a whole living plant like in a pot.
I mean, I believe it.
I want one.
Okay, plant subscription box. Coming your way, lady.
Josh is gonna be like, Ange, we have plants are all over the house.
I had a flowers of the month. Lee got it for me for Christmas one year, and every month I got fresh flowers. It was so amazing. I know. Well, I'll tell you what, Ashley, I don't know if there was a subscription box, but I'll tell you my backstory for that plant. Do you remember when Jim let Pam's plant die on her desk when she went on maternity leave?
So you think Jim bought Pam a new plant?
I do.
Oh, I like that.
And that's why there was a little bow on it, and I think she didn't take the bow off because it reminded her of Jim's thoughtfulness.
I like that. Well, there's someone in the office who you don't want to tick off, and that is Phyllis.
Oh, that's right.
And Luke has crossed Phyllis. She lost an account because she's pretty sure Luke did not send the samples he was supposed to.
That's right. Lehigh Motors has not gotten their samples.
He blows off Phyllis, and then, he's just like playing video games on Meredith's computer. Everyone's getting so frustrated with Luke. Michael sends him to get ice cream.
At 8 minutes and 49 seconds, Angela, you are not at your desk in the background of the scene. I noticed. I thought I had gone to the bathroom. Where have you sneaked away to,
I
lady?
probably talked our AD into letting me go to the bathroom. Like, they're not going to see me.
I know. All right. We are 10 minutes into this episode, and we are going to move to a scene in the conference room. I noticed with the conference table.
Yeah,
not the usual row of chairs.
Table is back. People are going to figure out pretty quickly that Michael is related to Luke. Oscar accuses Michael of nepotism.
This whole conference room scene is delicious and amazing. During this rewatch, lady, I love our conference room scenes.
Same.
I love doing our conference room scenes. I used to feel bad for Steve because I knew how much work they were for him. We'd be in there all day, and he would be the leader.
He would be driving the scene. He would have the majority of the dialogue, and all we had to do was chime in with a line or two here. And basically, everyone that worked at Dunder Mifflin was always versus Michael.
Yes, but they are delightful. I get so excited every time we go to the conference room. At 10 minutes and 19 seconds in this conference room scene, Rain is drinking water from his pouch. I swear to God, I remember that he drank real water from that pouch all day long. I remember he had to pee all day long.
No, it's true.
He was not fakey drinking.
He was not fakey drinking. Rain is very method, as an actor. So if he was like, if Dwight's supposed to be drinking water, I'm going to be drinking lots of water.
Yeah.
Creed has a talking head that I absolutely love. Creed says, I couldn't care less about nepotism, but I'm loving the debate. Great minds battling it out, and I've got a front row seat.
So good. So good. I mean, I'm Creed. Really. I'm loving it as well. Well, lady, maybe we should take a break.
Yeah, and when we come back, Luke is going to have soy ice cream and bagel chips for everybody.
And there was a mini Michael Pam tangent that was cut from this conference room scene that I'm excited to share.
Ooh. Well, we are back from break. Michael is continuing to defend Luke. He's even comparing himself and Luke to like God and Jesus.
That's right. And Jim has this line where he says, "Oh, so you and Luke are God and Jesus?" And Michael says, "No, not that. I'm just saying, why does God get to do something I don't? Why does God get to do nepotism?" Basically.
Yeah.
And then Oscar says, "This is all hypothetical. We're talking about Luke, who is actually terrible." And I don't know if you noticed, lady, but 11 minutes, 48 seconds, when Oscar says that line to Michael, I'm sort of smiling and shrugging. Like I have a sort of out of context
Body energy.
Yeah, like reaction. And at first I thought, oh my gosh, am I breaking? And then I remembered, no, Pam and Michael had a bit, because I suddenly had that like sense memory of shooting it, and we were laughing. Like all of these memories came back. So I checked the shooting draft and I found it. Here is what would have happened. So Michael was going to say, why does God get to do something I don't? And then Pam says, Michael, you've built yourself up fair and square. How can you support favoritism like this? To which Michael said, Pam, let's say you're my daughter and I'm the CEO of the world's biggest toy company, Scott's Games and Fun. We make funny putty, magic marbles, connectables. And Dwight said, what are connectables? And Michael said, they're my knockoff Legos, almost as good, half the price. And I remember that was, we would lose it on this, like, connectables. Like, what are connectables? Yeah. So anyway, then Michael would say, okay, one day I fall in the Sliminator and die. And we would all laugh. Like, we could not get through this runner of Michael's toy company.
Oh my God, I'm remembering this because I remember also how well thought out it was.
Yes.
He's throwing it out as just an off-the-cuff example, but it is a well-thought-out toy company.
Yes. He says, Pam, I left you the company. Would you turn it down? So in this example, Pam is Michael's daughter,
And Michael's created this insanely successful toy company.
but he dies in the Sliminator and has left her the company.
She's Willy Wonka.
He wants to know, would I turn it down? And Pam said, if I was unqualified, yes. To which Michael says, very seriously, but you're not. You've got an amazing mind for toys. And then the script said, Pam looks flattered. And then Oscar said, this is all hypothetical.
Oh, that's
So
why
that
he's
look on my face.
But also why Oscar is saying this is all hypothetical.
Yes, this toy company. But it's why when I'm sitting next to him on that line, I'm like, oh, well, thank you very, you can see that I'm saying non-verbally, thank you very much, Michael. Like,
Pam is like, oh, well, if you say so.
that's right.
Oh my gosh, I remember all of that
Yes,
now.
right?
It's like you opened a folder in my brain. Yes, Michael's toy company.
And by the way, I went to the bloopers to see if it was in there because I know it wasn't in deleted scenes. It's not in there, but we were cracking up somewhere.
Well, that was a delightful trip down memory lane. I do want to address something though with Pam. Oh, she's about to have a talking head where she says she feels awful for blowing Jim's prank. Can we talk about how fancy Pam is looking? What is with this hair? I noticed black eyeliner. I mean, fancy Pam.
You are not the only one, Angela. We got mail about it. We got a fan question from Kaylee E. in Indianapolis and Kristen H. from Little Rock, Arkansas. Pam's look takes a big shift this season. Straighter hair, a tucked-in shirt, more blazers than cardigans. Surely there were many meetings about this?
Surely they were. Surely there were. Surely.
Yes, there were many meetings about this. Starting in wardrobe, I will tell you. We decided that we wanted Pam to keep her blazers, but we wanted to bring back more of what they would call Pam's color palette. So rather than having a dark shirt with a dark blazer, we wanted to bring the pastels back because that really felt like Pam. The pinks and the lighter colors.
Light purples.
Yeah. So you're going to see that. And then in terms of the hair, I went to Kim Ferry and I said, Kim, I miss Pam's hair. I miss the Pam mullet.
The half up, half down.
Yeah. And you know, we were changing Pam's hair because Pam's life was going through a lot of changes. She broke up with Roy. She started dating Jim. She got this new job at Michael's Got Paper Company. She became a mom.
And you also just change your look over the years. You do.
You do.
Unless you were my grandmother who had the same hairstyle her whole life.
Same with my grandmother.
But Pam
is evolving. Well, I don't know about you, but in my life, I have always kind of had like a base hairstyle and I'll stray from it, but then I'll come back to it and I'll stray and I'll come back to it. And I felt like it was time for Pam to come home to her base hairstyle. But we also thought she's learned a lot about hair since that first frizzy half up, half down.
And so now she's sleek, half up, half down.
That's right.
Well, I thought you looked beautiful. You and Pam looked fantastic.
Well, I also got married over the summer and I had grown my hair out a little bit. I don't know. I could tell how happy I am in my life when this episode came on. And I feel like you can tell that newlywed energy in this episode and moving forward.
Well, Michael is going to get a text and looks out the window. Angela is waving at him. She looks on to trot, come down to the parking lot. Her first line to him just made me laugh, lady. She says, I came down here to feed the feral cats like I usually do, and I found something unsavory in the back of your nephew's car. What was it?
All of the things that he was supposed to be like mailing and shipping, including Phyllis's samples,
Oscar's expense reports,
and some pants that Michael wanted to return to Talbot's. By the way, we got a fan catch from Mandy M in Texas.
Okay.
Who said this? I have been holding on to this for so long. Mini deep dive alert. Oh, I'm loving Mandy.
Okay, Mandy, let's have it.
Aaron asked Michael about returning pants to Talbot's. Talbot's stopped carrying men's clothing in 2008, according to the New York Times. This episode aired in September 2010, 2 years after Talbot stopped carrying men's clothing. This must be another instance of Michael wearing women's clothing, which is an amazing callback to the negotiation.
Oh, it's the first thing I thought of. I thought he's bought another suit.
Woman's suit.
Woman's suit, yeah.
Yes, without any pockets.
And shoulder pads.
Exactly.
Michael is going to get on a video call with Joe, and for the majority of this call, all you see is Gabe's crotch. Until Joe was like, "Will you bend down so I don't have to look at your crotch?"
Oh, I wrote out what she said because her line read on that was so funny to me. She says, "Lower yourself, Gabe. I don't want to be having a conversation with your crotch." I loved it so much. Angela, this reminded me of the day that we were working on our book over FaceTime. You remember?
Yeah, we would have this like FaceTiming writing sessions.
Do you remember that time? We were like 2 hours into this FaceTime, and I look over and I realize that you've been like looking up my nose the entire 2 hours. You did not say anything.
I didn't say anything. We were busy both typing and writing, but I would check in with you for 2 hours. The way you had your laptop sort of positioned, I just saw your neck and up your nose.
I mean,
for 2 hours.
I was like, lady, this could have been a phone call. Why are we on a video chat if you're looking at like my chin, nose? It was crazy.
I know. I didn't say anything, but it did remind me of whenever I FaceTime my mom and I see like her forehead and ceiling fan.
Yeah.
It's like, Mom, tilt it down.
During this Skype, when this exchange also made me laugh. When Joe says, "Why won't you fire Luke?" and Michael says, "I love him."
She goes, "Oh no, how far has it gone?"
Yeah. How far has it gone? Her line read on that. I mean, I rewound it. I watched it like 4 times.
I know.
So
the woman
brilliant.
is brilliant. And Michael's like, "He's my nephew." And Joe's like, "I have a nephew too, but it doesn't work for me." Yeah, he'd screw it up.
She says he can come swim in her pool, but he can't come in her house. And Michael says, "Well, this is my pool," and he wants his nephew to work in his pool. And then Joe says, "Well, that's fine, but it's on you, Michael. If he screws up, I'm going to hold you accountable," basically.
So Michael is going to have a talking head about how he's trying to work side by side with Luke. After this talking head, Jenna, there was a deleted scene that didn't make it in. It's on the DVD set. Michael calls his half-sister, Luke's mom, to ask her advice on how to deal with Luke. I also went to the shooting draft because I wanted to know more about it. This is how it starts in the shooting draft. Michael is on the phone with his sister, Marnie. Okay, so we know her name, Marnie. He looks at his computer, which we don't see, and he says to Marnie, "I'm so psyched you approved my friend request, Marnie. Oh, look, we have Nana in common." And Marnie says she posts constantly. The scene continues. I have it from the DVD. I want you to hear it.
Oh,
Hey, how's Luke doing?
oh, best nephew ever. He changes the whole demeanor of the office. It's really such a joy having him here. He's really a joy.
Oh, good.
I just wanted to ask you a parenting question.
Parenting question.
How do you deal with his?
What? How do I deal with what, Michael? What?
No, he's great. He's fantastic. It's just, you know when he does this little attitude thing?
What attitude?
No, not attitude in a negative way. I'm talking like Pink. You know how Pink has an attitude? Or when a fashion photographer says, "Give me more attitude." That's what I'm talking about. He's great. He just has a lot of attitude. It's great.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad it's working out.
It's great. He is such a joy and a pleasure and a real gem.
Okay, great. Well, you're the best, Michael.
Well, thank you. That is awfully nice of you to say. And I just posted something on your wall.
Thanks for saying I'm the best. Love your brother, Michael. There it is. Give Luke a hug for me.
I'll give him a hug and a kiss.
A hug.
All right.
How amazing is that?
It's my favorite thing I've ever heard. I mean, you
well it starts and then how badly it ends.
It's so good, lady.
So many layers. All right, coming up is something I've also wanted to share with you. It's about Kevin and Pam by the elevators.
Yes, Pam is going to do a very elaborate prank. She is rearranging the buttons on the elevator, and then she's going to have Dwight, I guess, try to use this elevator.
And she's going to film them, and it's going to be hilarious because the elevator isn't going to do what you tell it to do.
Kevin is rearranging the buttons. He is the elevator technician, and we got a fan question from Leslie S. in San Francisco, California, that says, I've always been confused by Pam's choice to ask Kevin to help her change the elevator button controls. Does he have some background as an electrician? I feel like Pam could figure this out more competently than Kevin. I mean, she did assemble a copier by herself.
Exactly. And also, is Pam not worried when Kevin says, let me look at the circus board?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this was the much bigger storyline for Kevin that I hinted at earlier in the episode. It explains why Kevin is helping Pam with the elevator panel. He shares in a talking head that over the summer, he decided to practice lying more.
Oh,
yeah, and he really got into it.
I thought you were going to say over the summer he became an electrician.
Oh, no. He just has decided to lie a lot. Here, listen.
What? Last night, Jenny came over again. She cooked me dinner. We had sex all night.
That's awesome, Kevin.
And this summer, I decided to become a liar. Just make things up. Right?
That is amazing.
Yeah, so he starts off lying in accounting. Then he has this talking head saying that he's now a liar. It's working out great. And then he tells Pam what he's going to do to the elevator and then lies some more. Here, listen. How did you learn how to do this?
Before this job, I worked as an elevator repairman. I specialized in the buttons.
Hey, did you SMS text message me?
I just came from the museum where I saw an exhibit on rare poems. I've never worked as an elevator repairman. That's another lie. It's become a tangled web. I'm a bit worried I'm losing myself.
That is amazing. Well, what we see in the episode is Dwight just coming in and saying, Pam, I received your SMS message, old tech alert. What does she want? Lady, we could not get through this. There was something about the way Rain was entering as Dwight, sucking on his water. And Brian and I, you know that thing where like Rain wasn't in on it because me and Brian had this whole thing like you just played of him explaining the circuit board, what he was doing.
Yeah.
And then Dwight walks in and it just made us laugh. And Rain was like, what? Why can we not continue? Okay, so the blooper for this is on the blooper reel for this season, but we were doing that laughing thing where we're not making any noise.
Right. It's no point in playing it.
Yeah.
It's just two people shaking.
Exactly. But you know what? I'll post it.
Okay.
So people can see it. But anyway, eventually we get through this moment and Pam says to Dwight that she wants to show him something in the lobby. And she gets in the elevator with him. She starts filming him. Oh, she's so excited.
She's so tickled by this.
Well, at first it works. You know, it starts going up instead of down. But then the elevator gets stuck, and Dwight immediately pees in the corner.
Immediately. He isn't like, oh, maybe I can hold it for a little bit. It's like elevator doors don't open. What if they had opened 2 minutes later, mid-pee?
Oh my gosh. He says, I have 56 ounces of fluid in my bladder. This made me curious. How much
Can a bladder hold? Did
Yes.
you Google that?
did? And I will tell you, according to Healthline, a healthy adult bladder can hold up to 16 ounces or 2 cups of urine. Dwight says he has 56 ounces of urine in his bladder. That's like 5 times more than a normal bladder. I didn't stop my search there. Just so you know, I became very curious
Now
because
what?
we have to pee all the time, lady.
I know, it's healthy.
Here was one of the questions in this article. Is it safe to hold your pee?
What did it say?
It said that if you have a healthy urinary system, holding your pee generally isn't dangerous. But in certain circumstances, holding your urine for any length of time can be dangerous, like if you have one of the following conditions: enlarged prostate, neurogenic bladder, kidney disorders, or urinary retention. So then don't hold it.
Okay.
Do you know what happens to your body when you hold your pee?
Oh God, no.
It says when you feel the urge to empty your bladder, it isn't just because your bladder is filling up with liquid. It's actually a really complex process that involves a bunch of muscles and organs and nerves. And that this reaction gets set off in your body when your bladder is only about half full. So that's why you can hold it for a bit.
Because your bladder's like warning.
Yes,
Warning.
exactly.
Halfway full.
And these signals kind of differ from person to person. And according to your age, or if you've had a kid, these nerves and whatnot can maybe,
And the whoozy wasn't.
yeah,
The whatnot.
that's exactly right. Also, the signals will decrease at night. And that's why you can
Sleep, but you wake up having to pee.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because it won't signal you when your bladder's only half full.
Yeah.
But you know what you should do if you really need to hold your pee? Here are some tips.
Okay.
If, I don't know, lady, we need to hold it.
Well, there's always some road trip where I have to hold it because there was no gas station.
Here's what it says. Number one, do a task that will actively engage your brain, such as a crossword puzzle.
Well, I can't do that in the car. I'll get nauseous.
It says listen to music.
I can do that.
Also, if you are already sitting, stay sitting. Don't stand up.
Don't stand up. Oh yeah. Cross your legs.
You could read a book.
Can't do that in the car.
Listen to this one. This is a suggestion. Scroll through social media on your phone. That'll help you not have to go to the bathroom.
All of these things are going to make me sick in the car.
Another thing is try to stay warm because being cold will give you the urge to urinate.
Any wonder I always feel like I have to pee.
I know.
I'm always cold.
Yeah. Well, you know, lady, when I do my cold dip, so I sit in really warm water and then I go to my cold dip and I have to pee. Yeah, when you get in the cold dip, it's like 60-degree water and it gives you this feeling like you have to pee even if you just peed.
Wow. I was going to ask you, have you ever been swimming in the ocean? Anyone? This is open for anyone. Have you ever been swimming in the ocean and you have to pee and you tell your body, go pee. It's okay. We're in the ocean. We floated away from other people. Go pee. And your body's like, not doing it.
My body won't pee in the ocean. I think it's the waves.
I think it's just a weird thing. Sensation. You've told your body, don't pee in the pool, don't pee in the pool,
Don't pee in the bath.
don't pee in the bath. And then you get in the ocean, you're like, have at it. And your body's like, no.
I think it's the waves because I don't have a problem peeing in a lake.
Oh.
When we go to Lake of the Ozarks and we'll like anchor the boat, you're in a cove and you're swimming, you swim away from everyone else. Or, you know, when you're younger, you pee right next to your sibling and you make
They're like,
them
what's
swim
that
through the
warm
warm
water?
water.
Wait, can you guys pee in the ocean?
Oh yeah.
You got no problem? So Jenna, that rules
Santa
out your
Yeah, we're both excellent peers over
pee
here.
in the ocean.
that rules out your wave theory. Your scientific wave theory.
Listen, I was certain that's what it was. It was the waves of the ocean is why.
Well-
Because I'll get ready. I'm like all ready to pee. And then a wave comes and it's like stops me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
We don't know.
Can you pee in the ocean? New poll.
I can't. It just takes a lot of effort.
Do you remember that thing that they would tell you? Did you hear this when you were a kid? You go to the public swimming pool in your neighborhood or whatever, and they would say, "Don't pee in the pool because if you do, it'll turn green."
Oh, I was a lifeguard at the public pool. We would say that.
Yeah, but that's not true, right? It doesn't really change the color. I mean, that makes no sense.
Maybe there's a chemical you can put in the pool. Ours were just like empty threads.
So I'll look it up and I'll have an answer by the end of the episode.
Oh, we're like debunking things or maybe confirming.
Okay, so Michael is in the conference room
he's actually doing like a real presentation, like real work. They talked in the commentary that this was like some of the most professional like verbiage you hear Michael say in the whole entire series. That Luke is distracting everyone because he has one of those little laser pointer things. He points it at Oscar's head. He points it to Angela's boob. Michael kicks him out, and then he points it into Andy's eyeball.
We got a fan question from Elizabeth P. in Toronto, Canada, who said, was Luke shining a real laser at people, or was it added later? It was a fakey laser.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You could not put a laser on someone's eyeball.
That's a CGI laser, is my guess.
It was, and Randy even sent us like the little video of them adding it in.
Michael is going to run out of the conference room to try to take the laser pointer away from Luke since he's being such a tool with it. And this awkward physical altercation ensues. Michael starts spanking Luke.
Spanking him.
Yeah,
on the desk, and everyone in the conference room is watching this.
Lady, after watching the deleted scenes, when Michael is spanking Luke, all I can think about is his sister Marty.
Yes. How is Michael? She will never
speak to him again.
Yes. Well, Luke is going to run out crying, and Michael comes back into the conference room. We had a fan question from Cessia Z in London, Ontario, Canada. At 18 minutes, 40 seconds, there's a quick pan of the camera, but if you pause it, you can clearly see Jim, Phyllis, and Daryl smiling or maybe breaking. And then as the camera pans, you can see Stanley smiling as well. Was this scripted, or was everyone actually reacting to the scene and trying not to laugh? All right, I looked at this. Everyone's breaking. I don't know what happened, like what everybody is reacting to, but probably Steve did this like very funny entrance to the conference room, and it was making people break because you can also see Ed breaking. It's like a group break.
The whole scene was just so huge and crazy, and we were all just like, I think we were laughing, nervous laughing. We were all just like, oh my God, what's happening?
Yes.
Well, on the commentary, BJ and Paul talked about the moment they knew this whole Luke Michael storyline was going to have a payoff and work. And in particular, they talked about whose idea it was for Michael to spank Luke. Listen to this.
It wasn't until we had this scene that we figured this episode worked.
Yeah.
In the writing stage, writing stage.
Yeah, I was sitting and editing. And you came in with a note card
written by Aaron Shore.
It just
Michael
said, Michael spanks Luke.
Yeah, and you said we got it.
Yeah.
That's very funny.
I texted Aaron and I was like, Aaron, is this true? And he goes, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right.
I love it. Well, now we're going to go back over to the elevator bay. Dwight and Pam are stuck. They've managed to get a technician, a real technician, who was played by Tom Melby.
Yes, Tom Melby was our stage manager. He was there the whole entire run of the show. He basically knew everything about the property where we filmed and could fix anything.
And I love that we put him in this episode, working on the elevator.
They said on the commentary that Tom was so shy, and that's why he kind of kept his head tucked down.
Well, you know, this was a fakey elevator. This was not real. And so this was a huge, elaborate thing that they had to build of us being stuck between floors, being up high like that with that little opening.
Yeah,
but all of it, you know, even earlier, you know, we've said the elevator doors open and close because there was a crew person like doing a rope on a pulley.
Yeah.
So when we had that whole moment before when the elevator's breaking down, that was a very elaborate set of like someone was shaking the elevator, someone was pulling on the pulleys. It was like very like old timey.
I was gonna say it sounds like a vaudeville show.
Yes, that's kind of what it was. But we actually shot this broken elevator in a completely different spot. It wasn't even in our little lobby. It was over on the warehouse stage on stage 4. They recreated the lobby. Michael Gallenberg designed it. Tim James built it. And it was on a platform that was about 4 feet above the stage. I just remember it was like this really cool thing that they had to build. And then I had to stand up there. We really were high up.
You really were.
I have a question for you, Angela. So in this scene where Pam's stuck in the elevator with Dwight, Jim comes over. She's so proud of herself. She says they don't call me the Bart Simpson of Scranton for nothing. Jim says, here, I'll help you down. And she says, nope, it's okay. I'm afraid of getting cut in half. I have a question. Okay. If you were stuck like me, would you go through the little opening or would you be afraid of being cut in half?
I mean, I don't want to be cut in half, but I think in that moment I would just want out. So I think I would go for it. If I could just slip right out there, I'd probably go for it.
I don't think I would do it because I would just think of that scene in Speed.
Yes.
When they're stuck in the elevator and they're having the people come through.
Yeah.
And it
can't
keeps
hesitate.
falling. It keeps falling. Is that it? Is it
You
just
can't hesitate.
I mean, they had to have me say that because they wanted the visual comic gag of like me being in this broken elevator. Why is the not coming out?
Yeah. I probably would have already crawled out if those guys would have let me.
That's very funny.
Well, wrapping up this episode, Michael has earned the respect of his coworkers. Luke was a real problem, and he got rid of Luke, and they're happy about it. They have a whole scene where they're pretending to spank each other.
However, Gabe is not happy that Michael assaulted an employee at work. And to deal with it, he tells Michael he's going to need to attend 6 counseling sessions. And Michael's like, that's it?
No problem.
Except your counselor will be Toby.
What?
It's literally be fired or do 6 counseling sessions with Toby, and Michael isn't sure what he wants.
He really takes a long, lingering look. And on the commentary, they said that was Steve. That choice to make that look of like, well, should I just call it quits?
This is going to lead into next week's episode, which is that counseling session between Michael and Toby. It is delicious. Before we go, Angela, we got this letter from Catherine P. in Bellevue, Nebraska, and it really touched my heart, so I wanted to share.
Okay.
Catherine said, I wanted to tell you that this episode is incredibly meaningful to my family. I started watching The Office on Netflix when I was pregnant with my oldest and just found out she would need heart surgery after she was born. It was not only a lifesaver, but fast forward to my daughter born and waiting for surgery. On her bad days, we would watch this episode specifically. My husband and entire family know that season 7, episode 1 is the lip dub. My daughter would smile and light up for her favorite faces singing just for her. She had surgery at 4 months old right before Christmas. The Office kept us going during a very hard time for our little warrior. I took pictures of her laying in her swing, pleased as punch to be watching the lip dub for what had to have been the 1,000th time. She is now a thriving and perfectly healthy 8-year-old, and we are forever grateful to the Scranton branch. P.S. She had an opportunity to meet Kate Flannery several years ago, and she hasn't stopped talking about it since.
It just made me tear up.
I know.
Catherine, can we please send your daughter some Office Lady stuff? We would love to send her something. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm so glad that our show could be there for you and your family.
Yeah, I love it that this episode specifically has a special place in your heart.
Catherine, we're going to email you. Be on the lookout for it. Well, you guys, that was nepotism. Sam is waving at us. Sam, what do you got? Did you find out about peeing in the pool?
I did. If you look up at the TV, I believe you'll find your answer.
Oh, all right. Here it is. Does a swimming pool urine detecting dye actually exist?
It says no such chemical is used. Doesn't exist.
But 52% of people believe there is a chemical that when added to a pool will turn your urine a color. You guys, we basically all believed our moms are people at the public pool.
It goes on to say, regardless, pools are not meant to be peed in because urine contains bacteria that you would not want to swim in. Please do not pee in pools.
There you have it, guys.
Yeah, it won't turn a color, but you shouldn't do it anyway.
Well, that was nepotism.
Yeah, thank you for listening. We love you guys. Thank you to Randy Cordray, Matt Sohn, Dave Rogers, Kate Flannery, Creed Bratton, and Aaron Schur for letting us reach out to you about this episode.
And thank you for sending in your questions and comments. Next week, we are going to have a rerun of Beach Games, and then the following week, we will have an all-new episode of Counseling.
See you then.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. Hello, happy Wednesday, everyone.
Hi there.
Listen, summer is almost over. Labor Day is upon us. It's almost back to school. We thought we needed one last little break.
We do need one last little break, and we hope you guys have a great week. We thought you could use one last trip to the beach. So here is a rerun of Beach Games.
We'll see you next week with an all-new episode. Counseling. Bye. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Angela!
Hey! We are so excited today, you guys.
We're going to the beach today.
We're going to play some beach games.
Yes! Season 3, episode 22, written by Jen Salata and Greg Daniels, directed by Harold Ramis. It's Beach Games.
We have so much to talk about. I kind of feel like we just gotta get to it.
We should dive in because I took very diligent notes.
And I think you did in real life. We'll get to that.
All right, here's a summary. Michael is invited to interview for a job opening at corporate. Certain that he's a lock for the job, he takes his employees to the beach at Lake Scranton and holds a series of challenges to determine his successor. At the end of the day, Michael sets up a coal walk as a final challenge. Pam does the coal walk and summons up the courage to tell Jim and the whole office her real feelings.
Oh man, that was so tough to watch. It was beautiful, Jenna. Pam broke my heart in this episode.
Yeah, I had not seen this episode since it aired, and it shocked me. And I did it, and I was still shocked.
Isn't that funny? Like the way the brain works, where you're like, wait, I did all that. That's crazy. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. So fast fact number 1, Angela, our Beach Games is set on Lake Scranton.
Yes.
Now, obviously, we didn't go to the real Lake Scranton, but I did want to just talk a little bit about it.
Oh, let's hear it.
Well, Lake Scranton is actually a reservoir, and it was built with a dam in the early 1900s. The dam was built by William Walker Scranton, and the body of water it created was originally called the Burnt Bridge Reservoir, although the public calls it Lake Scranton.
Well, Jenna, you and I have both been to Scranton, and one of the times that I went, they drove me around Lake Scranton, and it is so pretty.
So pretty. There is a running track around the real Lake Scranton, and it's absolutely gorgeous. But I did look up a few facts about it, Ange.
Yeah?
Swimming is not permitted. Boating is not permitted, but canoeing and kayaking is allowed.
I wonder why you can't swim in it. Like, I get the no motor, right? That's like,
Right.
Like, I think that's sort of really cool, but I wonder why the no swimming.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
We're intrigued. Scranton, write us. Tell us why you can't swim in your lake.
Well, this leads me to fast fact number 2. I brought up all these facts about Lake Scranton because we had a fan question from Sophia B, Aaron W, Dana D, Marin B, and Faye B. Where was the beach that you filmed this episode? Was it a long commute, and how many days did you film at that location? Well, I will tell you.
Tell us. I know, I remember one or two things, but I bet you got all the details, so let's hear it.
Well, I reached out to Kentopedia, and here's what he told me. We filmed at the beach at the Hansen Dam Recreation Center in Sylmar. We shot there for 4 days and nights. Well, you mentioned that you've been to the real Lake Scranton. I've been to this real Hansen Dam Recreation Center outside of us filming.
You have?
Yes, because there is this museum, this children's museum called the Discovery Cube that's right nearby. And when you go through this area, there's also like an equestrian center, there's an aquatic center, there's a playground. Because, lady, the place that they put us to film this episode was like, I had no idea all this stuff was there.
My memory of where we filmed was it was like a chemical pond runoff, like from a dam, where I was like, are we like breathing in fumes? It was really like gross.
They maybe the only place they let you film is in this like weird janky corner of this area
where the runoff water goes.
Yeah, because this recreation center is actually really nice. But here's something I found out too. The lake where we filmed is filled with circulated drinking water.
What?
Yeah, circulated drinking water, and it offers fishing and public boating.
Oh my gosh.
So when Ed is out there floating in the water, he was in some recycled drinking water.
Oh, well, that's good to know. All these years I worried for him that he was going to get like some kind of weird rash.
All right, well, let's move on to fast fact number 3. So like we said earlier, this was written by both Greg Daniels and Jen Salata, and we reached out to Jen Salata, and she sent us audio clips.
She sent us so many. She's so gracious. We're going to sprinkle them throughout, but here she has one for us right now.
Yes, she is going to tell us a little bit about the inspiration for this episode and what it was like to write a script with Greg.
I think the inspiration for this episode was just Survivor. I think it was Greg's idea, and I remember all of us talking about Survivor being a perfect way for Michael Scott to pick his successor. I mean, what other way would this man use to try to pick somebody who could run a branch? It just seemed like a no-brainer for Michael Scott to do it this way. And then we tried to sit down and write the whole thing together, and we were like, this isn't going to work. So we divided it up. We can't remember exactly how we did it. I think sometimes with Paul, when I write a script with Paul, I do the first half, he do the second, or vice versa. And with Craig, I think we didn't do cleanly divided up that way. I think just he did some of the scenes, I did others. And I do remember that the Pam speech was mostly Greg, and I think that is such a beautiful part of the episode. And the Pam arc pre-existed the idea of the Beach Games episode, so I think some of the ideas from that speech were in his notes. But I love that part. It is one of my favorite parts, if not my favorite part of the episode. So credit to Greg for that part for sure. But we both wrote a bunch of it. I just don't think we clearly divided it up.
Well, and I remember Greg talking to me about this Pam arc of her finding her voice.
Yeah.
And he planted this idea a few episodes ago, and we sprinkled it in. And so I just love this idea that he'd been maybe writing down little notes about what Pam will finally say when she says something. And I remember getting the script for this episode and just being so excited as an actor. There was just so much to chew on.
I mean, I thought that it was just beautifully done. Really, just Pam's whole journey this season about even her sending the wrong beer back. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
and just having these moments where she stood up for herself and spoke her truth, and it all builds to this one moment. And it's just so well done.
When I was rewatching this, I was marveling at what a well-written episode this was.
Yes.
Well, maybe we should take a quick break and then come back and break down this episode.
I can't wait. Jenna, we have so much to talk about.
I know, we've been trading a lot of texts about this one. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jenna and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I made it!
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint, hint.
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. All right, so this episode starts with this very funny cold open. It is Dwight and Michael. They're in Michael's office, and Michael's convinced that he's sick, you guys. He's convinced. They're scrolling through a website. It's like WebMD or something, trying to figure out what he is sick from. Dwight's very concerned.
Yes, Pam has a talking head where she explains that this happens about 40 times a year. Michael is sick but has no symptoms.
Yes. Well, Jen left us a really great audio clip about this, about the inspiration for this cold open. Sam, can you play that?
Greg and I wrote the episode together, and it was really fun. I remember being really curious, what is Greg's process going to be like? Because writing scripts, it was such a solitary part of what we did, and so I was always wondering, like, what are other writers like when they go off to write a script? It became quickly obvious that his process at the beginning was like mine, which is like every other writer I've ever met, which is there's a fair amount of procrastinating right away before you have to get into the hard work. It's figuring out what you want to eat, it's sharpening your pencils, it's figuring out the temperature of the room. And for both of us, we started focusing on ailments, like what was wrong, how we weren't feeling well, like my ear was bothering him, he wasn't feeling super well at the time. And so we went on WebMD and we tried to diagnose ourselves and each other. And they used to have a little body where you could like point to the part of the body that hurt and that was bothering you. And so he diagnosed me with an ear infection, or at least inner ear congestion. And he ended up putting some oil from the kitchen that we found in my ear. It turns out you can do this. It is a home remedy, and it helped. It helped my ear, and I think we diagnosed him with walking pneumonia. So we did this right when we were sent off to write the Beach Games episode, and it ended up becoming our cold open because we were probably looking for a cold open, and we're like, what about what we're doing right now?
There is so much about that audio clip that I love.
It's so relatable. It's like whenever you sit down to do something, and it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, theirs was this writing assignment, but all the different ways you procrastinate before you get to that thing.
Yes. Well, Angela, you and I are working on a project that we can't say exactly what it is, but it involves quite a bit of writing. And every time I sit down to write, I will write one sentence and then I will get up and get a snack. And then I'll come back and write a sentence and then I'll be like, I need more coffee. Yeah, it's like the procrastination. I loved that she shared that because I think my perception is always that creativity comes easy to people who are successful. I always think like it must pour out of them. And it is such a slog. So I loved hearing that. But then the other thing I loved was that their procrastination, it got turned into a story idea. Like, it's worth it. Like, all of that nonsense, it produced something.
Right? Well, I had a writing professor in college that used to always say, write what you know. Write what you know, and it will be honest.
Oh, well, I just love this opening. And, you know, before they can really diagnose Michael, Pam walks in the office and says, David Wallace is on the phone. Yeah. It's very clear that David Wallace does not call very often.
No, it's a big deal.
Well, Michael gets on the phone with him. Oh, my goodness.
Michael, what are you doing? Michael, the way Michael talks to his bosses, or even when he goes to New York to corporate, there is such a casualness to how he relates to them that is so not work appropriate.
It's so true. Well, we find out the reason that David Wallace is calling is because there is a job opening at corporate and he would like Michael to apply. I can't believe he still wants Michael to apply after this phone call, but I think Michael has a very, very good sales record and a good record of connecting with people out in the sales world.
Yeah, he's a really good salesman. Here's a little interesting tidbit, Jenna. There was a scene that was deleted right after this phone call of David Wallace and Michael. David Wallace calls Jim and tells Jim the same thing.
I saw that in the script.
And they chose not to use it. They chose to like reveal it later that it's Jim calling. It's Jim being more proactive in his life. But there was a version where David calls Jim.
Yeah, I noticed that in the script because that scene on the beach with Jim and Karen calling David and kind of asking if they could go for the job as well, that was not in the original script. So that must have been something that they added later.
Well, I remember when we were at the beach, there were a few scenes that sort of happened on the fly. They were like kind of pitched in the moment, and that was one of them. Yeah, so now it is beach day, and at 2 minutes, 28 seconds, you get a fantastic look at Michael's outfit. He clearly bought everything he could at Sandals in the gift shop. He's got a t-shirt, he's got a hat, he has a necklace that he probably bought there, a little puka shell necklace. He's really ready, and he tells everyone they better go potty before they leave. I'm just like, Michael's so ready to be a dad, you know, he just is, bless his heart. And you get to see everybody in casual attire, and I just loved it.
Well, I noticed something about our wardrobe.
What's that?
Do you see how many layers we all have on?
Oh, well, that was for a reason.
Yep. It was because we shot this episode in March, and we knew that that location was going to be perfectly warm and lovely during the day. It turned out to be hot as F.
There was a heat wave. There was this crazy freak March heat wave. It was 98 degrees. I wrote in my journal that it was 98 degrees our first day.
Yeah. But then when the sun went down, it was freezing cold.
Yeah, we were in this valley, so it was like these really huge swings of temperature.
Yeah, so wardrobe tried to give us layers to help take us between these two extreme temperatures. And I noticed when I was looking at everyone's beach attire.
Their layers. Well, you know what I noticed? This is really, really fun to me. Toby and Angela almost have on the same outfit.
What? I did not notice that.
They're both wearing these beige tops. They have huge beige floppy hats and like sort of like just like pants on, but like, and they're also both obsessed with sunscreen. Both of them.
Well, I noticed that both Andy and Stanley are wearing a red polo shirt.
Oh, yeah, I did not catch that. But guess what I did catch? And I know it's your favorite moment of the day.
Is it a new plant at reception? Because we need a sting for this.
New plant alert! 3 minutes, 32 seconds. It is a red flowering plant. There are big red flowers on this plant.
Okay, I'm sorry. I see that as a metaphor because Pam is going to bloom in this episode.
That is so good. Pam's going to flower. She's going to bloom.
Well, we forgot to talk about how Michael has told Toby he can't come on the beach day.
Oh, that was so good. Toby's disappointment. He doesn't get to see you in a two-piece. Jenna, I wrote, how did you get through that scene without laughing? How did you do it? Because when you were like, oh, thanks, I'm going to wear my two-piece. His face is so good.
It's so funny.
We also didn't mention, and I'm tracking this, the Meredith flash count. This is flash number 2.
Yes, Meredith has that great talking head where she explains that she wore her bathing suit to work.
Yeah.
And she lifts her shirt to show you, and she's like, oh, shoot, it's in my purse. Michael has a special assignment for Pam on beach day.
Of course, because she needs an assignment.
Yeah, Michael tells her that she has to take notes all day on people's character, humor, charisma, and the indefinable qualities that they possess, but not their hotness per se. I love that line.
Yeah.
Per se, like she could add that if she wanted, but it's not 100% necessary, I guess. But he also doesn't tell her why she has to do this.
No, he just needs to find out which of his employees has the skills to be a chicken with a head.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, what? Well, let's see. Now the gang is all gonna board the bus. Michael's got a big party bus to take everyone to the beach.
Yeah, Creed's got a boogie board. He's ready to go.
Yeah, Kevin says he just wants to lay on the beach and eat hot dogs. It's literally all he's ever wanted. Now, this bus that we're all riding in, we really rode in that. That's how we got to the beach.
That day, but then the days after that, we drove ourselves.
Yes, that first day, though, they shuttled us from the stages, and the plan was that we would use the time to shoot the scene with Michael. But then we had extra time.
Yeah.
So we all started singing.
Well, listen, I watched the DVD commentary for this, and I thought it was so sweet because Harold Ramis is on the DVD commentary, and Jen Salata was on it as well. And Jen was like, Harold said I'd never been on a bus where we didn't sing. Yes, he was like, everybody, when you get on a bus with people, you sing, right? That was Harold Ramis being genius. And I do know 2 other songs we sang, Jenna. Do you remember?
What?
We sang Tiny Dancer.
Oh, yes.
And then we also sang Friends, and we did the hand claps.
I remember that.
Yeah. I didn't know all the words to that, so I just clapped.
Well, Angela, I have to say, I remember that vibe of us just singing our way to the beach that very first day. And then, frankly, as we walked off the bus and got hit in the face with that 98-degree weather, I feel like you see that play out on our faces.
I felt the same thing in rewatching this. That shot when we're walking across the beach, we're all carrying our stuff. Meredith is dragging a cooler. Do you know the shot I'm talking about? I took a photo of it because I think it's so amazing. I took a screen grab. That is all real. Like that struggle to drag that stuff across the beach, and it was hot. You guys have all been there. You've been to that beach where you had to park super far away and lug your stuff in the heat, and all your enthusiasm of getting there is so quickly like, oh God, here we go.
Well, Angela, you mentioned a little bit about the challenges of this location, and Jen talked about that as well. So, Sam, will you play that audio clip number 8?
It was a super fun episode, but it was really challenging. I remember even the bathrooms weren't close to the location, so they were as close as they could be, but we needed a golf cart. So anytime anybody had to go to the bathroom, there was a golf cart taking people up a hill. And I remember it was super hot and super cold all within the course of one day. There were heat lamps and hand warmers, and then it was really, really hot in the middle of the afternoon. So everything about this episode was a challenge, and I feel like we just, in order to get everything great, it just took a long time.
Oh, yeah, it was slim pickings out there on the beach. I mean, we had just enough room to shoot. There was, I remember us just being huddled under like a little pop-up tent or something.
Yeah, I mean, when I was looking at the photos that I have, there's nothing out there. Once we were on the beach, we're sort of on our own because things couldn't be in the shot. They did get us like some lawn chairs. I have this great photo, Jenna, of Steve and I sitting next to each other, clearly between a scene, and we're just like in lawn chairs, like just hanging out and talking. I just love it. And also this week, Jenna, I brought my football.
Okay.
Like in real life, I had it in my car, and when they would have some setups to do, in particular, like when they were setting up the hot dogs and all that, I have these photos of us throwing a football on the beach.
Oh, we were having our own beach day.
So yes, it was sort of like there weren't bathrooms nearby and it was hot, but we were also just making our own fun. And we always did that. I felt like as a group, Jenna, we were really just kind of roll with it and make the best of it. And I always love that about our show.
All right, well, let's see. Where are we? We've arrived. We're yanking our stuff down the beach, and Michael tells us it's time to start the funtivities.
Such a great word. I want to use it. It's like nifty gifties. Funtivities. Can you imagine if I did that like at a family reunion? All right, everybody, it's time for funtivities.
I love it.
I know. You and I would both be excited. We'd want to be on the funtivities, like organizing group.
The Funtivities Committee.
The Funtivities Committee.
Or the Committee to Plan Funtivities.
Or, what was wrong with my brain? The Funtivities Organizing Group. What? Mama needs another cup of tea.
Well, Michael tells everyone that they have to divide into teams. He picks the team leaders, quote unquote, randomly. They are Jim, Dwight, Andy, and Stanley. These guys are clearly his top contenders for the job, and he makes them choose their tribes.
Yes,
but not Pam.
And
Pam cannot be included.
Pam can't be included, and also these are the team names. Ready?
Yes.
We have Gryffindor, Voldemort, Blue, and USA.
It's incredible, yes. Well, I love all of these Harry Potter references. You know, my son is right in that age range where we've got Harry Potter over here.
And we reached out to Jen about this.
Yeah.
What's up with the Harry Potter thing?
Yeah, I was so curious. I was like, is this like an inside joke in the writer's room? And this is what Jen had to say.
We had a bunch of Harry Potter fans in the writer's room, and even evolved to a situation where we had chopsticks hanging around the room from takeout. You know, we ate a lot of our meals in the writer's room, and so one afternoon we decorated our chopsticks while we were probably pitching stories and jokes. We each decorated chopsticks, and then we were pretending that they were Harry Potter wands, and we would do spells on each other, just comedy spells. But we even had wand stands near the writer's room door that were just little thumbtacks, you know, spread apart so that we would rest our wands on them. So everybody had their Harry Potter chopstick wands and our wand stands, and that sounds super dorky. And I believe it is. It was really fun.
Once again, what the writers were doing to procrastinate made it into a script.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably more of that than we will ever know.
Yes, exactly.
All right, so at 7 minutes, 6 seconds, Michael has his big survivor speech. Now, you guys, we've shared this before, but our camera operators, Randall and Matt, both worked on Survivor. So this had been a little bit of an interesting callback for them, right, Jenna?
Well, yes, and how prepared were they to lug cameras on their shoulders on a beach? I mean, these guys, they were like, oh, I've come full circle.
Yeah, bring it. So Michael says this: a group of Americans will undergo the ultimate challenge. One day, 14 strangers who work together, but only one survivor. And they're all like, what? What's about to happen here?
Well, what's about to happen is a spoon and egg race, Angela.
Oh, yeah.
Except the person with the egg will be blindfolded.
Also, Jenna, I don't know if you remember this, but poor Brian, they had him in the background. He's just eating his egg. And it didn't make it on camera. And I remember feeling so bad that Brian, in the course of this time, in the heat, had to eat hard-boiled eggs and hot dogs. Just like this poor guy.
And also, I think it's very funny that Michael hard-boiled the eggs.
Yes!
Because then if they fall off the spoon, it doesn't matter.
There's no point. There's no point.
Now, I am wondering, and I don't know the answer, I'm speculating, but I wonder if we had to hard-boil the eggs because we couldn't risk having eggs break on the beach and sort of leaving behind that kind of debris. Because when we left there, we had to make it seem like we'd never been there at all.
Not only that, but there's no way we could be dealing with wardrobe issues with egg yolk.
Yes, exactly. But I like to think that it was just Michael's strange choice, but it was probably a very, very practical one.
Oh, I'm sure it was very thought out. I wrote, what the heck? Who is setting up these tiki torches? Where did the blindfolds come in? Who carried the eggs? Who had the spoons? What is happening?
Oh, Angela, I don't know if it's in the deleted scenes, but in the script, there was an extra scene where Dwight discovers these boxes of supplies that Michael has packed in the back of the bus. And he's trying to get Michael to tell him what they are. What are the torches for? What is this for, Michael? And Michael's like, stop badgering me.
That is in the deleted scenes, but it's just a bag where he's trying to zip up, and Dwight's like, is that a sumo suit? Are we going to do Japanese business exercises? But none of the other supplies are seen. And I guess my whole point is, fine, Jen, I can have the supplies on the back of the bus. Who's setting them up? Where's my B-roll footage of Dwight having to run around and stab tiki torches in the ground?
Well, I know I'm jumping ahead, but later we're going to see two guys setting a giant fire pit thing.
With a red pickup truck. Who are these dudes?
I guess,
right.
I don't know. Michael had some assistance.
Okay, we just have to suspend belief a little bit, guys.
I guess so.
Well, during this egg race, at 9 minutes, 54 seconds, you can fully see Mindy starting to laugh.
Oh, yeah.
When Ed is yelling at her, when she's afraid she's going to run into the big rock, yes, she starts laughing.
Yes. And I personally love how Ryan says to Dwight, if you keep shouting at me, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop this race. And he doesn't stop shouting, so he just takes off his blindfold and throws his spoon on the ground.
Now, Jenna, I think there's a portion of that scene that was on the fly kind of scene, and that was improvised dialogue between BJ and Rain. That's what they talked about in the DVD commentary.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, that's right. Well, now Pam has her talking head where we see that she's taking her diligent notes, and we had some fan questions from Lily S., Ashley Hildreth, and Madison Barton. Jenna, did you really write the notes? And if so, what did you write?
I'm with you. I want to know too. I'm like, I know my BFF, and I'm guessing you actually were writing things down. What were you doing?
I was taking diligent notes.
I knew it. I knew it.
In character. Yeah, so there's a moment where I hold up my notebook and I tried to freeze on it to see if I could copy down what it said. And it was too fuzzy, but you can see that I am writing. You know, Dwight did this, Dwight did that, Jim did this. I thought that the best way to get through those scenes was to actually write down what was happening around me as if I was in character.
I figured you were. So you can see Michael is losing people. Like Stanley is so happy Phyllis dropped the egg. He's going to go sit down. He's going to do his crossword on his lawn chair. Creed wanders off, and in the background, we see him catch a fish with his bare hands.
Yeah.
Well, there's a really fun little tidbit about that on the DVD commentary. Harold said, you guys, this is how we did it. There was a rubber fish that they sort of submerged like in a bucket. What you can't see is this rubber fish in water in a bucket. And they really were able to cheat it because Creed's a little bit over the hill, you know?
Yeah.
And he reaches down real fast and he pulls it out. But I thought Creed did a great job of selling that.
That was some good hand acting.
It was. And Harold said, true to Hollywood form, this gag, that rubber fish, cost $500.
Well, here's an interesting tidbit. Fishing is not allowed on Lake Scranton.
Oh, that's true. But maybe if you're Creed and you grab it with your bare hands.
Well, you know what that scene reminded me of, Angela?
What?
The edge.
Oh, good Lord.
Having to just get the fish. You gotta. I mean, I don't know if anyone actually catches a fish with their hand in the edge, but I mean, that's survival.
Maybe the bear did.
The bear did. Oh, I won't bring up the bear. I know it's a trigger for you.
I really think you need to watch the series alone about these survivalists in the woods, because that's what it made me think of now.
Maybe I should.
Okay.
I'm currently really obsessed with the Chef Show. The Chef Show. Okay, so Jon Favreau, who incidentally directed an episode of The Office in season 9. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
He has this movie called Chef, and it's so good. Came out several years ago. It's one of my favorite movies. Well, he is obsessed with bread baking and cooking. And so he has started this series called The Chef Show, where he goes and he interviews different chefs while they make their signature dishes. I can't get enough of it.
You must love it. Now, this is a total tangent, but Isabel and I love The Greatest British Bake Off. We love it so much. And it checks off all my boxes. It's like in the beautiful English countryside.
Yeah.
And I love everything, like, especially when things don't go well. They'll say like, it's a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? Yes, quite full of heart. Yeah.
I know.
So matter of fact.
I love that show as well. That show is the show that got me to start making bread.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's my bread origin.
Your bread
story.
origin story.
My gosh, we are very off topic.
We are very off topic, and we have a lot to cover. We've got to get to this hot dog eating contest.
Let's do it. We have a scene. Michael comes up to Pam and hands her 800 hot dogs that she needs to have ready in 10 minutes.
What was Michael's budget for this thing?
I don't know. Where did he get the money for this? Just the 800 hot dogs alone.
I know.
How much does that cost? Can someone do some math on that?
800 hot dogs.
I need to know how much money Michael spent on hot dogs. Well, also during that scene, and this is slightly off topic, but also not, we got some mail about it. At 11 minutes minutes, 27 seconds, you can see my bra strap.
Oh.
And a lot of people wanted to know, why am I wearing a bra and a bathing suit? So here are my layers for the day, guys. I had on a bra because I like wearing them. That's why I have a bra on, because I didn't want to wear just a flimsy swimming suit top. I like some support. On top of the bra, I'm wearing my wardrobe swimming suit top, which I loved because Carrie Bennett, she came up with this idea that if it was like a halter suit, we would get an indication of a bathing suit, even though you never see me in a bathing suit.
Right.
I thought it was a great idea.
Right.
Then I have on a tank top, and the reason I'm wearing the tank top is to cover up the bra strap. We had a little bit of a fail here at 11 minutes, 27 seconds. And then I'm wearing a hoodie. Those were my layers. So I guess somehow Pam cooked these hot dogs. I mean, she has a glance to camera where she's like, I don't know, maybe I didn't cook them.
There is a deleted scene between Pam and Michael where she is grilling the hot dogs, and he comes over and he's like, speed it up, Pam, why aren't these done yet? And you're like, because there's 800 of them.
Amazing. Amazing. So now it's time for the big hot dog eating contest. Where, by the way, Michael takes credit for cooking up the hot dogs.
I know. And there is a wonderful deleted scene, Jenna. It wasn't scripted. It was a collective improv moment when Michael says, dip it in the water so it will slide down your gullet more easily. Our whole table said, that's what she said.
I remember that.
And it didn't make it in, but it's so good.
That's because that line from Steve was an improvisation. He in the script, he yells at Phyllis, dip it in the water, dip it in the water. But that's all that was scripted. So Steve in the moment added the so it'll slide down your gullet faster. And then we all said, how can you not? How can you not?
How can you not?
That was a layup.
No, that was a softball.
Isn't a layup and a softball sort of the same idea?
I don't know.
A layup? After I've thought about it, I'm going to give this to softball because a softball involves more than one person, right?
Yeah.
So a softball, one person sends a softball to another who then hits it out of the park. Whereas with a layup, it's you do it on your own.
You do it on your own, and I mean, a layup through a crowd is not easy to do if there's a bunch of guys in the paint. Let me throw some basketball at you. But maybe
What are you talking about?
maybe
What
if
do
you
you think a layup is? Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
When's the last time you did a layup? I did one this week.
What is it to you?
A layup is when you dribble up to the basket and you put it in. On your own. But I'm telling you, if you're doing a layup, you know, and you're being if you're doing a layup and you're being guarded, but then there's the breakaway layup, right? If you steal the ball and you got the whole back of the court to yourself and you're like, yeah, and you do your layup, and then sometimes you want to dunk on your layup. Hard for me because I'm 5'1".
What's happening right now?
I don't know. Where are we?
Wait. Do you watch basketball? Are you like a basketball fan? Where's all this lingo coming from?
I play basketball, I played JV, and then when everyone got really tall, I had to stop playing because I was too short, and we had a really good point guard. So then I became a basketball cheerleader, and I was also the manager on the basketball team, and I was also a mascot one basketball season, and I love basketball, and we have a hoop in our driveway, and we play all the time, and I have a fantastic outside shot, and I often win at horse.
Angela, I'm clapping because people couldn't see me bowing down to you. But, I mean, I'm speechless. I did not know this about you. And also, I defer to you here. If this were a debate and someone had to win, you won. I mean, that was just...
I want you to know, it's not out yet, but I have this Admiral commercial where I have to shoot baskets, and I made like 13 baskets in a row, and one of them they used in the actual shot, and I was so happy that they showed the whole shot, because I was like, I made that sucker.
You were Brian Baumgartner while shooting the basketball episode. You have like a secret basketball skill that no one knew about.
Don't you remember the basketball hoop by our trailers and we would play horse? I was always out there with the guys playing horse.
I do remember that, and I have a picture of it. Yeah. Well, listen, I feel like we've gone off topic.
You think? Wait, we're back to the hot dogs, guys. Back to the hot dogs. Andy wins the competition, but this was an arduous scene for everyone to shoot. I was really lucky, Jenna, because I said my character's a vegetarian. She's not going to be eating these. I made a really big plea about that. But poor Brian and Ed, Leslie, all those guys were shoving hot dogs in their face. And Jenna, do you remember they were starting to gag? Do you remember that?
Yeah, we got a fan question from Caitlin Mulvihill who said, how many times did you have to film the hot dog contest scene, and did you have to eat all the hot dogs every time? I just remember it took a long time. It was a lot of angles, a lot of coverage,
a lot of reaction shots. We were there for like half a day.
Yeah, and Jen, we asked Jen, what was the hardest stunt during beach games? And this is what she had to say.
I think the answer for what was the hardest stunt of this episode depends on who you ask. I think for the actors, it was possibly the hot dog eating contest. I'm curious what you guys think. I remember spit buckets. I could be wrong about that, but I'm fairly certain there were a bunch of spit buckets. But there was some actual eating of hot dogs, and I think Ed Helms ate an enormous amount of hot dogs, if I remember correctly. I think he was going really hard for winning the contest, so I think that was probably a lot of people's answers. For me, it was getting the shot during the Michael talking head of Andy floating away at sea.
Yes, we will get to that. She sent in some more amazing stuff about that stunt, but I do remember the spit bucket scene.
I do too. And one of the things, you guys, on some shows, the way they shoot, when you're on camera. And when you're off camera, you don't have to sort of participate. You can kind of not eat, right? But the way we shot this, there was a huge group shot, right? There's a camera that's capturing everything. So these guys had to eat on every take because they never knew when the camera was specifically on them or not. And I remember when they would yell cut, immediately, like the prop guys would run over with buckets, and these guys would all start spitting in the buckets because they couldn't have the buckets on the ground. There was nowhere to hide them, right? And so the prop guys would run over with the buckets, and Ed said this thing in the DVD commentary. He said, first of all, spitting out food that I've been chewing and holding in my mouth, the action of spitting out this chewed food would activate my gag reflex, so I'd start gagging. And he said, but then on top of that, this bucket that they would bring around, several other people had spit their food out into. He said, just all of it. He said, like, they were all getting so grossed out.
Well, this scene really reminded me of that birthday cake scene from Meredith's birthday, where we all ate cake.
Chocolate chip ice cream cake. I can't eat it to this day. I can't eat it.
Same. We ate so much of it because we never knew when we were on camera, and then like that, I feel like there's barely any footage in this episode of these guys eating the hot dogs. It does not accurately reflect how much hot dog eating happened.
Not at all. These poor guys. And Jim isn't eating the hot dogs. There's a deleted scene where he brought a tuna salad, and he is not even participating. So John did not have to do this.
And neither did I. And neither did Steve.
Oh, God. Well, Jenna, so Andy wins with 13 hot dogs, right? I just looked up this year the hot dog eating contest, the Nathan's hot dog eating contest for 2020. Did you too? Did you too?
Because I've been to the hot dog eating contest.
What?
Yeah.
When?
In 2011.
What? How?
I went to Coney Island. Lee and I were in New York. We were looking for something to do over July 4th weekend.
And you went to it?
We saw that the Coney Island hot dog eating, we got on the subway and we rode it out there. I was very pregnant. I was like 7 months pregnant.
Oh my gosh. I did not know any of this. See, you think you know your best friend, and then all of a sudden she's going to hot dog eating contests and she knows how to play basketball.
Yeah, exactly. And here's my memory. It was super exciting. We only saw the men's contest. I saw Joey Chestnut win the hot dog eating contest.
He won again this year.
Yeah, and he broke his world record this year.
His nickname is Jaws. Joey Jaws Chestnut.
Yeah, this year, because we both looked it up, Joey Chestnut ate 75 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes.
And Jenna, in the female category, Miki Sudo ate 48 and a half hot dogs in 10 minutes and now has the new world record.
Yeah, Joey Chestnut has won every year since 2007, with the exception of 1 year. In 2015, Matt Stoney won. But Joey has won every year since. And Miki has won every year since 2014. I will say one thing. When I went to the hot dog eating contest, I mentioned I was very pregnant. I had to pee and there were no restrooms. And all of the businesses, because there's such a giant influx of people that come down, they all have signs that say no public restroom, no public restroom, no public restroom. You can't just go in and use their bathroom. But I found an employee at the Dunkin' Donuts who sneaked me in and let me use the bathroom there. And I still to this day want to say thank you so much for helping me relieve my pregnant bladder that day.
Thank you, nice person at Dunkin' Donuts
on Coney Island in 2011.
You know, if you were Meredith, like the deleted scene, you would have just gone and squat in the bushes right by the bus.
Oh no.
Poor Kate. Kate in this episode. Oh my God.
Well, maybe, Angela, on that note, we should take a break here and both use the restroom. And then we'll come back
with some sabotage.
Sandwich.
No, I said sandwich earlier. This time I'm saying sabotage.
Okay, we are back, and oh, Angela, I love this scene so much. I rewound it and watched it twice.
I do love this scene. It's one of my favorites.
So this is the scene where Dwight and Angela have tiptoed away from the group, and they're having a private conversation about sabotage. Dwight would like Angela to sabotage her team.
Yes, the ancient art, like Dutch sabotage. I was like, what? This scene was so fun to film. First of all, I remember Jen and Harold and Rain and I trying to figure out where Dwight and I would be, where it would really look like we were away from everyone, and also that we would think that we got away with it, right?
Yes.
And that the spy shot would have to be far enough away. So we did sort of climb. There were these little sand dunes, Jenna. Do you remember? They were sort of small and they had like big, sort of like tall kind of grass growing out of them.
Yeah, like reedy grass coming out of them.
Itchy, reedy grass. Like it kind of cut you a little if it touched your skin. But we sort of tucked back in there for this scene. And there are some great bloopers, and it's mostly just me laughing because I could not get through it. When he said sabotage and I said sandwich, every single time, the absurdity of these two, not to mention, I could hear Jen Salata laughing from her little group of bushes where her and Harold were hiding. And I would be like, Jen, stop laughing. I just got it together. And now Jen is laughing and you couldn't see her. It was just like this little clump of bushes that was like,
oh my gosh, I love it so much. I love the end when Dwight says, if Michael organizes a group hug, stand next to me.
Jen told me she loved writing for Dwight and Angela, that she loved their sort of suppressed love for one another.
Yeah. Oh, it's such a good scene. Such a good scene.
One thing about the scene that made it tricky that you might not think of is that this is one of the few times where Dwight and I have to be standing facing one another, and you really see our height difference.
I knew it was a wide shot because it was a spy shot, but now it makes me think it was also that wide to fit you both in frame.
Yes. And the other thing to point out, which I thought was really great, is you can really see that Dwight is wearing a Cooper's Seafood t-shirt.
Hey, yeah, a local Scranton reference there.
I know.
Well, next up is the sumo competition.
Oh my goodness, Jenna.
Where to begin?
Where to begin? I'll tell you, I did one of those like a guffaw. Is that the word where you laugh out loud? Like it takes over your body and you can't even suppress it. When I saw John in his little toothpick legs walk out in that sumo suit, look at his legs. If you haven't, look at his tiny little legs sticking out of that sumo suit and his little head popping up. It made me laugh so hard.
Now, I know that those guys were just so hot in those suits. Oh, yeah. They were dying. And we had these little fans that they would try to like cool them off with, but I'm sure that they were just so sweaty. But they also had the best time in those. They were like, they all turned into children and they were loving it, I have to say.
They couldn't wait to run at each other and like throw themselves at each other and all of it. They were having so much fun. But I do remember between takes, they could not sit down.
Yes.
They could not sit down and people would run over with like little umbrellas and these fans to try to cool them off. And Jenna, I was hanging out with Rain and I have this great photo. But one of the things I loved is that I could lean on Rain's belly like I had something to prop myself up on. So I have this photo and it's him and I casually talking, but I'm resting myself on his sumo belly.
That's incredible. Well, we had a fan question from Freya McKenzie and Jesse Magison. Is it true that Rainn Wilson actually put Leslie David Baker in the hospital while shooting beach games?
Yes.
What happened was that during all this sumo wrestling, Leslie got sand in his eyes and they tried to flush it out, but they couldn't. And I remember he had to leave set. And I don't know if he went to the hospital or to an eye doctor, but he had a scratched cornea.
Yeah, I thought they took him to a local, like the clinic, the nearest hospital. Every single day when you're filming, whether it's on set or location, they put in the call sheet the location where you're filming and the nearest hospital's location.
Yeah, so I researched that ahead of time for this reason.
So I think they took him to the nearest, whatever that was, clinic, right?
Yeah.
And he was in quite a bit of pain and he was like, no, it's still in there. There's something wrong. You know that moment in your body where you're like, it's not right. Something's not right. And it had in fact scratched his cornea. And they treated him and then he came back and finished filming because he's such a trooper.
Well, I've had this happen to me, Angela. I got a piece of sand in my eye by using a face scrub with sand in it. And I got a piece in my eye and I was like, it feels like something's in your eye when you scratch your cornea, but I couldn't find it. So I went to an eye doctor and I had scratched my cornea. So I feel for Leslie. It is a not fun feeling.
I have never scratched my cornea, but one time I was eating jalapeno potato chips because I love them so much. And I bit into it kind of aggressively, and the jalapeno dust off the chip went into my eyes, and it was very painful. This really happened. I bit into the chip, and then I was like, why am I laughing? How did you listen to that story and not laugh? I don't know. Okay, we should probably get back on topic.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I remember Leslie leaving set, but I don't remember when exactly it happened or how it happened. I just know he got sand in his eye.
All right, this is what I think happened. I watched the deleted scenes, and there's a moment, it's not in the episode, where Dwight is wrestling with Stanley and knocks him to the ground and is like, take that, old man, and he kind of kicks at the sand, right?
And
yes, I'm remembering
yes,
this.
and I think then Ray felt really bad because he realized in that moment that's when we thought it happened.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Well, this was not the only injury from this episode. Ed hurt his finger during the sumo wrestling. Do you remember that? I think he like lost a fingernail or something.
He was like, sorry, it makes me laugh so hard. I shouldn't laugh, but it's when that moment, if you guys watch it, when Andy and Dwight really start going at each other. Like Dwight walks over and he's eating a sandwich, even though he's eating all these hot dogs. He walks over and then they just start going at each other, and Ed is like kind of flailing his arms at him. Somehow in this tussle, Ed broke his fingernail, but he said he broke it really bad, like it ripped. I think it like ripped below the.
That's what I remember.
Yeah.
Like it was gruesome.
It was gruesome, but Ed was like yelling in his sumo suit. He was yelling, "Stop, stop!" And all he could get out was, "I broke my nail," and people were like, "Okay, did you break your fingernail?" And he's like, "No, guys, I broke my nail."
Oh no! Oh no! But he didn't leave set.
No, he didn't leave set. They came over and but there was that moment when someone was like, "What happened?" Like Ed broke his nail, and he's like, "No, it's more than just a broken nail." And then they wrapped it up.
Well, now Angela, we're gonna get into a big moment.
This was huge for our show. This is a huge stunt. You have to remember, our show never left a little tiny office. So we've got to break down. We've got two big things coming up. We've got this Andy floating away, and then the coals. So Jenna, let's start with Andy.
Okay, Andy walks over to the water, and we had a fan question about this from Allie Jo Higginbotham, who said, when Andy walks to the lake, he has something yellow in his hand. What is he holding? And what is he planning to do with it at the shore? Well, he's holding a
bandana. He's holding a yellow bandana. Michael had handed these out in the egg race, and that's what everyone had used to cover their eyes. And Andy is holding his yellow bandana from the egg race, and he hopes to dip it in the water to then maybe wrap it around his neck to cool himself off. This was the idea.
Yes, but instead he falls in the water and starts floating away.
When he fell in the water, I wasn't too far off because my character witnesses this.
Yes.
And there is a take that didn't make it, that he literally rolled, Jenna. He rolled into the water. But they used this take because it was more clear why he was going down there. He's trying to hang that bandana in the water, trying to balance.
Well, let me say, and we got another frequently asked question from Candace Kelso, Michael Loom, Olive Taylor, and Phoebe Bono. Was that really Ed in the water, or was that a stunt double? Guys, that was Ed in the water. Ed did it all.
I don't know that they offered him a stunt double. I don't know.
Kent told me they offered him a stunt double, but Ed insisted on doing all of the floating in the water himself. He was out there floating for over 45 minutes. And I'm thinking, maybe when he was like, "Oh no, I'll fall in the water," like maybe he didn't realize what that all entailed. Yeah, and perhaps having a stunt double on the side to complete some of the very far away floating. But guys, that is Ed the whole time floating out there.
Not only in the day, but then he had to do it again at night. This was two different shoots for him in the water, a day scene and a night scene.
Now, when he was out there at night, he did have a thin wetsuit on underneath all that sumo gear to keep him warm. So they did think of that. But before we get too far into this stunt, Angela, we also had fan questions from Rebecca Gonzalez, Connor N., and Maura Anderson, who said, "Angela, how did you make it through the scene of Andy floating away?"
It was so hard. It was.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry. It was really difficult. Difficult not to laugh. Really difficult. Especially because Ed was improvising a little bit. As he floated away, some of that dialogue was not scripted. So, when I'm like, I don't really understand what it is you're saying to me, that was scripted. But then Ed floating away and he was dealing with the elements and he improvised this line. Look at what I'm doing and go tell somebody it. I love that line so much. That was Ed improvising. That is awesome. I know. So it was really hard. And I didn't want to laugh because poor Ed is floating out in that water. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, if you laugh, you ruin that moment.
Yes.
And he has to float longer.
I was working
The
hard.
pressure
I was working
of that.
hard not to laugh.
Well, we asked Jen about Ed in the water, and here's what she had to say.
Oh, shooting the Andy floating away scenes was really fun. I love that part of the script. I love when Angela pretends that she doesn't understand what he's saying. That was so much fun to write. I remembered that Ed was like in the sumo suit and then there was a rope attached to him and he was being pulled by a boat, and then at a certain point the boat would leave him and then he would just drift, but there was also a current. I believe the water was also cold and he had to keep his head up, and I remember that it was a challenging thing because his head would sort of get lost and it would just like go under unless he put his neck up and just try to hold it up. So I think it was a difficult thing. Also the timing of the boat and the timing of us trying to get it on camera with Michael's talking head was difficult. So I remember that Ed was like a real trooper, and there were a lot of discussions about like how far out he should be at sea because we wanted to see him. We didn't want to be too obvious that it was him and that Michael might see him, but we didn't want him to be so far away that he was this tiny little dot. So Ed was in the water for quite a while we tried to work this out. And the other thing I remember, which is crazy to say now, but there was a safety meeting right before it, and I feel like at the very beginning of the safety meeting, like Ed was there, but like he was just getting there because everything was so rushed. And I think the safety person said one thing, like as Ed was approaching, that I wasn't sure Ed clocked, and I had this moment of should I tell him or not? And I remember the safety guy talking about water snakes, and I was like, oh my god, do I repeat this to Ed? Do I not repeat this to Ed? I don't think I repeated it to Ed because like he was going to be in this water. It was going to be very cold. I thought, would I want to know about water snakes before I got into the water in a sumo suit or not? So yeah, I think I made that decision. Tell me if you think that was the correct decision to make. Anyways, there were a lot of challenges of shooting that. There were no snake events during the shooting of that sequence, and I thought Ed did a phenomenal job, and so did Angela, and I'm just in love with that sequence of events, but it was challenging to shoot.
Wow. Ed. Possibility of water snakes. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Jen Salata.
Well, now Jen mentioned in her clip that they would have to pull Ed behind a boat to get him in place. So Ken told me that power boats were not allowed on the lake. So they had to have a stunt coordinator in a rowboat.
I remember, Jenna. I remember
rowing him. Yes. Can you imagine if you're somewhere else at this park and you're just hiking, or maybe you're riding a horse from the equestrian center and you look out onto the lake and you see a man in a rowboat rowing another man by a rope who's in a sumo suit? What are you thinking when you see that? What goes through your head?
I don't know.
Are you worried? What are you thinking?
So I watched this play out because we would have to reset Ed to that spot where we would have dialogue, and inevitably he'd float away, right? And then the guy, there he was, and I had to make sure I didn't look at the rowboat guy, right? You know, like I couldn't have my eyes dart away. But off in the periphery of my vision was this guy in a boat, and he would row and pull Ed. Ed had a harness suit on under the sumo suit, and they put through the arm of the sumo suit a fishing line. Yeah, and this guy would pull Ed, and as he did, Jenna, I would see water break around his body. You know, like you hold something in the water. Yeah. And Ed said that a majority of that water, as he was being pulled, would flush through the suit. Oh my
my God.
and out his neck.
Well, Kent told me if you look carefully in the Michael talking head where Ed is floating in the background, you will see that there's a pretty strong current in the water, but Ed is not moving. That is because at that point, the only way to keep him in the shot was to just keep him attached to the boat. And so he said, if you look for it, he's very oddly staying in one place while a pretty heavy current is going underneath him. So insane. Angela, I also got the story about these sumo suits from Carrie Bennett, our wardrobe designer.
Oh, let's hear it.
So she said that this was one of the most difficult costume challenges she had for our show. She had to create these inflatable sumo suits, but because she knew Andy would end up floating away in it, whatever she put them in had to be safe for him to float on water. So she said as soon as she read the script, she immediately went to Greg and said, I cannot design a costume that will allow someone to float on water. I need a stunt person to help me. So she got together with the stunt person and they realized that, kind of like what Jen said, the biggest challenge was keeping his head from going underwater, because she was like, his body would float, but the head would go under. So that is why the guys are wearing those crazy headpieces in the episode.
Those were custom made, right?
Yes. Yeah. She said, what if I made a floaty helmet in the shape of like a sumo wrestler's bun? And the bun is actually a floating device.
Brilliant.
So she designed this extra bit of safety for Ed with this floaty bun. And before we shot, they went over to Kent Sabornak's pool and they put a stunt guy in the suit and they tested it out. And it worked.
You were talking about what happens when like someone's riding a horse by and Ed's floating and there's a guy with a rowboat. What about Kit's family? Hey Dad, who's in the pool? Don't worry about it. It's a little thing for work.
Totally. Also, when these guys in the writer's room wrote this sequence, they had no idea the paces that they would put people through to make it realized on screen. It was just a funny idea. Oh, you know what would be funny? They wrestle in these sumo suits and then Ed falls in the water and floats away. I mean, the amount of effort that went into making that happen.
I know, I think about this all the time with our scripts. Like, oh, it'll be funny, we'll have a funeral for a bird, but we need a specialized tiny coffin made.
Yeah, and several dead birds to choose from.
And then Jim and Karen sneak off, and they're sneaking off to call David, but Pam doesn't know that, but you know she saw them walk away. You know she did. She's aware.
Yeah.
And they have this moment where they, call David. Jim says he wants to be considered, and then Karen does, and then Jim is like teasing her because she sort of fumbles her words, right, when she calls David.
Yeah, I didn't think that was cool boyfriend behavior, I have to say.
Oh, right, because she's trying to leave a professional message, right?
She's speaking to David Wallace, and she's saying she'd like to be considered for this job, and he's kind of heckling her during this phone call, and he's distracting her, and I think it was meant to be kind of like cute and playful, but I don't know. If I'm making a professional phone call, I don't appreciate being heckled.
Don't mess with me.
Don't mess with me when I'm making an important boss lady call. Or is he trying to sabotage? He might be trying to sandwich this moment.
He tried to sandwich it.
Well, we also mentioned earlier that this was an added scene. Originally, these phone calls happened in the office before we went to beach day, but they made a change and they decided it was better to reveal this information later. But this led to problems. Like, we already had such a packed day, and here we were trying to add little moments and add little scenes. And Jen actually talked about this as one of the challenges, just trying to get everything shot on these days. Because,
you have so many things you have to shoot in daylight, and then the sun goes down. You can't make it stay out.
Also, these were such big, ambitious days, and if we would go past the allotted time, we would get into overtime, which was incredibly expensive for the show because they would have to pay the crew overtime, the actors overtime. And so Ken Sabornak, our line producer, was trying to keep us on our day, and he was having to check in with Jen and Harold quite a bit about it.
Yeah, here's what she had to say about that.
And I remember Ken being very patient with us and giving us extra time and adding in cushions, but it was still really difficult to get everything that we needed to get done. I mean, we were going very fast and working incredibly efficiently. It was just hard. And I remember there was one moment where Kent had already given us a cushion and maybe even a second cushion, and then we were about to go over it. We were almost done. We were so close to being done, but Kent called, and I got the call, and we were about ready to say, you know, Harold was about ready to call action, and Kent is like frustrated because he wants us to be done because he's giving us extra time and he wants us to be done, and completely understandable. But I knew that if I kept talking to Kent, we were gonna be slowed down by 10 seconds at that point, and that 10 seconds would allow us to finish the shot. So Ken is talking to me, and I very gently and gingerly just put the phone down on a chair, and we got the last shot, and we were done. It was definitely this weird moment of like, this is the producer of your show telling you that you need to stop shooting, and I realized I can either talk to him about the fact that we're gonna stop shooting or get the shot. So we got the shot. It was definitely one of those moments of like, oh, that was cool.
Angela, I think that what Jen is talking about is a little bit of sabotage.
Is she sabotaging?
She's not sabotaging. She's sabotaging her phone call so that they could get these shots.
I think it's pretty amazing. Like, I can sort of just visualize Kit going on and on, like, Jen, you can't keep adding scenes, and she just set the phone down and was like, yeah, do it one more time while he's venting.
Yes, exactly. Well, you guys, part of Kent's job, he has such a hard job because he answers to both Greg, who is the creative voice of the show, and you know, his job is to make all of Greg's dreams come true creatively, but he also answers to the network, who has given him a budget and a timetable, and you can't spend more money than this. And everything that you said earlier, Angela, about staying on time, because Kent will look at a script and he will try to estimate, based on conversations with the director and the writer and the crew, how long each scene will take. So he'll say, all right, we need 3 hours to film Ed at sea, but I'm only going to give 45 minutes to Jim and Karen in the sand.
That's right.
And if any of these things go over even 10 minutes, they have to steal 10 minutes from another scene. And it becomes just this logistical nightmare. And Kent has to keep an eye on all of it.
And it is a vicious domino effect, too. Once you get off, it just spirals your whole day. I feel like this is like a great metaphor for partnerships, because I feel like in every family there's one person that's a little bit of the big thinker dreamer. On vacation we'll do all of this, and then there's the person in the relationship that's like, I've allotted $80 for things at the gift shop. That's all we're spending at the gift shop, okay? Because if we spend more than $80 at the gift shop, we can't do that extra bungee cord thing that you all want to do.
Yes, that is exactly Kent. He is that person. Keep us on budget, keep us on time.
Yep.
Well, now, Angela, it is time for the pole walk.
Talk about a big scene. This was a big evening for us. It was a very ambitious shoot. We had a lot to cover. We could not start till it got dark.
Yep.
And there was a lot of prep. I don't know if you remember, Jenna, how they made those coals. Do you remember?
I do. It was multi-layered. And we had a lot of people ask this question about how did you make the polls. We got mail from Ellie Troutman, Chandra M, Jamie S, Heather Donnelly, Renee R, and many others. They wanted to know, how did the props department create the hot coals? They looked so real. Because, guys, these were not real coals.
Yes, so we could not have a huge fire here, you guys. We were allowed to have the tiki torches and little small flames. For example, when the pile of wood burst into flames, that's all special effects. That was not at all a fire. They put that in post because there were fire regulations at this particular park, right?
So, well, there are fire regulations in California in general.
Yes, absolutely. So Harold Ramis talked a little bit about this coal fire pit on the DVD commentary. He said they started first of all by digging a big hole in the ground. And then they buried in the ground a light box, just a big box that lit up. And then they put on top of the light box these little yellow and orange gels to make it look like a flame. And then on top of those light gels, on top of the light box, they put little lava rocks. And then running on either side of this hole in the ground, they had put 2 gas lines with very small little flickers of real fire that popped out of the ground.
Yes, and because there was real fire as part of the coal walk, we had a very big safety meeting about that.
One of our biggest.
Yeah, for sure. It's particularly important because, as you know, Rain, as Dwight, is going to walk onto these hot coals, stand there, and then fall to the ground. And that was real fire next to him.
On either side of him, yes. And I remember when Rain did that, one of the most painful things for Rain was being barefoot on the lava rocks. It hurt. It's like stepping on a Lego. You know how that feels.
I do know how it feels because I did it as well.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll say that people have mentioned that I look like my feet really hurt after I walk across the hot coals, and they've wondered if I really walked on hot coals. No, my feet were sore and bruised from having to run across lava rocks over and over again.
Yeah,
like my feet did kind of hurt.
Throw a bunch of like hard Legos on the ground and run back and forth over them.
That's as good as a coal walk right there. A Lego walk. If you want that experience, you can do it at home.
Michael wanted everyone to walk over the hot coals. We said he has to go first. And Steve's hesitation as Michael to go over those coals, Jenna, was so brilliant. His whole body posture, the expression on his face, and he improvised the line, "The mind has to wrap around the foot."
I love that that was an improvisation. I did not look that up. I love knowing that.
And we have a callback to this whole runner of Angela being grossed out by Kevin's feet.
Yes,
she's like,
that's right.
I am not going to go after you and your gross feet. And he's like, Angela, it's like 1,000 degrees.
One of my favorite moments in this whole sequence is when Michael says to the group, he's so disappointed that no one has walked across the coals except sort of Dwight. And he says, you know what? It's clear to me that if I had to name my replacement today, it would be Mr. Outside Hire. And then Angela says, or Mrs. Outside Hire. And Michael is like, yes, or that. It's so funny. It made me laugh so hard.
I know, but a little bit of Angela sass there. Like I pointed my finger. Yeah. Wait, Jenna, we do have a background catch we can't pass up. It's too good.
Say it.
While Michael's going on and on about who won't walk across the coals, and he's like, and Andy is never here today. It pans past us to the water. Andy has floated into the marsh. He's stuck on his back. Poor Ed in the dark, in the lake. And at 19 minutes, 55 seconds, you can see his wetsuit on his arm.
Oh.
Yeah, on his arm. His arm is like extended out of his sumo suit, and you can see the beige wetsuit that he had to put on because it was so cold.
And then people wrote in, Angela, and they said, how come in season 9, when Pam is crying, the documentary crew helps her, but when Andy is floating away at night, they just turn off the camera lights and walk away?
I know. That's one of the questions Jack had. My stepson, he was like, why did the camera crew not help him?
And I was like, you know what? At that moment, they were like, we can't disturb the natural course of the story.
Right.
We must just document it.
Well, we're coming up to this big moment. There is a a huge moment about to happen for Pam.
Yeah.
She wants to run across the coals, and Michael says no. No.
Yeah.
And then he moves them on, and he wants them all to speak. Dwight is doing his version of the aristocrats very badly. And in the background, Pam runs across the coals.
Yeah.
And this just feeds her soul. She feels so alive in this moment. She did this one thing for herself. And she runs over to the group and she wants to share.
Yeah. And she gives this speech, and everything just comes pouring out. Her disappointment that people didn't come to the art show, but more than that, her feelings for Jim and how much she misses him, and the truth, the big truth, which is that while there were many reasons to call off her wedding to Roy, the reason she did it was because of how she feels about Jim.
Yeah. And first of all, I sat next to John in this scene. Angela and Jim are side by side. I don't know if you noticed that.
I did.
And so when you were talking to Jim, I was right in your eye line. You know, I couldn't believe my luck, honestly, because this is such a beautiful performance by you, Jim. You do such a great job. It's so moving to watch you as Pam transition through all of those beats. And I had this out-of-body experience as your friend, watching you in awe give this fantastic performance, wanting to tear up and cry because my friend was crushing it. And then having to be Angela Martin, who would never react to you that way. And then at the same time, just being in awe of this moment. It was just a beautiful thing to watch, Jenna. You did such a great job, and you had to do it over and over. We did several takes because they had to get people's reactions, and every time you crushed it. Every single time.
Well, a lot of people ask if that speech was improvised or partially improvised, and it was not. That was all written, and as Jen shared with us, written by Greg Daniels, and I memorized it and delivered it word for word. I worked on it for a very long time, and I remember trying to think about those times in my life where you've done something that gives you a burst of adrenaline. And that's what I wanted her to come into the speech with. She's just done this pole walk, and she has this burst of adrenaline, and she doesn't even think about that she's going to share. It's completely different. This is very impulsive, and that was kind of what I put behind the speech, but I knew that speech backwards and forwards. I could have delivered it for days, because I also know as an actor, at least for me especially, the more I know the material, the less I have to think of the words.
Exactly.
And it can just be about the performance. I never had to search for it. I had it. It was like on a little tape in my head.
That's exactly right. You don't have to worry about what you're saying, and you can just really experience the moment and feel it, because the words are all there. And I just thought it was brilliant, and I thought everyone's reactions were great, because there is a dance that you do on a show like The Office. There is the person who is driving the scene, who's putting out all this information, and then the other side of the story is the people reacting to it. And the two parts are very important. And I thought that John as Jim, his reactions were great. Everyone in the crowd they cut to, Rashida, oh my God, her look as Karen was amazing. It was like, I can't believe this is happening. Oh my God. It was everything. And also heartbreak. It was all of it.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned about what it's like to be the person driving a scene. This was kind of my first experience with that. And it was this huge speech. And that's another reason why I made sure I knew every single word. And I got a real glimpse at what Steve does every single day, every single week. wow, delivering these big speeches to the group. I mean, all your eyeballs were on me. I was so nervous.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And not just the cast watching you, the whole crew, it's everything.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I thought it was so great. I just loved it so much.
Well, thank you. You know, I hadn't seen it since it first aired, and when I watched it, I was really proud of myself. I was like, oh my gosh, I love that performance is on tape and I can watch it later because it really made me feel like a good actress. I was like, oh, look at me go.
You are a good actress. You should feel that way. You should. Well, I was always curious why they sat me next to Jim and didn't have Karen next to him. And then that moment ends with Jim looking straight ahead and me kind of looking off to the side like, oh my God.
Yeah, I think you are there to be the audience reflected, right? You're what everyone at home is like, whoa. So I think it was good to have you there, being that other piece of the conversation.
Yeah.
But you know, the episode was supposed to end there. In the script, that's the end of the episode. But we added a little tag back on the bus, singing on the bus, and this tag confused a lot of people.
Well, it's daytime. We're clearly happy. None of this has happened. It doesn't make any time sequential sense, right?
Yes, everyone wanted to know, did you sleep at the beach? You're all in the same clothes. How does everyone look like they bathed if they spent the night at the beach? They just threw this tag on the end. It was an extra little bit of fun from the episode. It was not meant to be sequential.
Yeah.
We did not spend the night at the beach, story-wise.
Yeah, they just in editing, they liked it. They liked to end on this sort of upbeat, you know, there's this huge emotional moment has just happened, and then it's us all as a group. And Ed said in the DVD commentary that he started the song The Flintstones on the bus. And for him, it was a nod to planes, trains, and automobiles, which I love.
I love that too. You know, they do something similar in the Valentine's Day episode. They had that little bit of extra footage of Steve improvising in front of the theater, and they threw that bit on the end as a tag for Valentine's Day. So it's just something we did sometimes.
Yeah, and I think you can get away with that in a cold open and a tag. They sort of can be their little standalone moments. But Jenna, before we wrap this up, I wrote about some of my memories of filming this episode in my journal, and I said one of the things I loved is that Rashida and I had our trailers side by side in the parking lot, and we weren't very far away. We were just really close to the catering truck. And so in the morning, Harold Ramis would get his coffee and gin, and they would have to walk past Rashida and I, and we would sit on like the front steps of my trailer, like it was our front stoop, right?
Yeah.
And we would visit in the mornings with Harold and Jen. And I have a photo of us and, you know, having our coffee in the morning. I just love it. I love that. I love that. I love that memory so much.
I don't know if we can say enough what an honor and pleasure it was to work with him. But Jen also mentioned this in one of her audio clips. Yeah, what it meant to her to have the opportunity to work with him. I'm so glad he was the person in charge of this crazy episode.
Yes, because he was such a delight. Jenna, I remembered as I was going through photos, do you remember, because him and Jen had to be kind of far away where we were filming, that he had a microphone and he would give sort of big general notes on this microphone, and then we would yell at him to tell us jokes, and he would tell us jokes. And in the DVD, Rain, they said that Rain would say, "Tell us more about Groundhog Day." He would share little bits of trivia on this microphone to us, you know, as we were way far away on the beach, and he just made it all so fun.
Well, Jen mentioned that he was really instrumental in mentoring her, and actually, Sam, why don't you play that clip?
One moment, another thing that happened on that episode was it was a challenging episode because we had a lot to get, and the elements were tricky too. I remember it was like incredibly cold and there were freelance, and it was also scorching hot sometimes, and within the course of one day. So there were a lot of additional challenges that episode, and there was one day where it was like we were not going to make our day by sunset. We had just way more to shoot than was actually possible to shoot in that day with our challenges. And he said to me at one point, Jen, let's like divide up, you work with the actors and I'll do the tech stuff. And it was only for a brief amount of time, but it was it was just a thrill of mine that I was able to do that and kind of start talking to the actors in a slightly different way and start thinking about the course of being a director. And it all started with that episode, him giving me a little bit of that responsibility. There was just too much to get done. I'm so grateful for Harold, and it's one of the biggest thrills of my career that I got to work with him.
And guys, Jen ended up directing 2 episodes of The Office. She directed Crime Aid and The Promotion. It just fits so perfectly that he extended that to her and shared that with her. And how lucky were we? Yeah. Well, guys, that's Beach Games. That is Beach Games. Thank you so much for listening. This was so wonderful to rewatch. I loved it. I loved it. This was one of my favorite weeks to prepare. Me too. For sure. Yeah, and to shoot. We got to live it and relive it. What a gift. Well, next week we have a really big week. It's The Job, and we're wrapping up season 3. Now, we're going to divide The Job into 2 parts because it's an hour-long episode. We're going to have The Job part 1 and The Job part 2, but it's all going to be good. All right, guys, we'll see you next week. Have a good one. We love you. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Irwin, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our producer is Cody Fisher, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hello. Hi there, everybody.
All right, today we're going to talk about counseling, which is season 7, episode 2. But first, Ange, I feel like I want to share with our podcast listeners the morning that we had getting here.
Okay.
We had quite the text thread going this morning.
It was real
Sam and Cassie, you and me. I've got a summer cold.
Yeah.
I can't believe I am congested again. Like, I can't believe it.
You just kicked it.
I barely kicked it, and now it's back. This is, kids going to camp, and I don't know. We're bringing all the stuff home.
Germing McGerm.
So this morning, y'all were checking in with me. You're like, Jenna, are you okay to record? And I was like, I'm going to rally. I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And then Sam was like,
I was like, I don't bring enough to this podcast. I'm going to bring 2 posts.
Aw, Sam. And, Cassie and I are looking pretty good this morning.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
We both just shot the bed. Oh, yeah, they have donuts in the lobby today.
I almost went out. Jenna's almost horizontal.
She's almost reclined. She's pulled another chair next to her chair so she can recline.
but listen to this. So after Sam and I are both like, we're gonna do it. We're gonna rally. We got it. I reached into my closet to grab my office lady's hoodie and I sliced my finger open on a broken edge of my plastic hanger.
Oh,
So then I'm like, you know what? It's still okay. Yeah, I'm still going in.
yeah.
So I'm driving in to work and driving my daughter to camp first. And there was this big, sort of that moment where someone cut in front of the line of cars that were headed toward this one exit. Everything slowed down and I had to slam on the brakes. But I could tell around me that like there was not enough space for everybody.
Oh no.
And I
You get hit?
Yeah.
You got hit?
Did they break noise before it? Like, were you
No, it wasn't that. I just could feel like the time and space around me. And I said out loud to my daughter, I said, I think we're going to be in an accident. And then the person behind us ran into us. It was a fender bender. To call it an accident, it's not really an accident. And then, of course, it's LA, so I'm expecting this person is going to take off. I'm like, no way he's pulling over.
Yeah.
He pulled over.
Aw.
He gets out of his car. Young guy, so sweet. He's wearing a Vote for Pedro t-shirt.
Oh, Napoleon Dynamite.
Yes, yes. We checked my bumper. Nothing to write home about. We're all going to be fine. But here's the kicker. Guess where he was going to go to work?
Where?
The Wizarding World of Harry Potter.
Oh, at Universal.
Yes, which we had just been to a few days ago. And I got so excited. I was like, oh my gosh. He had just moved here from Hawaii. He had borrowed this car from the person he's living with to drive to his job at Wizarding World of Harry Potter. You know, they all talk in accents in the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. It's very theatrical, the whole experience. And I said to him, do they make you speak in accents? And he said, no. If you have an accent, you can speak in it. But he said he does it anyway because he's an aspiring actor and he likes to do voice work. We had a lovely chat on the side of the road. And now here I am. And he's in the lobby. And he's going to...
I love the idea that you bumped into Pam from the office and you were excited about his job.
I was like, tell me everything. No, he did end up recognizing me and I took a photo with him. So if you know this guy and he tags us, I'll try to find it. I'll repost it.
I love that you were just cutting him up on the side of the road because I would have been there for all of that. And then I would have been like, what are you doing today?
I know. I'm like, well, I should probably go.
I have to go to work. I have to drop my daughter off.
Exactly. But we're all fine and we're here. I think I'm maybe good for the day.
Good.
I don't know.
Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. All right. That was my morning tangent. Should we get started?
Let's do it.
This episode of Counseling was written by BJ Novak and directed by Jeffrey Blitz. And here's your summary. As a punishment for spanking Luke in front of the entire office, Michael must complete 6-hour-long counseling sessions with Toby. Dwight seeks a Pretty Woman-style revenge on a salesman who snubbed him at the Steamtown Mall, and Pam scamps her way into a new job title.
I mean, in this episode, I was like, Pam, who are you?
You know, when this happened, it was sort of like one of those controversial character moments. We got a lot of messages about it, and we also got mail.
Oh, okay.
All right, fast fact number 1. I mentioned that Michael has to do these counseling sessions with Toby, and that's our A storyline. It's revealed at 2 minutes and 52 seconds that Toby has a degree in social work at Temple University.
I took a picture of it. He's standing so proudly by it, and then it goes wonky.
Yes. Well, the shot is only 2 seconds long, but a lot went into getting that diploma because it is a real diploma
from the actual university.
We got a letter from Raymond Betzner in Williamsburg, Virginia that says this. I was the Associate Vice President for Marketing and Communications at Temple University in 2010 and helped get Toby his degree. The degree is real.
How can Toby be a graduate from Temple University?
Oh, well, lady, we got a bunch of mail about, like, when was this happening? Was this before or after he was in the seminary? Was it before or after he worked in advertising?
Toby's backstory is much like Andy's. It's just a free fall.
It is. Raymond went on to say, I got an email one day from a member of the office staff. I'm retired now and no longer have access to my emails, so I can't tell you who exactly it was. I was told they wanted Toby to have a master's in social work from Temple University, and could I make it happen? And naturally, they needed it fast. Raymond goes on to say, if you know anything about higher education, you need to know two things. First, we take degrees and diplomas very seriously. And second, higher education doesn't move quickly. But I was a fan of the show. I thought it was worth a shot. It took calls to the university registrar, the university council, and the cajoling of several others to clear the path for this to happen. Along the way, I kept getting nervous calls from folks at the office because they needed it soon. I was trying.
Oh my gosh.
Then Raymond says, I will also admit that I tried to get a little something in return for all this effort.
Oh, Raymond.
I wanted to know if Michael and Holly got together before Steve Carell leaves the show.
Raymond! Did they tell him?
No. He says the staff at the office aren't dumb and they didn't let anything out in advance.
I love that what he wanted was scoop.
Yeah.
Storyline.
Exactly. Not a set visit.
Right.
Not like an autograph or something.
Tell me about Holly and Michael.
He needed to know. He said, I'm pleased to say we were able to get the diploma approved and printed and sent to California. The photo of Toby pointing to his Temple University School of Social Work diploma was hot on Temple University's social media for weeks.
Aw.
So I reached out to Randy Cordray about this, Angela, and he said that the writers had originally considered Wake Forest University for Toby, but when they inquired about getting a degree in social work, they found out that Wake Forest does not offer a degree in social work, just sociology. So that's when the writers pivoted to Temple. And James Carey solved the mystery for Raymond. It was Phil Shea who reached out to him. Phil Shea sent him a prepaid FedEx envelope to send back 2 diplomas, and in return, he did send Raymond 2 Dunder Mifflin hats. Aw. So Raymond, do you still have your Dunder Mifflin hat? Email us a photo of you with your hat.
Please, Raymond, can we put you in Office Lady Stories?
We would love it.
Well, I love knowing all of that. I mean, those little details always blow my mind.
Same. All right, are you ready for fast fact number 2?
Yes.
All right, this one is a little detail from Pam's storyline of trying to get her new job. We got a lot of mail from folks in Australia.
Oh, yeah, because she talks about Canberra.
Yes. We got mail from Kimmy G in Canberra, Australia, who said, I grew up in the Barra. And this is just so random because Canberra is a tiny, freezing, often missed city in Australia. Most people don't even realize that it is the Australian capital. And then she gave this fun fact. Let's hear the fun fact. The fun fact is, when they were deciding where they should put the capital of Australia, they couldn't decide between Sydney or Melbourne. And it was a really heated debate. And they couldn't agree. So they literally built a whole new city in the middle of both of those cities.
Just to make it the capital?
Yes. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Well, Kimmy G got me curious about Canberra, and I started looking up details about the city. It looks very cool, but the thing that really stood out to me is that there are all of these rumors, I guess, or stories, scuttlebutt, lore, Canberra lore, maybe urban legends, that there are these secret underground tunnels throughout the whole city. And I guess the rumors are that these tunnels have been used for like international espionage.
For sleuthing?
Yes.
Sleuthing on Canberra?
So I digged some more, and I think most of the rumors have been debunked. But then I started to think that the debunking was part of a conspiracy to hide the tunnels. Like, I went so deep on the tunnels. Here's what I've decided. Okay, lady. When Mom Detectives is in its like 5th season,
Are you going to Australia?
Yes, we need like an international episode. We investigate the tunnels of Canberra.
Oh my gosh, yes. Well, lady, I knew that Canberra was the nation's capital because one of my best friends ever, Nika, is from Canberra.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
I didn't know that. Does he know about the tunnels?
I don't know. We can call him. Should we call him?
Yes, we can get to the bottom of it right now.
We're gonna call my friend Michael Peters, also known as Mika. Let's see. Let's give him a buzz.
Hi.
Hey, Mika, we're calling you from the podcast. It's Angela and Jenna.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
We have a random question for you about Canberra, your hometown.
Yes. Here is what I need to know. Is it true that there's an elaborate tunnel system underneath the city that is used for espionage? Have you heard this rumor?
That I do not know. I heard that there were tunnels underneath the Parliament House. Because the Parliament, like the whole government sits in Canberra.
Yeah.
I don't know about secret spy tunnels.
So I was able to confirm that there are little tunnels under the Parliament House, but I read this rumor that their secret passageways go all the way under Lake Burley Griffin.
Wow, that's very cool. I did not know that though.
You want to tell them what you told me last night, what Canberra's known for? Two things you said.
Well, Canberra is, the capital of Australia. It's like Australia's DC. And it's also famous because it's where they make all the porn in Australia. The Van Nuys of Australia. And I'm pretty sure we're also the only state, because it's a territory like DC, the Australian Capital Territory, where you're allowed to have fireworks.
Oh, how about that? Fireworks and porn. Oh. And tunnels.
And like legal prostitution too.
Oh, well, Canberra, stepping it up.
What about gambling? Can I gamble there?
Yeah, there's a casino. Yep.
Wow.
But I think you can do that in other states too. It's not like in the US.
I see.
All right, Mika, thank you so much for being our 411 call about Canberra.
Yes, our Canberra expert.
All right, love you.
Okay, love you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, we learned a lot of things we didn't think we were going to learn about Canberra.
Yes, we still are unsure about the tunnels, but I'll tell you what, this episode of Mom Detectives just got more fun, just got real interesting. I mean, there's a lot that the Mom Detectives are going to see once we go there, going to stumble across. Wowzer. All right, thank you, Mika.
Yeah.
Let's move to fast fact number 3. Just a little location breakdown. Our final storyline of this episode is going to have Dwight going to the Steamtown Mall. We went to the Burbank Town Center Mall to shoot this. And that precious heirloom store, that was created from scratch by our set decorating crew headed by Steve Rothstein. They used an empty store space on the second floor. And Randy shared with me that the original outline for this episode, like it never even made it into a script, originally had some scenes in a food court. And so, they start prepping the episode long before we shoot it. So our locations manager, Kyle Alexander, actually had to find an empty store that we could dress that was also next to a food court. And he did it. We never used the food court, but pretty amazing. I mean, just another example of how they have to always be ready.
Yeah.
And then maybe we didn't even need it.
They always hustle.
But ladies, that's all I got. Those are my fast facts.
Well, before we get into this episode, we have a little something.
Yes.
I wanted to share something from one of our Office Ladies listeners. A lot of you might have heard of Elise Myers, and if you don't, go find her on Instagram or on the Tickety Talk, as I call it.
I'm following Elise on Instagram, and I love her. She is a delight and brings absolute joy to the world.
Yeah, and she's hilarious. I mean, 2 words, Taco Bell, if you know, you know. That one went viral. But you guys, she's also a fantastic singer. And when I jokingly said on the podcast, can someone write a Whispers in the Break Room song when we were talking about Cover Up, she did it. It's awesome, and you got to hear it.
I overheard that Kelly's broken back is actually fake, and that Michael can't remember his own middle name, and that Andy is always too hours late. These are the whispers in the break room. Meredith turned her desk into a mini bar. And then Stanley schedules meetings and just sits in his car. And then Ryan didn't graduate with a master's degree. 'Cause that's what I heard, but you didn't hear it from me. These are the whispers in the break room. If you want to know what's going on and you want it to come to you, the whispers in the break room. Just stick around long enough and learn a thing or two.
Is that amazing?
Amazing. I love it so much. When I saw that, I follow her on Instagram, and when I saw that, I was like, oh my God. And you texted me. It was like a simultaneous thing where we're like, oh my gosh, we're seeing this.
Elise, I love so much about that song. It also kind of reminded me of when like Dolly Parton would harmonize with Emmylou Harris and Linda Ronstadt, but you're doing it all with yourself. It's like my brain doesn't even understand how you do it, and it's amazing.
Thank you for letting us play that on Off Please.
All right, on that delightful note, let's take a break, because when we come back, Jim and Pam are late to work.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
With white cheddar and then pine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
Around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
Whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
hint, hint,
hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. Well, we are back, and Dwight he's shaming Jim and Pam because they're late again.
And you know what? Because Jim had to open that bathroom door a while back. Oh, they didn't get into the daycare that's close to Dunder Mifflin, and now they have to drive all the way across town.
Dwight sees an opportunity. He's like, hey, guess what? There is a daycare center right here in this very building. Dwight is going to give Jim and Pam a whole tour.
Yes, the Sesame Avenue Daycare for infants and toddlers, where Mose has apparently been painting in the dark with a Cabbage Patch doll strapped to his chest, is located in the former Michael Scott Paper Company.
Well, Jenna, I thought I would break down the special features of the Sesame Avenue Daycare Center for infants and toddlers. According to Dwight, this is what your child's experience will include. A language skills and cognitive development area, which is just an eye chart in the old rusty shower. There is one blue bouncy ball on an otherwise empty wire shelf, a magical toy box that has plastic forks and knives, and one soy sauce packet.
He was very embarrassed by that.
I know, he should be.
Apologized.
He should be. There are 4 metal buckets. One is a restroom, one is a feeding trough, one is a play bucket, and one is for a possible plant. And for those of you who love a good background catch, if you go to 45 seconds, the Cabbage Patch doll strapped to my only has one red shoe on, and the other foot just has a sock.
Did you have Cabbage Patch Kids when you were younger?
Oh, I was overseas and I came stateside and everyone had one, and I was like, I need this in my life. So yeah, I got one.
What'd you name it? You don't remember? This was such a big deal. I had 2 Cabbage Patch Kids, and I remember their names so clearly. Christine Marie and Casey Alexander. Casey Alexander had curly auburn hair, and Christine Marie had blonde ponytails.
Mine had blonde hair with some freckles. I don't remember her name.
You didn't love her.
I didn't love her, clearly. I got her late in the game, and she clearly didn't make a stamp on me.
You remember I was trying to get Mandy Moore to name her son Casey Alexander in honor of my Cabbage Patch Kid.
I don't know why she didn't listen to you.
Well, she has a second baby coming. Maybe she'll take my advice this time. Mandy, Casey Alexander is waiting for you.
Although, let's point out, none of your children are named Casey Alexander.
Well, listen, I had to ask Randy a question when I saw this cold open, Angela. I needed to know, did they have to clean out his room again?
Because it was storage.
Yeah. He said no. This is what he said, quote, we had finally gotten smarter and left the room empty and found a different place for post-production storage. He was just so fed up. He was like, fine. Randy also shared with me that Mike Schur, who plays Mose, was insanely busy over at Parks and Rec, and that the writers of The Office would often try to put Mose in an episode, and then Randy would go check with Mike's schedule, and then he wouldn't be able to do it, and they would have to take Mose out. This happened many times. So Randy said, finally, Mike was like, yeah, my schedule's totally clear that day.
I can come strap a Cabbage Patch to my desk.
And everyone was so excited because we got to have Mose back. Well, this episode opens with Toby and Michael sitting opposite one another in the break room.
They're having a full-on stare down. Michael looks like the Emperor. You know, in Star Wars when he's like giving that death look? No?
I wouldn't know that because I haven't seen those films.
I know you think of Emperor Palpatine.
Yes, thank you. Well, that's Michael in this opening scene. Thank you, Sam.
I believe you. We had a fan catch from Zach K from Acton, Ontario, Canada, who said, not really a question, but a comment. I love how this episode begins with 15 seconds, yes, I counted it, of silence before any dialogue. This must be a record for the longest silence in the show. What's the longest silence?
27 seconds of silence.
Oh, with Jim and Pam
on the booze cruise.
Oh my God, I was in it. I was in the longest. I'm like, what are you talking about? I wrote about it in a book.
Yeah.
Welcome to my summer cold, everyone. But yes, I have to say, I thought it was a pretty badass move that the episode opens with
so much silence. Well, I love how seriously Toby has taken this chance to help Michael. He moves a small love seat, he puts a chair in there, a little coffee table, he has a plant, a box of Kleenex. He's gonna like get down to business and have therapy in the break room.
We had some fan questions about this setup. The first one's from Nicole Q from Bowie, Maryland, who would like to know, where did Toby get these sofas from for the setup?
They're in the annex in the little hallway.
Oh, I was thinking they were from front reception. Because remember in the injury, Michael moves the couch from front reception into the conference room.
I thought they were the ones that were in the annex little lobby area.
You're probably right. Closer. Not as big of a move. Thanks, Ange.
You're welcome.
Now we have a fan catch from Emily J in Ohio, who has some comments about the little plant that you said Toby put on the table.
What are the comments?
Emily's theory is that the plant looks exactly like the one that died when Pam was on maternity leave, and Emily thinks maybe Toby brought it back to life just to impress Pam.
Emily, that is amazing. I sort of just thought Toby took Pam's plant.
Yeah.
Pam, can I borrow this for today?
Yeah, I wasn't sure because Pam has a different plant on her desk now. You know, the one with the bow. It looks almost like bamboo or something. So I don't know where this ivy plant came from.
Well, Emily, it definitely looks like a Pam plant.
I agree.
Dwight is going to just burst into the bullpen, telling everyone they must boycott Steamtown Mall. Also the kiosks. Cancel all your business with Steamtown Mall. And then Ryan has one of my favorite lines. Ryan says, America is one big mall.
I love that line too. Did you know there's a mall like outside of New York and you can go skiing in it?
What?
Yeah, and surfing.
How do you ski in a mall?
They have an indoor skiing thing. My son found it because he loves skiing and he is trying to find a place to ski in the summer. And he would like to ski in a mall in New York.
If you go, will you please send me a picture?
Of course.
Please.
I feel like there's a good chance we're going to end up skiing in this mall at some point in our lives. I'm so curious.
Jim wants to know, did something happen? Andy asked Dwight for context, but Dwight tells him, you don't want to know.
Yeah.
Back in the therapy break room, Toby is really trying to connect with Michael, trying to get him to share about himself, and Michael is just saying a whole bunch of baloney to Toby, trying to get a rise out of him. This could have led to a series of talking heads, where the bullpen shares their thoughts on Michael getting therapy.
Oh, please.
In the episode, it starts with Phyllis. She says, I'm glad Michael is getting help. He has a lot of issues and he's stupid. This runner would have continued. Here are a few from the shooting draft. These were must shoots. See if you can guess who said which talking head.
All right.
First one up. Sam, Cassie, Jenna, here we go. Michael isn't complex enough to need therapy. Can't someone just calmly explain to him what's wrong with him?
Oscar?
Yes!
Nice.
All right. Next one. It is high time. High time.
Is it you?
Stanley!
Okay.
I think that mind reading was just so good.
Yeah.
Okay, Angela does have one, and I thought rather than me reading it, let's just play it the way I said it on the day. Talking about how many feelings you have is a form of bragging. We get it. You have a lot of feelings. What to do?
Wow.
She's just so put out with everyone sharing their feelings. And Ryan has one that comes later in the episode.
Oh, it's the tag. Yes. Well, we had a fan question from Sarah L. in San Antonio, Texas, who said, I would love to know if there is a backstory as to why Michael hates Toby so much. I feel like Michael has such a blind affection for his employees that there must be something more to his hatred for Toby that explains it. Or is it just the classic angle of manager hates HR? I looked into this. And Michael has a line when he's meeting Holly for the first time. And he says that his job is to, quote, make the office fun, while HR's job is to make the office lame.
So Toby's the fun stopper.
Yes, And we kind of knew that. But then I found this amazing interview with Paul Lieberstein where he talks about this. How did they come up with, in the writer's room, this dynamic of Michael hating Toby so much? And he said that Michael's hatred of Toby goes back to a deleted scene from The Alliance. This is where they found this, like, true hatred of Toby. In the scene, Toby is coming in to sign Meredith's birthday card. And Paul said, I just go in, write something quickly, and leave. That's the scene. But when they were shooting the scene, I guess it took Paul a long time to physically write down what he was going to write down.
I have a memory of this that he was writing in the card, and it took a bit.
Paul said, I could just feel him watching me, and I could feel this hatred burning. And he said that Steve told him afterwards that it was in that moment that he decided as Michael to hate Toby. And then Paul said, it's really terrifying to act with Steve because he misses nothing. And that was when they ran with it. That Paul went to the writers and said, Michael hates Toby. Because you know, if Jim took a long time to write a message, he would have all the patience in the world.
Yeah, but Toby not really knowing what to write and taking a bit. Michael's like, ah!
Yeah. And then, of course, that led to one of my favorite lines I hate so much about the way you choose to be, which is what sums it all up.
Yeah. We're about to start a whole new story arc for Pam. She's not having a great sales day. I know. She just gonna own that she sucks at it. She like puts her head on her desk. And Jim knows too.
Yeah, we had a fan question from Cassandra P. in Madison, Wisconsin, who said, this is one of my favorite Office episodes, and if I had an Angela-style note card to describe this episode, I would call it Full Pam.
Oh, I love it.
Pam truly becomes the main character in this episode, and it sets her up for empowerment and strength for the rest of the series. Also, this season, Pam's makeup is 100% on point. Go Pam.
Oh, you look super cute.
I know.
Pam got really good with eyeliner.
She did. I don't know what happened to her over the summer. Like we said, I got married over the summer, so I was just glowing. I think maybe that's part of it.
Happy person.
What's up next, lady?
Let's see.
Oh, what's up next is John Krasinski breaking a lot. He is so tickled by Andy coming up to Dwight
and saying, did you call my clients who use the F word?
Yeah, there it is. 5 minutes, 13 seconds. John is looking at Ed, and it clearly starts breaking in the background.
Well, we find out why Dwight wants to boycott the Steamtown Mall. It's because he went there with Mose, and he went to Precious Heirlooms, and they wouldn't let him in.
Yeah, he saw this amazing
wizard holding a crystal.
Yeah, he wanted this nice thing. He so rarely treats himself to nice things. He made himself vulnerable.
Yeah.
He wanted it, and they denied him entry.
Kelly says, you need a pretty woman there, Alphys.
Everyone agrees. Well, except Creed, who says they should start their own mall.
I know. I love that line. Jim offers to go back to the store with Dwight to teach them a lesson. Andy's like, I'm coming too. Starts a hilarious storyline. Andy's going to start off with a talking head where he says, did you assume that I would automatically side with the rich, snobby shop owner? So he's taking off his fancy cufflinks and throwing them, takes off his tie clip. There was a candy bag alt for Andy.
Oh, please.
Here's what it said. I love revenge. Well, not like violent revenge. Not like Kill Bills. More like Legally Blonde. Nobody's getting the top of their skull sliced off today. Thank you very much. Didn't sign up for that.
That's right.
I love that Andy is a Legally Blonde fan.
This leads into my personal favorite talking head. It's Dwight
and Andy
and Jim
and then Kelly.
Yes, and all they're trying to do is tell us the famous scene from Pretty Woman where Julia Roberts gets her revenge on the snooty shop owner. Big mistake. Huge. That's right.
Well, let's take a break because when we get back, full Pam is happening.
Sure is. She gets a real big idea.
We're back, and a man enters the office looking for the office administrator, and Pam really perks up.
Yes, Pam is like, that's me. I'm the office administrator.
And we are not interested.
We don't want your blinds, your window treatment.
At 8 minutes 40 seconds, I'm busted.
Who's busted?
I'm busted.
What are you busted for?
I'm playing solitaire.
On your computer?
Yes, Angela Martin would never.
Wow, that's very out of character. You should definitely have a spreadsheet on your computer.
I know.
Well, I want you to know that we have a guest star in the house.
Let's hear it.
Vincent Angelo plays the salesperson, has been on Desperate Housewives, Grey's Anatomy, Parks and Recreation, and House. It's my new favorite. I don't know what I like more, discovering someone has been on Monk or House.
You just like seeing a guest star in the house.
I know,
When they've been on House.
one of my favorite. I also like tracking if people play more than one character on Law and Order.
I love the big pause you took before. Law and Order.
I know, that's the summer cold.
What is summer cold? As you just 1 second delayed. It's like you're on a satellite feed.
Well, Pam's going to have a talking head now where she says there's a few ways you can get promoted. One, you can wait for an opening, a new job, you apply for it. That's the main way. Or do it this way, where you just apparently lie yourself into a new job. So Pam is going to go into the kitchen. She's going to make herself a cup of tea. Oscar's like, what's up with your new position? Congratulations.
And she's clearly trying to suss out from Oscar what is a reasonable salary for this position. She's like, yeah, I'm gonna make 40K, maybe 50. He's like, 50? No, it's like 41 and a half.
Yeah, 41.5. Lady, we got some mail about this storyline, and both of these delighted me. I feel so proud. The first one is from Kelly M. in Melbourne, Australia, who said, a couple of years ago, I was inspired by Pam's storyline in this episode where she just starts telling people she's the office administrator. So I did it myself.
What?
Yeah. She said, I work in a school, and a couple of years ago, I decided we really needed a sustainability coordinator. But it's quite hard to get new roles off the ground because of budgets and things. So I decided to just start calling myself the sustainability coordinator. I added sustainability coordinator to my email signature, and I even sent some letters to businesses asking for donations of plants from the local nursery, etc., and signed off as the sustainability coordinator.
Oh my gosh.
I am loving Kelly, I just have to say. Kelly went on to say, the next year, I added it as a suggestion to a list of new roles that were being created, and the school agreed.
Kelly, this is the slow play.
I know, this was
Like a year in the making. I am intrigued. Continue.
They created an official position and gave it to me. It's been a couple of years now, and we now have a team of 5 teachers and a student club.
Kelly!
We do heaps of fun things like plant trees, collect batteries and other recycling, and all sorts of things. Thanks for the inspiration, Pam.
Wow!
Amazing, right?
Amazing. I did just catch myself, guys. I think I got a saying wrong.
What is it?
I said Kelly did the slow play. Is it the long play?
The slow play?
Combine long play and slow burn.
Slow game?
Slow burn.
Slow burn. Long play.
Slow burn.
Created your own slow burn.
Slow play.
That's very you, Angela.
Well, Kelly, I'm impressed with your slow play.
Guess what? I liked it so much, it sounded so right to me, that I went with it. The slow play.
Thank you.
We got another one from Megan H. in Albany, New York. Megan said, this episode inspired me to make up a new job title for myself.
What, Megan?
I was rewatching the episode, and when Pam says this could work too, I thought, that could work. So I wrote up a very fancy report with a made-up job title, went to my boss and said, before you came in, the old boss and I were discussing this change. He approved the idea. I got a new title and a $10,000 raise.
Oh my gosh!
I know. Pretty amazing.
Pam, inspiring people to just go for it.
Yeah. Creating jobs for themselves and getting them approved.
I want a new title for my emails.
What is Angela's new job title? Anyone?
I'm gonna go with Pam.
Pam coordinator. I was gonna go with boss bitch.
Oh my gosh.
Those are not similar.
Angela Kinsey, boss bitch.
I'd like them both at the end of an email.
Angela Kinsey, boss bitch hyphen Pam coordinator.
I look forward to that email. Okay.
On our next business email, I'll just sign off Angela Kinsey, boss bitch.
I know. Our company is Ramble. That's the name of our media company, everybody. Next time someone calls, I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and forward you to our boss bitch, Angela Kinsey. She can address that issue for you.
Well, let's go back to therapy in the break room. Michael is just continuing to make up a bunch of baloney to Toby.
Yeah.
I have to think this went to our standards and practices department when he said, well, the other night I was sitting at the table eating my penis. I mean peas. And he's pretty sure he was probed by an alien life force. Alf. It might have actually been Alf.
Yeah, then he's going to tell Toby that he was raised by wolves. Wolves? I believe he says wolves. And it's interesting, Angela, because it made me go to the script. And first of all, this whole wolf bit, you know, he ends up howling and everything. That was actually from our Must Shoot candy bag. So that was an ad. And there was extra that went with it, where Toby said, "Don't you mean wolves?" And he said, "No, Toby, it's not called Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf." That was the joke. That he was going to say it's wolves because it's a wolf.
Well, that would explain that line. I also was tickled when he said I was 25 years old before I saw my first human being.
Yeah.
That's how long he lived in the forest.
Yeah.
Toby is finally going to agree with Michael that this is pointless. You know?
That's right.
And he's going to say, why don't we just run out the clock of your counseling sessions by playing games? And he brought some fun stuff that he plays with his daughter. Michael seems happy with this.
Yes. Meanwhile, Jim has brought Dwight up to front reception, and the entire group is going to help transform him into a rich snob. One by one, they're going to like pick apart his wardrobe, his glasses. Do we like them? Do we not? We stopped on them. So, too bad.
Kelly says his shirt is Disgusto Barpo. The scene was actually bigger, and it showed who contributed to his final outfit.
Oh,
yes, in the shooting draft, Andy gives Dwight his vest. Jim gives Dwight his suit jacket. Creed gives him an old pipe that he stole from a museum. Kevin gives him a slightly used handkerchief, and they use Phyllis's scarf as an ascot.
wow. So I spotted that that was Andy's vest, but I didn't know where the other elements came from. Thank you, Angela. In addition to dressing him differently, they're also going to give him some tips on, I don't know, how to communicate with people. Daryl suggests he say good morning, good afternoon, because people like that, to which Dwight responds, I see you every day. Can I say good month? That is a Rain-Dwight crossover.
Oh, that was 100% Rain.
Totally Rain. Rain would love nothing more than to say good month.
Yeah.
And just get it all done.
Yeah, he loves you. He's glad you had a good month. We don't need to rehash everything every day.
That's right. So they're done. They're ready to go. Everyone agrees. He looks great.
Yeah, go get him, Dwight.
Erin's going to take a picture with her disposable camera
and then throw it right in the trash.
Yeah. She has a talking head where she says disposable cameras are fun, but it seems wasteful because you never get to see your pictures.
Oh, Erin.
We had a fan question from Taylor in Athens, Georgia, who absolutely loves this talking head, this moment with the disposable camera. Who wanted to say hats off to the writers, the director, and Ellie. Lady, when this episode originally aired, this talking head, it blew up the message board. Yeah, this was like, it reminds me of something you see in the movie Airplane. You know what I mean? Yeah. Shirley, you can't be serious. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley. Like, it's one of
Victor.
It's right in that, like, comedy lane, and we threw it in there. I think only the character of Aaron could get away with this joke.
Oh, for sure. Aaron or Creed?
Yeah, maybe Creed, you're right.
Sidebar note. All the black and white photos in our book, The Office BFFs, were taken with my black and white disposable camera.
Oh, yeah.
I bought a disposable camera, but just black and white film. I thought it was so cool. And I took all these pictures, and then I took it to the kiosk in the mall and got my photos. And they're in the book.
I'm pretty sure all my photos from the pilot that we put in the book were also a disposable camera. That was like how we did it.
I know, it's crazy to think about. When we did our book, I found all these pictures, as did Jenna, and I found like the little disc they would give you.
Yeah, they put it on a CD-ROM.
Yeah, and I
had to go buy a thing
so I could
connect it to my computer so I could look at the pictures.
Jenna bought the thing, and then we kept sharing it back and forth. She'd drop it off to me, I'd bring it to her, and then eventually my husband was like, should I just buy you?
It's $12.99, ladies. I think you can have one.
I finally got one. Well, for those of you keeping track of the D'Angelo romance, Angela snags Dwight right before he leaves and says, hey, my place tonight, wear this. Don't forget your pipe.
Yeah, she's liking this whole new look.
Mm-hmm.
And then she gets out her procreation punch card.
Yeah, Dwight's like, you have your card.
Yeah.
So, baby making on the way here.
What punch is this? This is punch 2? She used one punch for down in the warehouse.
I think this is punch 2.
Yeah.
And then, well, next week in Andy's play, you'll see what happens.
Oh boy.
Punch 3? No.
Oh,
save it for next week.
You've already watched it. I haven't watched it because of my summer cold. Fine.
It's a fun one.
Well, back in the break room, Toby and Michael are playing Connect 4.
What did it cost us to use Connect 4? We have dates.
Oh, well, Randy didn't tell me the cost, but he said they gave us permission to use the game, provided we didn't throw the game at Toby or show it being knocked off the table.
Okay.
But then it was fine.
All right.
So, yes.
Well, Connect 4 is working. Michael is sharing. Toby is like, oh my gosh, it's happening.
Yeah, he's sharing all about Jeff. This breakthrough moment where Michael says that his stepdad, Jeff, respected the manager.
Yeah.
Michael's a manager.
Michael's the manager. Still trying to get Jeff's favor. Aw.
We got mail lady from Vicki S. in Gulfport, Mississippi, who said, I've been a children's therapist since 1995, and I think Toby did an excellent job utilizing games as a tool to get Michael to talk. Great job, writers. And Laura L. from Kansas City, Missouri said, I'm a social worker and sometimes therapist, and this episode has been used in trainings.
This episode?
Yes, to demonstrate the therapeutic power of play. Toby knows his skills. I would have never imagined that this episode is a training video.
They move on from Connect 4 to playing cards, and Michael's going to share a story about his dog running away and how he wouldn't go back to the park where the dog ran away because he was afraid he would see his dog there with someone else.
Yes,
playing with another kid. And Toby says, it's very important for you to be liked, isn't it? And Michael's like, oh no. He escalates so quickly. Like, he just goes off. He's so mad that Toby got him to be vulnerable.
Yeah, he gives him the finger and he walks out.
Yeah.
Guess what? Standards and practices.
Stepping in.
We had to blur the double bird. Here were their exact words. My new favorite thing.
Is this from Randy?
Yep. Quote, please blur Michael's hands as he flips the bird, in parentheses, you, to Toby during the counseling session.
I like how they had to spell it out in case we thought it was another bird. Maybe there's a random bird.
No,
it's the FU bird.
And lady, I have one more piece of mail from Stephanie L. in St. Louis talking about Toby's therapy. Stephanie said, I am a therapist, and while the inconsistencies with professional ethics don't bug me, I do need to point them out, okay, in this episode. Number 1, Toby would need to be licensed in Pennsylvania, which would typically require him to actively be practicing over the years. It's not enough just to have a diploma.
Okay.
Okay, number 2, there is a major conflict of interest in having Toby be Michael's counselor because you're not allowed to have a dual relationship with a client. So ethically, he should have referred Michael to someone else. Although Stephanie points out that would not be nearly as funny.
True, Stephanie.
Yeah, true. Number 3. I work with kids and teens doing trauma therapy at a children's advocacy center, and the game strategy that Toby uses is something I do all the time when there's a kid who doesn't want to be at counseling. Uno is literally a lifesaver. Aw, so that's the part that we got right.
Well, Pam is going to start putting her plan in motion. She goes up to Gabe. This made me sweat. This scene made me sweat. I was like, oh my God, Pam. Oh my God. She goes, you know what? I haven't been paid yet. I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm sure it just got lost in the paperwork. Gabe is so relieved that Pam isn't upset with him. And he's like, you know what? Will you get the department head signature so we can really get the ball rolling here?
Yes. And Pam explains that this office has a lot of one-person departments. So there are a lot of department heads.
Which I didn't realize. I didn't realize Meredith was the head of a department.
Yeah, isn't she the head of, like, quality control or something?
Isn't it just her and Creed?
I don't know. I wasn't sure, but first she goes in and gets Michael's signature. He is still upset about his counseling. He doesn't look at the form. He doesn't ask her any questions. Then she's going to go over to Meredith.
What are you doing in this scene? It looks like you're, I don't know what you're doing. A dance move? You're kind of, what is this?
Yes, we got questions about this. Abby S. from Atlanta, Georgia, would also like to know what the hell is Pam saying or doing with Meredith. Larissa W. from Littleton, Colorado says, did I have scripted lines or was I improvising? Because it's, you know, voiceover. Yeah, with a talking head. Here's what it said in the script. B-roll. Pam makes ribbled humping gesture by Meredith's desk.
I thought it was a humping gesture, but I didn't want to throw that out there in case this was some dance move I didn't know.
Well, first of all, when I read the stage direction, I had to look up the definition of ribbled. And it means referring to a sexual matter in an amusingly coarse or irreverent way. A synonym is body. And I'll have you know, standards and practices, when they read the script, they had something to say about this gesture.
Please tell me what they said.
They said, quote, please use your discretion staging the scene where Pam makes a, quote, ribbled humping gesture. It should play as funny, not explicit.
Man, Pam is working it. She knows what's going to work with each person.
She really does. It says at Angela's desk, Pam points to various cat pictures and rearranges them more nicely on her desk, lighting Angela up with signs as she talks. Then Pam is going to go into Daryl's office, and he's very interested in her new position because he might like to have corkboard all over his office because it's something that he saw that Kate Walsh has done to her home office. He saw it on TV.
This got me so tickled. You guys know Kate Walsh is one of my good pals. We go way back to our improv days. Jenna, you know, you even did improv with us one time.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh my God, we drug you into one of our improv shows. But you guys might also know her as Addison from Grey's Anatomy, plus a gazillion other things she's done. So when I saw Daryl mention her, I was like, oh my God. So I called Kate and I said, Kate, did you know you're mentioned in this Office episode by Daryl? And she was like, no, I had no idea. And I said, yeah, I mean, Daryl in the episode says he saw your home office and it's covered in corkboard. What do you have to say about that? And here's what she had to say.
Hi, this is Kate Walsh. I have never had a home office covered in corkboard, but now I'm wondering why I have it. That sounds delightful. I do love a pen board.
I love her so much. Thanks, Kate.
Well, I spotted something in Daryl's office. It's not corkboard, but at 16 minutes and 53 seconds, there's a blue football helmet with a white paw print hanging on his coat rack thing.
Yeah, I saw it too.
It's the Valley View High School Cougars football helmet. And I just thought that was an amazing detail. And that's where Pam went to high school, and I guess Daryl did too, and played football?
With Roy, probably.
Maybe so.
Well, full Pam might be in trouble.
Oh no.
Because Gabe said he's gone through 3 years worth of information and can't find anything about Pam being the office administrator.
He says he doesn't want to accuse her of anything, so maybe she could just admit.
Pam's like, admit what?
Pam realizes that Gabe is so afraid of confrontation that he will not accuse her of being a liar or making it up. He won't do it.
He won't do it. And then he folds. And Pam says, let me know if you need a new chair or anything that an office administrator can handle. And Gabe says, can I get one of those nameplates that says Gabe Lewis? Pam says, sure. Anything else? He says, no. And that's it. She's
got
office administrator.
Done.
Pam has a talking head where she says the first lesson of watching World Poker Tour at 2 a.m. You play the opponent, not the cards.
Lady, we got a fan question from Natalie F. in San Antonio, Texas, who would like to know, what do you guys think about the way Pam gets her promotion? The first time I watched it, I was excited for her, but in rewatching it, I was kind of bothered by her dishonesty. What do we think?
I mean, Natalie, it's a little layered, right? Because I'm so happy Pam finally was an advocate for herself and made something happen.
Natalie, I lied all the time when I was an up-and-coming actress. If I had an audition, I lied and said I had a dental appointment. It was just easier.
To get out of work.
Yeah.
Well, you guys know how I got my internship on Conan O'Brien.
That's what I was going to say. You shared that. You totally just lied your way
I
into
just
it.
kept calling and saying, yeah, I just spoke to someone. They said I'm hired.
I know. I guess it begs the question, like, when is it unethical and when is it ambition? When is it to be admired and when is it to be faulted?
Yeah, I think it's layered, Natalie. I'm happy for her in this moment.
I bet Mike Schur's book, How to Be Perfect, would tell us the moral answer to this question.
Yes.
Perhaps we should ask him.
Did Pam getting this position benefit everyone else in the office? Were their lives made better?
So is lying okay if you make other people's lives better?
See, that's complicated.
It's very complicated. And also, people were really liking this moment at first of Pam, but as we get into some of the things she's going to do as office administrator, people turned on her.
Yeah.
We'll discuss it. And when I say people, I mean fans turned on the storyline because Pam starts kind of using her power in ways that maybe
are not appropriate.
People didn't care for it.
Natalie, great question.
Lady, let's go to the mall because Jim and Andy have brought Dwight to Precious Airlines to confront the salesperson.
To get his revenge.
But the salesperson recognizes Dwight. He's like, oh, I remember you. Yes, you were here yesterday.
We took a picture. We were worried. You had blood stains on your hands and you were wearing overalls.
And Jim is like, what? Blah, blah, blah. And yes, there we see why they've denied Dwight entry. He has his hands, they're all red, they're on the glass
of Precious Heirlooms.
But Dwight is still going to try to have his pretty woman moment.
He is. He still wants to go pretty woman on their ass. And I have a question for you. I'm titling this, Who Did It Best? Julia?
Hi. Hello. Do you remember me? No, I'm sorry. I was in here yesterday. You wouldn't wait on me? Oh. You work on commission, right? Yes. Big mistake. Big. Huge. I have to go shopping now.
Or Dwight?
When I came here, buying a stuff, you were okay. You can't see. Thank you. Good morning, sir. You made a big mistake.
I mean, Dwight just keeps, he's like this robot that's malfunctioning. He's like, good morning, good day, sir. No, top of the morning. What? How dare you?
Yes. Well, lady, I've got another guest star alert. Eric Zuckerman played the salesperson, and I've got an interesting bit of trivia on Eric because he falls into my other favorite category that I mentioned. He has not only played two different characters in two different episodes of Law & Order, he's also done it on Law & Order Criminal Intent.
Multiple characters across the franchise.
Yes. He's also had recurring roles on Revenge and Orange is the New Black. I also have a bag breakdown. Dwight's bags
Yeah, all of his shopping bags.
One of them is a Steamtown Mall bag, and the other is from a store called La Tida.
Have we featured La Tida before?
I'm not sure, but they're a real store in the Steamtown Mall. They were there from the day it opened until it closed in 2019.
What did La Tida sell?
They sold like fancy trinkets and nice items for your house, for giving gifts.
Dwight is on a fancy shopping spree.
He certainly is. If he's shopping at La Tida, that should tell Precious Heirlooms something. Before he leaves, he's going to go ahead and buy the wizard.
Yeah, and Jim was like, Dwight!
No.
But he buys the wizard. The scene would have continued, Jenna. They would have left the store, and as they're leaving, Dwight smashes the wizard statue. And Jim and Andy are like, what are you doing? And he pries the crystal out of the wizard's hand. And he's like, you think I was here for this wizard? It's the crystal.
Why do I remember that scene? I wasn't there when they shot it. Is it just like one of those moments when something was so funny to me at a table read that I've never forgotten it?
Yeah,
I remember that.
Dwight had it out for the wizard and stole his crystal.
I wish we would have kept that in.
It's in the deleted scenes on the DVD. It's really funny.
I guess we should talk about what happened between Michael and Toby after their session ended so abruptly with the double bird.
Yeah, Toby just gives Michael the forms and is like, you fill them out, say you completed the counseling, turn them in, I don't care. He's done with it.
But I guess Michael accidentally checked off severe.
He didn't read the forms.
Yeah, he said that he was severe in all categories. And Gabe is like, wow, is this really how you feel about Michael after your counseling? And Toby's like, yeah. Guess what? This is going to lead to more counseling. Yeah. Michael is so mad. But Toby has an idea. He says, you know what? Just forget it. Just get out your notebook. We'll just do some drawings. We'll just kill the time.
Oh, I want you to know, I wish I had kept this prop.
Me too.
I wish I had it in a frame. Michael draws Dwight and Angela. Angela's taller than Dwight in the drawing. I wish I had this picture.
I can't believe Toby is still trying to counsel Michael. He's like, wow, Angela's taller than Dwight. I wonder why you drew it that way. Yeah. Is that how it seems to you? Like, Toby, stop. Oh my goodness. But the whole episode ends with a Ryan talking head.
Yes, it does. It's one of the talking heads that would have been this runner of everyone in the bullpen commenting on Michael's counseling.
But here's the thing. Is it a talking head or is it a series of talking heads? We had a fan question from Joshua P. in Cincinnati and many others who would like to know, when Ryan lists off all of these various thoughts on therapy and then at the end says, I don't know, just use the best one, were those scripted or were they candy bag alts and then they just stitched them together as one joke? I really appreciate this fan question, Angela, because remember in Niagara, they had a bunch of candy bag alts from Dwight about his meat business.
Yes, and they made them all one.
Yes.
By accident.
Yes.
And they didn't catch it until editing.
So what happened here?
I want you to know I went to the shooting draft and this is one complete talking head. It's not a bunch of candy bag alts. It's one talking head. BJ read it as scripted, and the last line of this talking head is, I don't know, just use the best one. Because Ryan is now savvy with the camera crew, right? He knows they're going to edit. He's going through his suspenders and orange watch face and his glasses and his fedora hat. He's savvy now.
He is. I mean, listen, when we did the lip dub, he knew I'm going to use this as an opportunity to advertise.
That's right, for Woof. Well, you guys, that was counseling. I so enjoyed rewatching this. Big thank yous to Randy Cordray, Elise Myers, who you can find at Elise, ELYSE_MYERS on Instagram. My friend Kate Walsh, who is going to be starring in a new Greg Garcia show called Sprung. Kate is just amazing. She's just in everything.
She's already on Emily in Paris.
I know. You can find her on Instagram at Kate, KateWalsh. And my dear friend Nika, who picked up the phone.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. You can find him on Instagram at UltraMike, UltraMike.
I am really liking season 7. Let me just say that.
Me too.
These are good episodes.
You guys, I jumped ahead the other day and I watched Andy's play and sex education. We've got lots to cover, lady.
Can't wait. See you next week.
See you then.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Hello! Hi there!
Okay, hi. It's Ed. Hi.
Surprise, you guys! We have Ed Helms here today, and we will be talking about Andy's play.
I didn't know if I was supposed to talk right away, or if you were going to introduce me, or that you both looked at me.
We just stared at you
Yeah.
until you spoke.
Okay, so yeah, we're talking. Now I'm talking. Here.
Well, this is season 7, episode 3. It was written by Charlie Brandy, directed by John Scott. Would you like a summary?
I mean, I would love
I
that
would.
more. Ed, what do you think about summary? Really good?
Love summary.
I love a summary. Here it is.
Andy invites his co-workers to watch him in a community theater production of Sweeney Todd, which Michael is upset to learn he was not casted. The entire office attends except for Aaron, who steps in at the last minute to babysit for Cece. And Angela is going to get another punch on her punch card from Dwight, but not for the reason you might think. There it is. What do we think?
I thought that was
Did
a
I cover
fantastic
it?
summary.
It's actually, yeah, I rewatched the episode in preparation for this, and that summary gets spot on.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I wrote it myself. I also thought maybe we want a quick summary of Sweeney Todd, the production that Andy is starring in, to give some context. What do you guys think?
I want to hear it. I went down the Wikipedia rabbit hole about Sweeney Todd, and wow.
Oh, well, I hope I cover it. If I don't, will you let me know?
Maybe.
Oh, no.
I didn't commit any of it to memory. There's just a lot of versions.
I don't know anything about it, so I won't know it. I mean, I know what is in the episode, basically.
Okay.
I don't know the
musical.
and I know the premise. I don't know the story, so anything you say is going to be fine with me.
All right, well, here we go. Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street, is a real musical that first opened on Broadway in 1979. The music and lyrics are by Stephen Sondheim, and the book is by Hugh Wheeler. The character of Sweeney Todd, a murderous barber who goes around killing people, it originated in Victorian serialized fiction known as the Penny Dreadfuls.
Yes, I saw that on Wikipedia.
I have one little beef with your summary. Actually. Are you done? You're not done.
I have a little more to say.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. Already one beef I've earned. All right. The musical was based on a play by Christopher Bond, where he introduced a psychological backstory for Todd's crimes. And Stephen Sondheim had seen this play, and that inspired him to write the musical. Over 80% of Sweeney Todd is set to music, either through singing or an underscore to dialogue. And the musical won both the Tony and the Olivier Award for Best New Musical when it came out.
When was that that came out?
1979. What's your beef with?
Okay, so you said that he goes around killing people. He actually is a barber and he murders people in his barber shop.
So really, people come around to be murdered.
Exactly.
Yes, that would have been more accurate.
He doesn't go around murdering.
Mhm.
People come around to get
More accurate.
They come around for a haircut.
They come around for a haircut,
Then
yeah.
he kills them with the straight razor.
Right, and then he opens the chair, he has a lever, and they go flying down into the basement, and then he has a friend who turns their bodies into meat for really bad mince pies.
Aren't they really yummy?
Oh yeah, sorry, she has a song at the beginning that she has really bad pies.
Oh.
When the pies are people, then they're good?
Yeah, then people can't get enough of the pies.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I did not realize this part of the story.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a whole cannibalism. I mean, it's like accidental cannibalism. They
Yeah.
sell them as mince pies.
Yeah.
They're people. It's like Soil and Green.
Yeah.
It's people.
Yeah.
It's people. Come on, people.
Yeah, people pies.
People.
Wow.
That
The
one.
musical could have been called People Pies.
It should have been.
Should have been, really.
I'm gonna write Stephen Sondheim a letter.
Getting out my old Tammy typewriter.
Well, Ed, we can't wait to talk to you about this episode and your experience. We thought we'd start by asking you, do you have any musical theater background? Have you ever been in musicals?
Like in high school? Like,
Well, yeah. So I was in some musical theater productions in high school, and then I was in, let's see, Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
okay, Jenna and I both have one we're wondering if you were in. Keep going.
And gosh, I'm drawing a blank. Oh, I was in Into the Woods, another Sondheim, another Sondheim masterpiece. And that was all high school. And then when I was in college, I was in a musical called The Cradle Will Rock, which is a really cool, during the Great Depression, it was written as like a sort of pro-worker. Anyway, it's a cool piece, and that's when I did in college, and then I think that's it.
Wow.
No guys and dolls, Jenna.
We really feeling like that'd be a good one.
Man.
Nathan Detroit.
Yeah.
Sure.
Guys and dolls.
Yeah. I'm not that, I don't know guys and dolls. I wasn't in it, but I wish I was, because then we'd have a lot more to talk about.
Did you do musical theater, Angela?
Oh, I mean, I was in the Music Man at my school in Indonesia.
Awesome.
I played Amaryllis, and we thought it was really funny. We would give everyone a nickname based off their character name, so everyone called me I'm a real ass.
Oh.
Yeah. So
Your life has just been a series of nicknames. People love nicknaming you.
Hambone, I'm a real ass. That was my big musical theater debut, but I actually get really anxious singing in front of people. I can be on stage doing, zany comedy skits and things like that, but to sing in front of people makes me so anxious. So I opted then to go into more serious theater production.
That's cool.
I see.
What about you?
Yeah.
I did in high school. I'm not a strong singer, so I was in the dance chorus. I heard you sing. I think you have a great voice. Thank you for saying that. I'm really self-conscious about it.
Well, I think, anyway, I think you have a great voice. So you danced? You were in the chorus?
I did the dancing chorus, and then my senior year, I got the lead dance role in Fiddler on the Roof. I was the fiddler.
Hey!
So when I say without me, it was just called the roof.
Wow.
It really is an important role. I had no lines and didn't sing, but I danced my heart out and I pretended to fiddle.
Yeah. That's awesome. I just remembered another one that I was in.
What?
Godspell.
Oh, I was in Godspell in college.
Hey!
I should say. Yeah, and then, and in college I was in ball dancing, bob saucing.
Oh, Chicago.
Chorus line? No. The one,
Nice job, us, just pulling out some
no, Liza Minnelli.
Cabaret?
That's it. Thank you, Devin.
I was going to say Arthur. No.
Yes, and also in college, I was in cabaret and I got to choreograph that. So very like dance forward musicals were my thing.
I'm very impressed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are here to talk about Andy performing Sweeney Todd. Randy Cordray, we talk to Randy Cordray all the time. He's amazing. He told us the writers originally pitched the storyline over the summer between seasons 6 and 7. How did you first hear about it? Did they come to you and say, "Hey, Ed, we want to do a full musical. You're going to sing a bunch"? Like, did you have any input?
I don't recall knowing anything about it before the table read.
I'm shocked and also not shocked.
Yeah, I mean, we were so buried in whatever episode we were working on. It's not like there was a lot of extra time. But now that you mention it, I'm sure that I must have started rehearsing before, like at least the week before. Yeah, because that's hard music. Sondheim is like crazy hard music.
Yes.
Yeah.
Randy told us that on his schedule, he went back and looked in his files. The only day that you guys had to rehearse all together as a cast was like the Monday morning for half a day at the theater. And then we all came and started shooting the episode.
Yeah.
Does that sound right?
That does sound right. But if if you're paying attention to the episode, there's not that much play that you see.
Mhm.
Like it's not a ton of production time. So I think we really only rehearsed a couple of things. The much more complicated thing was the cold open.
Yeah. Oh,
And that because that was a whole song that we all learned, and then there was choreography. It looks in the execution, it looks spontaneous, like we're just running around in space, but obviously it was all meticulously blocked. And all of the fun dramatic flourishes that everybody is doing, and that I remember being quite complicated, and learning that song was very hard because again, Sondheim, he doesn't like to write melodies that you expect. Everything kind of goes in weird directions, and rhythms are weird. It's like that ends with like the cadence is like the David Barber of Fleet Street or something.
Yeah.
It's like a straight, like a weird hiccupy thing, and everyone had to get it right. But yeah, there was. You were just saying earlier how you are nervous to sing in front of people, and I love to sing. Obviously, anyone who knows me, I love to sing, but I actually struggle with lyrics, and so I really have a hard time memorizing lyrics. That can then make me really anxious in a performance setting, or like if I have to, like there were a few times I had to sing like long songs on The Office, and I just can't take it. So that cold open was really hard. But I don't know, it was enough rehearsal time.
Were you singing live when you guys did that, or were you singing to like a playback recording? It seems live.
It is. It's all
my
live.
memory.
And even the stuff in the theater is live.
I thought so.
Yeah, that was my memory too.
Yeah.
Oh,
The boom boxes hit. Like there was, obviously that was.
That you hit.
I used to play on the boom box, and then but I think they had a guide track sort of pumped in under the desks or something that we sang along to. But yeah, that was all.
I remember the first take we did of that cold open when you guys came in. We did not know anything. We had not seen you rehearse.
Yeah.
It was a complete surprise. I found it so delightful and amazing. It was also my first time seeing all of the costumes, which were so well done.
Yeah.
And it was good. You guys were good. And I didn't know if it would be good or bad. And I heard that you actually fought for the production of Sweeney Todd to be good and not bad.
I did. Yeah, I was very passionate about that because I don't think that there are exceptions, but I generally don't think that like intentionally bad performance for comedy works. It feels like cheap and easy and like, and so I thought like my take on it was, and I was very happy that everyone in production agreed but there was a lot of discussion about it. It's obviously an amateur production. It's a little regional theater production in Scranton, Pennsylvania, but there's no reason that that people in Scranton, Pennsylvania aren't like passionate about musical theater and extremely talented and coming from all walks of life and just really eager to do this, and that maybe there's a really great director in the town who did a great job casting this thing. And then when we made the decision to sort of commit to a really good production, that then also cascaded down into like, okay, so the costumes are really well done, and the sets are going to look good. And, you know, Andy has a big fumble with his cell phone in the production, which is kind of like, that's the mess up. But it's Andy messing up. It's not like, it's not these like, you know, supporting actors who came in to like, you know, really sing and perform for us. They're not the butt of the joke. They're part of the fabric of this, the premise of this episode. And I was excited to honor them and honor that, honor regional theater in that way.
I love that. Because I mean, I've been to great regional theater, and we've all like supported like smaller theaters and came up and doing theater, and I thought that was a great choice. I'm glad you fought for it.
Yeah, it made it so much more fun too.
I think it also played into Michael's jealousy. Like he had to sit through a great production that he wasn't a part of.
That Daryl's plumber was crushing it.
Yeah.
You know, because you can be a plumber and still kick ass in a musical theater.
That's right.
Yeah. My favorite thing when Andy's phone went off was the fact that you ruined the whole plot.
Oh my gosh.
Like it wasn't so much that the phone was ringing, it's that how Andy tried to justify it, and he was ruined the rest of the play.
Well, it's so great because the Sweetie Todd guy gets a huge laugh with like his improv
about the bird chirping.
His little fix, and then Andy just overcompensates as he always does, and like goes way too far.
Yeah.
Has to pull it back.
I loved it.
Yeah. It was really actually fun. I have to say, like, you know, as a fan of musical theater and then just sort of singing production stuff, like it was really those parts of The Office where Andy got to sing and do stuff like that was so fun. You know, when he serenaded Angela and John Michael Higgins came on board to like put that whole acapella thing together. Man, it just like it's really fun to put that sort of putting all that work in on the side. You're rehearsing in your trailer, you're getting everything you want it to be good, you want it to be tight, and then you get to perform it for the cast and do it. There was the closing time bar song. Yeah, there's just a lot of great musical moments throughout the show. You had one of my favorite lines in this episode, Jenna, which was when you guys check in with Ellie on the phone, and you're like, "Yeah, no, it's great to see Andy singing in the right context," or something like that. Yeah, I forgot what the line is, but like,
no, that is it.
It's so perfect. It actually, I agree. Rewatching the episode, I was. You know, I thought it was nice to see Andy singing in this context. It's usually so intrusive and so like, you know, and that's part of the why it's funny sometimes. But in this context, it actually was kind of it was nice, and it was part of something that was supposed to be that way. And it gave Andy, I think, a sort of authenticity in this episode that he really struggles with most of the Dunder Mifflin universe.
Well, I loved the ending of this episode. I think I rewatched it, I don't know, 3 or 4 times. It made me happy. It made my heart happy. And Daryl is playing Macy Gray's I Try on the piano, and Andy is just belting it out. And you have this montage of all this group of people and where they're at in life and dealing with whatever they're dealing. But you're singing Ed in that moment as Andy is like, it's like you're halftime at the Super Bowl, man. You're just like everything, your whole body is into it. And it made me so happy. I just love that moment.
Randy told us that the original song for the end was My Heart Will Go On, the Titanic song.
That rings a bell, yeah.
He said you even had to go into a studio and record it, and he has like the only recording of you. We haven't heard it, but he said there is this impassioned version of you singing My Heart Will Go On, and then they couldn't get the rights to it and they had to change it.
I vaguely remember that, but I don't remember recording it but man, I want to hear that.
I know, for you from Randy. Yeah. He has a vault of pretty amazing things.
Is there any moment from this episode for you that like stood out for Andy as like one of your favorite moments?
I think there's a lot of really cool stuff in this episode. The cold open is just so fun. That's a really special thing, and it's Andy kind of like, it's a rare moment of Andy just living in his skin with so much passion and self-confidence, you know. And that's really, really cool. I think that I was proud of how it's very short, but the musical, the solo.
Joanna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put a lot of work into that. And, was really proud of how that turned out. Narratively, the Aaron stuff is really poignant. I thought that was really sweet. You know, Aaron is just so detached. So like, but she's clearly tapping into some longing for Andy by showing up, and then him kind of getting it at the end and just being like, this is not good.
Yeah. I loved Andy's earnestness when Aaron had to take the babysitting job, when he's like, I get it, it's a huge opportunity.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he's checking his phone backstage. One of the most brilliant. Okay, so this is actually funny because I was saying before how I generally think that performing badly is a cheap joke. Like if you're performing, you know, in a performance context and you're doing it badly on purpose, I don't like that usually. But the tag of this episode,
oh my god,
of Michael Scott doing
Law and Order,
an entire episode
so
as a monologue.
so badly. It's so funny. Like I watched that 4 or 5 times. It's just, it's priceless.
But how many people could do that and sell it but Steve? You know, because that, I believed it. I believed every second that that's how Michael Scott would have done it.
100%. And you know, Steve almost never broke. I mean, he very rarely broke.
Right.
And I was watching that being like, he is cracking himself up. Like this was, I guarantee you there were a few times he broke.
Yeah. You know? When he was slinging, what, I don't know, what is it, a belt or a sash or something as the lady?
Yeah.
I know he broke doing that. I know he had to have cracked himself up.
Or singing the theme song, like, da, 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 da. I just, oh my God.
I know.
Priceless. You guys, I'm curious if, like, we made so many Office episodes, and it's really funny to me the way fans understand the episodes as these, like, very tight, coherent stories, whereas I find that from our perspective as the actors, in looking at these stories from a production standpoint, it takes us a week to shoot a half-hour episode, and then we go right into the next week of another episode, and when you look back on it, it's just kind of this wash of work, right? And for me, it's very hard to kind of remember the specifics of episodes and the specifics of like what was in what episode. And I mean, you guys have been really kind of studying them, so it's probably more front of mind for you, but I found this, going back and watching this episode, like, it did trigger a lot of memories, but it also was a little frustrating kind of realizing that's what I don't remember. And there's certain scenes, I don't know if you have this experience watching episodes of The Office, like, where you're like, I don't remember shooting that. I don't even remember that day or what was going on. And sometimes it's because you have some crazy thing going on in your life, but more often I think it's just because you just don't remember every day at work. And I got a little heartsick kind of watching. There were some parts of this episode where I was like, boy, I wish I remembered, like, just you know, that scene where we're all around the piano together.
Yeah.
It's one of those rare scenes where almost everybody is like in a clump, and it's with positive energy, right? Usually it's like you know, a meeting in the conference room, and it's all crazy. But like to have a moment where everyone's kind of in a good place, and it just, I remember watching that. This is so special. Like, I love these people. I love these human beings, and it made me a little bit heartsick for the things I don't remember.
You're literally, your character has the line at the end where you say in the finale, you wish that you knew you were in the good times when you were in them. Like, that's literally what you're saying.
So true, yeah.
But I get it.
It is true though, because you work every day, and some days stand out, and some days don't. It doesn't matter what your job is, and acting is no different. But sometimes I don't know the show the way people know it when they can just sit down and watch it all the way through. And we cross-worded episodes. Sometimes we shot 3 days in one episode and 2 days in another episode. It kind of becomes like when your kids mix all the Play-Doh together, you know, and you get that one big Play-Doh mound. I don't know, that's not very articulate.
I liked that metaphor.
I do too.
I feel like every conference room scene is one memory in my head.
So many of these episodes I hadn't seen since we filmed them.
Crazy.
But I'm so thankful for like a wonderful thing that we have.
Amen. Yeah. And when I do catch an episode here and there, it is like just hanging out with old friends.
Yeah.
It's just awesome. I don't think I ever lost the feeling of excitement walking on the set about what was going to happen. Like, what are these hilarious, wonderful people going to do to surprise me today? And I and like you're saying, conference room scenes, like all of us getting in there, just feeling like this, something funny's going to happen. Like, somebody's going to do something. We all have the script. We know what we're going to say, but it's still like, I can't wait to see how Jay does this line. I can't wait to see how Oscar does this line. And then, you know, take after take, it's just so warm and funny. And there are, of course, times that you get run down and you get tired and cranky, but I always walk into that soundstage like feeling excited and remembering back, how many years like on the show? Less than you guys, but
almost as long, 7 years.
And then just always walking on that stage was so like just so fun and like what's gonna happen?
Well, Ed, before we let you go, can you tell us a little bit about your music? Are you performing anywhere with your banjo? Are you still doing the bluegrass situation?
Yeah, so the bluegrasssituation.com is still very much alive and well, and that's just kind of a roots folk bluegrass music community news blog hub, and that's great. I have pulled back from performing a lot the last couple of years. Kids, and I'm just kind of focused elsewhere, but I still play all the time, especially for my kids. They're a captive audience, they can't walk away. And I'm eager to start getting back out there. Yeah, I've been playing a lot, and I'm starting to kind of get more serious about practicing and rehearsing, but there's not much going on in the professional space.
Except Rutherford Falls. Season 2 is out now on Peacock.
Yes, indeed. Rutherford Falls Season 2. Very, very proud of this show, which I co-created with amazing showrunner Sierra Teller-Ornelas and Michael Schur.
Yes.
Well, what's going on?
We love it. We love it, and I want to say 2 things to you. Banjo, kids albums.
Right? That has crossed my mind. I've been writing a lot of music lately. I think
I would have loved that when Isabel was little because, you know, I don't know. I had all the same songs that everyone had had forever. And anytime there was a new kids song that had any kind of a fun tune, oh my gosh, I got so excited.
All right. That might be the push I needed to get it done.
Okay. All right, Ed, we love you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming in the studio.
Yes, Ed is in here, you guys. He's sitting next to us. This is the table.
Yes,
he's
right
next
here. Thanks so much for having me. It's just so good to see you guys.
Wonderful. Warm my heart. I love you.
Well, we're going to take a break. We're going to walk Ed out, and then we'll be back to break down this episode. Angela, I am very, very, very jealous because you have received your life straw. Mine is on its way to me, but you know I would want this, right? This is me.
Yes. So here's one of my New Year's resolutions. It's to drink more water. I don't feel like I drink enough water in the day. And I wanted the type of water pitcher that filters water so I can have really great, safe water to drink and have it ready to go. And Life Straw is that. It is amazing. It is the only water pitcher that filters out over 30 contaminants, including bacteria, microplastics, and PFAs, and makes your water taste way better. It does. It tastes good.
I'm so jealous you got this already.
Also, you're going to love this. It's in a really nice, sleek, hand-blown glass. So it looks nice in the fridge. It looks nice on the countertop. If you want to bring it over to the dining table for dinner, it looks nice too.
Better filtration, better taste, better design. Life Straw home products can be found at lifestraw.com and on Amazon. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the pine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Angela, I'm just gonna be happy all day now because we got to hang out with Ed.
I know.
We should tell you guys we've actually been chatting with him for like an hour.
We talked to Ed for 2 hours.
Yeah,
I didn't want him to leave.
me either. And we did finally have to let him go.
Yeah.
We have to finish this episode.
Yeah. Also, during our break, we reached out to Randy, and you guys, he's sending Cassie the audio file of Ed singing My Heart Will Go On right now. We're going to play it at the end of the episode. I can't wait.
Yes, definitely stick around to hear this. We heard it, and it is truly, truly amazing. Like, I got chills.
I know.
It was kind of a moment.
We're going to play the whole entire song. Ed gave us his permission. Enjoy, but stick to the end. It's there. It'll be at the end.
Okay, let's start breaking down this episode. We talked about this a little bit. This episode opens with this fantastic cold open, this performance of a musical number from Sweeney Todd. Surprises the whole bullpen.
Yeah.
And Michael is like, oh my gosh, I auditioned for this. When did the cast list go up?
What part did I get? How cool is this, Michael?
We got a fan catch from Carrie F. in Japan, who said, When Michael asked about the cast list, look at Creed's face in the background. It is amazing, and I feel like everyone should pause to see it.
Oh my goodness, did you look at it?
I did.
What's he doing?
It's hard to explain, but it is a great look. He looks almost like he's responsible for not casting Michael. Like, I don't want this guy.
It was his decision.
It's amazing.
All right, I have to go check that out. Thanks, Carrie. I was so impressed with this opening musical number. I really thought we should hear these guys.
Oh, let's do it.
Andy?
A tale of Sweeney Todd. His skin was pale and his eye was odd. Shame the faces of gentlemen, never thereafter were. Trod path that you trod. It's Sweeney Todd. The demon barking Green Street.
Did you write this?
Yes. Who is he?
Swing your razor wide, swinging low into the sky.
We had a fan question from Miriam L. in Utah who wanted to know how much did NBC pay in royalties for Sweeney Todd? Miriam said typical grand rights can cost a small high school production thousands of dollars. What did you guys pay? Well, I checked with Randy Cordray, of course, and he said this really was a huge deal. Quote, we basically had to produce a full-blown community theater production of Sweeney Todd embedded into a full-blown episode of The Office, and negotiating the music rights was complicated. He said Eric Colgan, our post-producer, contacted the Universal Television music supervisor, Carrie Druten, about getting the sync right. That meant that we were allowed to sing the song ourselves. We weren't going to, play a recorded soundtrack.
Yeah, there's all these layers to it.
But we also had to get something called grant rights because we were going to air it on television. There's a difference between just doing it on a stage and then committing it to television forever. Steven Sondheim had to sign off. We had to send him our script.
Really? You read our script?
He read Andy's play. Guess what? He loved it.
Oh,
he gave us his blessing. Ultimately, we ended up paying $100,000, and we got the rights to sing 4 songs. And that's how we did it.
Wow. I have a fan question from Sarah L. in San Antonio, Texas. What's up, Sarah? Hi, Sarah. Where did the singers come from for this episode? Sarah, I love this question. We'll tell you all about it.
Yeah, all the singers were cast by our casting director, Allison Jones. And our director for this episode was John Scott. Before he directed The Office, he had directed episodes of Glee, and he'd also worked as a camera operator and cinematographer. So this kind of made him perfect because he knew how to blend musical performance and documentary style shooting. This is the only episode of The Office that he directed, and thank goodness we got him for it.
I know. He's a prolific director. If you look him up, he's just done everything.
We also hired a musical supervisor for this episode who Randy called a musical genius. His name was Nathan Wang. He prepped all of the musical background tracks, attended all rehearsals, and he sat in on the auditions with Allison Jones and John Scott. So the 3 of them found all of our singers.
Yes, and Nathan, if you listen to this, Randy could not say enough wonderful things about you. He just went on and on about how important you were for this episode.
Yes.
Randy also told us that this collision sequence was choreographed by Mary Ann Kellogg. You guys remember she did the lip dub. And here were the performers. Kelly Ebsery played the beggar lady. Maxwell Quick played Tobias. Heather Marie Marsden played Mrs. Lovett. David Kirk Grant played castmate number 2. Erica Hammerhand Ball played Joanna. Harry Murphy played Judge Turpin. Randy Gaia played Pirelli, and Michael Tuba Heatherton played Beetle. What a fantastic group. Lady, how fun was it to see Tuba?
I know. We should tell everybody who he is because he appeared on The Office several times. We even got a fan catch from Rabbi in Los Angeles, California, who said, "Ladies, I think you need a tuba tracker."
Oh, a tuba tracker!
This episode marks the first appearance of Michael Tuba Heatherton in the series, and he reprises this role in a deleted scene from season 8, episode 13, Jury Duty, where he pretends to be a police officer only to be recognized by Daryl as a member of Andy's play. I look forward to that deleted scene, ladies. But we will also see Tuba in the seminar as an attendee of Andy's seminar. And we're going to see 2 of Tuba's clown headshots in Roseanne's talent agency in season 9. And finally, we're going to see him as the minister in season 9, The Farm, and in the finale, marrying Dwight and Angela.
He's just like Nelson Franklin.
He is, because he played multiple roles, or maybe the same. Maybe he's a man who has many jobs. Yeah, like the character Kirk on Gilmore Girls. He worked everywhere.
I've never seen Gilmore Girls.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
Oh, they talk real fast.
They do?
Yeah, that was the thing. The dialogue, it comes out very, very fast.
Just a style choice?
Yes. And you had to say your lines exactly as written.
I would not do very well.
This is not the show. It's good you were not cast on it.
No, I was not.
Well, Rabbi from Los Angeles wants to know, is it just a happy coincidence that Tuba was cast in so many one-off roles on The Office? Or is there another reason?
There is another reason. First of all, Tuba's amazing. We love him. In addition to being extremely talented, Tuba was also married to our amazing script supervisor, Theta.
Yeah. And Tuba was an actor. He was a professional clown. Just an amazing person.
Well, let's get into this episode because Andy has 2 comps for closing night of his show for Erin and her Gabe. And he finds out Gabe isn't going. He didn't think anyone else was going to go. How happy is Andy?
He is so happy until it looks like nobody else is coming. Like,
yeah,
Jim and Pam's babysitter fell through.
Michael's real sour. He doesn't want to go. There was a series of talking heads here in the shooting draft, and several people shared their thoughts on musical theater. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I really want to share with you what Stanley has to say and his feelings about standing ovations. He's throwing shade at Steve Harvey.
I love this talking head.
I did too.
I've been to shows where everyone's standing up at the end. It's almost like we stand up at the end of every show.
And then you feel bad if you don't.
Yeah, and I had a little Stanley. I was like, well, how are they going to know when it's a real standing ovation? If we stand at the end of all of them, it's sort of like, you know, the participation prize. But then I know what it takes to put on a theater production.
And you're like, you better stand.
Just stand up.
We worked our butts off.
Yeah. Just getting a show off the ground and from beginning to end, stand on it. Well, I feel both ways.
This talking head really made me laugh. And then also now when you rewatch this episode, at the end, when they give a standing ovation, it cuts to Stanley and he's got the biggest grump face because he has to now stand and he's really annoyed.
You know what? It's funny. I know they cut the talking head, but everything about that shot of him, like, doing the obligatory standing ovation told me the whole story.
Yep.
I knew all his feelings about it. Well, lady, Dwight is not going to go because the last time he went to the theater, a man dressed as a cat sat on his lap.
I feel like Angela made him go to Cats.
Lady, we got so much mail from people.
You did?
Kobe S. from Wisconsin said, in my mind, I have come to believe that Dwight attended a local production of Cats to appease Angela, and I believe Andy was the cat who sat on Dwight's lap. Because in season 5, Employee Transfer, Andy dressed like a cat from a production of Cats.
Yes. I was so so curious about that line that I went to the shooting draft to see if it said something like Dwight glances over at Angela, Angela rolls her eyes, or something like that. It didn't, but I fully believe that Angela made him go to Cat.
I'm with you and Kobe F.
Yes, Kobe. Guess who wants to go to the play? I know. Angela.
I think this is proving the point that she goes to musicals.
And she says she would like Dwight to take her. And he's like, just disrobe, let's get to it, basically. And she's like, no. You have to take me to the play to get the punch.
I have a location alert for this scene.
Yes, it's a new location.
This is Dwight's office. Now that he's the owner of the building, this is his business manager office.
Yes, and it's much nicer than his office at Dunder Mifflin.
Yeah, that's true.
He doesn't have. He's just part of a desk clump.
Well, this was designed by Michael Gallenberg and built by Tim James, and it existed over on our warehouse set.